Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Is it a good Wednesday morning?
It's never – we haven't had a good morning in a long time.
It's a hump day edition. And we look into the refrigerator and we see our teams out of the playoffs. And they can't score runs. And another miserable hump day edition of the show.
And they can't catch a pop-up.
Can't catch
Holy
a – well,
crap.
I mean – Christian Javier probably hasn't had to catch pop-ups for his whole life.
Where was Walker on that
He
play?
did. He lost the ball.
He was
the only guy with a catcher. The catcher could have too, but you got Carlos Correa sprinting him from about 180 yards away.
Right.
And Christian Walker sitting there and he froze because he couldn't find the ball in the lights. And what a Mickey Mouse-esque stadium. Although I say that, and I'm looking out there, and because it does remind me of like going to. I shouldn't say Mickey Mouse. It's a minor league stadium.
Yeah.
And it's a cool little minor league stadium.
Yeah.
It's not built for the major leagues. Now, would I like to sit out there on the grass if it's, 78 degrees and sitting on a towel, eating and drinking and all that, maybe just taking in a game? Yeah, that'd be great.
Up there, it's probably 60-some degrees.
No, they said it was at game time, it was 90.
Oh, wow.
It's the 8th time this year it's been 90 degrees. They said it actually hasn't been bad. It's Sacramento. So you know how you got your microclimates in California, crazy. I mean, crazy.
Usually up there at night, it's really cool.
It can be 10 to 15 degrees difference 25 miles away.
It was cooler here than up there.
Yeah, and so they said it's only been 8. It was only the 8th time, but the Astros have been there 3 of the 8 times where it's been 90 at game time. And so it was yesterday. But it was, if you didn't stay up, I mean,
I'm going to defer to you on that. By the way, I'm going to defer to you. But what was the dew point?
Probably not bad.
See, because you're the local weatherman here.
Yeah. Local weather. Our dew point's going to be bad today, but it's getting ready to get better for us. We're going to be in the 80s. We have a 53% chance of rain today, by the way, guys. And after the rain, we're going to be in the 80s for a stretch. Now, high 80s, but the dew point should settle in on Thursday or Friday, where the dew point's going to be expected to be in a low 60s, so it should actually be pretty reasonable.
Del, can you put up the weather chart up on this, and maybe Lance can do maybe on the video that we do, so that Lance.
It's better than talking about Astros.
Can Lance turn sideways?
Yeah,
so
and then we'll see
those Latin weather reporters.
There's the bubble.
Yeah, turn sideways.
What he claims is his bubble, right? Okay, like a Mexican weather girl. That's what he is.
Colombian works too.
Colombian works just fine, right? Inez, is that Inez right there?
Your laptop is
or is that Lance? Is that Lance or Inez?
There it is.
There's a bubble. All right. He just blocked Baytown. He just blocked all of Baytown. Okay.
That poor boxing glove.
Boxing glove in my
poor
pants.
boxing glove.
I had a boxing glove in my pants.
Oh, is that you just happy to see us, or is that a boxing glove in your pants?
Aquí está father was the other way. If I could really.
Do you want to do that? You sure you want to do that? People already don't like you putting the accent on English words.
Right. Now do Chinese weather report.
Nope. Don't do that.
Well, it appears as though we're going to have
there
rain
it is.
There. That's somebody who was born in the country and who speaks perfect English. What? There's not Chinese people that speak perfect English?
You mean an ABC? American-born Chinese?
Stop. Yeah, ABC.
ABC.
I'm trying to learn some Japanese since we're going to go to Tokyo, and I'm hoping to see some people from Tokyo.
I can teach you some.
Oh. I'm not gonna listen to your Japanese. I can tell you that.
Matsuyama.
But I've got this thing called Jump Speak, I think it's called. And you can learn like immersive languages, and so Japanese is going to be rough.
Yeah, that's
Japanese is going to be rough. After the first page of arigato and konnichiwa, and it was very basic stuff. And then the next section I had to do, I'm like, I don't know that this is gonna be pretty hard. I was gonna like surprise my wife knowing some Japanese.
Yeah.
And then
Well, and then you can write it too.
Probably not gonna.
That'll be.
Oh yeah. Oh no, it's got the.
You got the.
It's
pictures.
got the letter. It's got where you can write it. Ooh, look how mad everyone looks on this stage. Brianna Stewart. Yeah. So it's a distracted show today, and here's why. Christian Javier, he was for a while. He was okay. Gave up 3 runs.
Well, but the second run was also a pop up
that
they couldn't get to.
Yeah, but it was still a hit. But it was
hard
a dink.
hit
It was
rate.
a dink hit. They didn't.
No.
There were 2 hits that were really hard. Nick Kurtz hit him hard, and whoever else that went down the left field line hit him really hard. Other than that, he actually was okay.
Yeah, he was okay.
He didn't make it 5, but
The offense was awesome again.
3 hits. 2 of them came in the first inning or second inning.
Another 3-hit performance.
3
for our
hits.
club.
3.
I mean, you know what? There's nothing like stepping up
2
in
from
the
Christian
biggest
Walker.
situations.
And Jose Altuve's he's in danger of dipping below 250 by the end of the year. He's at 256 right now. He's in danger of hitting in the 240s by the end of the year if he keeps doing what he's doing. It's so bad. And
He's
you know,
at
you're only saving
263.
John, you're only saving grace now is that Detroit is playing so poorly. They beat Scooball yesterday, the Guardians. The Guardians and Mariners cannot be beaten.
Well, guess what? You're not chasing. You're chasing Detroit now. You're
chasing.
behind
That's
Detroit.
what I'm saying. You're chasing the Tigers, and the Tigers are playing as bad as you are.
Yeah.
Maybe worse.
Did you see what happened in that game? What happened and why Scooball may have fallen apart? Like the Guardian, I forgot his name. He was leaning in for a bunt. Scooball hit him in the face with like a 99-mile-an-hour fastball.
Oh man!
And that changed the game. It was 2-1. It resulted in a strikeout because he offered, but Scooball, as you can imagine, head in hands. His hat went off his head because he couldn't believe what happened. And then the Guardians put together a rally on him and then obviously closed out the game. But they were up 2-1, hit that guy in the face, and it flipped the game.
Wow. That's awful. That is.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't even imagine. Going on from that. I mean, how you feel about hitting a guy in the face. It's got to be so difficult to continue.
Yeah,
it's more difficult on the guy you just hit in the face, but there's nothing.
The focus has got to be pretty tough.
Yep.
For Scooball. Well, I mean that's the Tiger stopper, and he couldn't stop it.
Right.
So now you have a chance of catching the Tigers, but you're fighting the Tigers right now for that spot. And I don't think it's going to change. I mean, the Guardians are playing really good baseball. The Mariners we can forget the Mariners. That's over. They're 4 games up. The Mariners beat you in the division for the first time in years.
They won again, so it's over.
So they won again. They're 4 up. They're playing Colorado. That's done. They won the division. You've dropped 9 games in a month and a half, or less than that. You dropped 9 games. You had a 5-game lead. Now you're back 4. Terrible. But it's not as bad as what's happened with the Tigers. The Tigers have been even worse. But whatever. They had a list of the best teams over the last 50 games. The Astros are 24-26 going into that. I don't know how it aligns if they're now 23-27 in their last 50 or still 24-26, based on what they did in the first game of the 50, since it's a rolling 50 game number. But the Mariners
and the Guardians.
The Mariners, the Guardians, the Yankees have played the best. The Red Sox and somebody else.
Well, the Red Sox got a gift last night because George Springer hit a double down the line and the umpire called it a foul ball. It went right over the bag. George Springer went ballistic after he called it foul. Would have given the Blue Jays the lead. Instead,
he doesn't go ballistic very often.
No. Boston came back and won the game, and so that hurts the Astros as well. I mean, that was a direct shot at the Astros too, because Boston would have been just a game up on the Astros as well in the wild card hunt. You could have caught them too. Now you're 2 games behind Boston instead. So that one was a dagger, not only for George Springer but for the Astros as well. But it doesn't matter right now. They're playing such bad baseball. I mean, it is incredible how bad they are right now. Offensively, defensively, pitching, everything. They have really, really fallen apart. When it's the most after they played so well against the Rangers, they have just they've gone back to just being just as awful as you possibly can. I mean, it's boring, it's awful baseball. It's just bad. You're gonna have to face I guess the Guardians in the first round. You're probably facing the Guardians in the first round, and as hot as they are,
who are you talking about?
If you make it.
Okay. I was going to say, we're not still assuming the Astros who are out of the playoffs are making it, right?
No, well, they're only a game back, though. I mean,
they're a game back, but only because so you have the tiebreaker over the Tigers?
No.
Yeah,
no,
I didn't think so. I don't
got to
think
be better than them. Well,
you don't have the tiebreaker.
2 games better than them the rest of the way?
Yeah, you have to be a game better than the Tigers.
Yeah,
Oh, from where it stands now, you have to be 2 games
as bad
better
as
than them.
they are, and as good as the Astros
are.
The Astros have won 5 of their last 10.
That's not something you should feel good about.
Detroit's 1-9.
And yet, you still have to be 2 games better than them the rest of the way.
Over the next 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got 5 games. That's a lot.
I mean,
of games,
the good thing, well, it's not. It's kind of good and bad because you actually, and Blummer talked about yesterday. You gotta you both have to. One of these teams needs to win the next 2. Like you either need the Guardians to wipe out the Tigers. You don't want it to go back and forth because you need somebody to lose ground. But you also need to win ground. So
yeah, right. All right,
Cal Raleigh. The Cal Raleigh story is incredible. He had another home run yesterday. Like on a serious note, what he's doing. What's he at now? Is he at 60?
He's at 59, or is that 60?
I mean, do you understand that this was he is just. I think he's at 59 right now, or is it 58? What's current? It's 58.
He's 59.
He's just. Is it 59?
He was hitless yesterday.
Oh, he was hitless. Okay. Yeah. What he's done is, he's just a stone's throw away from the vaunted 61. And that stood for decades and decades until they started putting Donna Dramadil and Benabranadil and Decadonna Deca and Brana Breca Deca and started pumping all that crap in their veins and started hitting at 700. I mean, Roger Maris did it on cigarettes and whiskey, like you're supposed to do it. Cigarettes and whiskey and just little trysts underneath the stands, getting his hands dirty. Well, and
by the way, his hair fell out like he was on Anabol too. Mm-hmm. But it wasn't because he was on Anabol. It was because of the pressure that was on him. During that run.
Yeah.
No, seriously.
And here's Cal Raleigh, and he's coming up on 61. No, like that 50, number still means something to me.
58 right now. So
yeah, but I mean, he's coming up on 61 is what I'm talking about. He's in the neighborhood.
Right. Yeah.
I don't have to tell you it's a career high for him.
No, it's last year he had 34, the year before 30. Mm-hmm. This year he's just better.
Jump.
He's just better. That's all. I mean, he don't look like Barry Bonds to me. Okay, I know you've been intimating all of that.
A lot of guys didn't look like Barry Bonds either.
No, I know, but some of them did. Cammy,
he is hitting it far, and a lot of them.
Yeah, I mean some.
Well,
of them
Cammy was all rocked up.
Yeah, Cammy was rocked up,
and he was juiced to the bejeez.
Yeah, right.
Ripped the bone, ripped muscles off of his bone.
Right. Well,
that was a wild time in the 90s. Remember when Cammy came out and said, I think like half the players are using right now, and everyone started freaking out like, shut up. And he's like, I was joking. I didn't mean that. He tried to walk it back in an SI article. No, I didn't. I was exaggerating. Like, no, dude, you said what you meant.
You really
And
weren't.
Everyone's like, why are you blowing up the spot, dude? Shut up.
All right, when we come back, they had the big news on Kirby yesterday. We'll break it down on the other side.
Oh, my God.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
What is Nick doing for real?
Well, let's do it on the other side. We'll do it on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5. And another trade that worked out, by the way. We'll talk about it. HR&P is what we're talking about now. When you have an employee it's troublesome, okay? You have to get rid of him the right way, okay? So you got to call HR, and you got to make sure that the proper process is used. I'm pretty sure there's a team on Kirby that has an HR department, and that's all coach. Coach can say who can stay and who can go. Well, you ain't the coach of a professional football team. You got a business, and you have to do things the right way. You have to make sure that when you fire someone, when you have to get rid of someone, that it's done properly through the right channels and for the right reasons. Well, HR&P is here. They have helped us along the way on certain issues that we have had. And you know what? You need their counseling. You need the professionalism like that. Otherwise, you could have some big problems. And if you have big problems, it could cost you your business. So you need the right HR. You need the right payroll. And I'm telling you, it's amazing to me how affordable this is. So if you're a business that's saying, well, I certainly couldn't afford, yes, you can. You can afford to have HRP do your payroll, do your HR, do your taxes, and then help you out with all the other stuff. HRP.net. We love them. You will love them too. Get a free evaluation at 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So, what was your favorite C.J. Gardner-Johnson play this year?
Oh, he had one where he turned his back when the running back was coming and got blocked super easy yesterday on Sunday.
Well, there were actually he was responsible for three huge busts, three huge plays in 3 games that resulted in touchdowns, all of them. So, D'Amico said, so, I mean, sometimes you just can't change the colors of the spots, okay? You can't, I mean, it's just not going to happen.
Tell people what happened, first of all.
Well, C.J. Gardner-Johnson was cut by the
after
Texans.
3 games.
3 games. And there's a lot of stuff going on. Apparently, he wouldn't take blame. He didn't take responsibility for his mistakes. Mm-hmm. He obviously is very vocal, and he rubbed a lot of guys the wrong way. He
And
finger pointed.
They say he can't pick up the defense.
And yeah, he just doesn't know he didn't know what he was doing, or he just said, "Screw it, I'm doing what I want to do," and it resulted in 3 huge plays. Number one, the Rams game, there was a 13-yard touch. This is all according to DJ Bieniemy.
And DJ's getting that from the building.
Yeah.
Don't think for one second he's just figuring this out. He's either getting it from a player in the locker room or a coach.
Yeah.
They want that information out there.
Yes. Davis Allen ran a corner route into the end zone that Gardner Johnson was responsible for. Kamari Lassiter tried to clean up the coverage, but he wasn't able to run him down. Tampa, Baker Mayfield threw an over route to Ryan Miller for a 20-yard touchdown in the game's opening drive. The Texans were in cover 2. Gardner Johnson just decided he's going to break off on a 10-yard route by Sterling Shepard. He decided that. And then last week, the Jaguars game, and you made reference to this, that after Brian Thomas caught that long pass, Kamari Lassiter turned around and he went, and he does that thing where the arms come out. Where were you? And what was where you're blaming somebody else? Well, in fact, he was blaming C.J. Gardner Johnson because that's where C.J. Gardner Johnson should have been, and instead he bit on an out route and went to the out route, and Kamari Lassiter was late in getting to Brian Thomas Jr.
Yeah, I guess what it was supposed to be on the Brian Thomas was that they were in a concept where anything that went outside was going to be you kind of have to read the combination. It's not easy, but Kamari Lassiter, who had outside leverage, was going to play the outside breaking whatever stayed on that side of the field. The most outermost route was his, according to DJ Bieniemy, who got it from obviously the building. And then whatever the inside route was going to be Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Well, immediately you can see Gardner-Johnson from his safety spot dives down inside as though he's playing man-to-man on the guy in the slot, and which kind of screws Lassiter. Now, I had people say, no, you can see he opens his hips and follows Thomas. Well, if he sees Chauncey doing that, Lassiter's got no choice to say, oh, crap, he's screwing this up. He's in man-to-man coverage. Now I got to guard a guy who runs in the 4.3 40s who's got inside leverage on me, which is no chance. And Adam Archuleta, after the play, said, there's a mistake. There was a mistake in the middle of the field. He talked about a coverage issue. He didn't know exactly what it was, but he mentioned he thought there was a blown coverage error.
Yeah.
And there was.
And there was. And the building is letting everybody know. Because, well, okay, how does this reflect? How does this reflect on Nick?
Look, I like the fact that if you're going to screw, if a guy's not the right guy, if you missed, cut him. Don't try to, you know what I mean? Don't try to cover your own butt by keeping somebody who shouldn't be on a team. But it's like why Nick just is willing to take some chances, and these chances aren't working out. And look, it didn't cost you much. You got rid of Kenyon Green, who you were going to cut, and then you flipped your 5th for their 6th. So,
well, it cost you over $9 million.
Well, yeah, because they converted his money. So what happened was they converted his salary to a signing bonus, meaning they rushed it all to this year. Well, now you're screwed.
Yeah.
Now you don't. I mean, that's that's a lot of money that came in this year. You didn't. It's just another miss on a guy that everyone knew was a character issue. Everyone knows he's going to be on his 5th team already. Everyone knew it. Stephon Diggs, you gave up a 2nd rounder. You got half a year. But best case scenario, you're going to get 1 year out of him. You give him a 2nd rounder for that, and that's not. And there's one more, John. There's one other one that didn't work out. Oh, Deontay Johnson. It didn't. Yeah. It didn't cost you anything.
No,
you brought him in. He was a pain in the ass. You got rid of him after, one playoff game. Remember, they got rid of him after, right? It was after the Chargers game, because we thought he actually might be a factor in the Chargers game. This guy's out of football. He's such a pain in the butt that he's out of football now. No one can deal with him. What are they bringing in the locker room for a team that really wants the locker room to be a certain way? Why in the world are they bringing these guys in?
Well, they think that the locker room is strong enough to handle them, and
maybe they are.
Yeah, maybe they are. I mean, with the guys that you got, the character guys that you do have in there, the Will Anderson Juniors. It's
just like a waste of
Yeah.
If you're going to be a character team, be a character team.
Sometimes Even, the Patriots were strong enough to handle Randy Moss. Mm-hmm. And there's, sometimes those guys add a big playmaking ability. But C.J. Gardner-Johnson was apparent. I mean, he was talking about Jalen Petre's contract. He was pointing fingers at other guys. He wouldn't take any of the responsibility on any of the breakdowns.
That's so wild.
And listen, you heard D'Amico yesterday, as a matter of fact. The lack of communications. This was directly, okay, let's see if you can get that ready. Here, this is directly aimed, fire point. And it was directed at C.J. Gardner-Johnson when D'Amico was asked about, the touchdowns that they had given up so far. Here is what D'Amico had to say.
Yeah, when you see a big play that happens on our defense, somewhere along the lines, there's a bust in communication. It all starts with communication, and it hasn't been as crisp as it needs to be. So we have to play better. On the defensive side, we got to communicate better, and we got to execute the defense better. And so, it's not been great. We see that. We have to make some adjustments there to make sure we get it corrected. That is it.
Make some adjustments. We just did, and you know what they did? They made an adjustment. They got that out of the locker room. That's what they did.
Yeah, and when you're not even accountable and you're causing problems, like that guy couldn't even last 4 games. This is Philadelphia won a Super Bowl with him, and they couldn't wait to get rid of him for Kenyon Green.
Yeah.
Who they cut? And somebody said, why couldn't you? And there was a couple people I dealt with who said, why didn't they trade him? You guys don't understand. It's not easy to just trade guys. If somebody thinks that you're just going to cut him, they won't give you any picks for him. No. And they're definitely not going to give you picks for somebody who has been a pain in the ass at 3 different spots or 4 different spots already. They're not going to do it. They don't want to bring that into their locker room. Plus, if they do, they'll just wait for you to cut them. They're not going to give you a draft pick for him. So not everyone is worth a draft pick. And adding a player who has this kind of – if the Texans, who need safety help, are cutting a safety at week 3, what do you think that tells a team who already knows – these teams talk to each other. They know who – their scouts or pro personnel guys on a team who have friends on other teams, and they'll say, hey, before they even sign, what's the deal on Chauncey Gardner-Johnson? And they share information so they know. There's no chance anyone's trading for that guy. No chance.
No. You're not getting anything. Just get rid of. Just made a mistake. Get him out of the building. It was a $9.6 million mistake.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. If Hand has probably got to be out. You know how much you can buy with $9.6 million. I mean, you can buy a lot of stuff.
What? Why are you talking about Hannah? Cal likes some expensive stuff too. You saw that grill he has.
Yeah, that's an expensive grill.
That's not $9 million grill.
Well, what is Hannah buying for $9 million off rip?
I don't know. Don't trust me. There's a lot of stuff you can buy with $9 million.
I'm sure Cal has a super yacht he's got his eye on.
What is she buying for $9 million?
I don't know.
I don't know.
A third house?
Yeah, you don't know. Yeah. I mean, a house down in Galveston, $9 million.
No.
Boom. Okay? They just lost a house in Galveston.
Not $9 million.
They lost a house in Galveston. Okay? Yeah, it would be a nice house. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me started on what you can buy with $9 million. And instead, they don't have it. Instead, they don't have it, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson does. Okay? While he's looking at Jalen Petre's contract. I mean, that's ridiculous, too, by the way.
I'm going to try to get DJ on the show.
That is just
He was looking at Petre's contract?
Yeah, he was saying he was upset with how much somebody else was in the defensive backfield was getting paid. Yeah. So
well, basically, he's saying, "What about this guy? Look how much he makes, and why are you on me, bro? How about you just make a play?
How about you just do what you're? How about you go about the coverage like you're supposed to?
You remember he had that little sit down exclusive with Aaron Wilson, and he talked about leadership, and he wanted to bring a Super Bowl to town.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that?
Oh my God, I forgot about that.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I don't know why I've got such a bad rep. Why people act like that? Because I'm just competitive. Yeah, I had a fight with my own teammates before the Super Bowl because I was tired. I didn't like the way we were practicing or something. No, you just had a fight with your teammates because you can't get along with anybody.
Yeah.
I mean, look, hey, it's another strike on Nick's. Even though it was worth the juice. Well, I don't know if the juice was worth the squeeze at that much money because you ate up some valuable contract space.
So after, I think, well, I don't know about every game, but the last 2 games, do you know what his quote has been? I just think I ain't used to this.
You losing is what he
losing.
Did? Okay.
Yeah.
This is what I was told. I asked about him with the team, who said he's a guy who knows him well. Said he's a guy that you have to be winning to have a chance, because he is a front runner, and if it's not going well, he is going to turn into a cancer, and that's what he was.
Yep.
And he turned into a cancer, obviously.
713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. Let's go. 713-780-3776. Right now, a little underdog.
Yeah, underdog fantasy. If you had lower on games played for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, congratulations. I don't think that was offered by Underdog Fantasy. But you never know. I mean, they offer so many stats, and right now, football related. You know, one of the things that I think is a lot of fun is just looking at a Thursday night game and looking at all the stats for one team and the other team on Monday night. You really want to watch the Jets Dolphins? Well, you do if you've got Underdog Fantasy and you start looking at some statistics. You say higher or lower, and there's so many stats for so many players that you're going to find something you really like. And you know, it starts with as few as 2 players, but you can go up to 6 and I think sometimes 7. But basically, did you know you can move some of their stats? There's a chance for you to move stats higher to make it harder to attain or easier to attain, depending on which direction you go. But when you do that, it raises your payout. So if you say, oh my gosh, he's going way over these receiving yards, why don't you move them up and then go higher? And then you're going to end up making a bigger payout whenever you hit every single one of your picks. Or you can use the flex option, which means you just have to have 2 out of 3, 3 out of 4, 4 out of 5, whatever the case may be. Underdog Fantasy means you play along with the games you're watching and you make real money, big money with your sports knowledge. But all you have to do is download the app, use promo code Lance for your first deposit. Once you make that deposit, as soon as you play $5, your first $5 are going to give you $50 of bonus cash back into your account. Don't miss out. It's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance along with Dell. 713-780-3776. Mike Elko joining us at the top of the hour. You Aggies, let's go. You got to get here. Make sure everybody's listening, okay? Give a call to your Aggie buddies and listen to Mike Elko talk about this big Auburn. We got some good football this weekend, boys. We got some really good football. Not just the Texans and Tennessee, okay? That is great football. So but Saturday, nice.
By the way, we're gonna have DJ Bieneme from ESPN, who covers. We're gonna have him in about 3 minutes.
Oh, good.
So he'll give us the inside scoop on all the stuff the Texans are dealing with.
Yeah. Interesting, the stuff that he wrote for the Athletic.
No, ESPN.
Or ESPN.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah. Oh, he's here?
I don't know. What, Del? I know. I'm going to send it to you. Del's just screaming, I don't have his number. Like, I don't know that. I'm a pro, Del. Okay?
How about this? John Mateer going to miss some time. Hand surgery.
Yeah. Well, you run like a maniac. These things are going to happen.
Yeah, but that's a huge loss for Oklahoma.
It's huge. And now that point spread would make a lot more sense now.
Yeah, he probably doesn't get back for Texas.
No, I don't think so.
So he got hit in the pocket. I think he hit the helmet of a guy, or the guy was closing in on him. So it happened on a throw, and he finished the game. But, yeah, as much as he runs, you'd think it would happen with him running. But it was actually him playing quarterback from the pocket, and as he made a throw, the guy came in on him. So
that's the worst, hitting your hand on a helmet. Oh, my God.
Don't throw like that then.
Don't throw the football.
Don't throw the what?
Yeah, don't throw like that and hit somebody's helmet.
Have you lost your mind right now?
I sent you the number, Del. Let's call him
now. You've lost your mind, haven't you? Saying don't throw it. Just hold on to it.
That's a big law. I don't even know.
That's what CJ does. He's holding on to it. Now you want to not throw it.
I don't know. Do they still have the young kid who was behind him that they played some last year? I don't. With the portal the way it is, I don't even know who's behind him now. Mateer. Oklahoma depth chart. Let me take a look here who the Sooners have, because that's going to be a really big deal. I mean, I got some big games coming up. And Michael Hawkins. Yeah, I think he's the one who played last year. He played last year. He had 3 touchdown passes, 2 interceptions. He stepped in for Jackson Arnold early in the year, and then he lost the job back to Jackson Arnold. So he's going to have to step in and play this year. He's only he's 1 of 3s. He's had 3 passes and completed 1. So that's a big he's a very good athlete, but that's a lot to bite off with some of the games they have coming up, including the Longhorns, who have a really good defense.
Yeah, that's going to be, you know what, the under in that game.
Mm-hmm.
Under.
It was, Josh Pate told me the numbers he got from FanDuel were 47.5 over-under and 4.5 Texas. Now I think it's going to be something like Texas 7.5 and the over-under something like 42.5. Let's get DJ Bieneme in here from ESPN. He covers the Houston Texans for ESPN and had some really good intel on the situation going on with the Texans as it relates to Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and the dismissal from the team as they waived him. But there's really a lot to talk about. DJ, welcome to the show. Texans are 0-3 start, and they always say, before we get to Chauncey, they always say you learn a lot about a team when they have to face real adversity, and they're facing some real adversity right now. What are you seeing from the Texans this year as opposed to maybe the last couple of years you've covered them from a personality standpoint?
That's a great question. I would say let's start on offense. They're missing the dogs outside of CJ. They obviously have some good players, right? But personality-wise, like Nico is kind of more like laid back. I'm gonna just do my job. We don't have that many rah-rah guys that can, really. Sometimes you need some dude on the offense that's gonna cuss the guys out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and really demand better. Like, I think last year, week 1, the guys on the sidelines that was kind of being that rah-rah people were Joe and Stephon Diggs, right? And that matters. I think this year they just don't have that because your quarterback can only do so much of that. You know what I'm saying? And it feels like he's the only one that does that. And I remember talking on Will Conqueror's pod early last August, well, this previous August, and I mentioned like they don't really have that many dogs that you got to worry about him possibly cussing out the coach because things aren't going right. So I would say they're missing down on that side. On defense, I think personality-wise, I think they're roughly still the same. They still play with their hair on fire. They still try to play as one. Obviously, C.J. Gardner-Johnson kind of put a wrench in that at times. But even with his mistakes, they still only allowing 17 points per game, you know. So I'm kind of curious how much better they'll be now that they've kind of removed somebody that wasn't jiving with the locker room that well.
Well, obviously, C.J. Gardner-Johnson was not jiving. You had a lot of good information behind the scenes. The Texans wanted this information out there, didn't they?
I would say that there's information that hasn't been released yet that might get released later if once I talk to more people. The stuff that I had, that wasn't information that per se like the higher ups at the Texans facility kind of let out. I already knew all that weeks prior. Like that's why I could report it in very specific, be very specific immediately. I already knew all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't say the Texans wanted to get that out, but I know exactly what you mean, right? Like when Bobby got fired, there's information that the Texans did want to get out, right? That I was able to report. With this one, I wouldn't say that per se. I wouldn't say it. To be honest, there's some other stuff that if it got out, that might make it harder for C.J. Gardner-Johnson to even get a job.
Mm-hmm. I think it's going to be tough right now as it is. I mean, he's a very talented player, but a team that won a Super Bowl couldn't wait to get rid of him for Kenyon Green.
Right.
That's a bad look. And now this team gets rid of him after 3 games. And coaches and personnel people, they talk with each other. I mean, they're friends from other teams. And, hey, man, what's the deal with him? Oh, you don't want to mess with him. That's how it works. Right. But to John's point, though, I think another important thing, and somebody was like, this guy's wrong on this. He said it was cover 0 on this. I said, look, I'm telling you now, DJ Bieniemy is not going on looking at tape and telling you and trying to decipher coverages. He's getting that from inside the building, what the coverages were supposed to be. I said, you can nitpick whatever you want, but I'm telling you right now, if DJ's telling you something off tape, he got that from somebody in that building, whether it's a player or coach, and it's going to be accurate information.
Exactly. You know, I when I saw some of the comments, people were trying to like read it exactly based off of what the typical cover 0 is, whether you see it on Madden or you might just see it as standard. That the Texans run a lot of match coverages where you have to read how the receivers are coming off the ball, how much vertical they get, and you're kind of reading 2-to-1, sometimes 1-to-2, and then reacting off of that. I remember talking to Aziz about that. We were just chatting up, and he was explaining like that's why we work so much on walkthroughs about these scenarios because we're not necessarily just gonna. You know, I got this guy pre-snap, you got this guy pre-snap on some of their fire zones and things like that, some of their blitzes and things of that nature. So, and again, like at the end of that play, Kamari's reaction tells you everything you need to know, right? If a guy gets beat, he's not gonna turn around and throw his hands up. You know what I'm saying? So, like that one kind of tickled me a little bit because I was like, oh man, these people don't really know what they're talking about. Like they think they know what they're talking about, but that's okay. Like there ain't nothing wrong with that.
That's DJ Bieniemy, ESPN, with us here this morning on ESPN 97.5. You mentioned Bobby Slowick. What's the regret level right now with Nick Caley?
So I would say, that's interesting. I would say with Bobby, I don't even know they regret losing him. I think it's more like, obviously, we're still waiting to see more with Caley. I think what it might be more is like, we just wished on another guy, you know? I think it might be more than that than anything. But, you know, I've seen a lot of both of you guys' discussions regarding Bobby, some of Lance's rants. Like, Lance is right about this. Bobby in year 3 would be way better than what we're seeing from Nick Caley right now.
Didn't mean he's the answer, but there's no question a third-year guy knows more than a first-year guy. That's just facts.
Yeah, exactly. Like, especially a guy that's never, ever called plays before in his life, like, ever, you know, like, that's a big step up, a big, big, big jump. jump up and then again, you're not in a situation where people can deal with your growing pains. You're in a situation where people were trying to get to the Super Bowl. And, obviously he's still struggling to – I think my biggest issue – I think the run game stuff is fine. Like, I actually don't have an issue with that. I think it's just more like the lack of creativity, the lack of plays where guys are just wide open or, like, you're really putting defense in conflict to where, like, the only way for them to make a play is that they have to be, like, a great player, I think a lot of the time is they can just kind of drop in their zones to specific spots and be just fine there. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's too much of, from what I kind of can tell, based on people I talk to, a lot of times their routes are changing based off of what the coverage is. And you need your quarterback, receivers, all that to be on the same page all the time. And that's just, not saying it's unrealistic, but that can be tough. And, while I'm watching Liam Cohen's offense versus the Texas offense, it was like night and day. Like, Liam Cohen was trying to actually exploit some of the rules that he could feel that the Texans were going to be in defensively, where Nick Caley just feel like sometimes he's just calling plays,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and play calling is really about creating – it's about creating future opportunities. Sometimes you show certain things because you want to set up something else, or you want to see how a team will cut. That's the whole idea of a 10 and 15 play script, is you're showing different things because you want to see what they do defensively. And I get the feeling that Nick Caley is just trying to figure all that stuff out, which makes sense. I mean, he's never done this before, but that's also, DJ, why I feel like, there's going to be you're going to hear it louder where people say they need to get rid of Caley and go to Gerard Johnson. Gerard Johnson would be a rookie play caller. Like, you're giving CJ another rookie play caller. It's they're in a tough spot right here. They're just going to have to have the growing pains with Nick Caley and let him figure it out.
Well, DJ, how much of this was, Slowick was the scapegoat last year, all right? Yeah. But we're finding out this wasn't just about Bobby Slowick last year.
Yeah. I would say that Bobby was for sure scapegoated. That I can say 1,000%. And again, like, I was on the record saying they shouldn't have fired him, even though I reported reasons why they fired him. But again, that's me reporting. This is my opinion. They should not have fired him. But I'm talking to more people. It seems like a top-down operational issue from general manager all the way down. In terms of how they constructed stuff, in terms of offensive philosophy. There's a lot of things that I think that's why I think now that they're 0-3, I think the season's done, because I think it's only going to continue to unravel more and more and more. And more people are going to get frustrated on the offensive side, at least on the offensive side. So I just think that it's just going to continue to, like, snowball a little bit, right? Like, they can't lose this week. If they lose this week, like, I don't want to say there'll be mutiny in the locker room. I wouldn't say that. Because I don't really believe that players quit for real. Like, I just coached a Little League football game last Saturday. Those kids quit after the first series when they realized the other team was better. And they actually quit. That's what quitting looks like. Last time we got kids walking on the field, kids giving up on plays. That's what quitting looks like. No team going to look like that. But I would say that it's going to become easier for the team to tune out D'Amico and things of that nature. So, I would say, man, like, they gotta get a win this weekend, try to get things back on track. But I think offensively, it's a top-down issue from how you constructed the offense, the pieces that you gave, Nick Caley to work with, at least especially on the offensive line. We all talked about how they were going to be tougher and smarter, and the coaching will be better. But still, like, at the end of the day, it's a talent league at a position that you need talent. So I think it's a top-down thing, starting from Nick Caserio, D'Amico, how they even picked the players in that aspect. So as much as we blame Bobby for X, Y, and Z, those two guys deserve a lot of blame too.
Well, and listen, the players that Nick brought in, but the coaches as well. Popovich is a New England guy. Caley is a New England guy. I mean, how much of this is being forced? How much pressure do they have from the top? Because the fans wanted Bobby Slowick gone, and then you bring in a couple of New England guys. I mean, is this because Brian Flores got fired from Miami when he was winning because he couldn't hire an offensive. One of the reasons was he couldn't hire an offensive coordinator. He and
the GM.
So I mean, you can't hire an offensive coordinator.
It was about Tua, though. It was about Tua.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. But it was also How many different offensive coordinators did he have through the years? And now D'Amico's going through the same thing.
Possibly.
Yes. Obviously I don't know if, CJ is disliking D'Amico or anything like that. Obviously Tua disliked Brian Flores, but let's say hypothetically, like I'm not saying this was going on. It's hypothetically like, CJ and starts to really get frustrated with just everything that's going on around him. Now, if your ownership, you kind of get to the point where you're like, who do we pick, D'Amico or CJ to go forward, right? To me, that's the easy answer, right? You go with the quarterback, especially since it's a quarterback league. You need to be able to score points. And you could find staff that would want to work with CJ as their centerpiece. You know what I'm saying? It's way harder to find a quarterback than it is to find a head coach that you can win a lot of games with. Now, I'm not saying CJ and D'Amico don't see eye to eye. They seem to like each other. You know what I'm saying? But again, like at the end of the day, things can change pretty quickly if the offense continues to struggle, especially from a schematic standpoint. Because Lance, you know way more about film than I do, but you can tell, because I can tell, there's not a lot of easy answers for CJ when he's out there.
No. What's been really disappointing is they've had max protection where they've left eight in, and they've had pressure or sacks on 3 of those 4 times that I've seen it. And that should never, ever happen. But when 2 are in the route and those routes are not dynamic routes, they're like, stop routes. Everything's on a vertical plane. They don't have these big wide receivers getting across the hashes on the move. I don't love the routes. I don't love the separation. They're not separating. There are no easy solutions. Yeah, I don't think this is an easy fix at all.
Yeah. I completely agree. Like Nick Caley, I think the second play of the game where you run the play action has I'm gonna say Hutchinson, but Jaden Higgins on that post curl stop route, whatever, and then you had the over route. I'm like, all right, cool, let's see some more of that. But like even that, like if you watch, I forget who it was. If somebody that played it might have been the Seahawks, but they had played the Steelers, and when they ran a play action, they had crossers with both outside receivers. So just continue to run away from the defenders because that makes it harder for the DBs to cover just naturally. Like if you have to cover the entire width of the football field, that's a way harder cover than someone run a stop route. You know what I'm saying? Especially if they cutting and then stopping. Because it's almost like from a momentum standpoint, if I'm a DB and you cut towards the post and you stop, it's
easy. You just sit down on that.
All right, guys. Guys, we're going to have to cut it here. We got Mike Elko joining us at the top of the hour here on ESPN 97.5 and 9. DJ, thanks for the insight, man. We really appreciate it. And hopefully we'll talk to you again soon with a win. Maybe a win next time.
Hopefully. Well, thanks for having me, though.
All right, there's DJ Bieniemy right here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got to break it because we got Mike Elko going to be with us on the other side right here on ESPN 90. You're home for the Aggies, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time to talk about Pro Dunk. Time to talk about basketball. I mean, listen, that's our only good team. And we're going to be watching our good team. 2 good teams. We got 2 great teams, okay? And we're going to be watching them, and your kids are going to be watching them, and they're going to be into basketball, Dad, and they're going to want to play. And instead, instead just play NBA on your game at your game center. No, get them outside. Let them go outside, get some exercise. Let them go outside and play on the best darn goal that there is in the history of goals. The tempered glass backboard, the unbreakable rim, the rim that you can raise and lower to 5 feet, to 10 feet, okay? Somewhere in between your kids want it so that they can dunk. I don't know how athletic your kids are, probably not very much so. So they want to have fun, Dad. They want the best goal. Your wife wants the best goal. You should want the best goal too. That the kids will be outside. They'll be playing. They'll love the goal. Everybody will be happy because you got the Pro Dunk goal. It raises and lowers with a push of a button. It's the best. It's not even arguable. ProDunk.com. Don't go cheap. Go with the best. ProDunk.com.
Allstate Windows and Siding, if you need windows, if you need siding, if you need to beautify your home, if your windows are leaky or maybe just single pane original windows on your home, that's going to cause an issue. You may have chips and cracks in them and, where the mower throws rocks at your window, and so you got that hole there and it leaks a little bit. Listen, get new windows. Right now, there's a big discount going on right now, 30% off of each window, minimum 10 jobs. And then they have $2,500 off of complete siding jobs when you also get windows. So if you want to beautify your whole entire home, make it look better, make it more energy efficient, and also set it up to where you won't have to make any more corrections to that dilapidated wood, no more painting the exterior, reducing your energy bills by up to 40%, that's going to be Allstate Windows and Siding. 12 months, no payments, and no interest. So pay it off within a year, and there's no interest payments as well. And they've got additional discounts for veterans and seniors. So make sure that you give them a call or go to the website, and you can set up for them to contact you right now. It's 832-204-1936. That's 832-204-1936, or go to allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
Hey, Reagan, come get your man. We need Coach Elko to call in. Let's go. Let's go, Reagan. Work some magic, okay? I know you're listening. So, I know
we only get him every 2 weeks, and we got to talk about the Notre Dame game. I think it's him right here. So we still have to go back, which coaches hate to do, but that was such a big win for him.
I want to go ahead. I was just watching Cole Kubelik and Roman Harper talk about this game. And did you see the Auburn-Oklahoma game?
I did. Why?
Yeah. 9 sacks. Oklahoma had 9 sacks against Auburn last week. And A&M is defensive line university. Yeah, so I imagine they had to be licking their chops watching that tape.
Well,
Coach is joining us right now on ESPN. Coach Mike Elko here with us once again, and we really appreciate you joining us, Coach. Yeah, 9 sacks, Coach. I know you watched that game. You were breaking down that film and whatnot. Your defensive lineman must have loved that, seeing that last week with Auburn and Oklahoma. I would imagine that Jackson Arnold in that building this Saturday, I imagine you guys are going to be coming after him a bunch this weekend.
No, yeah, I think obviously that's the key to any defense is your ability to pressure the quarterback. Obviously, Oklahoma did a really, really good job last week, and what I told our guys early in the week though is that doesn't guarantee or mean anything for us. I'm sure they're going to be a prideful group, and they're going to come out and play their best football Saturday, and we're going to have to try to find ways to make him uncomfortable back there.
Coach, before we get to, we only get you every 2 weeks. I got to go back just for a second to that Notre Dame game because we didn't get to talk to you since then. Can you talk about the difference that Concepcion and Craver have made to your offense? I mean, you got them. One guy is a ball winner in air, just an explosive leaper, amazing body control. And the other guy just couldn't be guarded on crossing routes and dig routes, and it turned into huge explosives for you. That's got to really, those explosives were key in that game between two explosive offenses. Can you talk about what they've meant for Marcel and for your offense in general?
Yeah, I think obviously we said this a lot this offseason. There was a huge need for us to improve the passing game, and that was on every level. And we wanted to be able to be more explosive. We wanted to make sure the timing got better. Some of that was how we called it. Some of it was going out and finding personnel who could help. And I think we've got a lot of speed and twitch now in that wide receiver room. Obviously, Casey and Mario have come in and done a phenomenal job, and those two guys are the headlines. And both of them have had really, really big games for us. But we also think Terry Bussey continues to get better every week, and we think Ashton Bethel-Roman is a kid who's going to continue to create plays for himself. And so we feel like that entire room and just the entire passing game in general is upgraded, and that was something
that we felt like had to happen. You know, if you look at Texas A&M for the last 6 years, that just hasn't been the case. And so we needed to be more explosive, and certainly that won us a ball game in South Bend.
As a former DC, now head coach, which was, I mean, A&M has been a team that you like to pound. Let's go down the field, run the ball down your throat, big long drives, and now you're a big play team, which is more demoralizing for the defense coach, giving up that big play or those long drives that end in touchdowns?
Yeah, I just think you have to, if you look at the teams that have won this conference, they all have had explosive passing games. You know, and there's a physicality that you have to have. There's a level of defense you've got to play. You have to be able to run the ball when you need to, for sure. But in the SEC, if people are going to load boxes against you and put numbers into the box, those are hard matchups. No matter how good your O-line is, no matter how good your running backs are, you know, that's a lot of big athletic bodies in and around the line of scrimmage. And so, you know, if you look back at the history of this league, there's a level of passing attack that has always been necessary to have success. And yeah, I think that's the direction we're trying to move this thing.
Coach, and Coach, if you fall behind, you know, it's not, oh, wow, how are we going to be able to come back? We know we can make a big play and get right back into this football game.
Yeah, and that's 3 straight road games we've done that, going back to last year. And, again, that's not you know, we'd like to stop living in that world where we get down 17-7. You know, we got down last year 21-0 at Auburn and came back and put the game into overtime because Marcel threw the ball well. And so, yeah, you don't want to live in that world, but we obviously have a comfort that the game's never out of reach with the way we can play offense.
Coach, you're from a defensive standpoint, what's going to be the key to taking on? There have been some games where Auburn's cranked it up on the ground, and in others where they haven't been quite as successful. Defensively, what are you learning about your team in the early stages? You weren't lying about those 2 running backs at Notre Dame. Holy cats! You went against Chubb, and Sony Michel, and you said these might be the 2 best combination that you faced since you were a coach, and they were really, really good. Where do you stand now, you think, as a run defense?
Yeah, I think, you know, our average yards per carry has gone down every game we played, which is obviously trending in the right direction. It's still not where it needs to be, but at least it's trending in the right direction. I think for us defensively, it's just all about consistency. It's our ability to consistently play at the level we're capable of, because I think when we do that, you know, we've shown that we can be really good. We just have to find ways and find ways as coaches and players to do it more often. And I think that's our biggest challenge. And that's the challenge we had during the bye week. That's the challenge we've laid out to them going into this game. And, you know, see if we could put together, you know, 4 full quarters of football, offense, defense, and special teams as we head into SEC play, because that's what it's going to take.
Mike Elko, head coach, Texas A&M, with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. This week it was announced your 3 permanent opponents, Texas, LSU, and Missouri. What do you think about the 3?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously we knew Texas and LSU would be there. You know, the third one could have gone in a lot of different directions. It wound up going Missouri, and that's a great game. It's a great team. It's a great opponent. Got a lot of respect for Coach Drinkowitz, and you know. But when you look at, I think every program woke up this morning saying they have a really hard schedule next year, and you know, that's the depth of the SEC, and that's the challenge of the SEC, and I think the challenge moving forward is going to be on the playoff committee to figure out how to value that. You know, we're going to play. We have 7 teams on our schedule next year that are currently in the top 20. How is that going to get valued? Because going through that gauntlet at 9-3 or 8-4 is certainly going to be more impressive than some of these other teams who played no ranked teams going 10-2.
Mm-hmm. Boy, this ain't your dad's Missouri team anymore. Coach Drinkwitz is doing a hell of a job up there.
Yeah, he is for sure. I've known Coach Drinkowitz for a long time, going back to when I was a D coordinator at Wake, and he was the offensive coordinator at NC State, and ton of respect for him and the job that they do. And you know, we go up there in a few weeks, and that'll be a big challenge this year, and you know, that'll be a game that'll be a challenge every year that we're here.
Well, they got a lot of play. I mean, they're cranking out a lot of talent at multiple positions, NFL talent. So it's they have recruited extremely well. You guys have recruited extremely well. Had a lot of NFL talent from those two programs. But obviously you're not facing them. You're facing Auburn this week. Coach, listen, we know you've got to get back to preparing for the game. We're not going to take up your time too much. Thanks for joining us today. I do want to ask you one quick question, though. I know your analytics and sports science guy, Craddock. I got to meet Craddock a few years back. Can you talk? And I've seen some of his tech, and it's just like some of the stuff he's done has just been really incredible. Can you talk about the importance of having that kind of technology, the computer vision, the things that you have from a scouting standpoint of opponents now?
Yeah, I think we want to be a team that lives on the high end of sports science and tries to use every advantage from every resource that we can. And, Tommy Moffitt and his staff do a phenomenal job. Craddock's a big piece of it. And it goes into a lot of different ways. It goes into, how we practice, how we train in the off season, how we make sure that we stay fresh throughout the season, and then gets into a lot of opponent scout data and how we can help our players match up the right way. And so, we try to take advantage of every opportunity that we can to create what we're looking for.
Tommy Moffitt was my brother's strength coach at John Curtis way back in the day.
Oh, wow.
When he played high school there. I think he might have been at LSU and my dad was there. I can't remember if Coach Moffitt was there or not, but for those who don't know, he's been around, and he is one of the really great strength coaches in college football.
Yeah, he's the best.
That is Mike Elko every other week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coach, go get him this weekend. I know it's going to be rocking in College Station. So thanks for taking the time with us.
Yeah, appreciate you guys having me on.
All right, there is Mike Elko joining us every other week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Big one against Auburn. I just feel bad for Jackson Arnold this weekend. If he gave up, if OU gets 9 sacks on him, man, this Texas A&M is going to bring the house.
Yeah, but the problem is what's going to be interesting is A&M as a run defense has really been spotty at times this year.
Well, look who they face, though.
That's going to – well, I mean, UTEP got him for – no, Texas San Antonio got him for over 200. So that ain't a kill. They're not exactly a killer. So you got to be able to – I mean, that's one of the problems is they couldn't stop UTSA. Mm-hmm. So I think – and, they lost – they lost 3 pros on their defensive line. Three guys who weren't in the first 3 rounds were lost from their defensive line. So it's not always easy to – and that's why it's going to get better as the year goes on. I would expect their run defense to look completely different by week 8 than it does in week 2 because these guys are just going to play a lot more football by then.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely.
One of the really good games. I wonder if they had Missouri, if they decided to pair them with Missouri because they came into – number one, you can't have – well, you never know how teams are going to be. On its face, you think LSU and Texas will always be really tough matchups. Different teams go through different lulls and down periods. Texas wasn't always a tough matchup, and LSU had its down. Not for a while, it hasn't. But Missouri came in at the same time as A&M, so I wonder if that's one of the reasons why they threw them in there, because it's kind of a historical and somewhat regional matchup. They're north of you, so it makes a little bit more sense than headed SEC East, going somewhere in that neighborhood, or just another SEC quote West team, like Mississippi State, who's got way more. It makes more sense because these other teams in the SEC have way more established rivalries because of their history. Missouri doesn't. They came in the same time you did.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Yeah,
is that you're both relatively newcomers. Yeah. Right? Arkansas would have made some sense, though, the old Southwest Conference. Mm-hmm. That would have made some sense.
Who's Texas 3?
Texas has all Southwest Conference.
So it is they got Arkansas.
And A&M, Oklahoma, and Arkansas.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Arkansas was the 3rd. That makes perfect sense.
Yep. I mean, that's a long rivalry, too, right there. All right, let's break it. Thank you, Coach Elko. We appreciate it. 713-780-3776. Anybody who wants to get in here, you're more than welcome. I want to talk about my peeps over at Brinkman Quality Roofing. Jason has been doing this. I'm telling you, when you talk about, a guy whose family's been doing this for over 50 years in the Houston area, you think they haven't seen everything. You think they don't know everything. Every different kind of roof that you could possibly have. Now it's solar shingles. He told me, listen, if you're going to get a new roof now, just get these solar shingles because they literally pay for themselves. And a lot of people don't want the solar panels up there. It's just too weird looking. These are shingles, okay? And they're so good, and it's going to save you money in the long run. You are going to it'll pay for itself. So if you're looking for a great new roof, check that out. They got tin roofs. They got every kind of roof you could possibly want, okay? They also have siding. They do that as well. How about a free inspection of your roof? Let them give you a bill of health or let them tell you exactly what's going on. It's wrong and it's free. Free consultation, 844-215-2876. If you haven't done anything with your roof in some time, you need to. Brinkman, BRINKMANN, quality, brinkmanquality.com.
So that's going to make some of you mad the way I'm hitting the way I'm hitting that accent, but that's just the way it is. It's authentic. I'm authentic. I think you know that. And the food is authentic at Taquerias Arandas. You're going to get real Mexican food. You're not going to get someone's interpretation of it. Real Mexican food, from the tortillas all the way to the carne asada. Everything is going to be authentic, and you are going to get delicious food waiting for you for breakfast, for lunch, or for dinner at very reasonable prices. And it's something that is filling. It's something that is flavorful. And really, frankly, it's a great time to hang out and enjoy yourself with your friends. Margaritas, beers, Mexican food, it all goes together. But did you know that while you're at the location, you can post up at the sports bar they have? They've turned in select locations, their bar areas, into complete sports bars with multiple TVs and the ability to watch all the games you want. They have different menus at the sports bar to where you've got, a kind of a more fun, more bar type food, I should say, and drink specials, obviously, at happy hour. So make sure that Taquerias Arandas is on your wish list if you haven't been there before. If you have been there before, why are you waiting to go back? Get back in there, grab breakfast this morning, lunch this afternoon, or dinner this evening at one of the multiple locations. Just search which one is nearest you, Taquerias Arandas.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. We haven't mentioned Gundy. Gundy got fired. A lot of talk about Zach Robinson possibly taking over. He's with the Falcons now. He's their offensive coordinator. Ryan Silverfield is doing nice things with Memphis. Memphis with a big win this weekend. They're 4-0. Ben Arbuckle, the offensive coordinator from Oklahoma. It's always good to steal from Oklahoma. That's always nice. And Doug Meacham. Love Meach. Meach was the first guy that offered JT out of high school. So when he was here with the Cougs, and that was great. So he'll always I'll always have a fondness for Doug Meacham.
They call him Meach. They call him Meach Dog.
They call him Meach.
Okay.
But he's the interim now, and sometimes you move in. Let's see how they play now going forward. That's a mess. That is a mess over there in Stillwater. Gundy kind of I think he just lost a lot of interest. He certainly wasn't as. What happens with Dabo? What happens with Dabo if they continue to play the way that they have played now?
Man,
he says, "I'm going to get a job. You guys can fire me, but I'm going to get a job." Okay, he will.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. How about Dabo to Alabama if things don't work out for DeBoer?
You think they're going to want him after coming off a losing Clemson?
He's an Alabama guy.
Yeah, he had his chance. They don't want that anymore.
No,
they don't want the stench of. They'll try to get Nick back if DeBoer doesn't get it. I think
Nick ain't going back to Alabama.
Look, here's the thing: DeBoer is a really good coach.
Yes,
the question's
going to
be: is he the right guy for? Not everyone's the right guy for Alabama. Not everyone's the right guy for the SEC.
Yeah,
and I think he's got to prove it. I don't know. I thought he was great. I think Ryan Grubb, his offensive coordinator, is fantastic at Washington. They helped turn Michael Penix into a first-round draft pick because I don't think Michael Penix – I didn't have him great.
He looked great last week.
No, that's what I'm saying.
No.
That's what I'm saying. So I don't know that Michael Penix is as good as he looked at Washington, but I think DeBoer and Ryan Grubb, who they just got back this year, they demoted their offense coordinator to a lower position just because they got Grubb back, who spent 1 year in Seattle, and then Seattle got rid of Grubb and the offensive line coach. But I think DeBoer's a really good coach. I don't know how he's going to fit at Alabama. The effort level, the physicality, some of the stuff that Alabama showed against in the Florida State game were extremely disappointing. Didn't look anywhere near what we're used to seeing from Alabama teams. So that'll be interesting to see. Not everyone's made for Texas. I would say for A&M. A&M can be tough. People don't realize, John, you probably know this, they've got a lot of alumni who like to get in the mix, who like to have their voices heard at A&M. It's not always easy at Texas A&M. Texas is the same way. Not everyone works at Texas. We already know famously Charlie Strong had no backing from Red McCombs. Like, they didn't talk to me about him. Like, I didn't know they were supposed to talk to you, Red.
Well,
but if you're the money guy.
Yeah, Mac established a program where they had access.
Mm-hmm. Because he knew how to play the game. And then they wanted that
to continue. And when it doesn't, then they're all, okay, well, this is the wrong guy. This is the wrong guy. So,
right.
Those big money guys, they want their access, and they want, to feel like they're part of the program and have say in the program when, in fact, that's the coach's job,
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. Nobody had more access than T. Boone, right, at Oklahoma State. And rightfully so. He owned the university, just like Tillman has all of the say that he should have at the University of Houston, because they, it's Tillman for T to University, and you know what, rightfully so. When you pay for it, you pay for the program, then you should have a bunch of access. But it has been, Gundy has turned that thing. Hey, listen, when you got 65, 70 new guys every year, it's going to fall apart. You can't sustain that. You've got to have some continuity in the program, and there was none.
No, Gundy got to where he just wasn't even likable.
No, well, and not only that, I don't think he was disinterested.
You think so?
Yeah, I do.
It's funny how universally. Oh, I couldn't believe this. They were in the early in the second quarter losing to Tulsa, and they were a double-digit favorite, like something like 18, something really high. And everyone on Twitter, everything you saw is like, this is it for Gundy, this is it. It was like universally across social media, everyone was saying, "Oh, well, this is it for Gundy. He'll get fired after this," and that ended up happening.
Well, right. I mean, there's been a lot of that. I thought the week before he was fired. I thought he was fired last week, not
early
this week.
in the season.
Yeah. Man. So, yeah. Well, hey, look at speaking of which, speaking of play calling and all of that stuff, Brian Callahan's already relinquished his play calling duties at Tennessee. He said, "Nah, I'm not doing it. I'm
trying to hang on to your job is what it. Well, that's probably coming. That may be pressure coming down from ownership or GM.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Because, nobody's as involved as Indianapolis's owner, but I would imagine after watching what they've been doing these last couple of weeks, that Callahan said, or it came from on high, you need to give that up. And who is it? Bo Hardigree? He's going to be taking over play calling duties this week. If I'm the Texans, man, I'm throwing a lot of exotics at them because this is a guy who's taken over for the first time. If I'm the Texans, I'm going to do a lot of different stuff to try to fool not only a rookie but a rookie play caller making his first ever play calling duties.
Well, don't worry, they'll be doing the same thing to the Texans, I'm sure.
I'm sure they will, but the Texans offense, they're so smart. This team is so smart that there's nothing you can throw at this team.
Yeah, that's true. That's a fair point.
They haven't seen.
That's a fair point.
Listen, that is even more. I mean, you got the Texans this week, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what number you could. I think the Texans blow them out. I think the Texans just blow them out. And
okay.
Yeah. No, there's nothing that I haven't seen from this Texans team that doesn't say wide open. Nothing but points this
well,
week.
they're desperate. I mean, they're absolutely desperate. And like DJ Bieniemy said, boy, DJ kind of laid some things out there. I thought, just talking about how, they don't really have a dog on the. Steve Smith told me something interesting. The wide receiver, and he's friends and really, or he's friends and associates with a lot of wide receivers still in the league. And he talks to a lot of. He's got really great intel, and especially the wide receiver position and how different rooms are operating. He's friends with wide receiver coaches, and he told me that the reason that Stephon Diggs was always going to be okay with the Texans is because Tank Dell is the alpha in the room. I said, Tank Dell? He said, oh yeah, Tank is that guy in the room. Tank is not, I'm going to fight you or one of those things, but Tank is the mouth in the room. Tank is the guy that talks. Tank is the guy that people kind of rally around, which I was surprised to hear that. I was really surprised to hear it, but I know that that's not really Nico's personality, but, and he's obviously co-signed by C.J. Stroud, who loves Tank Dell, but I was kind of surprised to hear that, that Tank was kind of the guy in the locker room. And he hasn't played this year. I don't know. You got a rookie. You got a quiet Nico Collins, according to DJ Bieniemy. You got a couple rookies on there. Justin Watson, who's just a journeyman wide receiver, basically. You got Christian Kirk, who's a quiet veteran. The question we didn't ask DJ Bieniemy when he was on, and if you didn't hear him, you should go back and listen on the podcast. It's worth your time. A question I have that he probably wouldn't want to give a straight answer on the record because it could come back and be a pain in the ass for him is, how hard is it going to be to find somebody that CJ buys in with and really likes a lot? Do you have to always make CJ happy as an offensive coordinator? CJ, I get the feeling based on conversations I had before the draft with CJ, only dealt with Ryan Day. He didn't deal with the offensive coordinator, quote unquote coordinator. He wasn't even the play caller. So CJ's kind of very particular about who he likes to deal with. And I don't think he loved dealing with Bobby Slowick by the end of year 2. I wonder if that's very quietly an issue for that team, that CJ has to have the right guy and everything has to be perfect, or he's going to be kind of in his feelings a little bit. And
listen,
I think he's a good. I think he has leadership qualities, John. I think he's a hard worker, but I wonder if he needs to have things his way for him to really be locked in.
Well, I mean, when DJ was talking about, if it comes down to it, and it's not there, but whether or not the organization sticks with D'Amico or they stick with the quarterback, and you always choose the quarterback. Mm-hmm. Are we sure? Are we sure?
I don't know in this
And
instance.
first of all, is the quarterback going to stick with you? Because you know who his agent is.
Mm-hmm.
You know he can't. He's got a pouty face right now.
That's Deshaun Watson's agent, for those who don't know. And we know how that ended with Deshaun.
Right. And he's got a pouty face right now that, I don't know if things don't turn around, I'm not sure that the quarterback is going to say, hey, this is where – I'm not sure that you choose the quarterback over the coach, because I'm not sure that you can rely on the first of all, is he a guy that you give the max contract to right now? And the answer is no. The answer is no. I'm not sure that CJ is a franchise quarterback right now. We knew after year one, rah, 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 you were quarterback rich, and everybody else was quarterback poor, Lance. They were the poors.
I don't know who said that.
And now, are we quarterback rich?
No.
We're
quarterback. We're in the middle class, and I would even argue that right now we're looking like lower middle class. Yeah. Hard to believe, but that's where we are. And until CJ looks different, I can't say anything. Do things need to be better? Yes. For CJ, yes. Does CJ need to be better? Yes. It's the same thing as last year. People they wanted to avoid it and blame it on Bobby Slowick, and they thought everything would be good if you fixed Bobby Slowick. It was never just Bobby Slowick. No. There was always multiple issues at play, and I think those issues are more pronounced now because now you got a rookie play caller who knows less than Slowick, who has less experience. And you got receivers that are having a hard time getting open. And you got a quarterback who has become a little bit jumpy when pressure hits him. And you've got a team who doesn't handle blitzes well. And you're going to have some inconsistency at that left tackle. I thought he was really more of a right tackle. I know he's played left tackle. I thought I'm still not convinced that athletically Ursary is a full-time left tackle.
Well, Josh Heinzel improved. Not yet.
Well, he wasn't ready. He certainly wasn't ready to take him on.
And they weren't ready to.
He's not ready.
That whole thing was just so poorly executed by the offense. All right, 713-780-3776. You got a problem at home? Maybe Zadok Jewelers can help you.
Zadok is, look, they don't want to just be the ones who get you out of the doghouse, but I promise you it will work. I promise you if you get those new earrings, or it depends on what your problem is. It may take a diamond. It may take a tennis bracelet. That's a big problem. But tennis bracelet fixes everything. Trust me. Have you ever seen a tennis bracelet? Unbelievable. There's not a woman alive that wouldn't love to have a tennis bracelet. But there's so much more that they can do, from necklaces to diamond pendants to earrings to those tennis bracelets to bracelets in general, women's watches, and men's watches, of course. You've got the luxury watches on both sides. The top makers in the entire world are available there. This is the best jewelry you're going to find in the city of Houston. Over 4 decades, simply back up my statement. And they've been there on Post Oak the entire time. They moved into their new location a couple of years back. They're at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, and it is 28,000 square feet of incredible jewelry and knowledgeable sales staff who can help you find exactly what it is that is going to blow her away and make her fall in love with you even harder than she did, or get you out of the doghouse if you need to be out of the doghouse. Is Zadok Jewelers. Don't forget Watchtoberfest. If you want to read up more about that, you can go to the website. Drinks, food, coffee, and incredible watches with unique timepieces that have not been seen up to this point. They're all going to be there October 3rd and October 4th. For more information, go to the website, zadok.com.
So it's Ryder Cup week, and the first thing I think of when I think of Ryder Cup and excellence in golf is Billy Brown. Billy Brown from Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Actually, the first thing I think of when I think of Billy Brown's golf game is toilets, okay? And that's the first thing I think of because, well, Billy's really terrible at golf. But you know what that tells me? Billy's inability to play golf is that he cares more about plumbing than he does golf, okay? I'm okay because I don't care about anything, right? Okay, so there's that. So with Billy, I just think of how great his plumbing abilities are, and with so much time being spent on plumbing, his golf game sucks. So here's the deal: is if you have any issue, you want a guy, you don't want a plumber who's great at golf. You don't want that, and you don't have that at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. What you got is a guy that's terrible at golf because he spends so much time making sure that your plumbing is working great. Okay, that's what you want. That's what you need in a plumber. You don't need a good golfer, and you don't have one with Billy. So here's the deal. It doesn't matter what issue that you have, they're going to come to your house absolutely free. They're going to give you a free consultation, and then they're going to give you a great deal on whatever issues that you have and fixing it. You have to have a plumber. You have to have somebody who sucks at golf, and that's Billy Brown and Aqueduct Plumbing Company. You're looking for that plumber? Okay, I got him for you. You give Billy a call or go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com, aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
I love doing a radio spot where I just talk about how crappy a golfer the owner is. That's my favorite.
Why do people like you?
No one likes me.
No, they do. I don't get it. I saw it at the appreciation party, listener appreciation party. People like you. Your friends who happen to want to do business with us, they like you for some reason, all they do is get name checked and told, and the Houston people who are listening to us find out they're bad golfers, they're terrible people.
Yeah, like Yanni.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah,
and yet they want to hang out with you.
That's one of many.
They just want to. Well, he just went after Billy Brown about how bad he is at golf, and yet they didn't want to hang out.
Billy gives him money to say that.
I know.
That's the ironic part.
Billy gives him money to talk about his company and how great they do what you do a good, fine job of it. But also, I don't know if Billy paid you extra to tell people how crappy he is at things.
I don't think he did.
Did he
He didn't give extra, but that's what you get what you pay for.
I don't know that.
Well, that's not what he paid for.
Well,
he paid for us to tell people about. And by the way, that's just real. We use them all the time. As a matter of fact, more than I wish I had to, except for the fact that I know he'll get out there. Billy's the best. Billy's the best.
That's what I said.
He's
the best
I don't know why
at plumbing.
he gets crapped on like this.
But then
he sucks.
What else?
He sucks at golf.
That doesn't feel like it's necessary to say.
Well, no, it is, because if he was good at golf, then you'd know you're spending too much time on the golf course, and he's not.
Well, no, he is.
Well, to be clear, Billy doesn't actually come out to every home, so the business owner isn't the one who's always fixing your plumbing. So
no,
I don't think Billy needs you to tell people he sucks at golf, and that means he's a good plumber.
Well, I'll tell you this. You know who else sucks at golf is Yanni. Well, I mean, he's terrible.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well,
because Greek wings.
Because this hour is brought to you by Damaris Barbecue. You know what? They're working on lunch right now. They're working in that kitchen. Bring you that brisket. Bring you the fajitas.
We'll be waiting
bring
for
you all the good food. Not playing golf. He sucks at golf, okay? So I know he's not on a golf course right now. I know he's getting ready for a big day of barbecue.
I don't know who owns Strictly HEB. I don't know who's the CEO anymore or whatever. But imagine like the Astros are like, look, if you like great fajita meat, go to HEB. You know why? Because that guy sucks at golf. He doesn't spend enough time. He doesn't spend enough time on the golf course. It's because he's making you your fajitas. That doesn't compute, because the guy making the fajitas isn't the guy who owns the company.
You don't know.
I do know that. I've seen those guys back there, and they don't say, hey, this is undercover boss.
Scott might be back there.
Undercover boss.
And I'm making fajitas today.
Scott might be back there going, hey, this needs a little more salt.
At every location?
You don't know.
Yanni, you couldn't put any makeup on Yanni and give him prosthetics. Yanni looks like Yanni. He ain't fooling nobody on Undercover Boss. Yanni's the most Yanni-looking person I've ever seen.
Well, yeah,
the only person who looks more like Yanni is his brothers.
Yeah. No, they're all Yannis. All the Yannis.
Bunch of Yannis, yeah.
That's a bunch of Yannis. That's what they are. Yeah. Frankie and Jamie probably aren't happy about that, but sorry. No, whenever we talk about the Greeks, Chad always goes, oh, yeah, all them Yannis. All them Yannis. That's what they are. Anyway, Billy, I'm sorry, but I just had to make my point. Just had to make a point about your terrible golf game.
Hey, speaking of golf, did you see Ed Ogeron trying to get people hyped up? I'm sure you saw, John. He was at the Ryder Cup yesterday, and he's like, all right, on the count of three, we're going to say USA. Like, we love USA. We'll tell everybody USA. All right, 1, 2, 3, USA. 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 Did you see him doing that?
I didn't see it.
The shirt stayed on for now, but when it's officially,
it's coming off.
When does Ryder Cup start? Thursday?
First thing that comes up when you put in Ed Ogeron, Ryder Cup.
Yeah, he's
right.
already getting them hyped up, and the shirt is on for now, but it ain't staying on. He goes to weddings and he takes his shirt off.
I know.
I know you saw the one where they were, like Ed Ogeron was dancing and singing, and I mean, I can't believe when my brother's at Nicholls State playing football. They call him Bebe Ogeron, and he said Bebe was there because he had gotten in a fight in Miami. It's like Miami just said, we can't deal with this. This guy's a psychopath. And it was his last day. You know, he had a drinking problem. They got rid of him. The only place it would take him was a Cajun place, Nicholls State, South Louisiana. And Ed Ogeron, who was this, really highly coveted, touted young coach at that time, was on the staff, and my brother's like, man, it was,
Well, at that time, he was having a good time now.
Oh, really good time.
Really good
Well,
time.
he had to have less good times because that's how he built himself back up into being, a coach. And eventually won a national championship until LSU wanted to. You got to get him out of there. You got to get on to the next one.
Clear now. Loud and proud, baby. Here we go.
USA! 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 USA!
Loud and proud, baby.
You heard him.
Loud and clear now.
Loud and clear now. He was perfect for that 19 team, though. Perfect.
Oh, yeah.
He stayed out of the way.
Just let them do whatever they want, and they go win. Yeah. Don't screw it up is what his job was.
Let Brady do what Brady do. Let Aranda do what Aranda do, and go get him.
I know that's right.
Yep, and he was just the face. That's all. And the rah guy, it was perfect. It was perfect. And then, his extracurricular activities.
He enjoyed himself after winning that title.
He sure did.
Some people can get you there. I don't know that Ed Ogeron was ever going to be a maintainer.
Yeah, keep you there
of status. Of what they were, and they lost a lot. But
oh man, how many players were drafted? 19?
Oh, it was insane.
You couldn't possibly keep that up.
Unbelievable amount of talent.
Right, and then the next year, Alabama had the same thing.
Mm-hmm. And then Ohio State had it, and then Georgia had it. Like everyone's threatening the last team's record. Ohio State last year, Georgia the year before, 2 years before,
Michigan.
Alabama, Michigan, and then of course LSU was one of the most fun that I've ever seen. Like that team was so much fun to watch.
This LSU team is interesting in that, offensively they're not what they'll be better, but that defense is really, really good. That defense is really good. That'll be interesting to see if it's good enough to get them to the playoff. If Nussmeier will play better.
They got to go, to Ole Miss this weekend?
Yeah. Yep.
And Lane's daughter's dating Whit Weeks.
Yep. Have you seen her getting ready and asking him questions? Have you seen this?
Asking Lane questions?
Yeah, so she's getting ready for last weekend's game, putting her makeup on. And
she does this every week, right?
Yeah, right. They do a sit-down talk. She calls him her wallet, and he calls her the drain.
Boy, how accurate and honest is that?
It is. And but there's a picture of her sitting on Whit Weeks' lap, and apparently they are a thing. Not surprisingly, Lane was able to pull because she's a very pretty girl. The genes are really good with that one, that's actually, I watched it. I was like, this is actually kind of funny. I could see Lane Kiffin. Lane's got a lot of personality.
Mm-hmm.
Lane's got a lot of personality.
I can't believe I like him. Like,
I know.
I didn't used to like him. I know how smarmy he is. I don't think he's always been the best guy.
I think he's changed some.
Maybe, but there's something about him, his honesty. Yeah. You know, he and Paul Feinbaum have gone at it, and it's been kind of nasty, some of the stuff Paul said. And now they have a relationship where they break each other's balls, and it's not even like it's an understood thing where they can sit on the panel together and do that to each other, and they're good with it. Like it's almost a friendship thing, kind of.
I don't know. I know that Lincoln Riley will never have a friendship with him. There's nobody that's been more critical of Lincoln Riley than Paul
if you're
Feinbaum.
not in the SEC, Paul will just lay you out.
Yeah, well, and he accuses them wanting to get out because they were moving to the SEC because he was scared. You know, that's ugly. That's an ugly relationship right there. Mm-hmm. All right, 713-780-3776. You guys want to get in here, you're more than welcome. Right now, though, I'm talking about Coors Light. I'm talking about my refrigerator. I'm stocked. Are you? I just bought another 12-pack. I got me some beer for this weekend. I got my nephew coming over, and we will sit down. We're going to play some golf. When we're done with golf, we come home, and what do we want? Well, of course, we want some food. Get that food on the table, and get those Coors Lights on the table as well. Let's go. Because I know this. We'll be cracking some Coors Lights, me and my nephew this week, and I want you to too. Whenever you have someone coming to your house, make sure that you're ready for them. Make sure, you want to clean the house. You want to make sure it's presentable, everything. You want to look nice. You got to have Coors Lights. You got to be ready with the Coors Lights for the people. As soon as you get there, crack one open, and now you got yourself a party. It is cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. Don't give them some motor oil beer. Give them what's best for everybody involved. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Make sure you stock up for this weekend because we got some good football with Coors Light.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Yeah, you just heard the Knicks play. He's another one that can't golf, by the way. Terrible. But one of his commercials talks about, hey, the Astros are playing great. And okay.
Re-record.
Yeah, we're gonna have to take that one out of rotation.
And then the Astros talk for a while. They lose yesterday 5-1.
So I got a question for you. Right. I mean, even if they make the playoffs, I mean, this team, we knew early on this team doesn't have it, and this team just doesn't. We got to have a serious conversation. Is the run over?
I think so. And I think it's unfortunate. Because the pitching, it might not be if Zach Cole becomes that guy, if Cam Smith becomes that guy, you can make a point. Altuve's not going to play forever. Carlos Correa's 31, but still got some baseball left. Jeremy Pena looks like a great
young
player. Yainer Diaz, you don't know what's going
Jordan's on. Young. Can't stay on the field.
Jordan can't stay on the field. But, I think what the problem, my biggest concern is that these arm injuries may have zapped this team.
Yeah.
And they may not be coming back like Verlander did. Verlander came back and won a Cy Young after having Tommy John. I don't know if that's going to – Luis Garcia, I feel like his career may be over. Lance McCullers is done. I haven't seen the same Christian Javier, although there are times he'll get strikeouts.
Fromber's done.
Okay. Fromber will be gone.
Hunter, you still got.
Hunter's still really good.
You're going to have him.
Eric Getty's still got a lot to prove. So I feel like the run might be over relative to the young players with the A's, but they'll get rid of them when they need to. The Mariners look like they're built to last a little bit now, and I could see them. They attacked the trade deadline and improved themselves.
Yeah.
So, but I want to ask you this, John. I'm thinking about all the arm injuries for the Astros and across Major League Baseball. And so I went and looked up some statistics for Tommy John surgeries, UCL surgeries, after Spider Tack was banned. Spider Tack was banned. The gripping substance was banned in 2021. It was huge for Garrett Cole and others. It allows you to get spin more easily on the ball. Once they took it out, there were pitchers saying you have to work harder to generate spin. I don't know that it's not connected to where there have been more. There were 20 Tommy Johns in 2020, and then I think it went to 27, then 24, and then in the 30s this year or last year. I wonder if some of these arm issues are happening because teams who were using some Spider Tack to get a better grip on the ball to create spin rate are not able to do it anymore, and they've got to rely more on arm torque. And if that's one of the concerns and why so many arm issues are popping up, especially with our team. It used to just be McCullers. Now it's everybody.
Well, and the Astros were probably in the forefront with the sticky substance.
Yeah, I would imagine. I mean, all the teams were doing it.
Yeah, yeah.
And it wasn't argued about.
It wasn't, it wasn't.
The hitters didn't even really complain that much.
Yeah, and I don't know even if it was illegal. But it became illegal, and then and then all of a sudden everybody's got Tommy Johns. Yeah, maybe there's some correlation. I don't know. I was a doctor. I'm not a doctor anymore. I've lost my license, so I don't know. There's a real possibility there. Look at you going and doing some research.
Yeah.
And then going, I don't know, it was like 30 or 24 or something.
Well, I'm trying to remember, but I remember it was
right.
It was a number in 20.
You could write it down or something.
He did all that research and didn't type any of it.
But the number has gone higher. Well, I was in my bed.
I looked at it, but I didn't. I think I could bring it to the show, but I won't.
I didn't want to, give like all real numbers.
Yeah,
or anything like that.
I don't want to do that.
Yeah. But I'm proud of you that you went and looked.
Yeah, he looked up stuff and gave us inaccurate numbers.
That's great. Michael's on the line. Let's get him in here. Michael, what's going on?
Hey, fellas. Hey, man. Lance and John, I respect you guys' opinion. So if the Texans end up winning 3 games all year, what happens? I mean, I love D'Amico. I like him as a coach, but head's got to roll. I mean, what do you do with DJ? I mean, I don't know. Like, if the Texans end up winning only 3 games, say they win 4 games, what's the end game here?
Will they get rid of D'Amico Ryans after? I think it'd be a huge mistake. I just don't believe in one and done. You have an off year 1 year. Last year they won the division, double-digit wins both years in a row, and you're already teams that flip, that constantly move coordinators, constantly move head coaches. They're just poor teams. I mean, that's the bottom line. Is there's no continuity, there's no faith, there's no belief, there's anti-ownership. I'm worried that this ownership gets too reactionary to fan reaction. Yeah. Yep. You can't do that. Now, I do think they think D'Amico's the guy, and I think D'Amico's got a chance to be the guy for sure. But he's got to get his play caller right, and he has to do his own work on defense. There's still he's not perfect.
Well,
on
this
defense.
this is probably this season, and if it is 4 wins, God forbid, I don't know. Hypothetically, how did they play? Were they shootouts, or was the defense bad? Was the defense really good? The offense just sucked. I mean, is it all D'Amico? Is it CJ? Is it Kaylee? Is it Nick with the offensive line that he's put on the field? I mean, there's a lot of issues with this team right now. I hate to be, a hypothetical of 4 wins. I think they'll win more than. We'll see though. But you got to see who's the culprit. Somebody's going to catch it. It might be Nick that catches it. Might be Nick.
He's got a long contract.
We know Cal and Hannah love D'Amico and love CJ, right? Mm-hmm. I don't know what they think. They probably do really like Nick Caserio, but Nick Casario's got to take his heat for this.
Nick Caserio is one of the most highest paid. So here's the story on that one. What is believed to have happened is Jack Easterby was trying to save his own job because Omar Khan from the Steelers was going to be the next general manager of the Houston Texans, and the head coach is going to be Jim Caldwell. And I got that on pretty good authority. And Omar Khan at the last second found out that he was not going to be the guy. Jamie Roots was incredibly disappointed by that because he thought it was a done deal, that Omar Khan was going to be the guy. And what had happened was Jack found out, and Jack made an end around and went and threw a Hail Mary and convinced Cal that, hey, we need to go get Nick Caserio. This is a guy we were talking about a couple of years ago. Let's get on a plane and let's finalize this with Nick Caserio. Let's bring him back into the mix. And Omar thought he was going to be the guy. And they went and got Nick Caserio, and Nick said, yeah, I'll come. Well, then Jack Easterby, who the reason he threw the Hail Mary is because he knew he was on thin ice, and he had asked Laramie Tunsil, will you have my back, when the new guy comes in, and tell him I need to stay. And he goes, bleep, no, I'm not going to have your back. I don't care about you. And that's when Jack's like, uh-oh. And so Jack went and threw the Hail Mary. He completed it. Nick Caserio became the guy, and then Jack negotiated, I want to say it was a 6-year, $5 million a year contract. Really high, long and high dollar for Nick Caserio. And the thought, first of all, they might have had the same agent as well. I think they had the same agent too. It's a huge conflict of interest. I mean, just a huge conflict of interest. And he gave a deal that I think he wanted to do that because he was hoping that would, tie him into the Texans for long term. Once he gets the GM and the GM has some power and, hey, I'm the guy, who got you this deal. I need you to look out for me. But at some point, I don't know that Nick really cared. At the end of the day, Nick he's a football robot. He knows Jack's not a football guy. And Nick may appreciate him, Nick may like him, but Jack Easterby's not going to help you win any games. And so I think Nick, when it all was said and done, I think Hannah and Cal figured out. I know this is the fact. Hannah and Cal figured out who Easterby was, and Easterby was gone. But in the meantime, he gave Nick this unbelievably high-priced deal for a GM, first-time GM, and most GMs are first-time. And it was on the heels of terrible deals taking on David Johnson's contract, a Laramie Tunsil deal that allowed him to have all leverage. Like the contracts at the Texans that Bill O'Brien and Jackie Easterby gave out were absolutely atrocious. And I would throw Nick Caserio in there. Nick Caserio got a deal that wasn't even negotiated. And they're just handing him money. So now, you're paying him a lot of money, and I would argue that you're not getting your money.
Well, you're on the back end of it now, though. So
yeah.
or have they extended him? I think they've extended him.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure Nick got an extension as well, along with everybody else. That we're great. Everything is great. 10-7, 2 playoff runs in a row, and now this. And you know what? I don't know who's going to catch it. I don't think D'Amico catches it. I'm not sure. Again, CJ's got to play a lot better if he wants to be a $60 million player. That's for sure. A lot better.
Do you? Does he have to?
Yes, he absolutely has to.
Did you see what Trevor Lawrence made?
Yeah, CJ.
Actually, quarterbacks don't have to play well to get paid a lot of money. They actually don't. You just need to be average and to have a team that's afraid to move on from you. That's all you need. It doesn't really take much anymore. That's the terrifying thing, is that you don't even have to be good to get paid.
Wow.
CJ, he's going to – and David Mulgeta, make no mistake, somebody said, why didn't they put Davis Mills in there? Any other team that was 0-3, the quarterback would be benched. If you bench CJ Stroud, I can guarantee you that David Mulgeta will make sure that you know how displeased he is. And that will be the beginning of CJ Stroud getting ready to leave the Houston Texans.
Yeah, if you sit him, you might as well say goodbye.
Yep.
As far as
Mulgeta ain't gonna put up with that.
As far as Caserio, there was a conversation. Landry Locker talked about it, but John McClain says he has 4 years left on his contract.
So he must have gotten an extension.
Yes.
Yeah, I think he did.
There was an initial thought from Landry that he didn't, but then he did some research and found out he did get a couple extra years. So he's got 4 years left.
I remember, was it last offseason? He got a couple more years.
I mean, do y'all know how long that is? That 4 years still left? Of course, he did win 2 divisions in a row. So, I mean, that's
the AFC South. You have to congratulate people. The Texans are like the Aggies. Who was coming to scoop up Nick Caserio?
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody wants him.
Clearly.
The North Carolina.
He was going to be the GM there instead of Lombardi.
Mike Lombardi wouldn't be there. Bill would bring him in to do where Bill would still boss him around.
Let's face it, Mike Lombardi has not done a very good job as GM there. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. You got any questions, you're more than welcome. Here, we got 1 hour left. Don't you go anywhere. Right now, we got John Daspit.
Yeah, the Daspit Law Firm. This is the company that works overtime for you. And John he is a worker now. He is a worker. And he expects all of his lawyers to be the same kind of worker. If it requires some time on the weekend, that's what it is. But they're going to put their time in to make sure that your cases are handled properly. And that means putting the necessary time in to discovering all of the medical bills that need to be paid. And some of them, guys a lot of us won't go. You get injured at the workplace. You just think, well, that's just how it goes. And that's just not how it goes. You want to be responsible for those. No, I'm not going to be responsible because I'm not going to get myself looked at. Well, don't be stupid, okay? You could end up with a debilitated shoulder or back or neck or whatever that gets worse and worse and worse. Or if you're injured badly and you just say, look, I don't have insurance, I'm not going to be able to pay for it. John Daspit's going to make sure you don't pay for it. Get the CT scan, the MRI, the x-rays, all of it done. Insurance is going to pay for that. Your time missed from work, insurance is going to take care of that. And then he's going to make sure your pain and suffering number is the right number for insurance to pay as well. Let John Daspit fight for you. He'll get you a big win, and he's got a winning percentage that's incredible because he knows what he's doing, and he fights and fights and fights, and he will not give in to the insurance companies. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. 713, call now or go to daspitlaw.com.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. This Matt Shaw story is interesting. Matt Shaw is a Cubs rookie. Gary Cohen, the Mets announcer last night, was criticizing Matt Shaw for missing a game because he went to Charlie Kirk's funeral. And Matt Shaw, after the game, there's a lot of controversy around it, so the media was all around him. And Matt Shaw said, look, Erica asked me to be there. And Charlie Kirk was a big part of his life. He knew Charlie Kirk, and so he went to a friend's funeral. And Erica asked him to be there too. And so Matt Shaw went, and it's an interesting – we had Baby Gate here.
Yeah, it's hard to, the birth of a child, death of someone, you probably need to stay out of that and let them do what they're going to do. Why do you have an opinion on it?
Yeah, opinion because it was a pennant race. They're playing for the playoffs.
I get it, but there's only one funeral.
And because Charlie Kirk was not a relative, the Cubs didn't get a chance to replace him. It's kind of like an unexcused absence.
So if it's a relative, you can
go and the team can make arrangements so your spot isn't just void.
I mean, it's not like Matt Shaw is. Well, he's an integral part, but he's a rookie, and you can absolutely sit a guy down for a night. I mean, this was a bigger issue for Matt Shaw than a baseball game, and this is such a hard thing because of what Charlie Kirk meant to Matt Shaw. That's it. And Gary Cohen, that's just weird. Gary Cohen said it's just weird for a guy to miss a game.
Well,
really,
people said that about it's weird. Well, let's not act like it hasn't happened with guys who've missed games for birth of children.
Yeah, right.
They've said the same thing. How are you missing a game for that? We heard that. That was the prevailing notion with David Williams.
Yeah,
was how are you missing a game? So. And that's a birth of a child. That's a one-time thing, too.
People questioned Vince Carter. It wasn't the birth of a child, but remember, he went to go –
well, that was stupid.
He went to go walk his graduation, then he had to fly back for a playoff game in Game 7. So
well, he still played.
He played, but people say, how could you be prepared, or shouldn't you be resting? You're on a flight, and you got to come back, and you got the biggest game of your career. So when you miss games, people will have their opinion on it.
Well, listen, Kyrie Irving. He missed games because he had a birthday party to go to.
Birthday parties are important.
Yeah.
And they mark passage of time.
Right. And he was shook by – what event happened that shook him?
Well, remember the bubble was going on. Which event are you shook by? I don't know which event.
Because it wasn't George Floyd. But
there was a couple of things.
I think it was something. Remember he got on a Zoom call with somebody with – I don't know.
I forget.
I don't even know if I want to include him in any of this crap. But, I mean, he had. It's actually been quiet. I give him a lot of credit. He's actually chilled out and played basketball.
Yeah.
He's not hurt. He actually hasn't been basketball Kanye. He's just been pretty. For a while there, he and Kanye were traveling the same path, and then Kanye really went over the top, and then you had basketball player. Who are we talking about?
Kyrie.
Yeah, Kyrie Irving actually kind of chilled out. And once he was traded to the first year wasn't great when he was traded to the Mavericks, but he's chilled out since then.
Yeah, he appeared on a Zoom call. It was regarding some volunteer work and, social, I don't know if you want to call it social justice or whatever it was, but he wasn't playing for the Knicks at the time, and he appeared on a Zoom call, and people took issue with that. It was about the social issues in the country that he was heavily involved in that while the Nets were playing a game at the same time.
Right. And then, the birthday party was big, too. You got to go to your sister's birthday party.
He felt it was more important than playing for the Nets. And honestly, if it was the Nets at the time, he was right. KD was hurt. KD wasn't even playing. He was right on that one.
Who's on the line, Del?
We got multiple people, but first, it's Milo.
Milo, what's up, Milo?
Hello, am I coming in loud and clear, Johnny?
You're there, Milo. Thank you for calling.
I just want to let you know it's over. It's over, Johnny. The Astros are no longer a factor.
No.
It makes me want to take a crap inside my truck. Oh. You know, I heard you talking about Tommy John.
Yeah, go ahead, Milo.
What about him, Milo? What about him?
You know, you hurt your elbow when you throw the ball too hard and you put too much spin on it. The only time I hurt my elbow like that was drinking too much coffee, if you know what I mean. We're spending a lot of time on the road alone. Oh.
I don't like where
Well,
this. Just no more.
That hurts.
No
gives you
more
Tommy
Milo
John.
on a mobile.
No more?
No more.
No more.
No more.
Well,
First it was
today.
coffee, then he was saying time on the road alone, and that's when I knew it was just
Yeah.
too much.
What?
Right.
He just
was
lifted
just too
he's
much.
just lifting the cup up and down.
Yeah, no. That's not too much time alone on the road.
Yeah, John.
I don't think anyone's gotten Tommy John surgery from that.
Johnny.
John.
True story.
Hey.
Milo got so mad that I said crap on the radio that he went to management when I was at 610.
No. Oh, he used to call us.
Oh, why you guys need to talk about that? Like he would tell us what to do on our show.
Yeah.
We just, a week ago, the 10-year anniversary of his death. So should it be Milo the ghost on the mobile?
Well, it used to be.
Should it
Ghost
be
of Milo.
Ghost
used
of
to call-
Milo on the
used to
mobile? Shouldn't
call
that
in.
be it, not just Milo?
Yeah. Do you know I had a guy at 790, a guy named Daryl, who could do the greatest Milo. It was staggering how good it was. Like he could and this is when Milo would come. So Milo would come in to cut Trulux commercials and something else. And, because Milo was real close to Mike Armstrong back in the day, and he would do the poblano soup. That was his favorite, poblano soup. And Milo was walking down the hall, and I came down around the corner and was walking, and I saw him, and both of us simultaneously just turned around and went the other way because we didn't want to talk to each other and see each other.
I wouldn't put Milo on poblano peppers.
Yeah, I don't know if he liked it, but he talked about it a lot.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. He was really good friends with Jim Fiume from Gulf Coast Windows too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, great friends. And I think maybe he was doing a Gulf Coast Windows spot too.
Did we have Milo daily with not O'Reilly, but there was something else.
O'Reilly.
It wasn't O'Reilly, but it was another auto part place where Milo would come on. I want to say it was every day at the same time when you and I first started on the first year. It might have been every week at a certain time. But
it might have been every day.
I felt like it was every day because we were home with the Astros.
It felt like it. Who's next, Del? Blake is with us. Hey, Blake.
Hey, good morning, fellas. I wanted to get a draft breakdown from Lance. I wanted to know if you felt these undrafted free agents were slighted. Jordan Spieth and Brooks Koepka didn't make the Ryder Cup team, and I wanted to get your breakdown on why you think exactly they didn't make the cut.
Easy. Swing planes are wrecked right now. Neither one of their swing planes are good, and both of them are having a hard time with approach shots. Neither one is putting well. Frankly, I wouldn't have taken them either. And when I do, and I have just on my own, I don't publish it, but I do a top 20 Ryder Cup list as the season progresses.
Right.
And
do
honestly,
you feel like the guys who made it instead, the guys at the end, who those guys who
they're
do
all
you feel
good.
like they deserve?
I thought they all deserved it.
Who do you feel like deserved it over them?
Over who? The guys I thought they did a great job. I think the captain did an amazing job of putting everything together. Sam Burns. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not the captain. You mean?
Well, you would know. He's not the captain.
Yeah,
he's
you
not the
know.
captain.
You know.
He's one of the guys who made the team.
And I wouldn't have
Sam
taken
Burns.
John Rahm because he could be a plant because he's not from this country.
Well, you can't take John Rahm.
And that's
because
why
he's
I
not
didn't put him
American.
on there because he's also would be a plant, an industry plant.
Well, it would be illegal since he's on the Europe team.
That's my
European
whole
team.
point, guys.
Right.
So once their swing planes kind of got out of whack, to me, I was like, you can't trust these guys. I'm not putting them anywhere near it.
Well, you may be dead on. I don't know about their swing planes, but they're not playing great golf. So.
No, they're not. They're not.
Lance
That's my
was telling
point.
me that he's very thrilled that J.J. Spawn made the team, though.
Yep, I'm a big JJ.
He thought that was a
Spawn
good call. to put J.J. Spawn.
Yeah, I was once he made that long putt, I was like, this is my guy, J.J. Spawn.
Well, yeah.
And don't forget about the people's champ, Ricky Fowler.
Ricky Fowler. I mean, with the hair and the hat and the belt and the women.
Well, he's not on the team.
Yeah, I'm glad he didn't make it. That's my whole point.
The hair and the belt and the women, yeah.
And
you mean his wife? What do you mean the women?
Then the last question I have, is Paul McBeth the greatest disc golfer ever?
Yeah. I mean, he's got lots of his own discs named after him.
Is that true?
Yeah. Did he have his own discs? Yeah, all those
named
guys.
after him?
Well, yeah. Well, they put their names on discs.
Does he get like a signature disc? Like Tatum is out there going on tour promoting his Tatum 4s. What's his name again? Paul who? Does he have like the Paul?
What's his name again, Lance?
Yeah, what's the disc golfer's name again?
Paul McBeth.
Does Paul McBeth have the McBeth 4s? When it comes to his discs that he throws, signature discs?
Well, he was a top-rated disc golfer in 15, 17, 18, and again in 19.
So he may have
and
a
he's
signature
widely
disc.
considered to be, in my own words, he's widely considered to be the best disc golfer in the modern era.
In your own words.
In my words.
Wikipedia words?
No, in my own words. He did not finish outside of the top. Now, if I recall, he did not finish outside of the top 2 at the World Championship between 12 and 22. And he was a top-rated player, like I said, 15, 17, 18, 19. He turned pro in 08.
Oh,
with
you remember
career earnings.
what kind of draft did you write him up or no?
Well, he played at the European Open, by the way.
He did?
Yeah,
You didn't write him up when he came out in 08?
No, I wasn't writing up disc golfers at that particular point.
Okay.
John, I'm looking at J.J. Spawn, and I'm confused.
Yeah, he is confusing.
He's not confusing.
No.
Have you ever heard his voice?
No, I have never heard
That
him
will
speak.
confuse you further. You think he's going to sound like Jeffrey Wright, and he doesn't.
What is
He's got a Jeffrey Wright look.
What is J.J. Spawn, John? Has that been
What does that mean,
confirmed?
Del?
What do you
is
mean,
he?
Del? What is
He's
he?
a professional.
He's a
professional
human
male
being.
golfer. He's golfer, not food, not fun.
Are we sure?
What's that game you
It's
play, John?
female
Food,
golfer,
female
world,
golfer.
yeah.
He's male golfer.
He's male golfer.
Yeah, but what kind of male golfer is he?
What kind? The kind that wins U.S. Opens. That's the kind.
Yeah, but still, you know what I mean.
Well, no, I don't know what you mean.
Is he?
He's
is he nice? Is he a nice man?
He's a
Is
great
he
guy.
a nice man?
Everybody loves him.
I'm just looking at him.
Just say it here. Let me type it for you. J.J. Spawn, and it'll pop
type
up.
whatever
there it is.
you think.
Ethnicity. There it is.
But that's
It
not
popped
what
right up.
That's not what I meant. I meant is he better
America.
with the
That's
short,
what he is.
The short game, or is he a long? Is he
His mother's
just
side of
solid.
here? I'll
He's
answer the
just
real
solid.
question you're asking. His mother's side is both Filipino and Mexican roots.
Okay.
Okay.
That's not
and
what I was
his
interested in,
father
but
is
okay.
of European descent.
European descent. What does that mean?
What does
From
that mean?
Portugal? What does that
It could
mean?
mean
That
anything,
could be
frankly.
He
That
could
could
be
mean anything.
Czechoslovakian.
He could be
It
from
mean
the
anything.
Ukraine.
It can
Yeah.
mean anything. Well,
Right.
if I remember correctly, in my own words, he was born in Los
Your
Angeles.
own words. Okay.
His
Again.
father was John Michael Spawn, I believe, Senior.
Yeah.
And he
That's
was
what you
of-
believe, huh?
He was of European descent.
How is he JJ if he's John Michael?
John Michael Jr.
Well,
Yeah,
he's
he's John-
JJ.
He's John Michael Spawn Jr.
Well, it's John Jr.
John Jr.
John Jr.
JJ.
JJ.
That's
I
easy.
imagine. John. Yeah, I just was confused. I didn't know how good of a man he was,
And
but
if I remember
John told me
correctly,
he was a
went
good guy.
to San Diego State, if I remember
No,
correctly.
you read that. You didn't remember
If
anything.
I recall.
If you recall.
recall.
You remember him as an Aztec
Are
back
you-
in the day?
Do you
Yeah.
recall it from reading it a second ago?
No, but he's been on my radar because of my top 20.
Ryder
my
Cup.
top 20 Ryder Cup, my rolling Ryder Cup ratings. You know, some people take rolling ratings
Can
for
I ask you,
quarterbacks.
why do you keep it every year? It's not like they play the Ryder Cup every year.
other.
You know, if we had a Ryder Cup every year, I'd like to know who would have been on the team.
Okay, you just keep
Just-
track.
it's
Well,
just a
but you
pet
also got
project of mine.
President's Cup, which happens every other
Yeah,
year. So.
I don't keep the Well, sometimes I'll use my Ryder Cup, but then a lot of the top guys won't play President's Cup because everyone hates it.
Well, let me
No,
ask you
they
that.
don't-
Everyone
everybody
hates
plays.
it, huh? Well,
Everybody-
I'll ask you this: if you look at the Ryder Cup team and you love a guy like J.J. Spawn, where would you tell him to go get a car?
I tell him Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. I know he's going to get 0% financing rates on a truck right now with the Turbo Max engine, the Chevy Silverado crew cab. I know that for a fact. And so I want my Ryder Cup golfers to be able to focus in with 0% finance rates. That's me. That's how I want my team to perform at a high rate. You know how hard it is to focus when you've got a finance rate of 5.9%, 6.5%? It's hard. So why don't you get 0% finance rates? It lowers your payments. They'll hook you up with payments as long as 84 months so that you can get the payments where you want. You may be someone who says, look, if I've got a low finance rate, a low interest rate, and I'm going to keep this truck, why not finance it over 7 years? I'm not getting beat up by a finance rate, and I want to lower my payments to make it, more to make it easier to pay off on a monthly basis. And this is going to be my truck for years and years. Man, that's the way to go then. 84 months, low finance rate to no interest rate for well-qualified buyers. Just go to the website to find complete details, or of course you could also get on the phone, call them, start the chat online. But they've got Chevy Silverado, GMC Sierra pickup trucks, and just to lock in on pickup trucks, they have amazing exterior and interior features so you can get it exactly the way you want, including interior and exterior. My wife wanted a particular type of interior for her car. They called around to 4 different dealerships until they found the right dealership that had the interior she was looking for. That's the Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC way. Out in Angleton, Craig DeSurf runs that ship, and he runs a tight ship, and everyone there loves him, and they love you. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.
Hey, it is Trailblazer Tour time at Texas Card House. Over $2 million in guarantees and a $1 million title event. Huge, huge. Doesn't get, $1 million guaranteed. So, if you're a player, the players are coming from all over to be in this thing. There are multiple first days. I don't know if you're not a card player, you don't know what that means, but there are multiple first days that you can get involved and have a chance. This is listen. Might as well be the lottery. No, it ain't the lottery. Every day, or every one of these big events, somebody deserves to win. Somebody wins, and a lot of times it ain't the pros. It ain't the guys that are coming. It's regular people that are winning this thing. You can win. You can win big. And you can win big at Texas Card House. You like to play poker? Give it a shot, man. Give it a shot. You never know what cards you're going to catch. Okay, so you can win by catching the right cards, by being a decent player. You can win because you are in. So you got to get in. September 25th through October 14th. It is over $2 million on the line at Texas Card House. But if you want everyday play, $1, $2, you want $1, $3, you want to put pot limit Omaha, whatever it is. You got 2 locations that are best facilities for poker in the city of Houston, Green Ridge and Westheimer, and on 45 at Spring Cypress. If you're looking for poker, there's one place to go. and it's Texas Card House, texascardhouse.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I mean, I thought Shannon Sharp was done. I was just watching Shannon Sharp and Ocho Cinco break down the Texans. It would be impossible for them to know less about the Texans.
What'd they say?
They said absolutely nothing. They didn't know who they were playing. Shannon was reading statistics from the game. He didn't watch 1 second of it. But they were breaking down CJ and why CJ's not any good. And they don't even watch him play.
Well, I'm looking at the numbers. I see the video that Dream Shake sent us. Are these numbers from last year? When did CJ throw 2 picks in a game this year? He hasn't, right?
He just did.
He just did.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
The last play of the game.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so it just – well, it wasn't the last play of the game. It was –
the last offensive play the Texans had, right?
Yeah.
That's what I mean. The game was over at that point.
Yeah. Well, the game was over when Nico fumbled.
No. They were going down to potentially score.
Yeah, I know. And that killed them.
No. But the interception was the one that ended it, right?
Yeah. Erstry isolated. Yeah. Hines Allen got to him.
Yeah. You still had a shot.
Well, no, he just threw it. He underthrew that pass terribly.
No. It was tipped. Erskine came around the corner. And
Hines Allen had
that last one.
On the ball. That's why it was a wobble.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Well, the underthrow was awful. That contributed mightily. They were moving down the field, and then he throws that one, and then the tip ball right. I got dumber watching Shannon Sharp, and it's hard for me to get dumber.
Well, I don't blame him. Like, who wants to watch Texans Jags unless you have to, and we have to? Like, if those two as national voices aren't locked in on Texans Jags, I would understand.
Yeah, I guess I get it, but
then
I would suggest you go to. I would suggest you go to Buffalo Wild Wings or Nick's place.
Shannon ain't going to Buffalo Wild Wings.
Well, you know what? He needs to. You can watch a lot of football. I mean, I watched a lot of the Colts games just sitting there, just by osmosis.
Any sports bar, but he doesn't want that hassle. Plus, he may end up getting entangled with some waitress there. He doesn't need that in his life.
Entangled?
Yeah.
Is that what we're calling it these days?
Yeah.
Entangled?
I mean, it's one phrase for it.
It's one phrase that they're using now. Entanglement. That's what happened with Will Smith's wife.
No, was that what he called? That's what
that
she
was
called
entangled with the with that one guy,
with the singer, who was like her son's age or something.
Yeah.
And
there was an entanglement there.
Oh yeah, yeah. It was So Shannon's been in enough entanglements to last him a lifetime. Cost him maybe $100 million. One of those entanglements.
The worst kind of entanglement.
Yeah. The one that cost you $100 million. Those are the worst.
Those are absolutely the worst. And wait, what now?
Yeah.
$100 million entanglement? And I hate to say it. I don't want to go too far into this because some of y'all don't even know who she is, but Monique tried to tell him on his podcast to quit messing with those young girls and go get him a nice, heavy girl who likes to cook.
Did she say heavy?
Rub his feet. Huh?
Did she say heavy girl?
Well, something like that.
Are you making that up?
She intimated.
She did say that, hey, stop messing with the young girls.
Get somebody your own age who, can treat you right, cook for you, rub your feet for you, this, that, and the other.
Shannon wasn't.
I told you I went to a Steve Harvey concert one time, and Monique spotted me on the first row. I was on the first or second row because the Steve Harvey's agent or manager, Russian, I can't remember what his name was. He was, this is early. This is like 2000, and I got a hold of him. He's like, yeah, let me get you some tickets. Man, we were way too close to the stage. I was like, oh, my God. I can't be this close with Monique and Steve Harvey. And Monique, she saw me. Oh, I was like, please, Monique. She goes, oh, we got the white people here tonight. Like, oh, boy.
Oh, wow.
Oh, boy. But she didn't. She's like, I love you, baby. I'm glad you're here. I'm like, oh, thank you. Thank you. Now I just got to survive Steve Harvey. Which I did.
You were fine.
Yeah.
Monique tried to tell him, and he didn't want to, and he keeps messing around. Go get you a big girl that can cook.
I don't remember
That's
her saying the big girl.
basically what she was saying.
But either way, Shannon chose a different path, and he didn't pick big girl who can cook. He picked young thin girl who's an OnlyFans model.
When is that going to work out?
Never. It worked out for her. She retired.
Yeah, I guess it did work out for her.
She knew a lick when she saw one, and she hit one. She hit a lick. Then that was Shannon. John, you don't have to worry about that, though. Lance, you don't either.
I don't have to worry about all that.
We don't have to worry about that.
I wouldn't want that in my life, and I couldn't find it. Well, I take that back. Anybody that has enough money, which isn't me, you can find trouble with.
If you so choose, yes.
Yeah, if you so choose, there's somebody who's willing to give you trouble if you've got enough money.
If you're asking for trouble, someone can give it to you.
So if you have money.
If you have money.
You could be asking for trouble, and if you don't have enough money, you can't even get the
You may get trouble, but it wasn't. It ain't going to be attractive trouble.
Yeah.
According to, I'm looking at a graphic right now. According to Pro Football Focus, the best tackle in the league is Lane Johnson. He's left on an island 70-some% of the time, and he wins. His win rate is 96% in that neighborhood.
Wow.
Josh Simmons is way up there as well.
Really?
Yeah. Josh Simmons. Joe Alt is up there. Who else? Oh, Jordan Mailata. He's up there.
Oh, 2 Eagles tackles.
Yeah. Titus Howard is not left alone too much, under 50%, but his win rate is high.
I actually think
88%.
Howard's done a pretty good job this year.
Yeah.
I actually think he's been pretty good.
Yep.
And actually, Ed Ingram has hung in pretty good. Jake Andrews, I know this is not a fun thing to talk about when the offensive line does good things, but Jake Andrews is a good run block. He had some good reps. He's actually, I'll give Nick some credit on this one. I think Jake Andrews is going to be a pretty good pickup for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a pretty good pickup. When he's played, now this guy's missed a lot of time, but when he's played, he's been pretty good. And I thought he was pretty good on tape the other day, too, with some of the run blocking. He's a strong player. I think he's going to end up being their starter of the future if he can stay healthy, which has been a big issue.
Yep. Ursery is like middle of the pack. They leave him alone just over 50, about 58% of the time, and his win rate is just over 75%. He had a rough time with Josh Hines-Allen, though. He had a real rough time, and rightfully so. Josh Hines-Allen is one of the best in the league. That actually, I saw another stat. That combination, along with the Texans combination, is 2 of the best in the league. Denver's got the best combination. They put the most pressure. Those defensive ends put the most pressure on. And Benito's good. Is really good.
Benito can roll.
Yeah, he can
that
go.
Dude is fast.
Yeah, and but the Texans and Jags are right up there. But Ursery, yeah, this to me is on Nick Caley as much as anything, that he's getting beat by Hines-Allen. Why are you leaving that rookie left tackle all by himself out there? Don't. Give him some help. I mean, you got a veteran who's one of the best in the league, and you got a rookie playing his 3rd game. Give him some help. That's on Nick Caley, I think.
Yeah. I think it's absolutely on Nick Caley.
Yeah. All right, 7:38 ESPN. What did we miss today, Del? We miss anything? 9:36. We miss anything today?
Well, we are early for that segment because we're late. Way late. So
yeah, you'll find out what you missed in a second.
We're still on the 27 break right now?
Yes.
That's right.
Oh, we suck. Let's get to it. Walmart. Let's talk a little Walmart.
Walmart. The Walmart you knew is new. Who knew? Well, I knew because Walmart, if you go to walmart.com, you can find out that, holy crap, everything's here. And it's not just, I bought a mattress, a twin mattress. I did a lot of research, make sure I had one that was rated highly, and I found a great price. The best price I could find was at Walmart, not a surprise. And so I ordered it online, and I went and picked it up. They have delivery available for you for household items, for groceries, for prescriptions. They can deliver everything. And did you know that they don't change the prices on you? You're not going to pay more for those deliveries where the prices change on all your groceries like some of the grocery stores do. That's not how they operate. So why don't you go with Walmart? Why don't you consider having Walmart do the shopping for you? you got a busy schedule and you don't have time to get to the grocery store because getting through the store takes a certain amount of time, driving there, driving home, unloading it. How about the fact that all you have to do is unload it? Walmart, you can go online, shop for what you want online, no walking down the aisles. Boom, 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 boom. Everything you need can even be your prescriptions and household items. You put them in the cart, you send it, and it just shows up in your home, usually at about an hour, and you are good to go. And you have saved time. You can use that time more wisely, and the prices are going to make you extremely happy. It's Walmart.com for all your online shopping, Walmart.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. We are way behind, but we got time for take a couple of calls and then figure out what we missed this week. Tim is first up. Let's get Tim in here. Hey, Tim.
Hello. I'm from Jersey and living out here in Houston. So I follow the Mets. Now, the Mets, the Cincinnati Reds have a tiebreaker over the Mets.
Mm-hmm.
The Mets have a tiebreaker over Arizona. If they all are tied, what happens then?
Let me look at it right now. Who wins a three-way tiebreaker? Here it is, between the Mets and the Reds. I got the answer for you right here. It is... Let's see. If all three teams finish with identical head-to-head records against each other, then Major League Baseball turns to step-by-step list of secondary tiebreakers. That order runs through intra-division records, then intra-league records, and if they're still tied, further criteria is used. So, based on this, if they don't have identical records, they're going to look for clear head-to-head winner. If Team 1 has a better record against Teams 2 and 3, then Team 1 qualifies. So I'd have to go back and look and see. Oh, the Mets lost their season series to the Reds 4-2, and they tied the Diamondbacks 3-3, while the Reds beat both opponents 4-2. So basically, you're screwed. You can't have a three-way tie with the Reds. Yeah.
The Reds own all.
Yeah, but the Reds are also losing. I mean, Skeens is going today against Hunter Green. It's going to be a scrap. And the Mets need help. The Mets won in Chicago yesterday. Mets are playing better baseball. The Reds are coming back to them. So the Mets actually have a legit shot. I mean, Skeens needs to put it on the Reds today, but that game is going to be low scoring.
Yeah, right now Mets a game up on both the Diamondbacks and Reds. So Mets, as we say,
they're good.
They control their own destiny.
Keep winning.
Boy, Cubs, Padres, that's going to be a scrap. Dodgers get whoever comes out of this, the Mets, Reds, or Diamondbacks, while the Brewers and the Phillies sit at home watching. This is going to be this will be interesting. Cubs and Padres, that's a good series now.
Yeah, it is.
And the Cubs have a game-and-a-half lead over them.
It's actually wild how wide open the American League and National League is right now. I mean, you've got divisions in the balance. Not all of them, but some. And you got wild cards that are wide open. So it's there's a lot for having 5 games left in the season. There's really a lot going on right now, a lot to watch.
Yep. And then it'll be a scrap in the American League too. The Astros are going to have to go to the Guardians probably. Yeah, Astros are probably going to have to go to the Guardians. That'll be a scrap.
I mean, if their season doesn't end in Anaheim,
that's not happening. I'm probably going. I'm going to probably go. You guys want to go?
To what? To watch the Astros complete their own collapse? Like, it's not as big as the Tigers.
You should go. You're a lot less likely to get beat up at that stadium.
Oh no, there's me and like 4 other people. That'll be And
can they
3
fight?
of them will be Astros fans.
Can they all fight?
They think the Angels fans aren't Dodger fans. They're not a-holes. Angels fans are just very nonchalant, don't care. It's not like they have anything to be angry about. Not with the other fans. Ira's next. What's up, Ira?
Hey, good morning. Good morning, guys. I just had a question. I couldn't remember. Did the Texans hire the GM first, or did they hire D'Amico first? And the reason why I'm asking it is simply, I know they try to model their franchise a lot after New England, and I know Belichick was the coach and the GM for his duration. So it kind of puts me in a mind frame because, I think Casario's been doing a decent job with player personnel, but if something don't change this year, if they just have a bad year, do you ever think the Texans will fire Casario and let D'Amico take over GM the role as well? No. So I just kind of wanted to know that because when looking at New England, as Belichick had his run, his personnel, it could change from year to year, but he always seemed to be able to make the adjustment. Whether the offense was good, he had the offensive players, or he had the defensive players, and the defense was good. So, the team never really waffled that much. And, it looks like now the two main players I see that really just like they collapse the team in a sense is no Joe Mixon, so we don't have much run game, and then no Tank Bell, so we don't have much of a passing game. And it just kind of flushes me for 2 players to be out, and they're that important to where your team can't score no more than 12 points a game.
Yeah, a lot to get to there, but I would say Tank Dell is. I don't know if Tank's ever going to be a factor again for them. He's coming back from a really serious injury. Nick's got 4 years left on his contract. No chance they get rid of him. You can forget that. They're not paying off all that money. And they're not going to give the head coach the GM job as well. Bill O'Brien existed. So Bill O'Brien was the big boss. Forget what you know about Jack Easterby. Bill O'Brien was the boss of everything, and that was an absolute disaster. And D'Amico wouldn't want that. He wouldn't want that. He wants to coach. So, yeah.
In what order do they go?
And D'Amico was definitely hired second.
Yeah, Casario was here in 2021.
No. In what order do
No, but
they
Ira
fire him?
Ira did ask that question. He wanted to know who got here
together?
first.
Well, yeah.
Well, I say both together, but I don't know if D'Amico got an extension. Probably did, but typically most teams like to fire both at the same time so you get a complete realignment. It's tough when you have a GM in place. Now, if the GM hires the head coach, that's fine, but it's really tough to get a head coach in first because then the head coach is bringing in his own GM, and that means head coach has all the power typically because he handpicks his guys. So usually you want the GM to be first, or you want to bring both of them in together at the same time. And with Nick having 4 years, I don't think D'Amico's in any kind of trouble. Even if he has a losing season, I don't think he's in trouble.
So D'Amico got a 6-year deal to start, so he's only in the middle of year 3.
He got a 6-year deal.
He does not have an extension because why would he need one at this point?
Okay, so he and Nick are close enough that if they were disappointed, they could probably move on from both at the same time. Remember, this is a team that was paying Cully, Lovey, and O'Brien all at the same time. No, Cully, Lovey, and O'Brien all at the same time. And then maybe Lovey and D'Amico at the same time. I think Cully may have been paid off by then. So that's when you move on quickly from general manager. They're paying Bobby Slowick too right now. They're paying two coaches, probably two coaches. I don't know if Lovey's still getting paid, but they're definitely paying 2 offense coordinators right now. If you fired D'Amico and even next year you fired D'Amico, let's say D'Amico has a bad year this year and next year, you still are going to be paying D'Amico Ryans for 2 years and Nick Casario for 2 years. And on top of bringing in a new coach and a new general manager. That's just throwing money away. You've done a piss-poor job when that's the case. And the Texans have done, look at their history, and it's not good.
Real rough one for those guys there. All that maneuvering they were trying to do in the offseason to get people ready to pay up for a new stadium. Starting off 0-3.
Wow.
I wouldn't even bring it up.
Wow.
Don't even let it hit
that's quiet. All's quiet on that front.
Mm-hmm.
We really haven't heard any. Hey, how about that new stadium?
New practice facility, I think is what they were talking about.
Both.
Well,
they want to new everything.
If I were you, I'd just work on getting some kind of bubble.
How about just work on winning some games, a game or two?
Yeah, that's a good point.
That'd be great. All right. We got a break. Del, what'd we miss? Anything?
Well, there is a woman online named Diana, if you believe that is her real name.
Is it one of Eric's girls?
I didn't take the call.
Well, let's give it a shot.
All right. Well, quickly, let's get to her. Hey, Diana.
I am not one of Eric's girls. I've been a listener for, 12, 13 years.
Okay.
I'm a really big fan of the show.
We believe you.
And I'm a little disappointed that y'all did not put me at the front of the line.
I know.
That's
well,
on Del.
That's on you, Del.
Yeah, Del. As soon as a woman calls, she gets to the front.
Equal treatment, I say.
No. DEI.
Well, that was not on us. We apologize for
for
Del
Del's
doing
rudeness.
that too. We wish you would have been on earlier.
We open doors for women. Okay?
So do I, but this is a phone call.
Yeah, we open phone lines for women.
Well, I appreciate that so much. Thank you so much for doing so much for womankind.
We open
really
doors. Congratulations,
Thanks
John.
for doing so much.
Chivalry apparently is
my
dead
real
with you,
question-
Diana.
Go ahead, Diana.
My question is, so I understand that Earth-3 really needed some help in the last game, right? And Nick Haley should have identified that and fixed the problem. At what point, if at all, does Nico step in and, tell him, hey, man, we're getting killed over here. Can you get this guy some help?
Yeah.
I think it happens next game.
I think it happens right away.
Yeah, I think you'll see it now. I think D'Amico probably in game isn't doing a whole lot. Now, a lot of coaches will. My dad's been on teams where the head coach is yelling and screaming, at guys on the. It happens right away. Nick Saban is famous for doing
this
that.
game. It's Juice Scruggs that's going to need some help with Jeffrey Simmons. That's what's going to need. I mean, every game is different. They have
Lakin.
great defensive ends over there in Jacksonville.
I don't know that
Jeffrey Simmons has been an ass kicker to the
Texans
Texans.
do catch a break. Tamondre Sweat went on IR, so they won't have to deal with him as well. But yeah, Jeffrey Simmons.
Did he play last game? I know Tavondre was out. I assume Jeffrey Simmons played.
Yeah.
He's probably not any good anymore.
Oh.
Yeah, he only has six. He only has 6 tackles all year.
You wanna
anyway.
You wanna bet on him not being good?
Well, I take it back. 9 tackles.
Yeah.
6 solos. He's got 1 sack. Who cares? This guy's not dangerous at all.
Jeffrey Simmons anyway. Who cares? No, that's you know what? Ursary gonna need some help, but inside they're gonna need some help as well. You have to keep a running back in, or you got to help. You got to help with the tight ends. Got to help. But yeah, you're right. I mean, Nick, if he doesn't, Kaylee doesn't do it himself, then Miko's got to step in. He's got to step in. All right, we got news of the weird coming your way next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, we got a little underdog.
Underdog fantasy is a chance for you to take all that sports knowledge it's holed up in your brain and your analysis and all that, and all you have to do then is say, you know what, I'm going to analyze this game. I know how it's going to go, and I'll look at the statistics we have, and I'm going to say, nope, he won't have this many rushing yards. That's lower. Yes, he will throw for more than a touchdown and a half. That's higher. I think this receiver is going to have a huge game, so they've got higher than 79.5. I'm going to move that up to 95.5. I think he's going to have a huge game. Oh, look at the payout. Now goes to 3.8 times the typical amount. So what happens is you can build entries that really become high-paying entries, even with as low as 3 and 4 players. You can have 3 players, 4 players, 5, 6 players, higher or lower, and play the flex option, which is basically like insurance. You can lose one and still win money. Your payout's a little lower, but you also have a chance to lose one and win money. How do you want to do it? Craft your own entries and start to make money and start to enjoy watching games that maybe previously you wouldn't have wanted to, but now you say, man, I'm playing along with the game I'm watching. Download the app, use promo code Lance. It's easy. Lance on your first deposit. And once you do that, they will put $50 of bonus cash into your account as soon as you make your first $5 play. It's that simple. Download the app and use promo code Lance.
Do you guys have a chess set at home?
Yeah, no big deal.
Oh, well, would you like a Jeffrey Epstein?
No.
Nope.
$5,000
Nothing
custom
with Jeffrey
chess set?
Epstein. Nope. You could stop with
Yeah,
what you
don't
want
have
with
to
Jeffrey
go further
Epstein.
than that name. No.
Jeffrey Epstein is the king, okay? And
we're
he's
the
got a
sorry
bunch
people?
of
We're the
models.
sorry people.
He's got a bunch of models that are the other pieces in the chess set. It's a $5,000 chess set that Jeffrey Epstein commissioned an art studio to do.
No.
Do you guys want a Jeffrey Epstein chess set?
No, it's ghoulish. I don't want that. I don't want to live in a haunted house. I don't want any of that stuff. Keep all that type of stuff away from me.
You guys remember the Coldplay couple?
Yep.
Well, it turns out that the executive was there with his HR person.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out the HR person's husband was also at the Coldplay concert with a date as well.
Hold on.
Where'd you hear this?
It's on the Daily Mail right in front of me.
So while she was ostensibly the cover for one cheating couple, she was being cheated on?
No. Okay. So, John, you got to explain this because the HR rep was the girl that was turning red. Do you mean the girl that was there with the executive?
Yeah.
That's right. The HR rep is the woman. Andrew
You
Cabot.
said the one who was covering Dale, you're talking about the girl who was turning red standing next to her, right?
Yes, the one. Yes. That's what I'm asking about. So whose husband was also there? The woman who was cheating or the other woman in the shot? That's what I'm confused by.
So the husband of a human resources executive caught cozying up to her married boss.
Okay, now I got it.
Was actually at the same infamous concert with his own date.
So are they in an open relationship or they were both just cheating on each other?
Well, apparently they were separated at the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why was she so? Well, I guess it would be because
she was with a married man.
There it is. Okay.
Yeah. But apparently they were at the concert as well. And
so what's the rule there? If you are separated and you both have dates for the night, should you be at the same spot? Even if it is
maybe they
concert?
didn't even know. Maybe they didn't even know they were at the same spot.
It's awkward if they would have ran into each other, I guess.
Are you going to go? Have you ever been to the Lexington, Kentucky restaurant, Mediterranean restaurant called the Oasis?
I can tell you no. I've never been to Kentucky.
Oh, you've never been there?
No,
okay,
never.
I don't know that.
Well, apparently, the restaurant has been fined $25,000 by the Human Rights Commission for discriminating against a patron over her service dog. They kicked out a disabled Navy veteran, was denied service, told to leave the restaurant because of her service dog. Do you feel like restaurants should be kicking out veterans who are disabled because of that? You're bad people. I'm never going. I'm never going to the Oasis restaurant.
So it was an obvious disability? Was this person blind? What was the disability? Do we know?
It was a female. No, we do not. Well, we could know, but we don't have the story anymore.
Okay.
Already erased
So
it.
Sean, the great Sean Mapes says this is because of all the non-service dogs who've been in that restaurant. So they just have an hour rule. Beat it. Anyone with a
people
pet.
just bring dogs places.
Yeah,
I was getting poke the other day. Some woman just walked in with her dog on a leash, just like that's normal behavior. This is an Austin woman. What are you doing? You can't just walk around with dogs anywhere you want to
Portland?
go.
What's wrong with you?
Portland or Austin.
Yeah.
Stop.
We're in Houston now.
We're in Houston. You
Oh,
gotta
here
have
it is.
You got to have some kind of special dispensation for it.
Like, I don't freak out, but it is a little weird. Just you bring your dog into the bank or HEB. Why is the dog here?
People will put the dog, small dogs, just in the shopping cart. Just put the dog there. I'm gonna bring Splits and bring him then. If y'all gonna.
So you want to be part of the problem?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's the problem.
Bring Splits so he can poop all over the floor at the restaurant.
No, he doesn't do that.
Oh, he probably does.
He knows what he's doing. He's super smart. He's crazy smart.
Okay.
Your dog is super smart.
It's smarter. I wish Splits would give you some sports stories instead of your kids sometimes.
Yeah, I was talking to Splits about the Rockets.
That's it. We're gonna have to sign Westbrook now. Get out of my house.
Yeah. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes. Is Mapes here?
I told you, Sean's here today.
Oh, Mapesy, what up with the beautiful hair? Next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You all have a great day. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, buddy.
Welcome to the show. I'll give anyone credit who stayed up to watch the Astros go down 5-1 to the A's last night. And we talked about it here, how this team can't be trusted. They're untrustworthy. And the last week has certainly proven that to be the case. Sweep the Rangers, now you can't win baseball games when it matters most. And I think reputationally, the Astros, at least in this town, there's a belief that, hey, they'll come through. They've done it in the past. They'll do it now. But think about the lineup that went out there yesterday. How many of those guys would you have had to buy their jersey for the first time this year? Christian Walker, Paredes, Zach Cole. Not that there is a jersey for Zach Cole, but you get the point.
You can get it printed, I'm sure,
Cam
at the team
Smith,
shop.
Jesus Sanchez, Urias. That's a good bulk of the guys who made an appearance yesterday who you would have had to buy their Astros jersey. The only time you would have been able to buy it is this year. So when we talk about this Astros team and what they have been, I think we have to stop. This season has played out in a way that's been disappointing. Of course, they still have 5 games to go to make good. But believing in this team because of what past teams have done, I think we are a fan base that should have looked at the roster and said to ourselves, "This ain't the same guys." There's some guys floating around in the lineup like Altuve, of course, and Correa is back, and of course Yiner's been around a little bit. But I just listed off all these guys who you would have had to get their jersey this year. They're not who we expect them to be because just the personnel is too different. So should we be surprised that they're not playing well? No. Because they've shown themselves to be this type of team all year long. And, Christian Javier went out there and did his very best. Of course, Nick Kurtz was a troublemaker from the beginning. Now, if an Astro could track a fly ball, we wouldn't a pop-up, we wouldn't have this problem, at least early on. But, of course, he gets on to start. And, of course, he comes around to score because he's been doing this to the Astros all year long. So it wasn't all about the first inning, but, of course, Nick Kurtz gets on. The Astros screw something up. He scores. And then after Cam Smith hits the sac fly to level the game in the next inning, the game is over after that point. The Astros are done for. And you could sense the urgency from Jeff Blum and Todd Callis. They were talking about like how they introed the game. They were laying everything out about how, of course, the division felt out of reach. And if it wasn't before last night, it certainly is. The Mariners came back and won again. They beat Colorado. So they're now 4 games up. The Mariners clinch a playoff spot. Now they look to clinch the division. And you see what happened in the Detroit-Cleveland game where Skubal's pitching pretty well. He hits a guy who's offering the bunt right in the face with a fastball. He falls apart after that, so the Guardians win. So now you're a full game behind the Tigers when it comes to the final playoff spot. It's looking bleak. If you don't know the situation, the Astros don't own a tiebreaker against anyone of consequence that they're going to have to try to trace down. So not only do they have to win, they have to be 2 games better than the teams they're chasing. They have to be 2 games better than the Guardians. If you look at it right now, they're a game and a half back. The half game is a tiebreaker. So you have to be 2 games better with 5 games to play while you're playing really bad baseball. They are who they are, right? If we can't say it after 157, what can we say?
Yeah, no. These are not the inevitable Astros.
Yeah.
But
Ben Verlander tried to get that off because they had a division lead for the better part of the season.
And he had to take that back after the Mariners series. Yeah. Just these guys aren't inevitable.
Not
I forgot. My brother doesn't play for this team.
And Christian Walker wasn't part of the inevitable Astros. Neither was Paredes, who's back and trying his best, as he's probably 60% of what he can be considering his injury.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're not inevitable. I don't know if they're very evitable is something I should say.
They are evitable.
They're evitable. This Astros team is very evitable. They're not a steaming locomotive. They're not what else can we use?
They're not the Guardians. The Guardians are inevitable.
Yes, at this point
those guys are inevitable.
Yes. They're not the immovable force or the unstoppable object, whatever you want to call it. Unstoppable force, immovable object. I believe that's how that goes. They're neither one of those things. They're just meh. And right now they're worse than meh. They're bad over the last 4 games.
They're a 80 something win baseball team.
Which is kind of what a certain prediction had for them before the year. It looked like at a time when our good friend Eric was saying 100 win season was in the cards, it looked like that prediction would be wrong. Turns out, sometimes people know stuff.
Fangraphs is inevitable.
Yeah, at least with the Astros. The Mariners are outplaying the Fangraph one, the Fangraph prediction because of how hot they've been over the last month or so. So
they're like, we didn't know they would get Suarez at the deadline.
Yeah.
Come on.
Naylor as well.
Yeah.
All the guys they got.
60 home runs from Cal Raleigh.
Yeah, that's something no one predicted. I can't blame Fangraph.
Fishy.
You and Lance feel the same way about it.
It's just interesting.
It's something to take note of, right? The 30. He was
like
a 30.
Doubled his career high.
He was a 30 home run guy last couple seasons, and now he's at 58. It is something to take note of.
It's crazy.
I mean, I don't like that a guy with the nickname Big Dumper is going to help end the Astros season. It's a ridiculous name.
Big target to stick a needle in. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I would say that is Sean Mapes with the speculation. I don't know.
Reckless speculation.
It is very reckless. That man's having the
I'm
best.
not alone, though.
The guy who sits in this very seat from 7 to 10 has said certain things that align with what you're saying. I don't know. I like to look at someone who's far exceeding his expectations and go, you know what? Great job by you, Cal. Great job. Great job by you. How many times has that been said in this city? Great job by you, Cal. Probably not often.
No.
When it comes to sports teams.
Maybe like 2023, a couple
hiring
times.
D'Amico, probably. Yeah. Great job by you, Cal.
Great job.
Yeah. Since that point, the first 2 years under D'Amico, Cal McNair
drafting C.J. Stroud.
Pushing for C.J. Stroud, yeah. That was the alleged way that went. That ownership really wanted C.J. Stroud.
Yeah. But ever since he big broed Caleb, no one's been saying that. So.
Yeah, there is a story that we'll get to from The Athletic. I don't even have a subscription to The Athletic, but they offer you a 7-day free trial. So I did it just to read this story. And I'll have to shut it down on PayPal before they start charging me.
I can send you some screenshots if you want.
I have the story already.
Okay.
I signed up for it, but PayPal and I will be having a conversation shortly about ending my subscription. But it is about C.J. Stroud. The questions that are being asked are getting a little uncomfortable. Probably for the Stroud group, because it's a lot about, hey, is he worth this? Is he worth a giant extension? Is he a guy who can be a franchise quarterback? Those questions wouldn't have been dared to be asked before the season began, but they're picking up, and not just from the national media, which has had pretty much a love affair with Stroud. As soon as he jumped on the scene, people were in love with him. That is slowly turning, although you still know that people are looking at the situation as a whole and saying there are real problems beyond C.J. Stroud. We had DJ Bieneme on earlier, impromptu. We were talking about some things. He broke down the C.J. Gardner-Johnson news. We'll talk about that. But he was he talked about where things could go if this doesn't switch up. And he, rightfully so, said, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but I can see how things could go really poorly. And where the Texans, of course, further down the line than now, would have a decision to make if C.J. Stroud is someone who starts to talk about how the Texans are wasting him or not putting him in the best position, where would this franchise go? It's a far cry from, can this team be a team who contends?
Yeah.
We're in a far different place. All it took was 3 weeks, and we are now talking about the franchise as if it's in flux, maybe.
Last week going into the Jags game, we were like, you're not a serious team if you lose to the Jags,
and they proved themselves to not be a serious team.
Yeah,
and they did it in a lot of unserious ways, because the Jags are very willing to make their claim as the most unserious team on the field that day. The Texans were like, hold on, wait a minute.
Watch this.
I'll show you unserious. Don't try to try us, Jags.
Yeah, Ursery blocked this guy without any help.
Without any help on a pure drop back. Oh, Josh Allen was like, oh, you guys aren't serious. See how I've been treating this kid all day? You certainly aren't serious. So we'll talk about that as we move forward. But as we close out what was a complete Astros segment, it was a debacle, man. Can they pull out of it? Why would I predict that they would? The A's have owned them over the last 7 times they've played. The A's are now 5-2. 6-2 over the last 8 times they played the Astros. Excuse me. They're 6-2. The A's now own you too. That is not a sentence I should be saying.
No, the A's barely own the A's.
Yeah, exactly. They don't have a home.
You're playing in Sutter Health Field.
Yeah.
The A's are home insecure. They have no home. They're still waiting on breaking ground. Maybe they have in Vegas. I don't know that to be the case yet, but they're still going to be in Sacramento for a little bit. And yet, they smacked you around. And the division is almost completely out of reach. That could be done by today. They could lose the division completely by today. And if they do, then the threat of not making the playoffs as it had started to loom what will in that Mariners series becomes a distinct possibility if they don't pick it up starting tonight. So Hunter Brown on the mound tonight, so that should give you some hope. But Hunter Brown pitched previously just against the Mariners, and what did the Astros do? They wasted a performance. So this is where we stand. Desperate times. Can this Astros team pull out of it? I would say don't expect it, because as we started the segment, they're not the same team. The roster's very different. Now you're just hoping and praying as opposed to expecting it. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans on one of the reasons why CD isn't here anymore. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson released by the Texans. This wasn't a name check by D'Amico, but now considering the news from yesterday, D'Amico's words seem directly pointed at CD. Maybe we should have seen this coming. We'll talk about that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleya Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
We won't stay here for very long, but no, that wasn't like an existential thought, like life cycles are short compared to how long the Earth's been around. I was just looking at a video of Kyrie Irving working out and with the caption, "The Return." It's about that time. It's about that time. I talked with AJ about it yesterday. We at the time, I had not thought to think about the Rockets until the Fred VanVleet news. You weren't here for it. Obviously, you did it later in the day, Sean. But I said I wouldn't even have considered talking Rockets basketball until like next Monday, because that's when media day is. But now, Fred VanVleet is out. They say possibly for the entire year. I'm gonna go. Yes, he's out for the.
Let's
entire
just
year.
round up.
Yeah, let's just say he doesn't come back. But I see Kyrie working out. Jason Tatum's everywhere on my TV because he's promoting his Tatum 4s.
Ooh.
And as AJ astutely pointed out, ain't nobody wearing those shoes.
Oh.
As far as on the court, he's saying he's not seeing it. I don't know that anyone is flocking to go
Tough
get the
for my guy JT.
He's not your guy. Flocking to go get the Tatum 4s. I don't know that. I applaud the man for doing the car wash type thing where he's going around on the Today Show talking about his recovery from his Achilles. He talked about his mindset where he thought, hey, is my career over? Are they going to trade me? Stuff like that. But
I'm not wearing these either.
Yeah,
I just pulled them up.
No one's wearing the Tatum 4s. At least no one who isn't a Boston Celtic fan or named Deuce. That's the name of his kid if you don't, or his nickname for his kid if you don't know. But like I said, we wouldn't stay here for long. I just see the videos of the guys working out, and that just means the NBA season is not that far away.
I did after the Texans loss. I did consider. Maybe we talk about the Rockets at some point soon.
We're getting there. It just got fast forwarded because Fred VanVleet got hurt.
Yeah. It was already kind of getting fast forward by what the Astros and Texans were up to.
Yeah, they were pushing the Rockets closer and closer to the front of mind.
Yeah.
Without the bad news that Fred got hurt.
Yeah, Fred, you didn't have to do that. We were going to talk.
Yeah, if you wanted us to focus on the Rockets, don't worry. You didn't need to give up an ACL. As I was talking with the Astros, Concept Mayhem said, not a steaming locomotive, but they are something steaming. Yeah, it's been a pile, definitely, the last half a week or so. And we'll see if it ends tonight. All right, Texans. CD, or otherwise known as Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I guess you can stop saying the nickname, but he's not even on the team anymore. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, out. He apparently was not a fit. He fits the mold of a player you acquire because you think you're one or two players away. Which brings a question we can ask and get to about the Texans and their evaluation of their own roster. But first, let's hear from D'Amico Ryans. This was, I believe, on the Monday after presser, where he discussed some of the big plays his defense has given up. Of course, not a lot of them. They don't give up a lot of points, but they have been hit with some big plays. And here's D'Amico Ryans on what might have been the cause of those.
Yeah, when you see a big play that happens on our defense, somewhere along the lines, there's a bust in communication. It all starts with communication, and it hasn't been as crisp as it needs to be. So we have to play better. On the defensive side, we got to communicate better, and we got to execute the defense better. And so, it's not been great. We see that. We have to make some adjustments there to make sure we get it correct.
And I mentioned DJ Bieniemy joined John and Lance, and he broke down one of the big plays, and all signs point to that being on Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. It was a big play that set up the Jags' winning score, the Ryan Thomas slant that went for a giant gain. You think it's on Lassiter, but once he runs Thomas Jr. out of bounds, he's looking back with the arms outstretched, going, what the hell was that? And that led to some questions. And Chauncey Gardner-Johnson was the guy who was playing in the middle. Apparently, if you go by DJ Bieniemy's breakdown, and maybe he got word from the Texans, there's a coverage where Kamari Lassiter is playing to the outside. Any outbreaking route he will cover. It was two receivers lined up on that side, and C.D. Gardner, I keep doing it. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson is playing the inside. So if he sees a route coming across his face, he's covering that. But Gardner-Johnson jumped to the outside. Kamari Lassiter anticipated that his guy wasn't going to be where he's supposed to be, so he had to track Thomas. Of course, that wasn't going to work because Brian Thomas is really fast, and Lassiter, for as well as he played last year, wasn't known as a speed guy. So once you give up inside leverage, it's a problem as long as Thomas Jr. caught it, and unfortunately he actually did catch that one, and it led to the big play. So miscommunication has been a thing for the Texans in the back end, and apparently a lot of it has been because of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. He also hasn't been someone to take accountability for his actions. It led to problems with the other guys in that secondary, and the Texans decided after 3 games, you got to go.
Yeah.
The word is he's a giant problem when things aren't going well. You can kind of stomach what he's up to when you're winning because he tampers down some of his issues.
See last year's Philadelphia Eagles.
Yes. But when the season was over, they got rid of him the first chance they could.
Yeah.
For Kenyon Green, of all people, who they cut this week off the practice squad.
Yeah. CJ Gardner-Johnson, I agree with you. You don't get to be CD Deuce when you're a free agent. CJ Gardner-Johnson made it 1 day longer than Kenyon Green.
Yeah.
Casario W.
Yeah. It wasn't when at least Kenyon Green wasn't expected to be the starter in Philly.
No, Casario
Gardner-Johnson was supposed to be a big piece to this defense. So I mentioned it before we played the D'Amico sound. Are the Texans bad at evaluating their roster? You know, they brought in Stefan Diggs last year, and you assume that was partly because that's a guy you add on to a team who thinks they're pretty close. And now he gets hurt, Tank Dell gets hurt, so you're not sure what would have happened if they're all healthy. But their offensive line was a problem throughout the year, and that has remained the case this year. So when you have that big of a flaw, are you really that close? So if you're not close, you don't bring in a guy like Chauncey Gardner-Johnson because of all the problems that he could cause. So did the Texans for the second consecutive year misevaluate their roster? If we go by the offseason comments that we certainly hammered on the morning show, we're not concerned. D'Amico and I aren't concerned about the offensive line, so you shouldn't be. I would say yes. The Texans have improperly evaluated their roster 2 years in a row. Even with how good 2023 went, I didn't see a 2024 roster that was a championship roster. But you trade for Joe Mixon, who was great when he was available. Of course, Stefan Diggs was a good piece before he got hurt. But the offensive line, I thought last year was always going to be an issue. So I don't see why you add Chauncey Gardner-Johnson unless you think you can win it all, because he only thrives in situations where you're going to be really good. I don't think the Texans have done a good job acknowledging who they are.
No, and in the the 2024 offseason when they go out and get Diggs and Mixon and Danielle Hunter, like that was like they're throwing their chips in. This is what you do when you have a quarterback on a rookie contract.
You take advantage of how cheap it is.
Yeah, and it's something that this past offseason we talked about that because they made all those moves last offseason, like they actually don't have as much cap space, or they can't really throw around big money in this past offseason. And you see that when how they addressed their offensive line was Cam Robinson, like $10-ish million a year, and then cast-offs from bad lines, Tomlinson, Ingram, Andrews, like that. That's where the chickens have come home to roost. And yeah, you're right. Casario kind of made the same mistake both the past 2 off seasons of it's funny. Like it seems like he evaluates the team the same way that like casual fans would, where they're just like, man, look at these receivers. Joe Mixon running the ball.
Yeah, the skill guys are pretty good, right? So that should be enough.
You got Anderson and Hunter. You got Stingley and Lassiter. I mean, who's throwing the ball on you guys? Like, it's just very, just ignoring the, guys have to block, you know.
Yeah,
you got to stop the run at some point.
The spine of their defense the spine of their team in the offensive line, the interior, the defensive line, and their linebackers, you would say, aren't championship quality.
They're really good at all the sexy positions.
Yeah, the ones fancy. They're fantasy positions.
Yeah.
And the things that get the wows online.
Yeah.
He thinks that the Texans are a highlight team, just like Adam Silver thinks his league is a highlight league.
So a social media team.
Yeah.
Like Justin Herbert's a social media quarterback.
You're invoking Anacho again. That Acho again. Remember, we had the conversation about him. But yes, he
uncomfortable conversation.
Yeah, that's what he likes to have. I guess that's what they're built on. Splash. It's a lot of splash plays from the defense, the sacking of the quarterback, the DB's taking the ball away. But when it comes to the heart of the matter, they're not a team who is good in the spots that traditionally help you win big.
I will say they have invested in the offensive line.
They've just been wrong.
They've been wrong every single time.
Yeah.
They don't really have a hit on the offensive line since signing George Fant in 2023. You know, like the 2023 line is somehow the best line of this C.J. Stroud, DeMeco Ryans era, and that was a bunch of cast-offs and
Laramie Tunsil
and Titus Howard. Like, that's basically it. And Shaq Mason, who was good for that 1 year, and they gave him a new contract, and then
apparently Laramie Tunsil got a hold of him and turned him into a guy who they couldn't have on the roster anymore.
Have you heard of the Versace store?
Gucci even. How about Gucci?
So they have those here?
So the conversation also went to, if we wanted to get rid of a guy, who could you get rid of? Well, Nick Caserio apparently has a deal that's at least has 3 to 4 years remaining on it. And then, of course, DeMeco signed his 6-year deal. He is not under any threat, but these are the uncomfortable questions that are now being asked. Who can we fire? And like in a lot of situations, money and contracts may play a part. So I'm not sure anyone can get fired or will get fired.
Yeah. C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Well, he did get fired. But he didn't have a long-term deal.
No. I mean, it is going to be $5 million in dead cap next year.
So it will affect you.
Good job, guys. $5 million isn't like...
It's not crazy.
Huge, but it is for the same thing with the Stephon Diggs for different reasons. Stephon Diggs was like actually fine. He just got hurt.
Yep.
The Gardner-Johnson one is just like a giant whiff. And yeah, I think it's fair that if you want to play the like blame game on the Texans, I do think, and I agree with you that his job's not under imminent threat. I do think that this lands at the feet more of Nick Caserio because, like we outlined, this is a team that's built in a flawed manner.
And trust me, I know about teams being built in flawed manners, and they flash for a couple years, and then all of a sudden, hey,
chickens come home.
All those issues. Suddenly, your offensive genius, and not here, but in Miami, can't cover up some of those flawed issues, and now you got real problems. So the Texans didn't get to the genius part of their offense to cover up some of the problems.
Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, both Nicks, honestly. And in fact, the one who's has the least amount of blame so far is Kaylee. He's only been here 3.
Hey, I'm new here.
Yeah, hey, it's not my fault.
But that does not help. And I think if they keep, I'll just say, keep not breaking the 20 mark in any game, I think he's the first to go. Like, it's not who has the most blame. It's just like who's the first to go.
He's the most expendable.
I'd pick him as like he's probably the first one getting thrown overboard. I guess after C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Definitely. He's the one of the prominent.
See, we're doing something.
Parts of the blame pie.
Yeah.
Nick Caley would be the one. And speaking of numbers, you brought up them not scoring. I gotta make a correction because AI overview got me. This stat is real. The Texans are now the 12th team in the last decade to score less than 40 points in their first 3 games. 5 of those previous 11 wound up picking in the top 5.
Okay.
So they're on track.
Tankathon season.
Yes. And then I asked AI Overview about it, and then they just gave me the Texans that's doing it a couple other times. And no, it's not the case. Yeah. So I did say that they did in C.J. Stroud's first year, and that's what AI Overview told me. And then I looked it up. Wait a minute. That didn't happen.
They scored 20 in their first. No, in their second game.
Yeah.
So that already kind of takes you out.
Yeah. So they did not do that. So just want to make that correction. But this year, under 40 or under is that number, and they're in line.
Yeah. No, there's what was it?
To
4
have
teams,
a top 5 pick. Yeah.
4 teams last week scored 38 or more points in week 3. There's 340 balls, and Monday night was
38.
38. Texans have 38 on the season.
Yes.
The Indianapolis Colts have scored like 105.
Their stat line is
first time in franchise history.
Yeah, their stat line is about, hey, they finally punted. The stat line here is we ain't even gotten to 40 yet.
Yeah.
40 points yet.
Like we said on Monday, there's still one, I'll say like 100%, 0 questions asked, earned touchdown on the season. The Nico Collins one on Monday night. The Nico Collins one last week was
a blown
coverage bust. The Nick Chubb run, you could go, were the Bucs letting you score on that one? They have one. They have one untainted
They've
touchdown.
got one honorable touchdown so far. That's not great.
And it was an honorable one. It was a good touchdown.
Yeah, it was a good throw and a good catch.
I'd like another one, please.
On the first drive of the game for them. It was great. Nothing really since.
Is this, I guess 2013 is the answer. Never mind. I was going to say, is this like the biggest like failure of a Houston Texans season? Again,
as far as what you combine with expectations?
Yes, and I think it is 2013 because they lost 14 straight games.
Yeah, they're coming off a playoff appearance,
now,
of course. And
those guys started 2-0.
They did, and it fell apart completely.
It did. Yeah. I won't lie to you.
It was
did
a shaky,
fall apart.
from what I remember, it was a shaky 2-0, but they got the 2-0.
I don't think they were very impressive.
Yeah, and then of course it fell apart. That was the year. Isn't that the year that
was the Schaub pick six?
Also, was that the year that Kubiak had like a heart event or something?
Yes,
as well? Yeah.
they were so bad they gave Gary Kubiak.
He had a health issue.
Yes, on Sunday Night Football. Or Thursday night,
something like that. It was one of the standalone games, I believe. We're not there yet.
No, I mean.
D'Amico seems in fine health. He's probably surely not thrilled with his team, but he doesn't. We can hope and expect that he won't suffer an issue like that.
So week 1, 2013, they beat the Chargers by 3.
Didn't they come back in that game to win it?
I
from what I remember, was
so.
that on the road?
Yes,
I think that was on Monday night, right? From what I remember,
it was a Monday night.
Yeah,
and then they beat the Tennessee Titans in overtime.
Yeah,
and then lost every other game
because of what they had done last year. It was the year before, excuse me. It's like, oh, the Texans, they're just finding ways to win, and then they stopped. They stopped finding ways to win.
Week 3 at Baltimore. This is weird. They played the Ravens and they lost 30-9. What?
Yeah, that.
I remember the Seahawks game.
Yeah, that tradition.
Hilarious pick six in the Seahawks.
Was that a
game.
Richard Sherman?
Yes. It was like one of those disasters coming from a mile away
You
ones.
could see it happening.
Yeah.
And I think even Richard Sherman talked about it after the game, about how they expected it and they knew it was coming.
Yeah,
like that.
It was a boot to the right, and Schaub threw it all the way back to the left. And in my head, this is how I remember it. I didn't go back and watch the all 22. In my head, watching the game, Richard Sherman was the only guy in frame of the ball. When like it panned over to all the way where Schaub was throwing, I didn't see a single Texan.
Yeah, I don't exactly remember what Sherman said after the game, but it was not complimentary of the Texans.
No,
he was in the play.
That's what time he was on back then.
Yeah,
it's also the time he's on now, but it was especially back then.
Particularly, yeah, because he could play and was really good at the time. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll get to the article I did not pay for, but I signed up for the free trial just to see what they had to say. The question in the article, the headline is Texans C.J. Stroud playing his way out of an extension? It's part of their The Athletic's weekly quarterback stock report, and it's all about the Texans offense and the quarterback play. So we'll get to that. It was an interesting day for Oklahoma football, the state of Oklahoma, I mean. Big newsworthy things coming out of that state. Could affect the SEC title picture and certainly the national playoff picture as well. So we'll get to that. A lot more as well. So if you want to join us, 713-780-3776. It wasn't a fun day as far as Texans news was concerned, but it was an interesting one. So a lot to get to there. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleya.
So this Athletic article has rankings for all the quarterbacks. The Ringer has their own rankings. You can go across any publication that does this, that talks about sports, and they're going to have a quarterback ranking as part of their NFL coverage. CJ's 17th in these rankings. I believe he started the season at 12, so of course he continues to drop because of his play. That's subjective. It's not that important what he says about the rankings, but the question, as I mentioned going to break, is the one that isn't a question that had been asked really up until maybe this year or this week. Are you going to pay C.J. Stroud what a quarterback, at least considering his rookie year, would command? What a quarterback would command based off his rookie year? Because there's nothing based off the last season plus that would say, yeah, give him the max extension or whatever you want to term it, as far as young quarterback, do a big deal. You got to give it to him because of how good he's been. There's nothing that says that should be a guarantee. You're solely basing it off of what you believe he could be because of what 2023 was. So if I go by this particular stat, and it's just one of many, it's the EPA stat. EPA, to break it down simply, is you compare a quarterback to other quarterbacks who qualify in the same situation and kind of what they're doing to help their team. Like, there's a specific definition for it, but that's kind of the breakdown. If I put you in the same situation as another quarterback, let's say 3rd and 5 in the fourth quarter, what do you do to help your team on that drop back compared to all the other quarterbacks in that particular type of situation? CJ's ranked 28th out of 33 qualifying quarterbacks. So the numbers aren't good, but then you start adding some of the names. Joe Flacco, Cooper Rush, and this is since the beginning of the 24 season. Gardner Minshew, Spencer Rattler, Will Levis. Those are the names he's keeping company with since the beginning of the 2024 season. Does that sound like a list of guys you want to pay a lot of money to? I would imagine not. So
no, at least Will Levis was fun.
Yeah,
it was fun. Bad.
CJ's mistakes aren't even that fun.
Yeah.
Like Will Levis,
his shenanigans. There's no whimsy to it.
Yes, CJ's mistakes aren't great. Yeah. Will Levis is parallel to the ground, flipping the ball someplace.
Yeah,
that's fun.
Going like this in the middle of a play.
Yeah, CJ's just when he doesn't do well, it's just basic quarterback mistakes. I don't. If we're gonna do the mistake thing, at least be funny about it.
Jameis Winston has a complete rebrand, a PR rebrand, because those fun mistakes.
We're not getting any of the fun from CJ. We're getting a lot of bland football, and it's unfortunate because the ceiling appeared to be very high about what he could be, and right now, combination of his play, bad play calls, and bad talent on his offensive line, it's led to him being in the range of journeyman Joe Flacco, career backups at this point, and a couple younger players who we don't think much of.
He got moved on from, more or less.
Well, Spencer Rattler was a bit of hang on, but they tried to move on from him. But Tyler Shuck isn't good enough.
I guess two guys that had quarterbacks drafted. Their teams drafted a quarterback, whether it's Cam Ward or Tyler Shuck.
Yeah. It's not great. It is not the end, clearly. He's got all of this year to figure it out. We're just trending poorly, and it's not just these first 3 games.
Yeah, since he big broed Caleb.
It is, at least internet-wise, the line of demarcation. When he big broed Caleb Williams, that was the turn. Look,
it's also they started 2-0 that year, so it's easy. It's a good cutoff of to cut out all the good stuff from last year.
It's true. Now you got to include the playoff win, but since that point, since winning those 2 games to start the year, what are they? They went on to win.
They went 10-7
and then won a playoff game. So they
8-7 plus a playoff.
Yeah, they were 9-7 after that point, and now 0-3, 9-10, right? Since the big bro.
Yeah, well, and a playoff loss.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. 9-11 since that big bro incident, and what a playoff loss it was.
Tremendous.
Getting hit a lot of times, getting sacked like 8 times.
Looking back, Chiefs. We should have known. We should have known then that they only beat the Texans by 8 or whatever it was.
Yeah, but that's how the Chiefs won all their games last year.
That is
so we
true.
just assumed. Of course, they did make another Super Bowl. They just got their ass kicked by the Eagles.
They're like, we can do the even being a crappy team, we can beat the Bills in the playoffs.
See, it's an interesting thought process for the Texans. We pushed the AFC dynasty. I'll put it like that. They have been at least at minimum an AFC dynasty. We pushed the Chiefs. We're in a one-possession game. Sure, we got some offensive line problems.
Yep.
And you know how we fix them? By getting a bunch of guys no one else wanted. But as I jokingly talked about a lot this offseason, they just thought the power of friendship was going to get it done.
We were just like, this is what they are selling us.
And
we
were like willing to
entertain
it because we didn't know. Although in our heads, in our hearts, we kind of knew, but we didn't have the evidence. And all the guys out at training camp, the reporters, which is more proof you can ever trust someone who just is watching training camp practices. Hey, they look more physical. The guys are working out, and the vibe is different as far as how they practice.
Yeah, I mean, that's
and
good.
how they warm up, and how all that stuff is different. No one's
nice.
off to the side, stuff like that. That's all stuff that doesn't matter.
No.
It doesn't really matter because at some point you got Allen Hines or Hines Allen. Damn it. I had it and then I lost it. Hines Allen on the other side and Travon Walker and Jared Verse and all the pass rushers you got to see. All that stuff about how good they are and how different they are in training camp. Now we got real games to play.
Yeah. And bring it back to CJ. There's a text in on Jeremy and Joe yesterday where they're like, how long till you have to worry about CJ Stroud like wanting out, basically, demanding a trade with David Mulugheta.
Yeah.
You have to remember it's David Mulugheta. And my immediate reaction is, do we have to be worried if he demands a trade? Is he so good that you have to worry that he demands a trade?
Not since the start of 2024.
Like, is that something that we have to be, like, keeping ourselves up at night?
As a franchise, the thought of someone they likely still believe in, asking out and not being all in it at the quarterback spot is troublesome.
Yeah.
But for someone who doesn't have to make those decisions, and it's just decisions and just watching week to week, I'm like, at this point, you know what? How many picks? Like, there was a conversation in my group chat about how much would it take for a team to pry CJ Stroud away, and the offer put up didn't even include first round picks. And my first reaction was, who's giving that up for him right now? Who's willing to do that now? Of course, there's someone out there because there's always someone who thinks they can get a guy right. So there would be teams out there who would give up quite a bit. But watching him over the last 20 plus weeks of football, as far as going back to 2024, I'm like, I would like to see him play better before I would give up that type of haul.
I mean, I would. It's a funny thing of like you almost need him to play a little bit better to like
entice people,
get a first and some other stuff that you can draft a terrible offensive lineman with.
I'm
because that's my thing of like, yeah, you can use those draft picks to address the offensive line. Use one of them to like figure something out at quarterback, but it's like, well, who do I want drafting those offensive linemen? Not Nick Caserio.
I am not of the mindset that any of this conversation we're having as far as a trade, it should be seriously considered.
This is all Madden GMing.
This is all thinking about what people may be thinking about, but we would have never even entertained it at the start of last year.
At the very least, he's played to the level where if you're negotiating with David Mulugheta, like you have some cards, you have like a relatively good position of like, hey, listen, we don't have to give you do we have to give you the Trevor Lawrence deal? The Jags didn't want to give Trevor Lawrence, or now they immediately regret giving him the Trevor Lawrence deal. Do we have to? It has to be $55 million. It has to start at $55 million a year. It just has to. Okay.
I understand what you're saying, but have you met David Mulugheta? You think he believes this is CJ's issue?
No. But
so while you think you may have leverage,
then do your job. Find him a spot that's willing to give up some draft picks for him.
But
there you go, David.
Teams operate so much out of fear at the thought of losing a good young quarterback, particularly they tend to cave pretty quickly.
Look at all the top quarterbacks or top paid quarterbacks. There's a lot of guys where you're like, they kind of had to hold their nose and sign this.
That's true, but even those quarterbacks have years where you could find things that extend past year one, where they're like, okay, he led the league in quarterback rating. His team did this.
Even like the Tua's deal, where you're like, now you're. He was a good quarterback in, what was that, 23? 22, yeah.
Yeah.
Even like the Herbert stuff, like, well, you see it. you do like see the like, okay. Lawrence is the only one where you're just kind of like,
never really got what the hell is going on.
That is the biggest, I guess, feather in the cap of the thinking of the GMing scared of like, well, we don't want to lose our guy because he's our guy. And that's so far Stroud's biggest, like, thing to wield is that, what, you want to go back to Davis Mills time? No, sign me.
Do you want to keep missing the playoffs?
Now I'm
like you used to when I wasn't here?
There
are things in his favor. It's just they're going to miss
the playoffs this year with you.
That's true. But it was completely a unanimous thought that whenever the time came.
Oh, yeah. It was like, was he going to get 60?
Hand him the biggest check you can. Now, you need him to pull out of this rut.
Yeah.
Him and the team need to do it before people feel good about doing that.
Stafford to retire and the Rams to throw some draft picks to get him. That was what Joe threw out there. He was like, what if Stafford retires?
We can dream, I guess. My hope is that
the sweet like 25th pick in the draft.
My hope is that it doesn't come to that, but the conversations are starting to be had, not just locally, but nationally.
I'm getting my Nussmeier jersey ready.
Your Montreal Alouettes Nussmeier jersey? All right, we'll go to
my Fernando Mendoza jersey.
Yeah, more like it. Maybe John Mateer when that finger heals. We'll talk about that.
Take as much time as you need, John.
Yeah, I bet you've got a vested interest in him not showing up immediately.
He's got a long future ahead of him.
Sure. All right, we will talk some college football because that news came down yesterday. A couple programs, one in the Big 12, one in the SEC, both in Oklahoma, had big news go down. So we'll get to that in the second hour. If you want to join us, 713-780-3776. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, official partner of or with the Houston Astros. And, hey, listen, it's the Astros stretch run. They need to come through. They have Hunter Brown on the hill. This is our last stand. This is Jon Snow falling down in the Battle of the Bastards, standing up, holding a sword, and that sword is Hunter Brown, and having a pitching score of more than 31 and a half. That's what I need from Hunter Brown to prove that he's willing to do whatever it takes to get this team the third wild card spot. And that's what he needs to do tonight in Sacramento against the A's. There's a lot of different ways to attack this pitcher, thinking that pitcher's going to have a good game. This is the best one I found for Hunter Brown. He's gone over or more than 31 and a half 4 of his last 5 games. The strikeouts are at 5.5. He hasn't really been going over that very much. So give me the pitching score more than 31 and a half. Basically, you need a quality start from him. And then I got to ride with my guy, Nick Kurtz. This guy. Just at the very least, if he's going to send the Astros packing, you can make some money off of him and go with more than 1.5 total bases for Nick Kurtz tonight in Sacramento. Seems like he does it every time he faces the Astros. He did it last night. Maybe he does it one more night. So make some money off the Astros' misery and, maybe wake up to a little bit of money in your pocket. All you got to do is download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win. That bonus is guaranteed. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
because Sean had to do the afternoon shift, he wasn't here for the Misery Index, so he didn't get to talk about Mike Gundy. We will talk about Mike Gundy in a little bit because he no longer is a head coach at Oklahoma State. I wondered if they would fire him or would he be able to kind of do that himself. I'll walk when I want. Turns out you lose to Tulsa, you got to go. You don't get to kind of write your own exit when you lose to Tulsa. So you got to go. So we'll talk about that.
Okay.
We'll talk about that.
We'll talk about it later.
We'll talk about what happened with, what is their biggest rival, although they don't get to play each other so much anymore at Oklahoma State. I mean, Texas is Oklahoma's biggest rival, but at least in state. Oklahoma State tries to pretend like OU considers them a giant rival. But big news for Oklahoma, big news for Oklahoma State. We'll talk about that. But first, let's get to Eric. What's up, Eric?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I was wondering, at the beginning of the season, Arch Manning was the highly quarterback coming out of the draft this year and next year. But which quarterback do y'all see that's highly rated to come out of to be a first-round pick in this year's draft? And also, Sean, they had the Texas Longhorns at -4.5 against Oklahoma in 2 weeks. How do you feel about that? And Heritage Adult Films. Yeah, I have a few adult films for some of the lady friends that made that tight end. You know which one I'm talking about, Bill. Candy? I'll hang up the listen.
I don't know which one you're talking about. As I've said over and over again, I don't know. Yes, we do have Chance McClain with Heritage. I don't know if it's adult films, Eric. Isn't it just Heritage films?
I think it's films featuring adults.
Yeah,
but I don't know if Chance wants to call them adult film.
I believe it is just called Heritage Films.
Yes.
Not Heritage Adult Films.
But it is for adults.
Yes.
Your granddad, grandma.
Yes, it is.
That's what is in the ad.
It is
to pass down the.
It is for them,
so that your grandkids can, know the family stories and all that.
The dark secrets that your family buried.
So,
but I don't know if Chance will take. I'm sure he'll take a client who works at tight ends. I just don't know if you'll get the film you're looking for, Eric, from that. All right, as far as
the two Longhorn questions.
Yes,
the two customary Longhorn questions from Eric.
There was the Arch Manning one. He asked about
quarterbacks in the draft.
Yeah,
Fernando Mendoza, I guess, is what we're doing.
I've watched him play. He's played really well. I don't know if he has the attributes athletically to fit the mold of a top 10 pick or even a first rounder. The guys who, even though they struggled, are still at the top of the list are guys like Norris Sellers because of his skill set. You can throw in, I guess Nuss is on the list as well.
Nussmeier will get drafted in the first round just because of look at him at the whiteboard and he can make throws. I would like a top pick at quarterback to not have his coach lash out at the media because the first question is why does the offense stink. I would just like that for that not to be an issue with a potential top 5 pick.
Yeah, I would like the offense to
be the best part of the team.
If there are any questions about it, the running game is a problem, not my quarterback play.
Yeah. That's just one, a little thing about me. Although I think he's mostly played pretty well this season. As far as the negatives on him last year, he's taking the care of the ball a little bit better, all that stuff. After that it's John Mateer. With a bionic thumb.
Well, according to ESPN, we'll just use them. They have it as Sellers, Mateer, Dante Moore, who maybe a lot of us should pay more attention to.
I forgot that he's draft eligible.
Yeah, he played 1 year at
and then
UCLA. Then willingly went to a place that would have an established starter. That established starter was a guy who they also got to transfer in Dylan Gabriel. So he sat the year.
Yeah,
and then now he's the starting quarterback at Oregon and has played really well. They'll get their first test this weekend against another guy who, at a point last year, very late in the season, would have been on the list. But at least according to ESPN, not even in their top 6. And Drew Aller, he's not on the list. They've got Moore, Nuss, Beck, and Manning still remains in the top 6. Which, if Arch Manning, considering his beginning of the season, is still one of your top 6 guys, it just speaks of maybe how soft this quarterback class is.
Yeah, and some SEO,
Sure.
You gotta get that
sweet
SEO.
Yes, the search engine algorithm analytics stuff certainly goes on.
He'll be in the 26th draft until it happens.
Yeah,
and then they'll stop putting him in the headlines.
Yeah, it could move past the date where guys have to officially declare, and they'll still have him in the rankings just because it works
Browns
for the algorithm. I don't think they do the supplemental draft anymore. but if they could, if they did, Arch would still be a guy who would get mentioned just in case if they had that possibility. So his other question was about
Red River.
Well,
4.5-point favorite.
That leads us into the Mateer conversation. John Mateer, the quarterback for Oklahoma, really their only way of getting offense because they can't run the football against anyone. They're not that proficient throwing the ball. He can make plays with his feet. That's why you start to hear some of the Manziel comps. And, they asked him about that. And he goes, well, unlike Johnny, I go to church the next day. So he is having some fun with that. But he is a one-man offense for Oklahoma. There's not a lot there without him. And he won't be available. And they should be fine. I think they've got Kent State on the schedule here. Of course, the question is, will he be ready to go for Red River? I mean, Brent Venables, as much as we like to make fun of him, he has had some bad luck with the quarterbacks he's been able to take in the Red River. They've either been not good or banged up, and then have to go to someone who's not good.
He doesn't get to say they're not good. That's your fault that they're not good. But yeah, I think was the first one Davis Bevel, and then
because Dylan Gabriel couldn't play. Wasn't he hurt?
Someone was hurt. I forgot if it was Dylan Gabriel or not. But yeah, there's someone.
It was.
I thought Gabriel was only there for a year, but I could be wrong. He only played in one, and he won in 2023.
I think. So he wouldn't have been there for 24 then because he was at Oregon.
Yeah, 24 was Jackson Arnold was hurt, and so was Michael Hawkins.
Okay, got it. So he was at Oklahoma for 2 year, 22, 23.
Okay.
So 1 year he didn't play because he was hurt.
Yeah.
And then he played in the other one and won. And then last year's quarterbacks were not good.
Yeah.
And this year you think he has a guy, but he might not be available. So two out of the 4 Red Rivers that he's going to be a part of, he wouldn't have a starting quarterback due to injury. So I would say
3 out of 4.
Oh yeah, well Jackson,
last year.
Well, Jackson Arnold ain't good in either way.
Well,
still, he wasn't going to win that game either way. So.
That is true, and all their I think, or not all their receivers, but like 3 out of their 5 or something.
They were down. I think it might have got to
4 out of 5,
running like 6 and 7 stringers out there.
Yeah.
That's how banged up they were. So he has had some bad luck with the quarterbacks.
He
may have it again.
But Texas also had to play like 3 straight Heisman Trophy winners. So,
aw, poor Texas.
I'm just saying this is balancing it out from a little bit.
Well, part of the reason they won the Heisman is because of what they did to you guys.
Yeah.
That's true. Yes, he did have a lot of like the guys before. Well, the guy before in Lincoln Riley,
loser.
Yeah, I mean that's true.
Was he ever done? Actually, Oklahoma and Texas played in the Big 12 title game that year. Oklahoma won.
Yeah, so he's done plenty.
He got his get back.
Yeah, don't worry. I mean, yes, he has done plenty.
And in 21, they played 2 NFL starters, Caleb Williams and Spencer Rattler.
Look, Texas fan, you're playing Oklahoma. You're going to play good players.
That sucks.
You're gonna play. Yeah,
they didn't have to play good players.
Well,
they got to play Shane Buechele.
Well, that's your fault, Texas. You shouldn't really ever have an issue at quarterback. You're Texas.
Yeah.
You might have one this year,
Here
despite the name on the back of the jersey.
Yeah.
Up until he dominated to like Sam Houston State.
Yeah. Prove to me you're Sam Ehlinger, Arch.
Prove to me you're David Ash.
Oh, well,
get to that level at least.
That's disrespectful to
David Ash.
Yeah, David Ash. There's a couple.
Get to David Ash.
Tyrone Swoops beat OU.
Well, that's not doing Arch any favors if he can't even be that. He'll have his opportunity. He may not have to go against the starting quarterback at Oklahoma. We will see. They're going to hold that hope that John Mateer makes it, but it is surgery. So we will see.
And looking at the rest of their schedule, I can see why. Because at first I was like, why don't you just put off the surgery until after the Texas game? And then I looked at like the next 3-game stretch after that, and it's a lot of ranked teams. It's like South Carolina, and then it's some combination of like Alabama,
here it
Tennessee.
They've got Kent State after their bye. So they'll have the week off.
So they have a bye week in Kent
Kent State, which is 2 bye weeks. Then they have Texas after that. You mentioned South Carolina. Then it's Ole Miss, Tennessee, Alabama, Missouri, LSU, all in that order.
Yeah, I see why you don't, because they could lose to Texas and still get a 10-2, 9-3 season if they're good. If they are like fully operational, what they think they are, like
if you give him,
they can split those last 4
Yeah,
games.
I don't know. I guess it's Michael Hawkins. Is he still there?
Yes.
So you're beating Kent State. Texas is going to be tough, even with Mateer. So if you want to sit him there, Michael Hawkins on the road at South Carolina, sketchy, but South Carolina's proven to not be very good.
Yeah.
OU's defense may be just good enough to win a game like 20-10, something like that.
That's what I'm thinking.
And then maybe you have Mateer ready to go for those 4 ranked teams, actually 5 ranked teams to close out the schedule. So today's the 24th. Maybe he misses the next 3, which is something, of course, they don't want. And you should probably go 2-1 in that stretch.
Yeah.
You can get there, and then you enter the back half of your schedule with your starting quarterback back, coming off the hand surgery, and only 1 loss.
I'm also like not completely writing off that he could play against Texas.
Yeah, I'm not writing it off either. That's what they're shooting for, but that would be 3 weeks, well, at least less than 3 weeks away.
Yeah, it'd be like 20 days. Or
So we'll see. Of course, though, I'm on the Oklahoma page on ESPN, and there's a video of Jordan Rodgers saying the John Mateer injury is devastating for Oklahoma. Well, we'll see. They offensively have proven that there's not a lot there without him. We will see if that offensive line, which has not played well, and Hawkins, who got to sit for a little bit, can keep them afloat until he gets back.
Yeah,
it's a tough for Oklahoma. They're feeling pretty good about themselves. He played through the hand injury against Auburn, but they decided to take care of that now. And I imagine we might hear about some miraculous recovery right before Red River.
At the very least, I'd throw it out. I'll say this. John Mateer will either be questionable or a game-time decision for Texas.
Even if
he doesn't play. Even there's
mess
no
with
chance
Texas.
he plays.
Even if just a mess
you
with
just throw
Texas.
it out there.
They'll just put him in a practice jersey. I don't know Venables' media stuff when it comes to practice, but if they do get the film or be out there for the first 15 minutes, I bet you Mateer's out there just to make it look like he's ready to go. We'll see how that plays out. All right. The other Oklahoma news, Mike Gundy. We talked about Mike Gundy yesterday as far as why Oklahoma State was on the misery index. I thought they had to be miserable at least for a couple more weeks before they made a move. If they made one at all, they said, nope, we're going to do it 2 minutes before your show wraps up. They fire Mike Gundy, and it was a move long coming, I would guess. They had been tired of him for a little bit. He had a bad year last year. He was off to an awful start this year. I don't know if it's just how it will go, but if you default to your son's starting games, whether it be Dabo or Brett Venables,
you're on the clock.
When he was at Clemson as the DC, now he wound up getting a head coaching job. But if you're the head coach and for some reason your sons are prominent members of the team, whether they're the holder or they a backup receiver, or in Gundy's case, he started his son to open the season, I think, and then realized, my son's not any good. I got to find some answers. You know your program's in trouble. You know Randy Shannon's son started at center for Miami as well.
Yeah.
These are all coaches who, at some point, lost their jobs. Dabo's further away from that, but I wouldn't be surprised if it happens to him. Actually, you know what? I would be surprised. I think when you win 2 national titles at Clemson and take them from, oh, no, they're Clemsoning to title winners,
He's got a couple more years at least.
And unless he's got a son who can throw a football. Because if a son's playing quarterback instead of playing wide receiver, then he may be out the door.
Or if he has another Lawrence or Watson.
Yeah. Well, yes. If he finds another generational quarterback, then he'll be fine.
The thing with Gundy that I'm not ready to like put, the Gundy stuff on Swinney is that reportedly Oklahoma State did offer him the opportunity to
leave
yesterday instead of getting fired, to announce that you're retiring or mutual parting of ways at the end of the season.
He would have been able to close it out.
Yeah, yeah. Let the best coach in Oklahoma State history.
Yeah, think about
ride things out. They had an 18-year bull streak.
Yeah.
At OSU.
Les Miles was the last coach for Gundy.
Yeah.
it's that long ago he's been there, and he turned them into I wouldn't say a national title contender as far as it happens every 3 or 4 years, but the Whedon Blackman team, and then also I talked about it yesterday. They were within a goal line conversion on 4th down from possibly making the playoff a couple years ago when they lost to Dave Aranda's team, Baylor team. So he has had moments, but yes, Oklahoma he's a lesser version of Clemson, but Oklahoma State was a program that was best known for having all the Woods brothers on their team. They had what's the best player? I forgot his name, but they had like 3 Woods brothers who played wide receiver for them, kind of like the Lockets at Kansas State. But other than that, Les Miles was out there doing Les Miles stuff even back then, but good enough to get the LSU job. But once Gundy got there, they became a legitimate threat to at least be a heckler for the top teams in the Big 12.
Or play in the Big 12 title game.
Or be there and be at the top of the league.
They played in the Big 12 title game in 2023.
And
they played like pretty now that team
that team got demolished by Texas, and the Big 12 wasn't great that year.
No, it was the 14-team Big 12, and they just got like a scheduling quirk
or they didn't play anybody.
Yeah, they got off pretty easily, but Gundy teams were really good. A lot. They were consistently ranked highly, and always a force in the Big 12. But I think this is a little bit of the casualty, or the OSU is a little bit of a casualty of the NIL system coming online and them being slow to pick it up. Now, some of that is on Gundy. Some of that's also that their mega booster basically died right before NIL became a thing.
Yeah. So 3-9 last year, 1-2 this year. Yeah. We mentioned the 2023 team went 10-4, lost to Texas in the Big 12 title game, and the one team who had been really good the last 5 or 6 years or so was that 2021 team who wound up not getting to the playoff, but did win the Fiesta Bowl and finished with 12 wins. So even as recently as in the last 5 years, he's got a couple double-digit win seasons. It just had turned really bad really quickly.
Yeah, now they're losing to Tulsa.
Yeah, 19-12. We talked about it. Hadn't lost to Tulsa at home since 1951.
I think they're 0-11 their last 11 P5 teams that they played, or Power 4, I guess, teams that they've played. They went 0-9 in the Big 12 last year.
Yeah, they beat Arkansas last year when, and amazingly enough, they were ranked 17. Well, not that amazingly. They had a good year in 2023.
They brought back Ollie Gordon and like 20 starters.
Yeah, and they were ranked in the top 20, and they got off their 3-0 start. Back when they would beat Tulsa, they beat Tulsa 45-10, and then they lost to Utah, lost to Kansas State, and it all fell apart, and it has not gotten any better. So Gundy, who has been a staple for that Oklahoma State program really for the last 35 to 40 years, back when he was a player, and now when he was a coach. He was an assistant too, became a head coach there.
Yeah, he was a player.
He is synonymous with Oklahoma State now. They have to move on, and I wonder what Gundy will do. Yeah, this stretches back to 1986 as far as him being a part of Oklahoma State.
He handed the ball off to Barry Sanders.
Yeah.
Like that's how long ago he's been associated with the program there. And so it is a big deal that he's changing, and it was a crazy day in the state of Oklahoma because you had the Mateer, or was it was the Gundy then Mateer.
You think
you had to one up him.
You think Oklahoma State people were like, Gundy's fired? Yes. Mateer's hurt? Yes. You think Oklahoma State people had the best day possible?
I would say, okay, yes, that definitely happened. Do you think it's 50% of OSU? I think it's less than 50. I think the younger generation is like, good, get Gundy out of here. I think the older generation is probably like, this is the best coach of all time. Like, we're probably shouldn't like celebrate it.
Yeah, you mentioned the younger generation. All they know is Mike Gundy, and for the most part, good times as far as winning games. Maybe they got a little restless, although they're not the money people, but they got restless because they thought when are we ever going to get over the hump? The older people are like, do you know what we were before he became head coach?
Like, you kind of you do have to nail this hire. So it'll be interesting. Everyone with even a passing tie to the state of Texas or Oklahoma will be batted around.
But
so that'll be fun.
They are in a much better spot than when he took over. As long as they still have the money flowing.
And I think that's part of the reason they had to make this move. It's like you you can't let it backslide all the way to where you're starting over from when Gundy got hired, or I guess when Les Miles got hired, where it's like now you're back to being just a Big 12 also ran. Like you kind of there's some urgency there to maintain the brand level, and nail this hire. You're right back in the mix in the Big 12.
Yeah, it's a conference that, well, we saw it with Texas Tech, who is now spending lots of money.
See with U of H,
you can rise to the top of the conference, and of course, U of H. They've got their game on Friday in Corvallis. I saw some U of H people going, "Did that say 9:30 start time?" Yeah, it's a 9:30 start time for the Cougs.
Pray for Jeremy Branham.
I'm praying for the Beavers. I think they're gonna face a tough spot when the Cougs come to town. As long as the Cougs and the body clock stuff is fine, I think the Cougs win that one. We are going to hear from not a Coug, not a Okie State Cowboy, not even a Sooner. We're going to hear from a former Nittany Lion when we come back, partly because we're going to hear his name on this very station on Sunday. The Packers play the Cowboys, and Micah Parsons talked about having to play the Cowboys. We'll hear from him, and he said something about potentially sacking Dak, which is a little presumptuous. Doesn't mean, I've seen the Cowboys offensive line, so you'll probably get to him. But let's not talk about a scenario that isn't guaranteed to happen. But he did, and it made me think of something that happens in a different sport. So we'll talk about that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olalea.
We are not officially a Cowboys station, but we do run a lot of Cowboys games here. So Sunday night, Cowboys versus Packers. We'll have it here for you. So if for whatever reason you're driving around and you want to keep track of a game, you can hear it here on ESPN 97.5. Coverage starts at 6:45. But one of the luminaries who's going to be playing is a former Cowboy, Micah Parsons. So, of course, he's being asked a lot of questions about his former team, Micah Parsons and the Packers. Disappointing loss to the Browns. So the Packers had their sights on being 3-0. Now they're just 2-1. The Cowboys coming off the butt kicking that the Bears gave them. So big game for both teams to get back on track. Micah Parsons was asked about playing his team, and here are his thoughts on potentially sacking Dak Prescott.
It's gonna be painful. You know what I mean? Dak's my guy. He was always like a good mentor for me. But you know what it is. I always told him if I ever faced him that it'll be a great matchup. So I'm excited to see what Sunday brings itself. For me, I accepted my fate weeks ago when the trade happened. So for me, it's just all about playing another game and just doing what I do best, and that's just be a disruptive football player. I think the media and the fans are trying to blow it up to be such a big thing, but I just look at it just another game at AT&T.
Micah Parsons talking like he's surrounded by an enemy force, and whatever happens, man. Just accepting my fate. Your fate was getting traded to a Super Bowl contender and getting the biggest contract for a non-quarterback ever. That was his fate, by the way. I'm glad he was able to accept that. But is Micah Parsons, if he sacks Dak Prescott, is he not going to celebrate? He's going to act like a soccer player when they score a goal against their former team, where they just put their arms up and go, look. Particularly on the road, it's one of my favorite things, and it's very dumb. Soccer players who will grab the badge when they score goals, but they don't want to upset the team that they no longer play for. So if they score a goal, hey, I'm not going to celebrate while all their teammates are jumping around them. They'll just put their arms up. So is Micah, if he sacks Dak, is he just going to go, look, Dallas Cowboy fans, I didn't really want to do it. I just got to do my job. I loved it here. It's going to be painful for Dak, I guess.
Yeah.
Is that what he meant?
What's your prediction? Pain.
Yeah.
That's what he's Clubber Lang.
I need him to go full on European soccer player. Make plays, but let the Cowboy fans know I still love you. I'm not going to rub it in.
Or go 180 degrees
or
the other direction.
Emmanuel Adebayor, when you score against your former team, and then run the length of the field to get in front of their supporter section. Because the setup was Emmanuel Adebayor was an Arsenal player. He wasn't treated very well, at least in his eyes. So he went to Man City. He scored a goal at home for Man City on the opposite end of the field. And then he ran the length of the pitch and did a slide in front of the Arsenal fans. And, of course, they threw everything they could at him.
That's what you need.
Yeah. I don't
run to the 50-yard line. You only have to go half as far.
Does he stand on the star?
And I don't know if the Cowboys have anyone that's willing to defend the star.
Emmitt Smitham?
Yeah,
Smitham,
who's the
George,
guy?
it was George Teague.
Yeah, George Teague.
Both of those guys did it with T.O. They both went after him when he did it.
That's back when the Cowboys still had, people willing to die for the star.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, T.O. went to celebrate, and then Emmitt Smith, after scoring a touchdown, went to reclaim it.
Yeah, and then T.O., I think, scored another one,
and then
ran
George
over, and
Teague went to go hit him. Yeah, that's how it went. So I don't know if there's anyone on that roster who's about that.
Who's got that in him.
I mean, Diggs ain't going to do it. His work wife is in Green Bay now, so he's not going to. If Parsons does something, he'll just pat him on the back and celebrate it maybe.
Yeah, he might join the
Yeah. I mean, if you don't know that reference, in the offseason when Micah Parsons was going through his contract stuff, for whatever reason, Trevon Diggs was standing right next to him when they would do interviews together, when really only people wanted to know what Micah Parsons was thinking. Trevon Diggs would be just standing there for whatever reason while he was going through his rehab. So those two will get to see each other again. I'm sure it'll be a happy reunion. The Cowboys, it was ugly. Our own Joe George is a giant Bears fan. They got their first win at the hands of that Cowboys team. And, I mean, that win.
It was an ugly week for both these teams.
Yeah, you lose to the Browns in the way the Packers did. That's rough. People and I'm one of those people. Look, Packers contender.
Yeah.
Real shot to win it all. And not that the Browns thing wipes it away, but losing the way they did.
Black eye.
Yeah. It's ugly. It's an ugly loss to a bad Browns team. But
yeah, you can get your get back. I mean, it's almost worse for the Cowboys that they lost to the Browns.
I'm sure they just the Bears. I just know the Cowboys thought they were coming home 2-1. They just assumed the Bears suck. They haven't won a game. We're gonna, and of course, CD has the ankle injury.
That's also bad for the Cowboys.
Yeah, he won't be on the field against the Packers.
No, I think 3 to 6 weeks was the prognosis.
He went on IR. At least Jerry said he would put him on IR. Maybe I don't know if that actually happened.
But yeah, I think I don't know. I mean the Packers before the season, I thought they were a better team. When they traded for Micah Parsons, I thought they were a better team than the Cowboys. After the first 2 weeks, I thought they were a better team than the Cowboys. Even after last week,
they're still a better team than the Cowboys.
Just like, and now it's like they got the wake up call, slap in the face loss, losing to the Browns the way they did. I think it'll be a little bit of a get right game, especially with you throw in the emotion benefit of the Micah Parsons. I mean, probably not revenge tour. Or at least for Micah Parsons.
He's going to want to show out.
Yeah, he's going to want to play well. I think the other guys on the defense are going to feed off that, and they're down their best receiver. So.
Well, the Packers will be without their starting right tackle. Zach Tom won't be available. So
okay.
We'll see. And also, Kenny Clark gets to play his old team too, Sean. We're not
maybe
talking
he's
enough
the one
about
who
Kenny Clark.
He's the George Teague in this. He defends the star.
I don't see it.
I just got here, man.
Don't ask me.
Oh, it's Pickens. That's who's gonna.
There will be no defending of anything because I don't think Mike is going to do anything.
I
like
know.
That.
I wish more people did that. Why did people stop? I guess it was a pretty crazy thing to do. That's why T.O. is the only guy to do it.
No one. I don't know if anyone had ever thought to run to the middle of the field and celebrate on the star and look up
also,
to the sky.
Is that more of a AT&T Stadium has less aura than
if you do it there,
Texas.
When the windows are at the end, as opposed to the we put an opening in the stadium so God could watch his favorite team, whatever they say about that.
That is what they say.
Yeah,
and I like that.
Yeah. God.
That's a good amount of arrogance to have.
God needs you to.
That's a fun amount of arrogance.
God needs you to cut a hole in the stadium to watch stuff.
Yeah.
The guy who I've been told, who I've been told can see all whenever he wants. Yeah, but. He needs you to cut a hole into something for him
Make
to
it
see.
a little easier for me.
Yeah, hey,
I'm old.
I don't want to use my. Well, yeah, old as being on Earth or alive, actually. Just hey, man, put a hole there. Makes it easier on me. My eyes are getting a little tired. Thanks.
So I can watch Dak Prescott and
Staubach at the time, right? And others.
Yes. That's when he really enjoyed it. I'd imagine.
I don't know if he's enjoying cowboy football as much anymore.
Javonte Williams, man, career resurgence. That's what.
Kenneth Murray.
Hey, Peter, come watch this.
Nah, Peter's a Browns fan. He's got his own problems. He's a big Browns fan. All right. Now, can we do anything more sacrilegious than that? Probably, but we won't. We'll avoid it. We got one more segment to go here. The number is 713-780-3776. We will get more into the Astros. If you missed it, you were lucky. They lost 5-1 to the A's. Nick Kurtz got it started for them, and all the other results didn't really go their way. Of course, the Mariners won. The Mariners are officially in the playoffs now. Remember the days where we had our magic number? When we had a real magic number to look forward to?
Did we do magic number talk? Or?
We didn't, but other people did.
Yeah.
Other people did. Now, the magic number stuff seems a little silly now, doesn't it?
Very silly. Can your magic number be in the negatives?
I don't know what happens when you don't control your own destiny with magic numbers.
Yeah. I guess they just don't talk about it.
Yeah, they don't talk about it when you don't have.
Oh, no. It would just be a crazy high number, actually. It would just because you need help.
Other things to happen.
So you need more losses. I guess we're rooting for the Guardians at this point.
At this point, yeah,
to knock out the Tigers.
We don't need them to split the series. You want the Guardians.
You need a sweep.
You need a sweep, and of course. You need to take care of your own, which you did not do last night.
And the Blue Jays to beat the Red Sox.
Yes.
You also need that.
You need help in a lot of spots, which is an uncomfortable position. Like, even a couple years ago, they needed help because the Mariners had to drop games, but they had control to make the playoffs, right? It was more about the division.
Yes, that was about the division, and I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that the Rangers and Mariners were playing.
They were playing each other.
And so
either way,
you got you got the result that you needed because one team was going to take losses no matter what.
Yeah, so as long as you took care of your business, we're going to make the playoffs. It was a question of whether you could win the division. This
team can't take care of their own business.
No. Now
they don't. That team had Alex Bregman on it.
And Kyle Tucker.
Yeah. And Jordan Alvarez was healthy.
We started the show with expecting the team that's currently on the roster just to do what needs to be done because they have Astros on the front of it. If we hadn't learned the lesson throughout the year, the last 4 games should have certainly knocked that home. A lot of guys who, if you wanted to buy an Astros jersey of them, this would be the first time. And that's just me pointing out the fact that we shouldn't have put our previous thoughts on this team on them because they had never done it as Astros. A lot of them, I went through the list. About half the lineup or more are guys who weren't Astros when they were at their best or even just last year. So that's where we stand. We got to hope a lot of guys we don't know a lot about as far as these situations are concerned can get it done. And over the last 4 days, they have not been able to. They got another opportunity tonight. Unfortunately, now they're in a real spot where they need plenty of help. It's just what they've done to themselves after what felt like kind of a walk to the division because the Mariners could not win, and now they can't lose. All right, one more segment to go. We will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleya.
We do some reckless speculation. So let's comment on other reckless speculation, this time involving the Rockets. Fred VanVleet, nothing speculative about that. He has a torn ACL. He'll be out probably the entire year. The Rockets have left it open that maybe he can come back late in the season, possibly the playoffs, whatever. We'll see about that. So Zach Lowe and Bill Simmons talked about a potential move the Rockets could make, and they threw out the name Austin Reeves as a potential trade target because they foresee something where it doesn't go that great in LA, and all of a sudden a guy like Austin Reeves, who is looking for a big deal, who turned down, I think, a deal that was in the $20 million per year range for the Lakers over 4 years because he's looking for a much bigger deal than that.
This is his last opportunity to really cash out.
Yeah, so maybe he's going to maybe things go poorly or not well enough where the Lakers think they can get a deal done with him. So they decide to make a move. And, of course, the Rockets can be looked at as a team with plenty of assets, plenty of trade pieces.
I will say right now they actually don't have that many trade pieces, or at least pieces that aren't core members, because a lot of guys just got new contracts. So they only really have, I think Bobby Marks had it as like 5 tradable guys. And it's Şengün, Thompson, Durant, and I forgot who the Tari Eason. And
Amin.
Yeah. Yeah, it's something like that where it's like, well, you're not trading all those guys to get a stopgap point guard.
Yeah, it would be.
You'd have to wait until the middle of the season.
Picks and a veteran to make the money work. And a young
player. You basically have to wait until December when the guys who just signed are trade eligible. Looking at you, Clint Capella. It was a fun contract until your starting quarterback or starting point guard, quarterback on the floor, tears his ACL.
I referenced your tweet when we talked about it yesterday.
Yeah, it is kind of effed up now. Yeah. You're like, wait, I don't like this.
Yeah, it's Clint Capella, if you missed it, got a deal that starts at over $6.5 million. For 3 years?
3 years, $21 million.
And the Rockets are up against the first apron.
Yeah.
So people who were like, hey, let's sign Russell Westbrook.
You literally can't do that.
You can't do that unless you want to play under the first apron. I don't think they want to operate that way.
I think I actually think they're hard capped at the first apron, so they can't go over.
Yeah, they've signed in trades they've done. Yeah, so they can't do that. They've made trades, so they can't at this point.
You basically cannot add anyone right now, and then in the season, you really can't add more money to your team in a hypothetical trade.
Correct. So they're pretty much stuck.
They're up against it.
Yeah,
as they say.
It'll be harder to make a trade, and there's no one available at this point that you can sign.
No.
Like once you get into the year, the salaries get prorated, and you can make a move that.
I didn't hear the Simmons Lowe thing. What was because Simmons likes to actually just throw out. He likes to build the trade himself.
This time it was Zach Lowe.
Whoa. Okay, so now I, no offense to Bill Simmons, I take this more seriously.
And the thought was, you throw all the caveats on it. He said it's not something he's hearing, but the thought of Austin Reeves in a Rocket uniform he thinks makes sense because without Fred VanVleet, you are lacking ball handlers who can initiate and operate off and run an offense
and shooting.
Yeah, and while he is not a true point guard, more combo guard than anything, and maybe just a strictly 2 guard, he can run some offense for you in the pick and roll and stuff like that. And at the moment, the Rockets seem like they're missing at least one guy who can do that.
I mean, frankly, and I'm not doing this just because they're both country white guys, but it's like kind of what you need Reed Shepherd to do a version of that.
Yeah, while Reeves doesn't have the reputation as far as defensive reputation that Reed Shepherd has. Yeah, exactly.
God, no.
Exactly. He
has the defensive reputation I have.
Yeah. None, I believe is what Sean is saying. So he does bring some offensive punch, and while we know Kevin Durant's main purpose beyond just scoring is to score late because the Rockets had problems with that, there are like 44 other minutes in the game. And if you look at their roster as it stands now, on the perimeter, they're kind of lacking when it comes to ball handling and scoring.
Amin Thompson's a point guard now.
That's about it. And the question would be, well, we can push the reckless speculation that those two guys had about Austin Reeves and what his fit would be. It just speaks to people can see that there's something missing here, and who's the starting five? We talked about it a little bit yesterday. Who do you think is the starting five?
I would go big. I think you just lean into the big ball instead of plugging in Reed Shepard to play the Fred VanVleet role. I think you go Şengün, Durant, Thompson. Obviously, those guys are going to be in
Jabari and who?
DFS.
So no Tari. You want to put DFS in there?
Yeah, I do. I'd bring Tari off the bench. Tari and Reed would be the first two, and Adams off the bench.
So where does Aaron Holiday fit, or you don't think he fits?
I'm operating until further notice that Reed Shepard will be able to beat out Aaron Holiday.
I am not operating that way, only because last year it didn't happen.
Yeah.
I will wait to see.
That's fair. It's just like you got bigger problems if Reed Shepard can't beat out Aaron Holiday.
You may just have bigger problems. I know the assumption is that, and they've talked, and we had Rafael Stone in studio with John and Lance, and of course they have big ideas about what Reed Shepard can be, but I'm sure they would have loved to have him beat out Aaron Holiday last year. And Ime evaluated both and said, nah, not happening. So has Reed Shepard developed enough over the summer to do that? That is a hope. And the question I asked of John and Lance, will this be a job that's given to Reed Shepard, whether it is in the starting role or just the primary ball handler off the bench or one of the primary ball handlers off the bench, or will it be a real training camp back and forth battle? Will they actually have those two, Holiday and Shepard, fight for that spot, or because of his draft status, they're going to give Reed Shepard every opportunity to win that one, and it maybe even play through some mistakes early because they didn't do that with him last year.
I think he'll kind of have to because of the VanVleet injury. I mean, he started playing consistently, 20 minutes a game when VanVleet was injured last year. So I think now that you're just operating under that, like he's gonna get minutes kind of no matter what. But as far as like the hierarchy part, I believe Ime Udoka would. I mean, there's not really anything that would tell me that Ime Udoka would be like, oh, you're drafted high, I'll play you.
That was my thought yesterday. I guess it's all about the context of how they handle it. Is it Reed's job, but if Holiday completely outplays him,
like Ty goes to third overall pick last year.
Even if Reed Shepard's 70% of what Aaron Holiday, they still give to Reed Shepard because they believe of the ceiling as opposed to Aaron Holiday being a kind of complete player at this moment.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Or will it be something where we are surprised because opening night, if they don't go big, Aaron Holiday is your starting point guard? That's an unfortunate question that has to be answered because Fred's going to be gone. It's unfortunate for the Rockets and really kind of their ceiling. With Fred, you're talking about a real championship contender. They still will be in that mix. I just think their ceiling is a little lower than what it could have been. All right, we'll go to break with that. Excuse me, we'll end the show
go to
with
Rich
that.
Eisen with that.
I'll have a break as far as this show is concerned for 22 hours. That's what I meant. All right, we're done for the day. So what does that mean, Sean?
Oh, he dope.
Can we say that about Reed Shepard?
No, that's Ime Udoka watching Aaron Holiday.
He does love a veteran or two. All right, Rich Eisen up next. Then Jeremy and Joe follow him. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Initiating startup sequence.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Ready, TJ Jefferson? You ready? Micah Parsons is coming to town.
It's going to be painful.
I wish him well, except this weekend.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Today's guest, Pro Football Hall of Famer Kurt Warner, Syracuse head coach Fran Brown, Grammy Award-winning artist Zach Brown, and now it's Rich Eisen.
Well, hey, everybody. Welcome to this edition of The Rich Eisen Show, live on Disney Plus, the ESPN app everywhere, ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. Hello to everyone, Sirius XM Channel 80, listening to us. Hello to our podcast listeners through the ESPN Pod Center, wherever you get such things. All 3 hours available there. There's our YouTube channel for a backstop as well, closing in on 990,000 followers/subscribers there. We're very proud of that. Caper that we've been cultivating for darn near 11 years. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. My buddy Kurt Warner from NFL Game Day Morning, NFL Network, NFL Game Day compadre, getting ready to do that at 4 in the morning on Sunday, Pacific time, getting you ready for Steelers and Vikings in Ireland. We're excited to do that. Hey, hour number 2 of this program, I'll be getting in my nap. No. In all seriousness, we've got Zach Brown in studio.
Nice.
As well. And then Fran Brown. Chris, that's for you.
My coach.
I'm not going to lie.
Thanks, Rich.
Do we mention what happened the last time we had one of your coaches on here?
Nope.
Why?
Why would we?
Because
I don't know why you would do that.
Kind of went south. So I'll be honest with you.
That's not my fault.
Well,
you planned that.
Excuse me. I did that to surprise you for your birthday.
And I was very appreciative.
And it was great.
It was great.
Right?
It was great.
And then everything that was going on with the program went right down the tubes. We accused you of being a cooler.
South.
So when our booking staff reached out and said, hey, fresh off of Syracuse beating Clemson, do you want Fran Brown on the program? I literally thought to myself, do I want to do this or not? And I said yes for you.
Yeah, thank you.
And so Fran's going to join. And I thought, should we get a Cleveland Brown? Anybody named Brown? Zach Brown, Fran Brown.
Oh,
okay. Good to see you over there, Jay Felly. How are you, sir?
What's up, Rich? Good to see you.
And good to see you, TJ Jefferson, as well. Your Mets came up with the dub last night. Back in the wild card position.
Everyone in my apartment building knew that last night. So, by the way, are we getting awesome. Chris Brown, Bobby Brown, Shador Sanders? You said the famous Browns. So they join us too?
No, this is as I mentioned that's our guest list.
Okay,
but thank you for following up.
Kurt Warner's favorite color is brown.
I don't know if that's true.
Oh, all right.
Just making sure.
So I've been saying over and over and over again. Hey, listen. At some point, we will stop talking about Micah Parsons not being on the Dallas Cowboys, but that isn't happening at present because he's showing up in Dallas on Sunday night. We're page turning to week number 4 that starts on Prime Video with Al Michaels and the gang presenting to you Seahawks and Cardinals. Pretty big 2-1 versus 2-1 game.
I like it.
And we've got the Packers licking their wounds coming off of the loss to the Cleveland Browns that nobody saw coming, including some people that might have gotten bounced from their survivor pools this past week based on that. But hey, the Cowboys at 1-2 feeling like they gotta stop somebody. They got to stop this slide that they're on. And I know that they've only lost 1 in a row, but feels like 2 losses coming out of Chicago.
Been very generous with the points given up this year.
On the defensive side of the football. Yeah. Warren Sapp, my friend, who's currently on the Deion Sanders staff in Colorado, always told us on NFL Game Day Morning, the front and the back end of the defense must play together. And the defensive backfield right now, Trevon Diggs just does not look like himself anymore. And they're not stopping anybody back there. And they're also not getting much pressure on anybody up front, so the back end is a bit more exposed. And we all know why the Cowboys might be struggling to get some pass rush. And Micah Parsons is coming back to town. And his first comments on the subject matter were made public. I believe he spoke to the Associated Press. An interesting choice here. But Micah Parsons had this to say about facing his former team on Sunday night.
It's gonna be painful. You know what I mean? Dak's my guy. He was always like a good mentor for me. But you know what it is. He always told me if I ever faced him that it'll be a great matchup. So I'm excited to see what Sunday brings us.
Okay. Not any fire and brimstone just yet, but I can guarantee you there's going to be.
Well, there was already wording of that said Micah says it's going to be painful to sack.
When I first read that, TJ, I thought to myself, I need to see the context because I thought, is he going to be, coming for Dak? And I'll tell you, Dak, it's going to be painful.
Oh, I didn't
when I
take it
see
that
you.
way.
I took it. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I took it like probably what he means is it's going to be painful to him to sack a guy he adores.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah, that's what
and that's the manner in which he said it. But when it's on a news stack, like at our friends at ESPN, somebody's going to see it,
right?
And think that he is now turning full heel.
Yeah, trying to bring the.
Yeah, but when it all comes down to it, he might, he sees everybody on that field on Sunday night, and he goes back there wearing the road uniform, and he goes to the road locker room. It's going to feel really weird for him.
Absolutely.
It's going to feel like out of body, out of place. His usual pregame warm-ups that he goes through to get in his Lion readiness, because that's, Penn State Nittany Lion. He refers to himself as a lion, ready for him to show his teeth and roar. It's not going to be the same. Certainly if one particular owner and general manager of the opposition is standing on the field. Now, I'm sure NBC cameras, the minute that Micah's on the field or the minute that Jerry Jones steps on the field, there will be every camera trained on both of them just to see what may happen. And if they do see each other, I'm sure Jerry will be extending a hand. I'm just wondering if there's a little bit of Baker Mayfield in Micah Parsons. But this is all going to again, to use your point, TJ, seeing like it's going to be painful as the headline pull quote, to use the phrase. Folks are going to be thinking, oh, he's locked in, he's ready to grow, he's just gonna tear him to pieces, and that may happen. That may happen once it all starts, and it may happen that again he's going to show up ready to show out. But when he steps in there and he gets off and he pulls up to the stadium, it's just going to feel weird to him. And he's going to have to fight through all that and prepare himself. And I'm sure he's going to be reaching out to some people this week about how to prepare for it. And the human element is going to be kicking in.
Taking a bus to the stadium probably for the first time he's ever.
That's true, too.
Done that.
To this particular stadium, obviously.
Taking a bus, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas he was driving to his car.
Oh, yeah. But then when rubber meets road, and it's now time, and I'm just wondering if there's anything that might trigger him to get into that mindset for him to just go ahead and crush it, find the zone, and go kill it. And I just wanted to kind of add the gray area here. That's kind of what we like to do here, because I'm sure folks are just going to think he's going to show up and he's going to tear him to pieces. He may do that, but it's going to be a process. It's going to be a process. I do think he's going to have a big night, because when it's all said and done, an athlete, when they put on the eye black and the helmet and everything else, Brian Dawkins, Hall of Famer, once referred to himself as the idiot man, a very mild-mannered, God-fearing, family man, and he puts on the eye black and he turns into the idiot man. He's gonna start thinking to himself what happened over the previous months, and it's going to piss him off. And I think he's going to say, I don't care if I love Dak or not. I'm going to go get him. Certainly since this team needs the win. So,
yeah, Rich, I'm afraid we're going to get Jefferson against Lincoln. You know, when Ridgemont High played Lincoln and Fast Times at Ridgemont High, and Jefferson just destroyed Lincoln because his car got trashed. I think that's Spicoli can't save us. You know?
Well, the NFL record for sacks in a single game is 7
I don't
from
know
Derek
about
Thomas.
That's
back in the
now
day.
you're bold
7.
predicting right there. That's a lot. That's not happening.
Just saying.
So that's my 2 cents on what may happen on Sunday night. And just to give you an idea of how it ain't easy, there's really only a handful of revenge games where it went particularly well for one individual in returning or playing against his former team. And that's how I lead this show off with the top 5 NFL revenge game performances of all time, presented by Hyundai. Hit it, please.
High five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Rich's top 5.
And just to illustrate the point that you don't just roll out the footballs and it's just like a revenge game that you're all expecting someone to go kill it and crush it, and they do, and they come away with a win. Tom Brady's return to Gillette, he didn't throw a touchdown pass.
Right.
And it's still on my top 5 because of who he was and how anticipated it was. And it was him coming back with a Super Bowl ring on his finger. And it was a big night for him and Belichick to have a conversation apparently after the game to start maybe burying some hatchets. But in the New England rain, Brady coming back, and he did lead the team down the field for a go-ahead field goal in a game that Mac Jones was winning and almost had a chance to win if Nick Folk had actually made the field goal at the end. But Ryan Suckup is the one that made the game-winning field goal, and Tom Brady led that 7-play, 45-yard drive. And you knew everybody in Gillette was like, uh-oh, Tommy's got the ball in the fourth quarter. We know what's going to happen. And yada, yada, yada. It happened. But he didn't have a great statistical game, unlike some of the other people I'm about to mention. Number 4 on my top NFL revenge game performances of all time, Joe Montana cooled off the 49ers. Joe Cool. In 2 years after he left the 49ers in 1994. It was week 2 of the 94 season, and Montana and the Chiefs welcomed in the Niners into Arrowhead. And Steve Young took a 14-7 lead, and then Montana and the Chiefs scored the last 17 unanswered. And 203 yards and 2 touchdowns for Joe Montana. It was only one of 3 times these 49ers were beaten this year. If you remember, in 1994, they won the Super Bowl. That was when Young famously got the monkey off his back, and the monkey was still on it because he lost to Joe Montana in week 2, and they two faced one another for the first time. That was revenge game number 4 on the list. Number 3 on the list, 5 weeks after Montana beat the 49ers. The 49ers went into Atlanta, and Deion Sanders high-stepped all over his former team. Remember, he spent 5 seasons in Atlanta. They didn't keep him. He goes to the 49ers, and he picked off in the second quarter Jeff George deep in his own end and took it 93 yards to the house. And 63 yards into his pick six, he began high-stepping. It's the famous moment where he puts his hand behind his head and he high-stepped looking at the Atlanta sideline for the last 30 yards. And it was one of 3 pick sixes for Prime that year. He was Defensive Player of the Year, and as a matter of fact, he wound up tied for 3rd in the MVP voting with teammate Jerry Rice behind fellow draft classmate Barry Sanders, and eventually Steve Young won the MVP that year. They did win the Super Bowl. That was when Deion went back into the Georgia home and proclaimed it his house. Number 2 on this list, another Hall of Famer, Randy Moss, gobbled up the Cowboys on Thanksgiving. We all know Dallas did not draft him in the draft 8th overall.
He wanted to come.
He did. He basically said, take me. He thought that the Cowboys were going to take him. They took Greg Ellis out of North Carolina instead.
Great Cowboy pick.
And then he was still on the board for the 21st overall pick. The Vikings took him. And then on Thanksgiving Day, 3 catches, 3 touchdowns, 163 yards, and Mossing was born. Do you know, Chris, had Moss been on the board, you know who was picking 22nd overall in that draft? Your Patriots.
Really?
They took to Bucky Jones.
Oh.
One of 4 Hall of Famers in that draft class, Peyton Manning, Charles Woodson, Randy Moss, and then 26th overall, Alan Faneca went off the board.
Nice.
So Randy was pissed on that day in Dallas on Thanksgiving and dominated.
So we're Cowboy fans, Rich.
And then the number one revenge game performance of all time was Brett Favre going back to Lambeau Field. You want to talk about highly anticipated? This made Brady's return to New England at that's what this was in 2009. Now, he had already played the Packers earlier in the season in Week 4 in Minnesota, and he threw for 3 touchdowns and 271 yards and no interceptions in that one. And then in Week 8, he goes to Lambeau and throws for 4 touchdowns and no interceptions. 17 of 28 as Green Bay and the Packers saw Favre come into that house and dominate, and he sweeps the Packers in his first season playing for the Vikings, and in that Week 4 victory became the first player in NFL history to beat all 32 franchises in the history of the sport.
He was great that year.
Favre back in Green Bay doing what he did. 7 touchdowns overall. The greatest revenge game performances of all time.
Do you think we need one more?
Sure.
All right, we'll get one
I got
more.
one more, and it's a very simple headline. Very simple headline. Don't ever piss off Steve Smith.
Seriously.
Words to live by.
Yes.
That's so funny.
13 years with Carolina. The Panthers released him. He signs with the Ravens. And before signing with the Ravens, he basically said, if I ever play Carolina again, and I have the quote here, there would be, quote unquote, blood and guts everywhere. And in Week 4 in Baltimore, Carolina strolled in, and he went 7 for 139 and 2 touchdowns, including taking a tipped pass from Joe Flacco 61 yards to the house in the 38-10 final. Again, headline.
Agent 89.
Don't ever piss off Steve Smith.
Ice up, son. Ice up.
That is the top 5 NFL revenge game performances of all time in advance of Micah Parsons showing up in the Metroplex on Sunday Night Football.
I'm watching this Dion pick 6.
Me too.
He turns around at the 50.
50, right?
And starts yelling at the Falcons bench. It is unbelievable.
And when did he start high stepping?
He didn't high step to like the 10.
The 10? I thought it was the 30.
No, because he was turned around the whole time. He was running.
He turns it to 50.
Turning around, yelling at the Falcons bench.
Oh, my gosh. That was a 42-3 win, too. By the way, in a divisional contest, yes, kids, the Falcons used to, for some geographic unsound reason, play in the NFC West. And so they were rivals, the Niners and the Falcons, division rivals, and he 42-3 win. Stepped in front of Ricky Sanders to pick off Jeff George. To go 93 yards to the house. So those are all things for Micah to shoot for on Sunday night. I've got my power rankings still to come, but let's take a break. My friend Kurt Warner joins us next here in his usual Wednesday Warner spot on The Rich Eisen Show.
That leaf pile is 100 feet tall. Your dad can't handle this. Not without the right equipment.
Yard work piling up? Gear up for fall with John Deere. Get $750 off select mowers, $2,000 off select Gator UVs, and $3,000 off select compact tractors.
Did I hear your dad got a John Deere? Yep, bad day to be a leaf pile.
Gear up for fall at an authorized John Deere dealer, now through September 30th. Learn more at johndeere.com/gearupforfall.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees, and it should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee. Included with every tire purchase with paid installation, you'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and 0 for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's a limited lifetime tire guarantee only at Midas.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713, call now. That's 713, call now.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices.
If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing two things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief.
MGK presents the Lost Americana Tour. Playing at the Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion, sponsored by Huntsman. Saturday, May 23rd, 2026. MGK with Wiz Khalifa and special guest Beauty School Dropout. Pre-sale for City Card members is available now through Wednesday at 10 p.m. at livenation.com. Presented by the Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion, sponsored by Huntsman.
Hey Texans fans, Sean Mapes here. You know every game counts, so don't miss a moment of the action this season on Prize Picks. Make your picks on your favorite Houston Stars and Battle Red all season long. Prize Picks is the best way to win cash this football season. You've been waiting all offseason preparing for this moment. Which players are going to go off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks, and in less than 60 seconds, you can turn your takes into cash all season long. Prize Picks is simple to play. All you have to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you could cash in. And don't worry about injuries, because Prize Picks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, Prize Picks won't count it as a loss. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Get in on exciting gaming action at LaBerge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to LaBerge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Hey, it's John Granado. If you've been waiting for the right time to buy a truck, this is it. Right now at Chastang Ford, get 0.9% APR financing on select 2025 F-150 XLT models or lease from just $397 a month. No dealer add-ons, just great deals and transparent pricing. How truck buying should be. Visit them on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. Chastang Ford, your Ford truck experts.
Offers available with approved credit. Terms and conditions apply. See dealer for full details.
Back on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. For the radio audience, we were just chit-chatting with Kurt Warner in our TV-only segment about returning to St. Louis as a member of the Cardinals, just sort of giving us an idea of what Micah Parsons was going to be dealing with on Sunday night. What were the numbers of Kurt's return, Christopher?
All right, Kurt, Week 11, November 20th, 2005. Cardinals win 38-28. Kurt, 27 for 39, 285 yards, 3 tutties.
Yeah, take that.
Yeah, take that. Take that.
Yeah.
Because, again, I mean, Micah is going to, walk in there where TJ was pointing out, first time he's ever taken a bus to the stadium, right? Like at that stadium. And he's just going to be looking around and seeing everybody. And it's still fresh. I mean, he was part of this organization 6 weeks ago,
All I would say about this is that this obviously wasn't a situation where maybe more like mine, hey, we think, you're kind of, best years are past you. We're going to let you go and we're going to take the next guy. I think everybody in that building is going to know that, so far, he's won the trade, so to speak, but they know he's a great player. I mean, that was not in question, and so it's not as if he's got to go necessarily prove anything to everybody else. I just think this puts a bigger spotlight on it if he goes in and has a big game. And we've already seen the impact that he's had with Green Bay and the struggles that Dallas has had without him. So I think everybody already knows that part of it. This would just add, fuel to the fire or insult to injury if he goes in there and just dominates this football game in front of everybody.
Kurt Warner here on the Rich Eisen Show. For those listening, Kurt's wearing a QB Confidential hat. You should all check out Kurt's channel on YouTube. Makes you smarter. Right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Let's start with the Giants' decision to start Jackson Dart over Russ. What have you been seeing on film that leads you to believe why this happened? And do you agree with the move, Kurt?
Yeah, well, I think why this happened is it's a big picture thing to me more than it's a Russell Wilson thing. And again, I've got my thoughts on Russell Wilson. I don't necessarily think he's a great pocket passer. I think his best years in terms of creating are behind him. So, I think we all understand that. But if you just break down the tape, and I actually put out a piece this morning just about, in the red zone. So, this team has been in the tight red zone, so 10-yard line or in 7 times this year, which ranks 8th in the National Football League. They've scored 1 touchdown in those drives inside the 10-yard line. And, I broke down basically every throw. Russell Wilson is, I think, 2 for 16 on throws inside the red zone. And so automatically that would make you say, oh, well, that's the problem. They're getting there. They're just not scoring. It's all about the quarterback. But there are very limited opportunities for Russell Wilson or this offense to score. There's not easy opportunities. There's not guys open all over the place. And that to me, and it goes even beyond this year. If you look back over last year, the struggles with this Giants team, Brian Daboll, the offense, has been putting points on the board, finishing drives. And so as much as it's, you can say it's about the quarterback or maybe Jackson Dart gives you, a little more versatility or something in your offense that you're going to do different. This is about creating better opportunities in the red zone. So when you get down there, you score. And when you score, you have opportunities to win some of these games that they haven't won the last couple of years because they can't put points on the board. And so, so this is interesting to me. I've seen this a million times. I saw this happen in Arizona. I was actually benched in a situation like this where, sometimes you start to feel that the coach is starting to feel that the seat is getting a little bit hotter and that, you have to make some kind of move and change to try to spark something inside the locker room because what's going on the football field just hasn't been good enough. And I just hope that's not the case here, that you're, throwing Jackson Dart out there with a tough schedule and with all the issues you have offensively, and he's not quite ready and even if he's ready and you're not ready as a team to allow him to have success early and you're just making the move because you have to do something. I don't like when moves are made that way. They don't normally work out really well when moves are made that way. But maybe there is just something that we, don't get to see that they're seeing in practice that says, hey, we get an upgrade or we get the ability to open up our offense in a different way with Jackson Dart that we didn't have with Russell Wilson. And that's what I'll be paying attention to as they move forward is there something that looks different that he brings to the table that, that we didn't get a chance to see, from the practice tape.
Yeah, it could be something in the locker room as well, that he's taking a pulse check of his locker room. We just don't know, fair or not. But you and I both saw the Chargers defense. That's no joke, man. That's why I was kind of surprised. Like maybe one more week, then you get New Orleans before 2 out of 3 weeks against Philadelphia wrapped around a visit to Denver. That is a tall order. The Chargers are marauding right now. I mean, you could make the case they're one of the best. They are the best team in the NFL right now.
Yeah, I mean, and then, you're talking basically 4 out of 5 if you're looking at that. Chargers defense, Philly's defense is really good. We all know Denver's defense is good. There. Yeah, and the Niners defense is playing great. So, 4 out of 5 there. But again, we can look at it from all those different perspectives. Like you said, maybe this is simply just we're not good enough. We need a spark, and fortunately or unfortunately, that's the position that you see change more than any others. You don't pull out your left guard. You don't pull out a linebacker and spark your team, so to speak. It starts and ends oftentimes with that position. Fair or unfair, to Russell Wilson or Jackson Dart, that's the most natural position to go, okay, we want to make a change and we want to try to, change things up or like you said, something different in the locker room or the fan base or whatever that is. The quarterback position is the move that's made, most of the time. And let's just hope that it works out for everybody involved, because I hate seeing young guys thrown in too soon, and not having success early. And now they've got to face a whole nother battle of people wondering, are they the guy, or can they the savior? Are they a bust? Like, when they're just getting thrown in, to me, too early and not quite ready for what the NFL has in store.
Kurt Warner here on the Rich Eisen Show. Let's talk about the Eagles offense. A lot of conversation about it being simple or overly simple or boom or bust, right? Where Hurts just finally started winging it around. I mean, I don't know if they took the governor off of anything. I have no idea, Kurt. You're seeing it. Your opinion of the Eagles offense and its effectiveness moving forward is what? Yeah,
and we do talk about it being simple, and the concepts that they run in their pass game are fairly simple. But if you had to take any coach in the world and say, okay, how would you want to play football? Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to run the football, and when a defense decides that they have to put extra guys in the box to stop us, then we get one-on-one on the outside. Then we'll throw the football, and we don't have to get complicated. We don't have to fool anybody with our scheme and be all fancy and be one of these gurus. I got A.J. Brown out there one-on-one, so if you want to stop Saquon and add an extra guy, I'm just going to run a simple concept over here to this guy, and I'm going to throw it to him one-on-one. Oh, and then you're going to drop into coverage? Okay, now we'll go back to running the football and doing what we do. And then when you want to change it up again, hey, we got Devontae Smith over there. You go one-on-one. We'll throw it to him. And so I understand. I'm a quarterback. I love the X's and O's. I love designing plays and the new thing. But I think if any coach out there, could say, this is how we want to play, it's like the Eagles play. Run the football, do what you do best, work to your strengths, the offensive line. And then once a team changes it up, know that you've got guys on the outside and you can keep it simple. You don't have to overcomplicate it and make it too hard for your team. This is a simple game. Our guy's better than your guy. Play pitch and catch. Let him make a play, and we'll go. Oh, our guys are up front are better than your guys. You want to leave extra guys out there? We'll just block a hat on a hat, and we'll beat you that way. And so I understand it. I understand why it's boring and it's simple, but it's because they're built in a way that they don't have to overcomplicate it. And too many teams overcomplicate it, I think, at times, and it's more of a negative than it is a positive. And I think Philly has just said, we are fine being boring. We are fine just doing these things that we're really, really good at and forcing a team to show us they can stop us doing those things before we're going to create, reinvent the wheel and try to do something that may overcomplicate or may make it a little bit more difficult for us to succeed.
Can't wait for this game against Tampa, because they're 3-0 as well. Baker Mayfield with 3 straight game-winning drive victories in the fourth quarter. And there's, his offensive line is banged up. Mike Evans is now out. We're waiting for Godwin to come back. Bucky Irving has done well. But it really has been Baker just putting everybody on his back in the fourth quarter and getting it done. What are you seeing, Kurt?
I mean, I've been a Baker fan for a long time. I was one of the guys that felt like he should have stayed in Cleveland. He was a perfect fit for what they did, and then they send him to the wayside. And he has to bounce around. But I've felt for a long time he's a starting quarterback in this league, and I think he's just gotten better as a drop-back passer. And you're right. You talk about believe, you talk about in the locker room. I think that, as much as anything is what Baker has in Tampa is they love this guy, and they will battle with this guy, and they know that he's going to give it all. Like, he's not running out of bounds. He's going to run somebody over. He's going to talk. But they believe that he's going to, get them in position to win every time out. Like you said, 3 straight weeks, where their defense loses the lead late or the special teams, and he's got to bring them back, and he does it every single time. And so it's going to be fun. Like you said, no Mike Evans, no Chris Godwin yet. Ibuka has been incredible. I love Bucky Irvin, but, so they still got playmakers, but they're down a couple guys. So that'll be interesting against the Philly defense. But maybe the bigger story. And so I've watched it for 2 weeks. I watched it on Monday night a couple weeks ago with the Texans when I was calling that game, and then watched the Jets against Tampa this past week. And what Todd Bowles is going to do is he's going to blitz you. He is going to give you blitz looks, and you better have an answer. The Texans had absolutely no answer. C.J. Stroud looked confused. They looked confused offensively. It's what cost them the game. I couldn't believe it that the Jets came back last week and saw the same sort of things, and they had no plan, and they had no answer for it. And, it cost them the game. So here we go with Philly. They're going to see it. Maybe if there's one area of all the areas that, Jalen Hurts doesn't excel at, it has been handling pressure over the years. And I think one of the reasons why Tampa has had success against them is because they're going to show a bunch of different looks. They're going to bring a bunch of different pressures, and the quarterback is going to be responsible for handling that, whether that's in protection or getting the ball out of his hands. So that may be the biggest storyline that I'm looking at going into this game is the pressure package of Todd Bowles and the Bucs defense against, this Eagles offense and Jalen Hurts, and company on the outside. That will probably be the determining factor, for the third week in a row for the Bucs on whether they win this football game or not.
What's your level of concern for the Ravens and Chiefs loser? It's amazing. Last year when we saw them, it was the opening night in Arrowhead. You were calling it for Westwood One. I was there with you, and it was two teams who just played in the AFC Championship game with a shot at the Super Bowl. We all know they wound up being Super Bowl worthy, and the Chiefs went. The losers 1-3. Kurt, what's your concern here?
It's a weird thing because, I still look at the Ravens. I still think they're a really good football team. And you've got to tighten up on defense for sure, and find a way to make more plays. I think they have plenty of good players over there. They're just not making those plays. Their offense is going to be good. To think Derrick Henry is going to fumble every week, it's just not going to happen. And, so I still think they're a really good football team that just have to work out a few of the kinks. I think we remember last year with the Ravens, their defense struggled early in the year, and then they rounded into form and were really good later in the year. So even if they lose this game, I think I would be surprised if they lose because of what I've seen from the Chiefs. But even if they lose, I think they're going to be okay. I'm more worried about the Chiefs if they lose because they have not looked good. And we've talked a lot about their passing game. I mean, they struggle to run the football first, so they don't have the balance that other teams. Their pass game looks really bad. To me, now Patrick Mahomes is allowing all of that to affect the way he plays. He's starting to look at the pass rush. He's starting to want to move around instead of playing the game inside the pocket. It reminds me a lot of the Super Bowl they played against Tampa. They had issues up front, and I felt like Patrick didn't play his game in that game and was just running around and trying to be Superman. And I feel like he's at that stage now where he's so frustrated with what's going on around him that he's trying to do too much. And in trying to do too much, he's missing opportunities, he's missing throws, he's missing reads, and all of those things. So I'm concerned about them as a football team. Now, maybe they can quiet those concerns if they beat a good Ravens team and they show me some things that I haven't seen in 3 weeks. But right now, I'm really concerned about them and them keeping their head above water because, I know we want to think that Rashee Rice comes back and Xavier Worthy comes back and all their problems go away. They still have problems. I definitely think that will help. But can they keep their head above water, long enough for those guys to come back and them to put something together offensively? Because right now it just doesn't look very good.
All right, we've reached the portion of the interview where I ask you which quarterback had the best week of all those that you watched, all 22, if not in person. And I'm going to maybe take a stab at who that might be. How about that?
Okay.
How about I'll flip it?
Where are you getting?
Goff?
Okay.
Was it Jared Goff? Did Goff?
Jared Goff was really good. If I was just doing halves, I might put Jalen Hurts there because I thought his second half was ridiculous, really good. I think Baker Mayfield's playing really good. I think Jared Goff, like you said, is playing really good. That fourth down throw up over the top to Amon, I mean, just beautiful. But I'm going to give the nod this week, and it may not have been like every throw that he made, but I'm going to give the nod to Justin Herbert this week. Sometimes I think their offense is hard on a quarterback with some of the scheme that they run. And, man, that guy is just playing great football, making the plays, finding the open guys, making the big plays. I mean, that touchdown throw that he made the other day where he eluded, two free runners, and then with a guy in his face throws it, moving to his left for a touchdown. I mean, he's playing really, really good football right now. The reason that they're 3-0, and I'm going to give him the nod this week, although there were some really good performances this week. Yeah,
and I guess, too, if you in that game, the Broncos were performing really well. They had it. They had it again. Yeah. They're 1-2 now. They had the Chargers right where they wanted, and Herbert helped lead them off the mat with two great final drives of that game. And it kind of leads me to this final question for you that I wasn't planning on asking, but I'll ask it anyway. I mean, Caleb and Drake May from last year's quarterback class through the first 3 weeks of this season. We know Jaden Daniels is hurt. Nix has not looked yet like last year. And Penix sat and watched the fourth quarter in a shutout loss in Carolina. And J.J. McCarthy, one quarter on Monday night. Yeah. That's been a bit as well for him with injury. Yeah. You want to throw that out there? Yeah. I mean,
it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, after C.J. Stroud's rookie year, we're all saying, oh, my gosh, that was the pick of the draft, better than Bryce Young, all of that stuff. Since that rookie year, CJ has, struggled mightily. And, although Bryce hasn't been great, Bryce continues to get better. And so maybe it's a cautionary tale that we shouldn't jump to conclusions right off the bat on how things are going to work out. Still think Jaden Daniels is going to be awesome, was maybe the best quarterback in that class. Well, obviously was the best quarterback in that class a year ago. But, Caleb struggles last year. A lot of people want to label him. I just think he's only gotten better week in and week out. Bo Nix, as you said, I thought he played really well down the stretch last year. He's really struggling right now, in my opinion. He's playing way too fast. He's looking at one guy. He's moving. He wants to throw everything on the run. After the first game of the year, I thought Michael Penix looked really good. I thought, okay, all right, here we go. And he hasn't looked nearly as good. He's throwing the ball too hard, in my opinion. His technique is getting away from him. He's missing opportunity. So, I think it is a cautionary tale that it's going to take some time for all these guys. Let's not make a snap judgment. I mean, let's look at J.J. McCarthy, because I know you're always interested in that, Rich, is that I thought the play calling by Kevin O'Connell was completely different this past week with Carson Wentz than it was the first 2 weeks with J.J. McCarthy. And so, again, I don't have any inside knowledge, but it just makes me wonder JJ's their guy, and JJ's going to be their guy moving forward. But maybe JJ isn't fully ready, because we talk about Jackson Dart, isn't fully ready to handle everything that is this Minnesota offense and all the weapons and what Kevin O'Connell wants to do. And they kind of forced into, starting him because, they could have kept Sam Darnold, of course. But they think JJ's the guy for the long term. But so we got to start him right away. And now it looked like they opened up their offense. They could do more things with Carson Wentz. He was more comfortable with what they did. And you saw the results of what they did offensively, obviously helped a lot by their defense. But, it always leaves you these questions, is where are these guys when they get thrown into the mix? I had that interview with Jordan Love last week. And, I asked him, would you start or sit? You had to do it all over again. Would you start or sit? And he said, I wouldn't change a thing. The things that I learned, the things where I grew as a player in that time, even though I wanted to play and be out there, were vital to him being the guy that he is today. And so, I just think we all have to just hit the brakes a little bit and understand it takes time. Even if you have some success early, like we've seen from some of these guys, that doesn't guarantee that you're there and you've got it and it's going to be easy moving forward. And so let's just let this thing play out. I don't know right now, because like you said, we had we had an idea going into the season. Okay, this is how it's going to work out. And I think we even asked the question somewhere, is Caleb Williams the worst quarterback of, right. The quarterback class from last year. Yeah. And, and again, I understand why we're asking it and based on what happened last year, but there are so many factors that go into that. And we could be, labeling them all differently halfway through this season and then even differently again by the end of the season. So let's give these guys some time to show us where they're at and who they are before we start judging every one of them and what they are as a quarterback.
QB Confidential's NFL Network's Kurt Warner. I'll see you this weekend, brother. Thanks again for the time.
All right, buddy.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kurt Warner here on The Rich Eisen Show. We beat it on down the line.
Yes.
Back with more of your phone calls in a moment.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hey, it's Kirk Herbstreit. On game day, great prep makes all the difference. Same goes for your pizza. That's why I go with Frigidaire Stone-Baked Pizza Oven. Fresh pizzas go from dough to done in just 2 minutes.
Whether you're throwing a party or squeezing in dinner between plays, this oven delivers hot, crispy, restaurant-quality pizza right from your kitchen. Only from Frigidaire. Game-ready pizza. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
What's up, Houston? Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're looking for a spot to catch a game, hit up Aranda's Sports Bar, ice cold beers, killer tacos, and big screens blasting every home game. Since 1981, Aranda's has been bringing that authentic Mexican vibe, now with the sports twist. Cheer with friends, savor the bites, and feel the energy. Plus, stay late with epic drink specials that keep the party going. Aranda's Sports Bar, your Houston spot for epic sports and bold flavors. Head on over and get loud today.
If your business is growing and looking for working capital, funds to acquire a business or purchase equipment, Veritex Community Bank's lending team is standing by to help you navigate through the loan process. Visit veritexbank.com for more details. That's VERITEX bank.com. Member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing two things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even bought my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks in their catch-and-release pond, which the kids loved. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest-running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
John Granato here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, if I want to do my patio furniture, get it Houston Powder Coated, I need to do it now.
Yes, because it is a standard 4 to 5 week turnaround time, so don't delay. Call me today.
281-676-3888.
Collectors Firearms. Don't let the name fool you. We have new guns, too. With 12,000 new and pre-owned guns in stock, we have the largest selection in the country. Got a dirty gun? We'll clean it free while you wait. With over 50 years of experience, our expert staff help both seasoned collectors and first-time owners. From tactical firearms to historical rifles, modern handguns to vintage classics. Visit us at Westheimer and Voss or online at collectorsfirearms.com. Collectors Firearms, the best damn gun shop in the world.
John Granato here. You know what the bosses here did? They bought an unlimited corporate membership at East River 9. You know what that means? More golf for me. East River 9 is offering annual memberships for individuals, families, and your business. Unlimited golf, exclusive promos at the River House Restaurant, and much more. Spots are filling up fast. Reach out today to secure your spot. Sign up online at eastriver9.com or call the Pro Shop at 713-913-7033. I'll see you on the links, baby, at East River 9 with our unlimited membership.
On ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. All right. Brian Daboll just finishing up his press conference in New Jersey. We'll turn that sound around. He has, in fact, confirmed the reporting. It's Jackson Dart against the Los Angeles Chargers. Good luck to him and
Dart
them.
Season.
Meanwhile, the latest on Jaden Daniels. Will he be able to come back for the Commanders in Atlanta? Here's Dan Quinn on the latest.
First, let's start with Jaden. He'll continue in his return to play process, and you'll see him out there today in a limited fashion. And we'll continue to rely on the medical team, to fully clear him. But what I can say is, man, he is doing everything you possibly can to get there. The guy's the ultimate competitor for us. You know that. I know that.
What do you make of that? He's trying everything. If he's limited, don't play him. How's that sound?
Don't play him.
Send Mariota to Atlanta.
Yep.
Atlanta didn't score a lick. In last week. You lived in the Raiders' backfield last week. So you're feeling good defensively. Terry McLaurin, man, he looks like he's scoring a touchdown. In fact, he's caught from behind. He's down at the half-inch line. And then he doesn't play anymore, and now he's got a quad injury that requires second opinions to see if it is, in fact, a quad injury. They're looking to see if it's like a core injury or something like that. And so you might not have Daniels or McLaurin. You're wondering, who's the running back? All that said, if this kid is still limited, don't put him against this pass rush. Just don't do it.
Well, why would you when it's a Mariota revenge game?
Oh, God. Is it every game he plays a Mariota revenge game?
Well, this one he got benched in. Yeah. You know what I mean? He got benched with Atlanta, so seemingly
he got benched everywhere he went.
Well, I mean,
to be very honest,
a lot of revenge.
Listen, you're talking it up because you just want us to stop talking about Micah.
See,
that's all.
We almost
just want us to stop. And I told you
made the full 60.
You're almost there. Once
this isn't true,
game,
Rich.
It is.
Rich,
once this game is over, again, we're in day 2 of this week. Tomorrow's another day.
Yeah.
Friday's another day. Sunday is a whole game of it.
And then you're saying it's done.
We in the media will be tired of talking about it.
So, again, I asked you yesterday before we went off air. That means we can delete this soundbite then.
What? Which is what? The drop?
Yeah,
no,
so
it's still great.
But I thought we turned the page.
No, I'm just talking about what happened with Dallas, what happened with Jerry. And Jerry's on. Let's just put it this way: if he's on his radio station this week, he'll talk about it because it was his last game. If they're still asking about it again, he's going to get all pissed.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Oh, I can't believe we blew a 5-touchdown lead. Sure, but you got to feel like they were going to win for almost the entire game. But I was about to buy playoff tickets.
So you were prepared for a good time. That's pretty nice.
It's the worst loss any team has ever had. And you got to witness history. Okay, we're done here. Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Hey, Houston, Nick of Nick's Place here. Well, it's that time of the year, my friends. Football season has begun, our Astros are playing great baseball, and Premier League season's about to kick in. So if you're a fan and you're looking for a place that has your game on, well, for over 30 years, Nick's has been the place. Our food at Nick's is fantastic. Pizza, pasta, wings, burgers, and sandwiches piled high, just to name a few. Our breakfast menu is available all day, but it really gets special during our weekend brunch. We open 9 a.m. on Saturdays for all you soccer fans and Sundays at 10 a.m. Want to be sure your football game is on? Well, at Nick's, we have the NFL, SEC, Big Ten, ACC, and ESPN+. And we have the Peacock Network for that other kind of football. Need more? MLB, NBA, NHL, all televised here on over 40 TVs. Nick's is also the perfect place for your fantasy football or alumni party. And our kitchen is always open till 1:30 in the morning. Since 1993, same location, Rocky Ridge and Westheimer, it's Nick's Place.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated. Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief. Chill out with Inside the Icebox, your go-to Astros podcast for deep dives, hot takes, and bold predictions. Join Joe George and Sean Mapes Fridays at 6 on ESPN 97.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston, powered by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready.
Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston.
Houston, have you tried Portillo's yet? Portillo's brings authentic Chicago-style flavor with their slow-roasted Italian beef, Chicago-style hot dogs, char-broiled burgers, and crinkle-cut fries with cheese sauce. Save room for their famous chocolate cake and cake shake. Eat in, drive-thru, or order online. Now with 5 Houston locations. Find yours at Portillos.com. That's Portillos.com.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Initiating startup sequence.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Ready, TJ Jefferson? You ready? Micah Parsons is coming to town.
It's going to be painful. I wish him well, except this weekend.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Earlier on the show, Pro Football Hall of Famer Kurt Warner. Coming up, Syracuse head coach Fran Brown. Grammy Award-winning artist Zach Brown. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Yes, hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. We already said farewell to Kurt Warner in hour number 1. Great chat with him about what we saw in week number 3, what to expect in week number 4 of the NFL season that kicks off tomorrow night between the Cardinals at 2-1 hosting the 2-1 Seattle Seahawks on Prime Video. Hour number 3, Zach Brown stops by our studio. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Happy to talk with you because I'm a giver. And just also to prove a point. There may be an I in Rich and an I in Eisen, an I in my first and last names, but I'm a team player. So Christopher Brockman.
Yes, sir.
Syracuse class
2002.
Okay. When I hear that Fran Brown of Syracuse football, head coach, could come on this program after dispatching of Clemson, it is my gift to you, sir. He's a newsmaker.
The heart thing.
He's a newsmaker, a national figure.
Yes, sir.
And also your football coach.
Oh, we are back.
And the pride of Camden, New Jersey. Ladies and gentlemen, the 31st football coach in the history of Syracuse football, Fran Brown, here on the Rich Eisen Show. Good to see you, Coach. How are you, sir?
I'm great. How you doing, Rich?
Well, better for seeing you. Chris, do you want to say something to your coach, sir?
Coach, you are the man. I just want to thank you on behalf of Orange alum across the country. Thank you for bringing the football program back, making us proud every single Saturday. Never been more excited to watch our team than I have the last couple of seasons, and that's because of you. Thank you, sir.
It's because of the staff, but I appreciate you, Chris. I know you 2002 class. I know you seen some good football when you was here. Football and basketball, so I'm just happy to be able to come and try and help bring it back to what it was before.
Well, I also echo those sentiments on behalf of my brother-in-law and his two sons, my nephews. Everybody in Syracuse football country is kind of ecstatic, and I imagine you're hearing that a lot, Coach.
Yeah, trying to, but I just try to focus on everything inside these walls to make sure that we're consistently growing and getting better, becoming a closer team, locked in on our core values. Just dart, whatever. Just try to move on, A lot of guys try to focus on the last win, but we got a good team in Duke coming in here, so we're moved on and on to the next.
I have joined you joining this program having already turned a page, is what you're saying. You've page turned already?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm on a different page. I understand it. I may have to explain the last page a little bit. I'm comfortable doing that.
Okay, I understand.
I kind of buried that and moved on.
No, I understand. You've got 18-year-olds, you got 19-year-olds, you got other grown-ass men in that locker room that you want to lead by example to not live in the past or glorify one victory when the next one is equally as, if not more, important. But what are you seeing out of your program right now that you're enjoying? Like you mentioned core values. What are you seeing here about these seeds sprouting? Coach,
I'm enjoying seeing them just receive some of the benefit from working hard. They've worked really hard since January, and to get an opportunity to go out, our first game, national television, didn't end up the way we wanted. I believe that I didn't have them as prepared as they should have been when the game started, and then for them to get another opportunity to do that over the past few weeks, and they've answered it. It's paid off for them. They've done a really good job. So just them having a chance to see it, and then them finally truly believing that they are a championship football team. And that's why we practice as hard as we practice. So that's why, everything's about being detailed, accountable, relentless, and tough. And not just on a football field, it's an academic thing, right? It's a faith thing. It's just how you live, and everybody holding each other accountable. but it's not fake, you know. And it's finally like Rich, you know, when you was doing something and at first you was just doing it because that's what they said do, but now you're doing it because like that's what we do, and that's kind of, you know, that's kind of where we are right now.
And what have you placed down that you believe is a core value that you can point out to us that we're seeing?
The accountability. You'll see the accountability with guys like the first week of school. That first week, there was about 12 guys who missed a class in one day. Like, oh, dude, just missing classes. Yesterday, it was 2 guys that missed. Nobody missed study hall. Nobody was late. Everybody's on time, just kind of doing it the right way. You got the older guys telling the young guys, make sure you're there on time. They're holding each other accountable. We're able to see it in things that aren't on the football field. So, of course, you know, when you get to the football field, that's easy. Everybody wants to do that. But then it's the effort that they're giving on the football field that you'll be able to see. A guy may know, you'll see a D tackle will turn and run, and he knows that receiver is 34 yards down the field. There's no way I'm catching him. But I'm going to give everything I got because I'm doing it for the guy next to me. And that's where you start to see and understand that.
Who have you heard from the alumni fan base in the football world that you've brought in, or you've had talk to the team, or you're thinking about doing that? Who from like Freeney might be a name that I'm throwing out here.
Freeney's always here. Freeney's he worked with us. Like Freeney's on the staff, so Freeney's watching film every night. He's up every other week, 4 weeks straight or whatever. But he's always here. Keith Bullock is huge conversation with Keith. He's always just talking and doing things with us. I mean, it's a lot of guys, right? Donovan Darius hit me up, doing different things, talking to Donovan Darius. I mean, the list goes on when you just start to think about, like, they're all involved, right? And that's the cool thing. Justin Pugh's involved. Jones is involved. It's just so many guys that are involved that I've talked to. And then even older guys, right, like Morris that used to play here. Running back is really cool. I got in touch with him. We got David Jacobs, who's on our staff, who was a kicker here for a long time, NFL player, who's on our staff that's helping our specialists out. So everybody's involved, right? Even to the just regular students that went here that are trying to be involved, that want to come back and want to help. Everybody's involved, and I think the players see it, and they feed off of that, right? Because this is their team. This is their team, and they want to be involved with it. I'm very thankful that they are. Open doors if you play here. Come out. Come check us out. We play Duke this weekend. It'll be a sold-out crowd. They're a great football team. Manny Diaz done an amazing job, so we get an opportunity to compete against this weekend.
Pardon me for not being fully buttoned up, not knowing that Dwight Freeney's on player development for your program. When did you connect with him, if you don't mind me asking? Right away? I
connected when I first got the job. I called him.
You did?
So, like, when I first got the job, I wanted to talk to all of the former players. I called him, and he was just like, yeah, I got so much knowledge I'd be able to give to you guys, right? I can only just keep it trapped in my head. So a lot of knowledge. Anything you need, call me. So I took him up on that, called him, had him come out one weekend. He came up for the weekend, and then he ended up coming back. And then he was out at practice, and he just went in and started coaching the drill. Like, you know, he was in the mix. Like, he had cleats on and everything. And then from there, I'm like, you need to come be on the staff with us, right? These guys, they need to be talking to you. Then Keith Bullock did the same thing. He comes up, and then all of a sudden he got cleats on. That's the only thing. They still want to play a little bit, right? So they was all just here. And the dudes come up. Kevin Johnson will come up. He'll come up they're here pregame. They're different times. So, but Dwight Freeney just, his was like his love for the game. Can't go. He just got those little daughters. You know, he got that beautiful family, and he's really good at golf. So if he didn't have to play golf, he'll be here every day. Yeah. But he got to be down there with his family, and he's raising those little daughters that he has.
I mean, if Michael Jordan needs a fourth coach, right? I mean, like, that's Freeney's going to say yes to that, I guess, on occasion, you know?
If he doesn't, then I'm going to get rid of him because he wants to bump his head.
I love that. And then just one last quick one on that front. Carmelo, any of the hoops players of Syracuse fame hit you up? Anything like that?
Oh, yeah, me and Melo been cool. Like, Melo played a part in me wanting to come here and communicate here. Ever since I've got the job, he's been he's been like a dude with open arms. But, like, we've talked since AAU basketball younger, right? Known Melo for a long, long time. Him getting a chance to compete against DeJuan Wagner and stuff like that. So we've been cool from Baltimore, Camden. That's something that goes back pretty deep. So Melo's definitely good. We're so excited about his son. Our basketball team this year will be really good. We got a lot of players that I can't wait to watch basketball. See, I'm excited about our season. God willing, we win. We keep doing everything we need to get to the conference championship and so forth and so on. But make sure you come watch our basketball team this year. Men's and women's will be really good. Coach Archery and them are doing a good job. But I can't wait to watch Cayenne out there on the court.
Fran Brown here of Syracuse on the Rich Eisen Show. Your quarterback went down with an Achilles injury. What can you tell me about moving forward here at this position and your level of expectation, Coach?
Yeah, that's why we paid for two. That's why we paid for two. So, Steve went down. Sorry for it. Was a really good player. Was leading the country and passing and everything at the time. But Ricky will be ready to step in.
Ricky,
we had a heated battle.
Yeah.
Ricky will be ready to go. Next man up mentality. I believe in Ricky. I think he's a great kid. And the best thing about this kid, Rich, regardless what he does when he gets to the field, I think he'll do well. But he stayed ready. He worked. There's so many kids that when they don't win that spot, they quit, they mope, they sit back, and they complain. And we got some on our team that was doing that, but he wasn't one of those guys. He was in there every night watching tape with Steve and pushing Steve, and those guys got so close. Like they became real good friends. And I'm excited to see him get this opportunity. I got a feeling that he's going to do really well. He has a big boy arm, right? And him having Steve there with him, these guys going to be well, man. So we're excited about Ricky, man. They call him Slick Rick, so we happy about Slick Rick.
Good to know that. Listen, I'm maybe a little old school. I get thrown when I hear college head coaches say that's why we pay for two. You know what I mean? Like it's a different world in which we live right now, Coach. Your philosophy on NIL, transfer portal, and things of that nature, the rules surrounding it. I know I just asked you a macro question that could fill up the rest of our time, but I asked it anyway. What's your opinion on where things are in college football on that front?
I like it. I like where it's at. It's a part of what it is. You know why I like it? Because it makes everyone have to adjust. And you got to be able to evolve with the time. Like everyone wants it to just be the same, but everything in our world is changing. Like our whole country is constantly changing daily. So for that to just stay the same when all of this stuff is going on social media, the amount of money that people are making in the world, you just got to be able to evolve. You got to be able to adapt. And I think the people that adapt and are open to the change and are excited about the change, they'll keep evolving and becoming better. And the guys that don't want to do it and think you're going to stick to it and do it your own way and this is how it should be done, that's just not the era of it anymore, right? There's so many good football players. And these kids, some of the kids come from less fortunate. So it's really cool that they get an opportunity to help out their families. As long as, like for us, we put up at least 40% of our pay. So these guys will still be good when they leave college. But if they could help out at home or do different things, and I'd rather them mess the money up now, Rich, than mess it up when they get to the league. We'll have less of those stories of NFL players going broke and things happening because guys are starting to do it a little bit earlier. So now that they may mess it up between 18 and 22, we don't have to read about such and such who had $65 million who has nothing now because he was able to go through it as a kid now and teach him the ropes and show him the way, right? And I think it's up to us as coaches to put down those individualized financial plans for every kid. Like, make sure you're involved with it. Show them. They're our kids, right? These are my little brothers. I've learned about the financial literacy. It's our job to teach them that. It's our job to be able to show them that, not just score touchdowns for us. So there's so much that they're doing to help me and my family. You see in that picture behind me, that I'm going to make sure that I give them the game. It's important that they understand and they get the game. So I'm happy for it, to be honest with you, Rich.
Yeah, I remember in the early parts of NFL Network, maybe when you were on a practice squad with the Bengals back in the day, Coach. That I was at a rookie symposium for the NFLPA, and I was taken aback that there was a breakout session on how to balance a checkbook, and there were a bunch of grown men taking notes, and you're right that maybe there wouldn't have been a need for such a breakout session if they were in a position that so many of your players and collegiate players are in right now at age 18 to 20.
We're able to help them now. You give them a kick start on it. Let's show this and see it. Could teach them about Roth IRAs and just think it's so much stuff that I didn't know about that I didn't learn until you gradually grow up. And because you think you don't need it, I don't need it right now. I don't make that much money. You can make $40,000 and have these things and set yourself up so that way you'll be later when it's time to retire. And I'm just happy we get to do that with them now. I think it's a great deal. And whatever we do in our country, I'm just going to follow it, right? I mean, or else they're going to kick my ass out.
Who are those beautiful people behind you? Walk me through it.
So you got my daughter, IBA. She's 4 years old. That's my wife, Tierra. Me and my wife been together now, Rich, for 26 years, married 21.
Wow.
That's my son, Babs. He got a lot taller. He's actually my height now. This is when I first got the job. He's the 12-year-old in the middle. He's actually a good player. He got a couple different offers already from colleges and stuff like that. Okay. And then that oldest one, that's Frank Jr. He starts long snapper on field goal here. He's on punt return and on kickoff. Like, he plays here. He transferred in to come play with us. He's done a good job. He'll be the best version of me as a coach when it's time for him to go coach and stuff like that.
I like it. How much money would a kid, let's just say if he had 47 touchdown passes at Camden High School and set a record, ask for to come out of college? So basically, how much would you have asked?
Right now,
how much would you, the high school player? How much would you, the high school player, be asking you, the head coach of Syracuse football, for?
I need at least me going to my mental now. I need at least $5,000 a month. Let me get $5,000. That way, I would get the $2,500 I deserve.
Okay, that's the answer I was looking for. Man, I love it. Chris, you got to be out of your skull happy right now.
Yeah,
man.
just talking with Andrew Siciliano, coach, and we just the checks chains with all my Cuse buddies and all the guys I went to school with. Dwight was in my class of 02. We're just beyond geeked out of our mind. Like last year with Will Howard and the offense. I was at the UNLV game in Vegas and just being excited for Saturdays now. It's been a long time since we've been able to do that and get hype. It's been awesome.
Chris, one thing I got to tell you, last year was with Kyle McCord. Don't ever get Will Howard.
Oh, that's my bad. I can't believe I just did that.
Yeah, we got to take it back.
That is so embarrassing.
Start it all over. Kyle McCord, the great. Yeah, the great Kyle McCord.
I know, he was awesome. That's my bad.
It's all good. I knew you was thinking of coming from Ohio State, but I couldn't let that go because
that is so humiliating.
That's a foul with the hosts too. Tell me about it.
So humiliating.
But yeah, no, I knew when you were saying it as well. But listen, you're excited.
I was caught up. I'm excited.
They're all jacked up.
I'm excited.
They're all jacked up.
But listen, I'm very thankful that you guys are involved in the program, though, Chris. Like, it means a lot to us. I mean, you come to Syracuse, you're going to get a great degree. You're going to go on and do special things in life, not just athletically, but also outside of that. There's so many entrepreneurs. There's so many people working on television that came, and everything starts here at Syracuse. So this is a great place. Rich, I really appreciate you having me on the show. Just watching you year and year drop that 40 time, that meant a lot to be able to do it at your age. Not many guys understand how hard that is.
Thank you.
And just what you're running for, though. Like, everybody's just paying attention to that, it's what you're doing it for.
Thank you.
That means a lot, man. Thank you. Since being younger, you showed us a lot, and I appreciate what you do on television.
Right back at you, Coach. As you know, you got your babies and your frame behind you there. There, but the grace of God, go any of us if they get a phone call for St. Jude or anything like that. So I appreciate you pointing that out for the run, but I also have to push back. My 40 time is not dropping, but I can't wait just to attempt it. I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to keep trying.
You got to run more sprints, though. You got to run more sprints now.
Oh, that would require training, Coach, and that ain't happening.
Now you sound like Dion. Yeah. Dion always said, don't jog, you got to sprint. He goes, I've never seen a fat sprinter, is what Dion once upon a time told me. Coach.
Think of this. The people who jog and do those marathons and all that, do any of them look ripped up?
That's what he says.
So then when you look at the sprinters and you look at all of them, they're right.
That's right.
Just go do 30-yard sprints, a lot of those.
Oh, man. Speaking of prom, weren't you guys talking about doing some sort of an off-season game against each other, like in the pros or anything like that? Was that you?
Yeah, we was trying to get a spring game to play against each other. I think it's going to go through next year, possibly. Okay. It'll be a chance. Prime is one tough guy, man. Just all the stuff that he's dealing with and that he's dealt with. and he just overcomes it because of his Lord and Savior. But he's been a huge guy in my corner that I could just call and talk to and just ask some different questions. And he just tells you the truth, right? And tells you when you're right, tells you when you're wrong. But he always lets you know he's praying for you and make sure he tell you he loves you before you hang up. But I think he's doing an amazing job down there. He's developing young men. He's teaching them everything they're supposed to. And who could you learn the game from more than arguably the best athlete to ever walk this earth, right? One of them. So I'm very thankful to have him in my corner and to be able to talk to him.
+1 on that. And again, I'm a Michigan guy, so words like good luck against Duke are in my DNA. So that's the hoops in me also coming out. Coach, thanks for the time. What a pleasure. I hope we get to do this again.
Yeah, we'll do. Y'all be safe. God bless y'all.
You bet. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Fran Brown, head coach of Syracuse football, right here on the Rich Eisen Show, Camden, New Jersey's finest. All right. Do you know that commercial, Want to Get Away?
I can't believe I said that.
I can't believe
God,
that is
so embarrassing.
You never do that either.
No.
Oh, that's up there now.
I was so caught up in the moment.
It's up there now in the annals of the Rich Eisen Show. Oh,
I said that.
It happens.
It does happen.
Just not to your
I know.
Your alma mater.
I know.
Oh man,
it's one of those things though
that you'll never bring up again, Rich. That's for sure.
At one point, we'll stop talking about it, but today is not that day.
Not that.
Just like you and Micah. Let's take a break.
You know me, I'm not a Q's fan, but I really like him, man. I like his vibes.
Oh, my gosh.
It's going to haunt me like the rest of the week.
I've been sending Chris little clips, like Instagram clips of his press conferences the last few weeks.
Dude, Fran is
I really dig this cat, man. Like, I run through a wall for this dude.
I still have eligibility. I wish I had legs that work, but dude, he's awesome.
Well, you got yourself a winner there.
Yeah,
That's for sure.
For sure.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Don't worry, you'll get your mojo back next segment,
thanks.
Chris. It's my power rankings. What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Is it the driver behind the wheel? What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
John Granado here for Game Day Health. Are you feeling lethargic, having issues in the bedroom? How about weight gain, muscle loss, even brain fog? You may have low testosterone. Game Day Men's Health are the experts in testosterone replacement therapy, ED, and weight management strategies. They can help you get back to feeling and performing better. With 5 locations, 15 more on the way, book a free testosterone test today at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Grilling alone? That's a flag on the play. Grab your crew, fire up the pit, and pass around some andouille, cracklings, and a little boudin from the Best Stop Cajun Market with 2 Houston area locations in Katy and Baytown. That's how you turn a tailgate into a party. Keep your grill hot and your plate full. Shop at Best Stop Katy or Best Stop Baytown before game day. Keeping the Cajun playbook never tasted so good.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out, and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids loved. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Hi,
Hi, this is Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I buy houses cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, I'm your guy. Call me at 832-779-4000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and any location in the Houston area. I'm a local real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy more. I buy inherited houses, vacant houses, behind in payment houses. I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you own a house that is trash and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? That's fantastic, because I love buying junk houses too. Skip all the hassle and headache of listing, dealing with agents, showings, and who knows what else. If you own a house and want to sell it fast, give me a call today. Sean at Greenlight Offer, buying houses. Call me at 832-779-4000. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Raise your steins and break out your lederhosen. Oktoberfest is coming to Kima Boardwalk, October 4th and 5th. It's 2 full days of beer, brats, Bavarian beats, and boardwalk fun. Sample brews like Bell's Oktoberfest, Shiner Oktoberfest, Voodoo Ranger, and more. Don't miss the stein holding contests, costume contests, polka dances, cornhole tournaments, and live music. Beer tickets are just $6.50, and admission is free. Visit KimaBoardwalk.com/Oktoberfest for more details. Prost.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief.
Get in on exciting gaming action at La Berge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to La Berge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
When the storms show up, so do all those pesky storm-chasing roofers trying to get you to file an insurance claim. The group of professionals at Brinkman Quality Roofing are not the guys that will be knocking on your door. Call them today at 281-480-7663. That's 281-480-ROOF. They will evaluate your roof and determine what is the best course of action for you and your home. There's no substitute for Brinkman Quality. That's BrinkmanQuality.com, BrinkmanQuality.com.
Back on the Rich Eisen simulcast, ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, the ESPN app, and Disney Plus. For those who want to listen and watch, we say hello. Dave in Ohio has been hanging on, listening to us for the last hour and a half. What's up, Dave?
Hey, Rich, first-time caller on the show.
Good to speak with you.
On Sunday Night Football, when Micah Parsons inevitably stacks Dak Prescott, you think the camera immediately pans to Jerry Jones in his ivory tower?
1,000,000,000%.
And also, if I set an over-under of 3.5 times the camera pans to Jerry Jones through the whole football game, would you take the over?
Oh, take the over. Let me tell you something.
Over
Dave,
on everything.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Everybody gets so upset when you see Taylor Swift. Like, 4 or 5 times a game, 6 times a game, 7 times a game, right? It doesn't even come close to the amount of times you see Jerry Jones or a member of the Jones family ever in a game that the Cowboys are close and then they win. Let's take a shot of the Jones family high-fiving each other. Name me another ownership group. The Crafts, maybe?
Crafts.
Maybe who else?
The Hunts.
No, you never see in a Kansas City Chiefs game. If Taylor Swift is sitting there, you see her 4, 5, 6 times. It's just like, oh God!
They always show Arthur Blank on the sideline
by showing somebody who's the world famous high-fiving or acting like a human, having a drink, and you add it up, and the number of times you see her in a game is a half a minute. The Joneses blow that out of the water. We once upon a time watched an individual clean Jerry Jones's glasses for him. That's how many times we've caught a camera on him. Who's the glasses cleaner, by the way? Did we ever determine who that was?
It was a son-in-law who is no longer in the family.
Oh, no.
I saw an update on that recently.
Him too, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Too.
Yeah. I shouldn't make fun. We never know how these things happen. But
his job
in all seriousness, though, how many times do you see? And on Sunday night, I mean, Jerry, he always comes Natalie clad anyway, but he's gonna be on cam. David Ohio's right. Every sack cut to Jerry.
By the way, that's every Cowboys game. Anyway.
I know that, but this one in particular. Maybe who else? The Crafts. You never see.
They always show Arthur Blank on the sideline.
Well, because he goes down there.
Games. Right.
I mean, Jeffrey Lurie we're seeing every now and then.
We're starting to see Carly Ursay Gordon.
Well, because again, she's down on the sideline as well. Yeah.
But for the record, she's apparently been doing this on the sideline, and no one paid attention.
Well, because I guess she wasn't the principal owner.
Yeah, well, it was.
Now she is.
Does Jed York get some TV time?
No,
not really.
Ever.
Terry Pagula.
We did see him this past week. You never see Stan Kroenke.
Did you just look up the Bills?
Friends with his son.
You know.
Now they never show Stan.
Mark Davis gets a little airtime every now and then.
Because he's got a brilliant haircut.
That's a word for it.
Oh, please. Tell me about it, man. It's the greatest of all time. You know? Who else? You don't.
No.
Oh, Jerry. He's going to be on cam.
A lot.
Do you think he should just, hold up signs to say hi to people? You know what I mean?
A lot of raccoon.
Okay, great. Yeah, right? I don't know. He's going to be on camera so much, he could probably sponsor something.
Squirrel.
You know, like his suit is sponsored by, or his glasses is sponsored by.
Wear a little patch.
Sell a sponsorship. Like turn your own suit into a NASCAR hood. That's how often he's going to be on camera Sunday
Whenever
night.
you're sipping out that glass, you know.
It's Johnny. That's Johnny Blue. That's Jerry's.
Is that what we got?
Jerry's a Johnny Blue guy.
How do you know that?
I think that's well known.
Is it?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I feel it's going to be sad and blue after the game's all said.
You know what is well known is who was the Syracuse quarterback last year. Did the blood leave your body?
Honestly,
did the blood leave your
humiliated.
body? Don't be humiliated.
I am.
Man, let him be humiliated. Don't let him off.
By the way, there's the moment Chris found out he got it wrong. When he said Will Howard,
I just said Will, actually. I didn't even say
Will Howard. You said his full name.
Did I really? I thought I always said Will. By the way, that's so embarrassing.
Put a pin in that for a second. But when you realized your mistake, first of all, when you said it, I heard it. And then I was waiting to hear your point to see if you were making another point, but then you kept going on and on. And then when I saw
talking about how excited I was,
when I saw Coach Brown start to talk, I'm like, oh, he's not going to let this go, because I was beginning to pick up his vibe over the last 15 minutes. And I realized that, and then he caught, did the blood leave your body?
I think that's my worst moment. And all the clown stuff and the eating the hat, this was way worse.
Over the 10-plus years, soon to be 11-year history of our show.
This is way worse.
The number of times, though, I have been on the air over the 30-plus years that I've done this, and I would swear to God I said something accurate, and I was told in my ear, you said something completely different. I'm like, no way. And then they play it back, and it was exactly the way I was told I said it, not the way I thought that I had said it. The number of times at 3-something in the morning doing a sports center with Stewart or whomever, and it's all over, and we have to fix our mistakes because the show's going to be re-aired 19 million times while I was sleeping the next morning or that very morning. the number of times I said, we have to fix this because you said this. And I'm like, no, I didn't. And like, yeah, you did. Yeah. And they would play it back, and it would be the way they said it. And I'm like, oh, damn it. I was stunned over and over and over again.
Obviously, I know it's Kyle McCord.
No,
we had him on the show. It's just like,
but for what a brain for you to have that moment.
To do that to
I feel your pain,
Coach
sir.
Brown. That is awful.
But it doesn't mean we won't keep mentioning it.
That's fine.
Man.
I deserve it.
There it is. That's the moment.
That's so terrible.
I'm so sorry.
Gosh.
And then you hid behind your desk. Like,
I mean, I feel like I need to
what else? It's want to get away. The trap door opens.
I need to email Coach and apologize.
We can get that for you.
Ugh.
Reach out to your friend Dwight Freeney, your fellow classmate. I didn't know you were in Dwight Freeney's class.
Yeah, same class. We walked the same day.
You walked?
Yep.
Who else did you walk with at Syracuse?
Oh, from that anyone else would know?
Yeah.
Just him.
That's it?
I'm trying to think.
You...
Of, well-known people.
Okay. You, Dwight Freeney.
With all due respect.
Will Howard.
Hey.
I mean, in all honesty, though,
we have a couple more cracks at it until he starts to really get pissed off. So you got one more? You want to sneak one more in?
I can't even push back. I did it. It was so dumb.
I'm going to do something he wouldn't do for me, which is defend him a little.
I just did. I just talked about how I've done it. I've kept crew members still in their seats. They're thinking, well, I'm going to go home. I need to get to sleep by 3:30 in the morning. And I kept them still working because I screwed something up.
No, I had a moment like that on Saturday, and no one else has pointed at one person.
In Road to WrestlePalooza?
Yeah, there was one person in all of the comments and all the tweets who pointed it out, and that's the one comment I saw that I said a date wrong, and it's been eating at me, and no one else is. So it happens.
Saying
sometimes
a date
it just
wrong
happens.
is one thing.
I'm just saying it just
telling
happens
your
sometimes.
coach who you want to impress about how much of a fan you are and how long you've been living and dying with this program, and then saying how great it was last year that you were winning with Ohio State's quarterback. It's not great.
All right, well, I tried.
It's not
Chris.
the same.
Thank you, TJ.
I tried.
Thank you.
I mean, obviously, I got dismissed.
It's
sorry, bro. That's
really
on you.
No, it's on me. I have to wear this now.
What's the want to get away thing?
Snickers.
Okay, so maybe we can get a Snickers deal out of it.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Because you want to get away right now.
I'd like to go home. Yeah, honestly.
No, you got to stay here, man. You got to stay here.
I was so excited for Coach Brown today.
I know.
And you got a Syracuse helmet on your desk?
You've got another
autographed by Jim Brown.
Yeah. You got another Brown to make it up with. Zach Brown's coming.
Well, I'm
here.
excited for him too.
You just,
And like I said earlier, if things don't go well, we'll call Bobby and have him come in.
Can I say the wrong song to him that I
don't know.
Hey, I love that Waffle House song you sang. What?
Okay.
That's the Jonas Brothers.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's great.
Yeah.
You don't want to name a Brad Paisley song to him or something like that?
What a disaster.
Hey, man.
Sorry, Chris Brockman.
Celebrity. Good song.
Okay.
I'll see you guys later. I'm out of here.
Hey, man. Loved when you did Margaritaville.
Oh, wow.
Don't leave.
He's out.
Don't leave. Come on, man. Take a seat. All right. We're going to take a break. I promised you that you'll get your mojo back with my power rankings. We'll take a break. We'll come back.
Push back at anything.
We'll do my power rankings.
I'm just going to sit here and
do my power rankings, and you're going to get your mojo back because you're not going to be happy with some of my choices. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Here on the Scott Hansen Show.
Out here, pets are always by your side, watching the herd, running fence lines, or asleep at your feet. Pets are some of our favorite customers. When you bring them along to Tractor Supply, we'll always have a treat waiting. And with our price match guarantee, you'll always get the best price on their favorite food, toys, treats they love, and pet meds to keep them healthy. Tractor Supply, for pets out here.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide.
based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Has your roof started to experience leaks or been damaged from recent storms? When it comes to roofing in Houston and surrounding areas, Brinkman is the only name to trust with your roofing needs. Brinkman's team of professionals will work with you, and only if necessary, your insurance company, to get your roof repaired or replaced with as little inconvenience to you as possible. There's no substitute for Brinkman quality. Visit them at BrinkmanQuality.com. That's BrinkMann quality.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Thinking about going electric? Now's the time. Right now, you could get up to a $7,500 federal tax credit when you buy an EV. It's like getting paid to drive off in a quiet, comfortable, cutting-edge new ride. EVs already save you big on gas and maintenance, but that tax credit ends September 30th, so don't miss out. Head to Monument Chevrolet, where EV Blazers are in stock and ready to roll. Visit Monument Chevrolet off Beltway 8 and 225, or go to monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Hey parents, Jeremy Branham here. Want to transform your driveway into a pro-level court? Pro Dunk basketball goals are the real deal. Their revolutionary lightning adjust system lets you change heights in seconds. From regulation 10 feet down to 5 feet so the whole family can play. Built with commercial-grade materials that stand up to Houston weather, get your kids off those screens and onto the court. Pro Dunk, the choice of serious ballers. Visit ProDunk.com today. That's ProDunk.com.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Allstate Windows and Siding knows what matters to Houstonians. That's why they're dedicated to earning your trust and giving you great value and service. Allstate Windows and Siding offers top-quality products that protect your home from the toughest weather while saving you up to 40% on your energy bills. And right now, they're offering 30% off windows and $2,500 off of complete siding jobs. Call 832-204-1936 to take advantage today. Call for your estimate, 832-204-1936, or go to allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
How old is your home? If it's 40 years or older, you might need a whole house repipe. Old pipes leak and corrode. This can damage your home and give you crappy quality water. Plus, old pipes can burst in freezing temperatures. You need Aqueduct Plumbing. They'll repipe a 1-story, 2-bath home for only $5,500. Even if your home is larger, they have great pricing. Aqueduct has done thousands of repipes. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, or call 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
Exactly.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show. Having some fun. All right. Got my power rankings, guys.
Oh, buddy.
Ready? Ready to hit this? Ready to hit it?
Like snap, I got the power.
Ready to hit it?
Let's
Ready
go.
to hit it? I've got, because this Chris needs to get back his mojo.
I do, and I have last week's and the week before in front of me.
Don't worry, I've got them too. I've got them too.
Me three.
I got them.
Just like what Fran Brown said before you totally flubbed the interview.
Yep.
I 100% am accountable.
Yep.
Hit it. Power rankings.
There are many like it, but this one is mine.
Power Rankings.
I've got my Week 4 power rankings, and I got to tell you, there's one new team on the list. There's very few no changes, but there will be an opportunity for a Godfather Part 2 drop. And I'll tell you this, number 10 on the list, it's a rarity to do this. I can't knock this team off the list despite them being under 500 after 3 weeks. The Baltimore Ravens are still hanging on at 10.
No way.
They're
really?
down 5 spots. Yeah, really.
But why?
Because their roster is still amazing, championship quality, playmakers all over the place. They were 1-2 last year, finished 12-5. Sometimes power ranking isn't about the immediate snapshot. It's about what they can do moving forward. And are they still going to beat somebody when they're 1v1? And the Kansas City Chiefs aren't on this list.
They weren't on last week either.
And the Ravens are still on it. I can't quit them. They're still better than a bunch of the 2-1 teams I was thinking of putting on here.
Yeah, I got no problem.
I kept thinking to myself, wait a minute, this 2-1 team just being there just because they're 2-1. The Ravens would beat them every Sunday we play them right now, if that's a game together.
I expect the Ravens to win this week.
I do too. Higher registers on the Thursday show. I don't know if we're going to go there.
I just appreciate how you've come around on these lists that you didn't want to do, and now you're redefining them yourself. Man, that's
I
growth,
only know one speed. Thank you
that's
for that.
Growth,
Thank
and
you.
I appreciate
you saying that, TJ. Thank you.
Used to be so anti them.
Number 9 on the list is new to the list. I'm putting the Seattle Seahawks here.
Ooh, okay.
They could easily be 3-0. All they had to do is just knock down the Purdy to Tonjes shot.
Deadly connection.
And Kenneth Walker's running it. JSN's catching it. Sam Darnold's slinging it. They're running it. They're catching it. They're playing defense. And I think they're going to win Thursday night. And I think they're going to be 3-1. And they're number 9 with a bullet, if you will, on my list here. Number 8 on the list, up 1 spot, are your 3-0 Indianapolis Colts. And at 7,
wow,
is a no-change Los Angeles Rams.
Stays like a buffalo.
And this is Rams versus Colts this weekend.
Whose house?
And I think it's the Rams' house. I do believe the Rams should win this one. And that's why I'm putting them above a team that's 3-0, despite Daniel Jones performing as well as he's performing. And by the way, I saw some of the comments attached to me saying that Daniel Jones is doing something that no Indianapolis Colt or Baltimore Colt quarterback has ever done. And the number of people like, did I not know that Peyton Manning played for this team or Johnny Unitas? Yeah, I do know. I'm pointing out Daniel Jones has done something through the first 3 weeks that no other Colt quarterback has done before, which is just to say one of the many stats that he's done, that he's achieved. 3 or more passing touchdowns, 3 or more rushing touchdowns, and no turnovers through the first 3 games of a season is something no quarterback's ever done in the Super Bowl era. None, Colts or otherwise. Number 6 on the list, down 4 spots, are the Green Bay Packers. I had to mark them down by losing a game nobody thought that they could lose, but they did. Lose, they did. So here they were with the Rams beating the Eagles significantly, and the Packers up by 10 on the Browns. And I'm sitting here thinking they're going to be one on my power rankings list, and now they're 6.
Oof. Now I got to turn my back.
Not completely, but I appreciate that drop.
That's
Not
funny.
Completely.
That's funny.
Number 5, up 3 spots of the Detroit Lions. They're a top 5 team now, man.
5 seems
they
low.
They fell really down.
I know, 5 seems kind of low.
In a second, we're going to see how the rubber does meet the road in the next couple weeks. And you know I have the Lions making the Super Bowl.
I know.
But I can't sit here and take a 2-1 team over a team that's 3-0, and everybody else the rest of the way are 3-0. They're the best 2-1 team in the NFL, and I'm taking them over the Packers, who they lost to. So push and shove and push back all you want. They're 5. 4 up 2 spot of the Bucks. Baker is remarkable. He is putting a chip on his shoulder about everything. They may go ahead and beat the Eagles this week and be the lone remaining, at the end of the day, 4-0 team in the NFC. It might be, crazy thing is it might be the Bucks and then the Niners, who are 4-0 and taking on 3-0 and taking on the 2-1 Jaguars, and I couldn't even put them on my list.
That's what I mean. What's the difference between San Francisco and Tampa Bay? Health. That's it.
Come on, dude. Health. Yes.
The Bucs are also unhealthy.
I get it, but also down the road here, I think the Bucs have a better shot at a longer-term success than the 49ers do.
Interesting.
Number 3, up one spot are the Chargers. I am putting them at 3-0 because I'm putting the Bills at 3-0 at the 2 spot right now. They're 2, and the Eagles, once again, are atop my power rankings list. They are a no change. The Philadelphia Eagles stay like before as well.
Days like a buffalo.
And that's my power rankings list. The Eagles 1, Bills 2, Chargers 3, Bucks 4, Lions 5. There's, as I said, 4 3-0 teams at the top. I have the Lions in the pole position of 2-1 teams, right above the Packers, who are right above the Rams. The Colts are there at 8. We're taking on the Rams this week. The Seahawks are new to the list. The Falcons, we hardly knew you on my power rankings list. They are off. And the Ravens are still there. And those are my power rankings list for week 4. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial here on the program. Jimmy in San Antonio is here on the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, Jimmy?
Oh, I don't like this comment section.
Number 4, you got him. Jimmy, you there?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
What?
Jimmy,
in the bathroom.
Jimmy, you there?
I got caught up in the power of your rankings.
Okay, I agree. They're that powerful. I agree.
5'9", 188. Thanks for taking my call, Dan.
Oh, my God, wrong. No, wrong Dan. One. That's a wrong one.
Like the quarterbacks? Get that wrong, Brockman.
Oh, wow, Jimmy, next level. Jimmy, next level.
Let me push back. Dan has been a famous talk show personality for 30-plus years.
Yes.
Kyle McCord was the Syracuse quarterback for like 4 months.
Right. Yeah, in Fran Brown's first year.
Yeah, so,
correct.
Jimmy, come on. You're better.
I mean, you are such a passionate fan, obviously.
Wow.
Well, I have a start, bench, practice squad cut.
Okay.
Felly and Del Tufo are undrafted free agents.
Thank you.
First of all, I'm starting with Susie, obviously.
Okay.
Rich, you're on the bench because I need you.
Thank you.
TJ, you're in the practice squad. Mm-hmm. And we're cutting B-Man. You got cut disappearance, sir.
B-Man's getting cut. Wow.
Practice squad.
I thought I already got cut in the guillotine over the weekend.
Yeah. Jimmy, thanks, San Antonio. Just piling on Chris Brockman's moment with.
Appreciate you.
These are just great. Dino Babers called in, zoomed in, or he called in, right? Years and years ago before we had Zoom. And you were like, oh, this is awesome. And then
coming off a year in which we were ranked
yada,
yada,
yada.
And then
you were the cooler for Babers. And now I just think these segments, they've been great. These Syracuse head football coach segments have just been memorable.
I just need to not speak in them.
No, that's not true. You marked up or down? You marked out?
He marked out.
Marked out. Thank you, Jimmy.
Mark out moment.
Jimmy in San Antonio. Yeah. And can go back to doing whatever he's doing.
Ain't no telling.
Let's go. Where are we going to go here? Let's go to Noah in Oklahoma. What's up, Noah?
Hey, Rich. How's it going? Can you hear me?
I can.
Perfect. What do you think about the comparisons of Joe Burrow to Andrew Luck with the injury history and retiring early? And then do you think that the Bengals front office is ruining their own Super Bowl window?
Oh, wow.
How they're not paying players to protect Joe Burrow?
I guess it's that you brought this up the other day, TJ, when Burrow had just been drafted, and then the Bengals had the 5th overall pick, and there was a drawing of him on his behind if they drafted Jamar Chase and not the offensive lineman to protect him. And then there's one where he's now throwing to receiver X or potentially missing receiver X because Penei Sewell was there to block for him. There was like a drawing. We saw that.
Yeah, I got to find it. It was like a stick figure.
I don't know. To me, it's just and again, I know you don't like it, but you think I'm just trolling you. It's the same thing. So we got to trade Micah to shore up the run game. How about doing both? You know what I mean? How about you do both? How about you get Jamar Chase and then you start drafting the hell out of the offensive line, or you find the offensive lineman? And it's not like they haven't tried. It just hasn't worked. Thanks for the call, Noah. Yeah, you have to look at this and say, now Burrow has played 6 years. He's gotten 3 4,000-plus yard seasons and 3 seasons that have been wiped out due to injury.
Yeah.
And the question is, which guy is he, and why is he either one of these guys?
This is Joe Budden. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. So I'm here to make sure you don't miss any of the daily fantasy action this football season with Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. That's code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief.
MGK presents the Lost Americana Tour. Playing at the Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion, sponsored by Huntsman. Saturday, May 23rd, 2026. MGK with Wiz Khalifa and special guest Beauty School Dropout. Pre-sale for City Card members is available now through Wednesday at 10 p.m. at livenation.com. Presented by the Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion, sponsored by Huntsman.
Trulux, Ocean's finest seafood and crab. A Houston original, proudly serving our great city for over 30 years. We have recently updated our restaurant with a modern sensibility and sophisticated finishes. We can't wait for you to come and see it. The look is totally new, but the sensation, hospitality, and quality remain unmistakably Trulux. Visit us today and experience the newest flavor of a true Houston original. Trulux, your table is waiting.
Texas Card House is Houston's premier poker facility, open 24/7. The bar's open till 2 every single night. You can always find a game. You're looking for cash games or tournaments. They got great tournaments at both locations. Seniors on Friday at Westheimer, and at 2 o'clock, $140 buy-in. You could win $15,000. They've also got online poker with Hijack Poker. You're looking for poker in the city of Houston, there's one place to go. That's TexasCardHouse.com, TexasCardHouse.com.
The best thing about memories is they never fade and never go away. Stories from your past sit up in your head perfectly, and you can just draw from them for the rest of your life. The details don't get fuzzy, and you can share them with the people you love easily. Oh wait, that's bull. That's a heritage film. The thing that we create for families and founders to share their stories with a personal documentary film that does last forever. YourHeritageFilm.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Initiating startup sequence.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Ready, TJ Jefferson? You ready? Micah Parsons is coming to town.
It's going to be painful. I wish him well, except this weekend.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Earlier on the show, Pro Football Hall of Famer Kurt Warner, Syracuse head coach Fran Brown. Coming up, Grammy Award-winning artist Zach Brown. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Fun first 2 hours, to say the least, here on the show. We had Kurt Warner on the show, and then we had the coach of Syracuse football, Fran Brown, on the show, and just had a great chat backstage in the green room with Kenny Chesney. It was awesome. Wait a minute. Zach Brown of the Zach Brown Band is here, and we're excited to have him out here. The reason why I just said what I said is you have to watch this back later on when you're on Disney Plus or you're listening on the podcast. Chris Brockman talking to Fran Brown and talking about what a big fan he is of Syracuse football, and Fran Brown, what he's built with the program last year with Will Howard, who, as we all know, didn't play for Syracuse.
Did not.
And the coach didn't let it go, and this is the moment where the coach said, well, actually, it was Kyle McCord last year. And it's interesting, Kyle was there because Will Howard was the quarterback in Ohio State.
Right.
So just for bringing everyone up to speed on what we've done here for the first 2 hours.
Well, talking to Jim Tressel earlier, that was really fun.
It
Great.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. 844-204-RICH is the number to tell here on the show. No, we got a full hour to go.
Paul Pasqualoni's coming up next.
You know what? It's kind of funny.
By the way, that guy was not nice to me when I was a student.
Oh, is that, okay.
Yeah.
Let's call him out.
Yeah.
Speaking of people wondering when it's going to be all over, one has to wonder if Detroit Tiger fans feel that way right now.
Oh, my goodness.
Once upon a time, the Detroit Tigers were cruising to an American League Central title. And this thing was wrapped. This thing was done. This thing was in the freezer. To use a phrase here in Los Angeles, sports law, I guess sports play-by-play lore, the Jell-O was jiggling.
Jiggling, baby.
And then the Cleveland Guardians caught fire. Once upon a time, 15 games back, they're now in a flat-footed tie with the Detroit Tigers, who have absolutely fallen apart. And last night, the Guardians taking on the Tigers and their Cy Young candidate. And we talk about another lock. And your guy, Garrett Crochet, goes tonight in Toronto to potentially win the Cy Young Award, too. Tarek Skubal last night against the Guardians had a 2-0 lead, and the Guardians did the most Guardians thing, which is score 3 runs without getting the ball out of the infield. Actually, the ball did go out of the infield once, and that was after a leadoff bunt put one man aboard, and then a sacrifice bunt or a try to bunt for a base hit. Skubal jumps off of the mound and for some reason does not plant his foot, pirouette, and fire with his Cy Young left arm, a bullet to first. He just played like long snapper and decided to flip it between his legs and threw it up the right field line.
Crazy.
So now it's on. Crowd's going nuts. And yada, yada, yada. Guardians take the lead and didn't give it up. This is one of the biggest comebacks in the history of Major League Baseball that we're seeing right now. This team was dead in the water. And on behalf of everybody else in the American League playoffs, and that includes the New York Yankees, who, thanks to the Red Sox largesse last night, is one game out of the American League East division title and the best record in the American League, as the Blue Jays, despite already having clinched a spot, they're falling apart. And the Yankees need to be one game better than the Blue Jays because they don't have the tiebreak. The days of playing game 163 and blowing your chance at winning a wild card series because you have to play one extra game just for playoff positioning are over. They're just using straight up win-loss from the regular season as a tiebreak. Yanks have to be one game better than the Blue Jays. On behalf of the Mariners and the Jays and the Yankees, you don't want the Guardians in. They were one massive tough out last year. All they do is put the ball in play and put the pressure on you. And last night, Scooble and the Tigers broke. The Tigers, once upon a time, the old English D, they are now in that third wild card position with the Astros right behind them. Mm-hmm. They could fall right out. Kudos to the Guardians, man. They just have a bunch of baseball players that never quit, never say die. And they've gained 11 games in the last 3 weeks, which is damn near an impossibility. But that's all they do is win baseball games, and the Tigers have done nothing but lose them lately. And don't let the Guardians in. They got people who throw 100 million miles an hour coming out of the pen. They got arms. They got bats. They got one of the best players in baseball. I know you love him.
Yeah, Jose Ramirez. No one talks about him.
So, what is going on in baseball?
It's crazy.
Your Mets won a game in Wrigley Field.
Man.
Did you see the sign outside of Murphy's Bar? Did I not send that one to you?
No.
The sign outside of Murphy's Bar read that they have a marquee about who the Cubs are playing. It was the Cubs versus the White Sox of New York.
No.
That's pretty funny.
Oh, the disrespect was real.
And then the Mets came back on them and won the game.
Yeah, David Peterson seemed like should not have been out there. It was 6-1 at one point. Yeah. Jeff McNeil commits a second error in the inning. I think it was the
not good
sixth. And I picked up my remote, guys, to turn the channel, and I put it down. And I was like, nah.
Mets came
ride this out.
They won 9-7.
Yeah.
And now they're back in that one-game lead. Well, driver's seat. Okay, that's one way to put it.
Well, they're in the driver's seat right now, as opposed to the Reds and the Diamondbacks. We're in the driver's seat for them.
Mm-hmm. Mets are at 68% chance to make the playoffs according to ESPN's analytics model.
I don't know how I could say that. I mean, you got two teams, one game behind them. Two.
Yeah, well, we don't have two teams in front of us.
Speaking on behalf of the lone, and both of the teams have a tiebreaker on the Mets. And speaking on behalf of the lone New York playoff baseball team that's clinched in a Mets town, which is, you got to give that up for the Yankees in a Mets town to go ahead and do this, and then maybe wind up with the best record in the American League, and maybe wind up AL East champs thanks to the Boston Red Sox, which would make that an absolute chef's kiss. Rooting for your Red Sox tonight, Chris. Oh, man.
Thank you.
I am all nessened out tonight.
Me too.
It's kind of wild that you root for your fiercest enemy.
Oh man, no, they're not. I love the way they play.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah.
Garrett Crochet should be the Cy Young Award winner.
Crochet Day.
Oh yeah.
You guys spent the first 2 months of baseball fighting every day.
I don't know what you're talking. I don't remember.
I don't remember.
I don't remember at all.
When you say things into a camera and a mic that you can review them forever.
I don't remember that.
But the biggest news in Major League Baseball yesterday was the incredibly welcome news that replay, if you will, is coming to a ball and a strike near you. That what's baseball calling it? They're calling it the Automated Ball Strike Challenge System, the ABS. I like it.
Like your brakes.
I like it. And it's coming in the 2026 season twice. A batter, a pitcher, or a catcher. Nobody can do it from the dugout. Can challenge whether a pitched ball was a ball or a strike. And it has to come right after the pitch. The dugout can't call for it. It's got to be either a pitcher, a catcher, or a batter. And they signal by tapping the helmet or the hat, okay? Pitcher, catcher, or batter has to tap the hat or the helmet to let the umpire know. And then we'll take a look. And if you're right, you keep your challenge. 2 challenges, that's all you get. In each extra inning, a team will be awarded a challenge if it has none remaining entering the inning. And they use a 5G network from T-Mobile. So it's brought to you by. Set up around the perimeter of the field to track the location of the pitch, and a graphic on the scoreboard shows the result of the challenge. And what it looks like is it looks like the Hawkeye system that you see in tennis. And it'll happen right away. And I will just say this. It is incredibly needed. Mm-hmm. Now, Aaron Boone said he wants it to either be used only for ball 4 or strike 3. Don't like that. Don't like it.
Oh, interesting.
No.
Why don't you like
it?
Why?
Because there's a massive difference between a 2-1 count and a 1-2 count and some at-bat that's going down, 2 runners on, 2 outs. Massive difference in pitching to somebody 1-2 than 2-1. Massive difference between 0-1 and 1-0. Massive difference between 3-0 and 2-1. The number of times you hear somebody say out there in baseball, well, or football, any sport, oh man, if you had basically called something different in the second quarter, wouldn't have mattered. I mean, the rest of the game would have gone completely different, except for the fact that it changes the way these things change the way you pitch, the way you call plays in football, the way you run in offense, whether you're up by 1 score or not. And so, massive difference in a playoff baseball game. 2 guys on in scoring position, 2 outs, your best hitter's at the plate, and instead of 2-1, it's 1-2 because the umpire missed something. No, thank you. No, thank you. Now, the thing that's going to be removed from the game is a catcher poorly frames a strike and leads an umpire to call a strike a ball. That will get rectified by instant replay. Happened last night. Aaron Judge wound up getting a strike 3 that you could see on the box called a ball because the White Sox catcher didn't frame it properly. And if the pitcher just tapped his hat, Judge would have been called out, which would have been helpful because he had to double play the next at-bat. But listen, the number of times I am seeing an umpire flat out blow it should be over. And I tip the cap to Major League Baseball for going in this direction. It doesn't take much time. I've seen the way it works in the minor leagues when they looked at it. The tap of the helmet hits. Within seconds, it shows up on the scoreboard. You see it. The whole crowd sees it. And if you get 2 challenges and every single challenge you get right, you get to continue it. Now, it'll be up to the coaching staff and management and all the analytics people to tell the players, don't use it in the first inning. Don't use it in the third inning.
Right.
Be judicious on when you use it.
Right.
No, there are big moments in a fifth inning or fourth inning. Again, these playoff games too. We're thinking about it like it's a nice warm day in middle of June. Now I'm talking about baseball playoff games when you're watching and you know it. You know it. And I'll know it this October. I don't know if you will, but bottom line is,
that was such a quick shot.
Yeah,
too.
like his team's
if it happens in June, leadoff guy gets on a walk to lead off the third inning, and you're sitting there going, all right, maybe I'll just order a beer, order a hot dog. But in playoff baseball,
you're not leaving.
Game's over. Yeah. Game's over. We just walk the leadoff guy. So now your third inning, fourth inning, fifth inning, and you're not getting any runs, and you're going against an amazing pitcher who's on a roll, and you could switch a 1-2 count to a 2-1 count, or a 2-0 count from 2-1 to 3-0. You're definitely using that with a guy on base. These dumbass analytical stuff where you're now knowing you're going to be thinking about the pitch counts up. You could get this guy now if you switch one count in your favor. I kind of dig it.
Yeah, we'll have to wait a year, obviously, but it'll be curious how teams employ this in the postseason next year. When they use it.
The whole thing, though, is that
does a team use a challenge in the first, second, third inning?
Teams can't do it. There will be a time where a player will do it, a catcher will do it, a hitter will do it, or a pitcher will do it, and they'll zoom in on the manager in the dugout going, that wasn't when I wanted you to use it. It'll be interesting.
It will be, yeah.
But it's better than just like somebody calling a pitch 12 inches out going, strike, and you're sitting at home going, like I was sitting the other day, the umpire in the Yankees-Orioles game missed so many pitches, and both dugouts were on the umpire, and the umpire was yelling back at both dugouts. And it's like, bro, you stink. You're hearing it from both, which should give you an indication you stink. And I'm just wondering, is there nothing in Major League Baseball right now that would cause anybody in like the operations department, anybody whose job it could be, during the inning break to pull the umpire back from home plate in the tunnel and go with a tablet, these are the ones you just missed. You're barking at that manager, and you're barking back at that manager, and there's a reason why they're barking at you. Get better.
I'm surprised that doesn't happen. When you can see every game, there's the Twitter accounts that monitor every single pitch and every single decision.
Why can't in real time it be brought up? Remember that one time Pat Bev got a technical because he brought a digital camera out to the ref? Here. I would love for that to be done by somebody in management in baseball.
That's funny.
But this is now going to be that because it's going to be on the scoreboard. 55,000 people are going to see, and it's going to be like that guy behind home plate. Yeah, I got that one wrong. So now maybe the next ones will be called better, differently, or maybe less consistently. I'm just coming up with the difference and the unintended consequences, which is what you're supposed to do in a competition committee.
Situation if a team has gone 0 for 2 and they don't have any left, and suddenly there's a huge call late in the game, and they can't challenge now.
That's another one. But
it's not like NFL where under 2 minutes it's automatic.
It is so better than the alternative right now. I'm willing to see what it looks like. Because we're all seeing this box. We're all seeing it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, or if you're watching Gamecasts on your phone, you can see where the pitch is.
We're all seeing the box. So either take the box away and don't give us the box, which I don't want.
It's in the box.
Well, the other night wasn't a strike in the box. And we kept on seeing strike. Not anymore. Not anymore. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Zach Brown of the Zach Brown Band is coming out right here on Disney Plus, the ESPN app everywhere, and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Cars, homes, boats, motorcycles, RVs, and more at Progressive.com. Let's bring Zach Brown out here next on The Rich Eisen Show. What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Is it the driver behind the wheel? What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
When the storms show up, so do all those pesky storm-chasing roofers trying to get you to file an insurance claim. The group of professionals at Brinkman Quality Roofing are not the guys that will be knocking on your door. Call them today at 281-480-7663. That's 281-480-ROOF. They will evaluate your roof and determine what is the best course of action for you and your home. There's no substitute for Brinkman Quality. That's BrinkmanQuality.com, BrinkmanQuality.com.
Hi, this is Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I buy houses cash. Call me today at 832-779-4000. I'll buy your house for cash and pay you cash up front. I buy houses in any price range and any location in the Houston area. Do you own a house that needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying fixer-upper houses. Do you have a tenant living in your property? Not a problem. I'll buy your house with the tenant in it. Do you think your property would be difficult to sell? Easy. We provide assistance for any situation for houses in any condition. Do you want the best price for your house? Done. I'll beat any offer you have on the table. Remember, if you need cash fast, I'll pay you cash up front. Give me a call today. Sean at Greenlight Offer, buying houses. Call me at 832-779-4000. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Trust, price, and ease of transaction. That's our philosophy at GiveMeTheVin.com. We love to buy cars. Fat ones, skinny ones, curvy ones, fast ones, slow ones, round ones, and square ones. Yes, square body Chevys. We buy them at GiveMeTheVin.com. Go to GiveMeTheVin.com right now, put yours in, and get a quote. We'd love to buy it. GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
Championship teams are built with experience, skill, and teamwork, just like Pipefitters Local 211. For over 75 years, we've been representing the best in the trade across the Texas Gulf Coast. Our 4,300 union pipe fitters, welders, and HVAC techs bring the heat when it comes to quality, safety, and precision. When you need a home run in craftsmanship, trust the pros who do it right the first time. Pipe Fitters Local 211. Brought to you by the journeymen and apprentices of Pipe Fitters Local Union 211.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest-running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Chances are, if you've been to a few weddings, corporate events, rodeo committee gatherings, or charity dinners over the years, you've enjoyed Damaris Catering.
Yanni Damaris here. Most people know Damaris Barbecue. Our family's been at it since 1964. Well, Damaris Catering has been around since the early 70s. We do events from 20 people to 5,000, serving a variety of cuisines to cater at any event.
From no tie to bow tie, it's taken care of. Damaris Catering. Find them at damaris.com.
Get in on exciting gaming action at La Berge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to La Berge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Your band is included in that. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Zach Brown is here. He just gave me a bunch of gifts, which I've got a mug for you. Perfect. There you go. That's a fair trade. Cheers. Cheers to you. Again, the highly anticipated new album from Zach Brown Band, Love and Fear, on December 5th, and that's also when you're going to go to the Sphere in Las Vegas to kick off a residency there. The first weekend is already sold out. We had Kenny Chesney on the show before he went into the Sphere.
Yes, sir.
And he was talking about how, you spend a lot of time syncing up your music to whatever's going on. I guess can't call the walls of the Sphere, but whatever's going on to sync it up. And that's a significant endeavor. Are you in the midst of doing that right now?
We are. We've been working on it 18 months. So we've had a lot longer runway than anyone else that's been able to go in there. So,
sure.
And we're also telling a story. So that's the first one that I've seen. It'll be the first of its kind in that scenario. And the title, Love and Fear, you can boil most of your decisions in your life based out of one of those two things.
Yes.
And I try not to base my decisions on fear, but on the love of doing something and believing that it's a worthy cause. But the juxtaposition that we get to create in the content of being able to be there. So every one of the human emotions, we're going to try to pull on that string. There's like horror, jump scare moments, and then going on into soaring, beautiful things. So a rise and fall of all these things of tension and release and things, kind of like the storms we all go through in life where we'll have really difficult times. It seems like things happen in 3s or 6s or 9s, like however many times. And then we get through those things, and all the hard things that ever happened to us, we look back on, and it's like I was learning something through that. I couldn't see it at the time, but it's just been life's been a series of those things for me, and getting to tell that story and about my childhood, about a lot of things that only people that were really close to me would know. Getting to do that and then create all of the content behind everything. I got to work with a 40-piece orchestra for this. We recorded it for the album and filmed it for Sphere. We got a 20-piece choir.
That you're bringing into the Sphere with you?
No, we filmed them.
And so you'll be putting them...
We film them, yeah. Their content, we'll have them as part of it. But being able to...
that's going to be amazing.
Even the new album, we got a new song that just came out with Dolly, and it's called Butterfly. 40-piece orchestra on that. Getting to work with her, getting to have the orchestra on it, all things. Getting to produce an album that's on the level where there's really not... I'm just going big on everything. And the convergence of all the promotion, and we're all independent. So, we're not with a record label, and we just put our own marketing dollars and our own efforts behind this to expose it, get it out, release some of the songs along the way. So some of the people that hear them in the Sphere, if they're fans, they've had a chance to kind of get to know some of the songs that we're doing, and then playing a lot of the songs that people would expect, playing some of the curveballs that we love to do cover-wise.
Sure.
But it's this is a love letter to our fans, and the amount of work that's gone into it and pulling something off on this level is just a reminder that we're not we're not slowing down. You know, we're in this, and we'll always be performing. And we owe a lot to our fans. They're the ones that have carried us through, decades and staying relevant. So this is a big statement for us, and getting to do it in that building is an honor, and getting to do it with the team of people we've got together to make it magic.
Yeah, I saw with my wife U2, which was the first act to be in the Sphere in Las Vegas. And I just, when you say about a jump scare, I'm like wondering what that would look like, because you could feel like the walls are literally closing in that place. Like, you better be careful. Like, people better take their nitroglycerin before they come in to see you.
That's true.
If you're jump scaring them in the Sphere, because it is a sensor. I've never seen anything like. I felt kind of stupid too, because we showed up before everything was going on, and I saw the walls in there, and they were made of like these big cinder blocks, and I'm like, oh, there must be some sort of special type of material that you could beam this stuff on. And then when U2 started, the cinder blocks broke, and I'm like, oh, that was a projection the entire time. And I felt dumb. I felt stupid. Like, I went in there, I'm like, oh, there's cinder blocks, and they're like, no. You could put whatever the hell you want on this thing.
That's right.
Which must give you such incredible creative freedoms when you got 18 months to figure this out with your music, too, right?
Yeah, you're only limited by your imagination and your budget of what you can do in there. And the people that we've got helping create that content are really, really incredible.
Right.
And a lot of the tricks, optical illusions, things you can create in there. It's the only place that I've seen where you're in a building and you feel like you're outside. You feel the wind on your face watching the sunrise, and you can't discern that
you're not making it up.
A video.
There's nothing like it.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And the fact that you're having your new album on the same day, that's how you do it, man. That's how you promote it. That's how you push it. That's how you distribute it. And that's how you're there for your fans. Again, Zach Brown of Zach Brown Band here on the Rich Eisen Show. We've never met, so apologies if this comes across in a different way. But I thought Love and Fear was about being a Falcon fan. No. Wow. I mean kind of is a little bit of both.
You can apply it to a lot of things.
Am I wrong?
A lot of things in life.
My bad if I come across, but and that's your team, the Atlanta Falcons?
I'm from Atlanta, and home team, Falcons, Braves, Bulldogs.
Okay.
But I've got a lot of friends that play as well, and that have had played and retired, and so I've got different people I'll pull for depending on what's happening. But I played football 11 years.
You did?
Yeah, I did. And when I was 5 until I was 16, I played guard and tackle and then linebacker.
So you're in the trenches.
Yeah.
You're in the trenches.
Yeah, and I love the sport. And then I did judo in college, and that kind of opened my eyes to MMA, and that's really my favorite sport.
That is.
I mean, UFC is my.
So who's your fighter? Who are you particularly from?
Probably Justin Gaethje's probably my favorite fighter, but lots of them over time. But I absolutely love that sport. I watch as much as I possibly can. I stream them all.
Would you have done it if you could?
No, and I don't roll anymore because of my fingers. There's a lot of grip strength, a lot of things, grabbing gis and things, and I've got to protect my hands. So I don't roll anymore, but I love to watch people compete, and I love to watch the evolution of a sport, how much it's changed. And the worst fighter in the UFC now would have smashed anybody early on because everybody trains different disciplines.
Sure.
But that's definitely my favorite sport, and I study it.
That is?
Yep.
Okay. And then, and so Georgia Bulldogs must have given you some immense satisfaction in the last few years.
Absolutely, man. We waited 40 years to get another championship. But as a kid, most of my family went to UGA.
Okay.
And as a kid, riding back in the car with my dad from like deer camp when I was a kid, listening to Larry Munson on AM radio, broadcasting the dogs, and it's been a part of my life. And now my fiance, she's University of Texas.
Oh boy!
So she's a Longhorn. And I've got a daughter going to school there.
Where, in Austin?
Next year in Austin.
Okay.
So it's a house divided when they play each other, but otherwise I got to pull for them. I got another daughter at Georgia Tech, which is big rival right there in Georgia. But now I got to be a Tech fan too. So
Georgia Tech just came in with a big win.
Yeah,
recently.
Yeah, and the Tech Georgia game last year, that quarterback, the amount of heart that kid has, man, it's pretty special. So got lots of teams now.
You sure do.
Yeah.
I mean, Texas is as big a rival as you might have for the whole shooting match this year.
Yep.
Okay, so when that happens, what does things look like in the Zach Brown household?
But if I'm watching Texas and going to the games with my lady, I got to be a UT fan, and my daughter's going there, so I inherited these other teams, but lifelong Bulldog fan.
But I do believe November 15th, is that the day? Okay, so it'll be 20 days before your Sphere. I don't know. Will you be in Vegas at that point in time, or
we'll be doing rehearsals? We'll be getting ready.
Okay.
I haven't gotten to see it. I'm a couple of weeks away from seeing all the content in the Sphere. We've been using,
VR
headsets now to see everything. And
isn't this amazing?
Resolution's not quite the same,
cool.
but
that is so cool.
But yeah,
I'm just trying to point out that you might not be in the same room as your fiance for this game.
I think we'll be together for that game. Okay. Even if I got stuff going on, we'll be watching it. And we can be friends after.
You have ways, yeah.
Yeah.
You have ways to make sure that you can all be together for that thing. Zach Brown is here. So your Falcons, man. I mean, like week 1 looked good until the very end. Week 2 was just dynamite. Week 3 was like, what was that? Here
I think we're in transition again, man. I think we're finding our foothold again. But it's just as a kid going to games, going to and my kids, being able to take them, and Arthur Blank is a dear friend. He's such a great man, such a sweet man.
He's been such a good friend to NFL Network over the 22 years.
An incredible force as well,
right?
In philanthropy and sports and everything. So, gotta root for. I'm not fair weather, but it's exciting to have some new blood, some new chance to try to pull some things together. The transition may take another year.
And you have performed at a Super Bowl, correct? You were telling me back there. I remember this.
Yeah,
as well.
I sang the anthem at the Patriots-Falcons Super Bowl, and it's 28-3 at halftime. We're celebrating and watching them get oxygen and coming back, and some of the catches that Edelman made in that game. And so part of my exercise regimen for a lot of years was playing Madden. So I'd get on like an arc trainer, like an elliptical, and I'd play Madden. So that was the era that I was playing Patriots on Madden, playing against, friends and crew and stuff like that whenever I would get some exercise. So it was a good way to take your mind off of cardio. Just to, you play a full game and an hour goes by and it's like, you get it done. But it's wow. Yeah.
But you had to be sitting there thinking, I sung the national anthem here today. This is one of the greatest days of my entire life. I sing the national anthem in a Super Bowl.
Brutal.
Atlanta's up 28-3 in a Super Bowl. And did you think you had something to do with it at that point in time? A little party? Were you sitting there watching?
I withdraw any claims that I had anything to do with the success of that game. But that was a tough one. Tough loss.
Matt Ryan's one of my favorite people to meet, too. Matt Ryan's just
he's a great
dude.
guy.
So who you mentioned that you have friends who are playing in the league that are also...
J.J. Watt was a great friend. And watching my kids get him out at Foursquare at the house was pretty fun. And then he'd get mad, and when he'd hit the ball, it would turn into a frisbee as it flies through the air.
Makes sense. That
playing
tracks.
with him and his brother, and TJ. And being able to just hang out and play Foursquare. And we have a nonprofit, a campus that we built called Camp Southern Ground, and it's like a college, university quality campus. We do kids camps there. So me and JJ snuck through the woods while camp was going on, and the kids are out playing games and stuff, and jumped in and got to play with them and hang out. Yes. And, people, Matt Stafford's a friend. And
he's in line for another Super Bowl.
Him coming through UGA and getting to be friends with him.
Okay.
Great guy. So, got to pull for my boys when they're playing.
Yeah. Stafford, he was this close to 3-0 this past weekend too. And he's got a real shot to win one more and make the Hall of Fame. I'm not mincing any words here.
Yeah.
He's that good. I mean, I think he's now he's over 60,000 yards in his career. I think he just tied Matt Ryan for most touchdown passes in a career. Yeah. I mean, he's right there.
Yeah.
He's right there.
I'm happy for him.
He's a Georgia guy. Okay, so he's one to go. So before I let you go, what makes a good song? I know I'm going really sort of esoteric here on you. What do you think makes a good song, Zach Brown?
I think it's the relatability. I think when someone hears it and they can feel part of themselves in that song.
Yep.
I think a great song bridges together our human experiences that we have. If I write a song about my daughters and share that, if someone else that's a dad can hear that song and it hits them hard, that kind of transcendence of emotion, you know. And certain songs are just like, I have a new song out with Snoop, and that one's just for fun. And then I have the song with Dolly, which I wrote about for my kids, and getting to have one that really makes you feel something. It's like great art. When you look at great art and you look at a 2D object and it makes you feel something, a song is the same way, and descriptively putting it in a setting and putting it in some way that it relates to someone. And so that's what I'm chasing. I'm chasing things that are common between us. And learning from like Willie Nelson and Dolly and other incredible songwriters, you can state something very simply, but on a lot of levels, it goes really deep in understanding it on the surface. But a great song marries together that message that connects us as human beings with an incredible melody, with harmony, with the timing of how it drops, with what it is. And you're searching for that chill bump moment where someone's listening to a song and it makes them cry, or it makes them have chills, or it makes them do that. And it's that combo of all those things kind of happening. And having 9 people in my band, it's more important what they don't play than what they do, because the space is just as important as the noise. So we're always trying to serve the song, and everybody in my band has such incredible musicianship. And ultimately, when we write a song, we figure out what kind of dress it's going to wear. Sometimes it's this big extravagant thing, and sometimes it's just very minimal. It's just like a guitar and a fiddle and voices. So there's a good mix of that on the new album, and I think it's one of the last forms that's relevant of American poetry, like what connects us as human beings.
Which is important in this day and age, to say the least. You got a good Willie Nelson story for me before I let you go?
Oh, I love Willie. And Willie and Dolly are like in such rare air. There'll never be another one of either one of them.
When'd you meet him?
Willie, I've met Willie several times. We opened up for him a long time ago, and I come on the bus and I walk through 2 or 3 elderly gentlemen that work with him that are kind of halfway passed out, kind of stoned, sitting there, and then I come in and I sit down at a booth, and it's like a carved booth like you'd have like at the Waffle House, but it's nice, and you're sitting there, and and he's rolling one, and he's talking, and he's trying to get you to partake before you go on and play, which he loves to do. He loves to try to just give people a smash so they go out, and then he likes to watch what happens. So you have to turn down. I couldn't do it. I had to turn down smoking with Willie because I had to work. But what an incredible guy, man. What an incredible legacy. And his son Lucas is a great friend. I've got a new song called The Sum, S-U-M, which is really relevant in my life right now. It's one of the most personal songs that we've ever written, and wrote it with Lucas, with his son. Awesome. He was just such a sweetheart and such an incredible talent as well.
What a neat thing for you to be able to, write a song with Willie Nelson's son and turn down Willie Nelson when he's offering you something. And then Dolly Parton, too, man. I mean, like, you want to talk about legend as well, to be around her.
My fiance is really close with her as well, and makes a line of jewelry for her, and we have a lot of ties that way. But there's not a sweeter, more talented, brilliant, beautiful human on the earth than Dolly.
Dude, what a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for the gifts.
You're welcome.
The mug is yours to keep.
Thank you.
My pleasure. And again, Love and Fear is available everywhere you get your music on Friday, December 5th. And then on that night, along with the release of the new Zac Brown Band album, A Residency in the Sphere. Awesome. And I can't wait for you to show off your talents with this remarkable sensory experience.
Thank you.
In the Sphere. And so how long does the residency last? Just
December and January.
Okay. All right. So, so you spending New Year's in Vegas pretty much, or?
Not sure.
Okay. We'll work on it.
Yeah, not sure. I'm going to be in the middle of it.
Got it.
It's a lot of moving parts, a lot of things.
Well, it'll be if you're in Vegas, want to go to Vegas, now you got a reason to do exactly that. What a pleasure to have you here anytime you want.
Thanks, Rich. Appreciate you, man.
Zac Brown, everybody, at Zac Brown and at Zac Brown Band on Instagram. Back here to wrap up this show in a sec.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24th, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State. With 10 minutes left in the second quarter, Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
ServPro. like it never even happened.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos. Fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Hey, why do people always put off minor plumbing problems? Are they afraid a dishonest company is going to try to rip them off? Don't be scared. We all done this. So work with Aqueduct Plumbing. They're straight shooters and take care of the 97.5 listeners. Listen, plumbing problems usually start out small and get bigger and then more expensive. So have Aqueduct Plumbing come out to your home at the first sign of an issue. Check them out at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief.
Thinking about going electric? Now's the time. Right now, you can get up to a $7,500 federal tax credit when you buy an EV. It's like getting paid to drive off in a quiet, comfortable, cutting-edge new ride. EVs already save you big on gas and maintenance with that tax credit in September 30th, so don't miss out. Head to Monument Chevrolet, where EV Blazers are in stock and ready to roll. Visit Monument Chevrolet off Beltway 8 and 225. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Trulux, Ocean's finest seafood and crab. A Houston original, proudly serving our great city for over 30 years. We have recently updated our restaurant with a modern sensibility and sophisticated finishes. We can't wait for you to come and see it. The look is totally new, but the sensation, hospitality, and quality remain unmistakably Trulux. Visit us today and experience the newest flavor of a true Houston original. Trulux, your table is waiting.
Texas Card House is Houston's premier poker facility, open 24/7. The bar's open till 2 every single night. You can always find a game. You're looking for cash games or tournaments. They got great tournaments at both locations. Seniors on Friday at Westheimer, and at 2 o'clock, $140 buy-in. You could win $15,000. They've also got online poker with Hijack Poker. You're looking for poker in the city of Houston, there's one place to go. That's TexasCardHouse.com, TexasCardHouse.com.
Knife though. It's beautiful. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, Hyundai has got this all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid to tell you about why it's an incredible SUV. There's a spacious interior, comfy for the entire crew, capable of going off-road, a 600-plus miles of range for you. The driver behind the wheel just makes it that much more special. Let it be you. It's the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid, so much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603. Back here again on Disney Plus, the ESPN app everywhere, and ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. Listen, I learned this a long time ago. I knew the guy back in college, and I was there when NFL Network hired him, and I was there when he left for ESPN, and it bummed me out. When Adam Schefter reports something, it's going to be right. So Adam mentioned Jackson Dart. He's going to get the start today. It's now official. Jackson Dart is starting. And Brian Daboll, why did you do it? Hit it.
So in terms of the quarterback situation, I met both with Russ yesterday and Jackson privately, and Russ was nothing but a pro, which I would expect him to be. It's my decision. We're going with Jackson. We're going to get him ready to play this week and the remainder of the season. He's going to do everything he can. Russ will be the backup. The conversations that I've had with these young men will be private. The details will be private. All I can tell you is we're going with Jackson, and we're getting ready to play. So I'm not going to add too much to it. Those are private conversations. It's my decision, and we're going with Jackson.
So it's not his first rodeo here in the New York City market. I'm not going to say what we mentioned in the meetings. Not going to say why I did it. And it's also my decision, because we were wondering yesterday. He did it because of why. Could be his own two eyes. He could see that Jackson Dart is ready. He could also see what's in the locker room. People are like, hey, we're 0-3. This season's circling a drain right now. 0-4 is pretty much a wrap, even in this world where you get an extra regular season game than previous years with 17. And thus, we want the kid. He takes the pulse check. Or it's the ownership saying, Coach, it's time. That's why I mentioned multiple times my decision, I would say. So one way to get something out of him is to ask him what you're expecting out of Jackson Dart.
What do you expect from him, Coach? I expect him to prepare. I expect him to go out here and get better each time he plays. It's not always going to be perfect, but I do think that he has the right makeup and athleticism. And look, we're going to do everything we can do to help him be the best player. I know he is as well. It's not just on one person, it's on the entire team. And that's what we're going to do.
That said, it is a quarterback-driven league, and everything that I'm reading and also gleaning from those we talk to here on this show, as well as those who I talk to around, the 4 and out inside the 10-yard line with the game 22-9 on the north side of the 2-minute warning, with enough timeouts and a 2-minute warning to try and get the ball back and win the game with no timeouts remaining. That Russ throwing one so far up the tunnel that it was an intentional grounding, and then not doing very much on a quarterback draw. You could say it's a play call. And then on 3rd and 4th down, throwing it out of the back of the end zone rather than putting it on a wide receiver and maybe getting a flag, maybe getting something. You could say the protection was bad, but the fact that, like, a 4th down throwaway. You saw yesterday, Schlereth basically said it was because he didn't want to throw an interception, because that counts on a ledger and is a legacy breaker. Called it selfish, which is one way to put it. Another way to look at it is Russ was fighting for his life and he's just throwing it away, which is making no sense. I heard that was the last straw. So I don't know if that's true or not. I'm just telling you what you hear. I'm just like sharing with what I hear when it sounds like a person's in the know. Like, hey, those 4 downs, that was the end of it. So you got to go with the kid, and he better be athletic, because the Chargers can run you down. What a baptism by fire that's going to be. Week 4. 3-0 Chargers coming east. It's an early window game when you're coming from west to east. That's a benefit to the East Coast team, that's for sure. But, dude, you want to talk about being out of your lane? How does flying 11 and a half hours to play a football game sound? That's what the Chargers did. And they looked pretty spry to me. And they were, 4 hours ahead in that one. That's three different time zones ahead. This one will just be 2 times. Oh, it's 4 time zones. This will just be 3.
It's going to be good.
Dude, I guess.
Got to do it. Got to do it.
I was thinking one more week, but when you're 0-4, I guess you want to go 0-4 with the kid showing a pulse.
Yep.
And it's Scatterboot time, too, because Tyrone Tracy
sure.
Jr. is out. Yep. So you got your 2 rookies in the backfield, and you got your second-year stud out wide to try and create some problems. Best of luck to the Giants. I do like Dable, and I do root for him.
For sure.
And all my friends who are Giants friends and fans. On tomorrow's show, Dan Soder is going to join us, the actor. And we're also going to have Syracuse star Mike Tomczak is on tomorrow's program.
See.
It's fine.
Well, he's going to talk about the Steelers playing in the Ireland game.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean?
I see where you're going.
Totally deserve it. I actually had kind of forgotten about it for a second.
Sneaky good games with Art Schleister from Syracuse fan.
I mean, of all people, really.
Well, I mean, it's also a shot at Ohio State, too, pal. Just playing it both ways. Buying a car or refinancing, Navy Federal Credit Union offers great auto loan rates, 90-day pre-approvals, and military discounts. Applying is easy, and you could get a decision in seconds. You could even refinance from another lender with Navy Federal and get a $200 bonus. At Navy Federal, our members are the mission. Find out more at NavyFederal.org/auto loans.
Credit and collateral subject to approval. Rates are subject to change and are based on creditworthiness. Refinance loan must be at least $5,000 to be eligible for the $200 bonus. Terms and conditions apply. Terms and conditions apply for military discounts. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Whether you're buying a home or you're refinancing, Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage is the guy for you. He's done over 1,400 closings. He's been in it for 30 years. He knows all the hacks. He can save you thousands and thousands of dollars. He does it all the time. Dream Rate Mortgage is the way to go. Shop your loan. Kent Jones loves that. Dream Rate Mortgage, 975loans.com. That's 975loans.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage, LLC, NMLS number 2482473. J. Ken Jones, NMLS number 356118. Equal housing lender.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
John Granado here for Game Day Health. Are you feeling lethargic, having issues in the bedroom? How about weight gain, muscle loss, even brain fog? You may have low testosterone. Game Day Men's Health are the experts in testosterone replacement therapy, ED, and weight management strategies. They can help you get back to feeling and performing better. With 5 locations, 15 more on the way, book a free testosterone test today at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Small businesses look for banking partners who make fast and efficient decisions. Veritex Community Bank has a lending team standing by to help you navigate through the loan process. Visit VeritexBank.com for more details. That's VERITEX Bank.com. Member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. If you want your patio furniture back at a certain time, you need to do it now.
It's about a 4-week turnaround. We do offer expediting services, so don't delay. Call me today.
281-676-3888. Call now.
Houston, have you tried Portillo's yet? Portillo's brings authentic Chicago-style flavor with their slow-roasted Italian beef, Chicago-style hot dogs, char-broiled burgers, and crinkle-cut fries with cheese sauce. Save room for their famous chocolate cake and cake shake. Eat in, drive-through, or order online. Now with 5 Houston locations. Find yours at Portillos.com. That's Portillos.com.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Houston standing by, over. Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
What's up, everybody? Welcome in to Jeremy and Joe. I messed with the name already. You're on ESPN 97.5.
It's not even 3 yet.
I know. In 92.5, Joe George, Brian McDonald, and Ryan Morrow here with you today. It's going to be a little bit of a weird week. Jeremy's going to be out the rest of the week for getting ready for a Cougs game on Friday night. So today it's going to be Brian and I in here. Tomorrow will be myself, Brian, and Sean. And then Friday I'm moving. So it'll be Will Kunkel, Sean, and Brian. So it's going to be a mixed bag of people the next 3 days. We still got a lot to talk about, B-Mac.
Yeah,
Welcome
including
back.
you trying to recruit people here at the station to help you move. Ryan, I don't know if you know that. Like, he's already trying to get people. So if you're off on Friday, you might not be off on Friday. Joe might try to get you to.
I just told Sean, I was like, hey, if things change on Friday, like, I can give you the whole day off. You want to come out to League City.
So instead of buying pizza and beer for people helping you move, you're just giving them off days?
Yeah, no, I would still buy pizza and beer.
Okay, all right.
HRP might come after me for that one.
Yeah.
Sorry. We almost, Jeremy almost got canceled yesterday, so he was.
You're going to have to be way more specific. Jeremy almost gets canceled a lot.
There was a deep dive on Sean being colorblind, and Jeremy realized.
Mapes?
Yeah. See, you didn't know either.
Mapes is colorblind?
Yes.
I've done a show with him for 2+ years. I didn't know he was colorblind. Is he still here?
Yeah, he is colorblind. He cannot see greens and reds.
Greens and reds. Okay, so back in the day when they had, what was it, the Jets-Patriots game on Thursday night where it was all green, all red, that was a nightmare for Mapes?
That's the exact game I brought up yesterday.
Because I remember that being like a thing. Like, people are like, colorblind people are just, screwed in this game.
Yeah. All right, so last night, we'll talk about the Astros. We'll talk about more on C.J. Gardner-Johnson getting cut. D'Amico Ryans met with the media today, so we'll kind of touch on, as the quotes start to come on with that, about why they made the decision to move on from C.J. Gardner-Johnson, besides the fact of what we know as he was calling out, we know, Jalen Petre's contract. We know it wasn't Jalen Petre specifically, but it was pretty obvious that that's what was happening. So we'll talk about the Astros game. We'll do our game balls today. We'll talk about the Texans offense, the most glass half full Texans take you'll hear from anyone coming outside of the city. We'll dissect as well. But last night, the Tigers lost. Tariq School hit someone in the face.
Yes, he did.
But then the Astros lost. They lost 5-1 to the Athletics
with a whimper.
Night. It was an awful game. Christian Javier was meh. Like, he was fine, I guess. Gets charged with 4 earned runs. Wasn't on the mound for all of them, but 4 2/3, 6 hits, 3 earned runs, I guess, actually, 4 strikeouts. So he wasn't great. You got really nothing out of your lineup. Only 3 hits, two of them coming from everyone's least favorite Astro, Christian Walker. So that's the kind of game that it was yesterday. It was just a bad baseball game, and it started off with a awful play by Christian Walker.
Should we have Benny Hill music going for that play? Then
yeah,
I think the rule generally is the pitcher should never try to catch it. But it felt like no one knew who was supposed to catch that on that play, because I don't know if that's the most inexcusable thing that can happen in a baseball game, but certainly feels way up there if we did a Mount Rushmore. Letting a pop ball or pop fly that goes straight up, 20 feet past the plate, for that to fall and the guy rounds from second and scores. It has to be on the Mount Rushmore of most unexcusable errors you can make in baseball.
Yeah, I think back to the Astros have obviously been on the other side of that. I think back to one of the craziest, most bizarre plays I've ever seen was the play between Alex Bregman and the Athletics at Minute Maid at the time, when it was a little chopper 3 feet in front of the plate, and as the catcher went to tag him, he dropped it. Oh. Remember? Then there was an error after that. That was one of the most comical plays we had ever seen. But yeah, just someone's got to find the ball, and I know you're playing a place that you're not familiar with, so maybe Christian Walker lost it in the lights.
They played there before, though. I'm not going to give them that excuse. They played there at least once this season, maybe twice. I don't remember exactly, but being in a division, it might be as much as 3 times. So
yeah, and it's just, and I don't understand. This is where I know that you typically don't have a day in which you really focus on probably infield pop-ups for your pitchers, but this is where I'm these guys are kickers. Be an athlete, Christian Javier. Go get the ball. He looks scared of it. I know he's worried about Christian Walker potentially, but he could have got. Carlos Correa is coming running from third base, basically colliding with Christian Javier to reach over and grab it. It is just, someone's got to make a play on it, and it's not why the Astros lost, but as soon as that happened, it's just of course. It's Nick Kurtz hitting a double to start the game. This guy is incredible what he's doing for the Athletics this year. It just, as soon as that happens,
at least he's not hitting 4 home runs in one game against.
That's true. That's very true.
On the Javier play, though, the only kind of defense of Javier I think I can give is growing up playing baseball, the idea is always the pitcher is not the guy responsible. Now, obviously, if it's a very quick little bloop, then the infielders have no time to get there. Then obviously you make the play. I could see Javier being hesitant, though, if he thinks the other fielders have plenty of time to get there, which I thought they did.
No, they did. They should have made that play. There's no excuse for the ball to drop the way it did. And again, your lineup only had 3 hits on the day. That's not going to cut it.
And what? No hits after the 3rd inning? I think it was.
No hits after the 3rd. Ugh. It was an abysmal
Jeffrey
performance.
Springs gets you again.
It's just, at this point, they just need to wake up. They need to wake up.
I think
and play
the time
better
for that's
baseball.
come and gone, Joe.
You need to wake up a little bit. They just swept the Rangers, and then they got killed by the Mariners. Aware, but you guys got to play. All you have to do the remaining 5 days, it feels like, is play slightly above 500 baseball. If you go 3-2 in the next 5 games, I think you're going to make the playoffs, because the Tigers are terrible. They've lost 9 straight baseball games.
Yeah, What would realistically, I assume the Tigers also have 5 games left. What would you realistically think the Tigers could go, best case scenario, in their final 5 games? 1-4?
Well, so they've lost 7 straight, but they're 1-9 in their last.
So let's say 1-4.
Yeah.
So the Astros would, in that case, have to win 2 games to pass them.
Yes.
But I don't really want to bank upon the Astros or the Tigers only winning 1 game. I kind of figure they have to win. Or they'll win at least 2 by happenstance, just crazy luck. So that puts the Astros in a situation, like you said, they have to go 1 game over 500, 3-2. Despite saying that, though, you're playing the Angels and the A's. Mm-hmm. You're playing the Angels and the A's. The A's can't even turn Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout into a playoff series. Not even a playoff series win. They can't turn them into a playoff trip and a playoff game win. Mike Trout, one of the greatest players of his generation, if not the best player of his generation, has 0 playoff wins in his entire Major League history. Not series wins, just game wins. So, you're playing in a AAA ballpark against the A's. You're playing against the Angels, who can't turn Mike Trout and Ohtani into any playoff success. It really feels like if you don't go 4-1, you have no one to blame but yourself.
Yeah, no,
to me, that's got to be 4-1, or I mean, I don't want to go full call for the sweep, but I mean, it's the A's and the Angels.
No, I don't think asking to win out is not an extreme ask at this point. I mean, look, and you're in a situation where you are 1 game back or 2 games back of the Tigers because of the tiebreaker. Boston is only 1 game ahead of the Tigers. They're going to play each other in the final 3 games of the season. So that series will have implications for it because both of them will be fighting for their lives. So it's not like you have a bunch of teams that are going to roll over and just, let the Astros miss the playoffs. But this is an opportunity for 2 organizations who have been, basically just like bent over and spanked by the Houston Astros over the last decade plus, for the Athletics and the Angels to knock the Astros out of the playoffs. And if the Astros don't start playing better the last 4 straight games, this is the worst time of the year to start playing the way you are. I mean, it's fair to say the Mariners are the better team, but those games were largely non-competitive. And the Astros at this point are also making mental mistakes that we're not, used to seeing. I know they're not always a perfect baseball team, specifically on the base pass, but to see the Jake Myers play the other day where he's, rounding third base already, basically, when the ball is caught in the outfield, the Little League play last night where the ball drops in the infield, they're playing uncharacteristically bad baseball.
Like I heard, I don't remember if it was John or Lance, but I know one of them made this point earlier today, and I 100% agree with this take. Because what you described is right. Like they're capable of playing better. They're playing the dregs of the league. Like we should expect a level of success similar to what they've done during the golden era. But I think what we have to condition our minds to think about right now with this current Astros team is just because it says Astros across the front of their jersey, it's not the same Astros we remember. Jordan's out. Jose Altuve's gotten back on track, but he went through a long slump. Obviously, Fromber's been miserable since the beginning of August. You have other injuries, obviously. Pena's missed a few games. Paredes just got back, but, he's obviously a little bit limited here. Like, this is not the same. Like, I know that we kind of sometimes expect, well, they just roll the ball out there. They go win the division. That's what it's been since 2017. But because of all these guys having down years or being injured, I believe they set the record a few days ago for most guys on the injury list during a season. Like, we can't just look at Astros across the chest and expect 2017 to 2023 Astros performance.
No, that's totally fair. And like, it's, if you look at the guys, like, do I expect the Astros to win tonight because Hunter Brown is on the mound? Yes,
I do.
But Fromber pitching on Thursday, I mean,
nope.
They're 1-9 in his last 10 starts. He has a 6+ ERA in those starts. He's been terrible. That's going on. The first pitch is 2:35 on Thursday. I mean, this team, they're not playing well. Rocky said here in the YouTube chat, how can you say blank team is playing terrible when the Astros are playing terrible? Yeah, for sure. I mean, just because the Tigers are playing terrible doesn't mean the Astros are also not playing terrible.
The Astros are capable of outsucking basically everyone but the Rockies right now. And by the way, the Rockies, I believe, have beaten the Astros at least once this year. So let's not forget about that part. They've done that in the past, even when they were great with the White Sox in years past, where the Astros. And then I think in World Series, in all the years they've gone to the World Series, they've been swept by the A's at different points. When the A's obviously are one of the worst teams. So I never underestimate the Astros' ability to outsuck their opponent.
Yeah, if the Astros miss the playoffs this year, and I think this will be a conversation that obviously, over the next 3 days will be important, and then what happens over the weekend we'll find out. I mean, when you do look at this season and the amount of injuries they've had, it does factor in. But again, you got, since the All-Star break, you've been swept in a 4-game series by the Athletics. You've been swept in a 3-game series versus the Red Sox. You got swept by the Tigers. I mean, you've lost games to the Rockies. You split a series with the Angels. You got swept by the Mariners. I mean, this is a team, like, they've been swept multiple times in the second half of the season. That's ultimately why the Astros are not going to make the playoffs if they end up not getting it together just a little bit. And then it's not a big ask. Like, I don't think, like, asking them to go above 500 again against these awful baseball teams. I mean, and the A's have some talent for sure. Like Jeremy and I talked about this yesterday. The A's have talent.
I like Zach Neto.
Specifically in their lineup. Like, the Athletics have they look like they have a core that they're going to be able to build around, that when they actually go to Las Vegas, that they can spend some money and actually try to be a competitive baseball team again. So it's not like it's a walkover.
No, the Athletics offense, I mean, obviously Nick Kurtz is the headline, but obviously they're, the rookie shortstop that was the lead for Rookie of the Year forever. Langoliers at catchers are pretty. They've got a nice looking offense for the future. The problem they've had for a long time, really going back to the days when Hudson Mulder and Zito left, they really haven't had pitching.
4490 says, I think the Astros should miss the playoffs, and it will be a reminder that the little things count. This will give the team more time to heal up and rest. Jeremy, I talked about this a little bit yesterday. I don't really think it matters, to be honest with you. Like, okay, like talk about like heal up and rest, and it's just this is just a counterpoint. The guys who are hurt are all out for next year. Brandon Walter officially had his Tommy John. Like you have Blanco, you have all these guys, Wisniewski, all these guys who have been out. Like the only guys who could heal up and rest are Yordan Alvarez, Jeremy Pena. Like for the most part, you either have minor injuries. Hader is a good one.
Hader.
I mean, Paredes obviously has not been at full capacity since he's returned, but he's got 2 hits and one of them's a home run. So the team would get healthier, but I also don't think it matters. Like I don't think going home, being done on Sunday versus being done on Thursday next week is that much of a difference maker.
No, 100% agree. You stole the point I was going to make. Like if I guess it depends on what you expect from the Astros if they were to get in, because obviously if they were to make a run to the World Series, now you're talking about a significant addition of games added on to these players who may be dealing with injuries. But if you agree with my expectations that even if they get in, they're done in the wild card round, they're done 3 games later, then what is the difference between, like you said, being done on Sunday to being done on Thursday for a guy like Paredes, who's dealing with a hamstring injury?
Yeah, it doesn't.
An extra 4 days is not going to make a difference for the 2026 season.
Yeah, honestly, probably an extra month doesn't make a difference at this point. I mean, it's at this
and
point.
You're not going to get hurt no matter what. It wouldn't matter if he gets back for the playoffs and has to play 3 games. Like it wouldn't matter because he's just as likely to get hurt when the season starts if he's 100% or if he's 90%.
Yeah, it does not matter. All right, it's Joe and Brian here. Jeremy will be back on Monday after the Cougs trip out west. When we come back. So if the Astros actually miss the playoffs, we talked a little bit about hot seats yesterday. We're going to have a full conversation on Swarmcast with Will Kunkel about the Texans, but who can we actually have a real conversation about with the Houston Astros about who could not be back next season if the Astros make the playoffs, or does it even matter if they make the playoffs? We'll get to that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Saturday, October 4th and Sunday, October 5th are Oktoberfest at the Kemah Boardwalk. Brian and Mapes and Camp Smith will be broadcasting there from noon to 2 on that Saturday, and it is a free event for the public to attend and walk around. They've got beer tickets, beer steins, food tickets that can be purchased at the event or online today, and they're going to have a full set of events on both Saturday and Sunday. Both days, they'll have a 7-hour-long cornhole tournament. They'll have Oktoberfest DJs. There'll be live music on both Saturday night and on Sunday night, and if you really want to be bold, a polka dance competition or performances as well. So if you want to go out there and watch, and a Stein holding competition, so prove your strength. We almost did that at the listener appreciation party. I think we're going to bring it to the Christmas party this year, introducing something new this year. You can see the full schedule of events for the Oktoberfest, which again is October 4th and October 5th at the Kemah Boardwalk. Check it all out at KemahBoardwalk.com.
Listen to ESPN 97.5 and HD, 97.9 HD2.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax
Stress relief. Hey, sports fans, Nick of Nick's Place here. Are you looking for a place to watch your sports, eat like a boss, and chill with your friends? Well, since 1993, Nick's Place has been that place. Yeah, I know we're kind of a dive bar, but you won't find any other place like it. We have every sports package and a menu that's to die for. Cheap beer, craft cocktails, and 27 different bottles of wine. This is not your typical dive bar. Come check us out. Since 1993, same location, Rocky Ridge and Westheimer, it's Nick's Place.
Summers in Texas are hot, but not for me, John Granado, because I have Coors Light. And Coors Light is all about keeping Texas chill. Do you want to beat the summer heat? I recommend cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Grab a 12-pack or case so that you got your home base covered. And when you're hanging at your favorite watering hole, order a bottle or a bucket with those beautiful blue mountains. I love me some Coors Light. You will too. Choose chill. Choose Coors Light.
This message is approved by the man of the people, John Granado.
The Bullpen, Saturdays at noon on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. This is Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
All right, Joe and Brian here with you today until 6 o'clock on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Brian hanging out with us as well. Tomorrow it'll be me, Mapes, and Brian. Then Friday it'll be Will Kunkel, Mapes, and Brian, as Jeremy's out the rest of the week, and I'll be out on Friday. Something to keep an eye on that just came out for this weekend. Cam Ward, because of an ankle and calf, was limited at today's practice for the Tennessee Titans. Something called a Brandon Allen is their backup quarterback.
I think I've heard of that.
He is,
but I couldn't tell you much about him.
Career record 2-8, 293 passing attempts in his career. He's 33 years old. He apparently played at Arkansas. So you should know him.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I remember that name.
So he hasn't played much.
I think I saw him play in college.
I hated that man.
Well,
oh, really?
You might see him this weekend versus the Texans then, so maybe that's a good thing because they might need all the help they can get, even though Cam Ward's been terrible.
Guaranteed Texans win?
No. Nope. Won't do it.
Even if Mr. Allen plays?
Won't do it.
Oh, come on. If Arkansas's finest, Mr. Allen, what was his name again? It doesn't matter what his name is. I've set you up there. Like, I think I would, at 3:19 p.m. on Wednesday, September 24th, guaranteed Texans win.
If Brandon Allen plays?
Yeah, guaranteed Texans win.
I mean, he's probably not
That's bold. That's
probably
bold,
not
Joe.
that much worse than Cam Ward right now.
Cam Ward's been pretty bad.
He's been pretty awful.
He's been pretty bad. Not Michael Penix bad, who might be saving CJ from being or having the worst stats in the league, but
it's pretty close, to be honest with you. We'll talk about the Texans offense in a little bit, but so just something to keep an eye on for this weekend. All right, so the Astros.
They are right. Did you feel that hesitation in Joe's voice when he said the Astros?
It's all bad. I was telling the guys on Monday. So I moved to Houston in 2015. When I did it, I worked on the national radio network here at GAO that no longer exists. And I got promoted to local producing on 1560 for Charlie Palillo in August of 2017.
Pretty good time.
I am preparing.
Pretty good time.
So I am preparing for the first time in my Houston sports radio tenure to potentially be doing sports radio without the Astros in the playoffs in some capacity.
Well, slight nitpick. 2016.
I didn't do local radio.
Oh, you didn't do? Okay.
Yeah, I started local radio.
Oh, you're right. You said 17. That's my bad.
So I have not experienced. I mean, we had last year, obviously, which was 2 and done.
It felt like they were not in the playoffs.
Virtually the same thing, but I do think that the way they've played this year, the things that are going on with the Texans organization, the Astros organization, like it is fair to ask at this point who could be in danger of losing their job. And there has been a lot of injuries this year, and I think that is, fair to point out. But, at the end of the day, again, we just pointed this out. There's been a bunch of sweeps this year where they have not played well. The hitting issues have not really overall gotten better since they started making the excuse about the backdrop when it was Minute Maid Park, and they repainted it 3 or 4 different times and to help, but the hitting hasn't got much better at home. They haven't been really good in the clutch the last couple of years. They're just missing some juice in the lineup. So I think it is fair to ask who could be eligible to be fired and no longer have a job in the Astros organization? The first one to me is so obvious.
I only have one name.
I don't have a name. I have a department first.
Oh, okay. Well, two then. I have two.
The medical department.
Yeah, medical department
has got to go.
Yeah, they can go.
I don't understand how Jim Crane, who has spent money, like he is not a cheap owner. He has not spent like the Dodgers, and he's not been as aggressive as teams like the Padres and the Mets and things like that. And I know people want him to be, but he has spent money. The Astros have been top 5 in payroll virtually every single year since 2017. Like they have spent money. They've let a lot of guys walk, but they've spent money on players. They've acquired players that they've spent money on. I don't know how an owner could look at this team and say, I'm satisfied with the amount of guys that are missing time, that you're going to have a record for the most players put on the injured list in one season. If you look at WAR, you're going to have the most WAR missed an entire season in baseball this year. The Astros are number 1 by a wide margin of players that missed. Most of that's Yordan Alvarez, but they've also missed a lot of other good players throughout the year. And so it starts there for me. Like that's a no-brainer. If I was the owner of the team, I would say I cannot let this medical staff from top to bottom come back.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned Jim Crane's name in that, because to me, look, you can't fire the owner, but this is on the owner. Like the blood is on his hands with the failure of this medical staff. Let's not forget the previous general manager for this ball club, James Click. I mean, he talked about before he quasi got fired at the end of the 22 World Series that the medical, like the return to play aspect of the medical department needed an overhaul, needed a review because they were unhappy with some of the things going on. And then seemingly that was, again, late 2022, that was never addressed, because we all know what has happened with Yordan Alvarez, with Kyle Tucker, with Jake Myers, with Jeremy Pena, a few other players to lesser degrees. But like that, James Click was telling the organization, telling the media, telling the city that there was a problem here in the fall of 2022. Jim Crane ignored it, fired him, and then did nothing about it for the next 3 years. So obviously you can't fire the owner, and Jim Crane's been a great owner for the most part. But like Jim Crane, hopefully with the stats you ran off with, most WAR, most players in the injury list, all that, hopefully maybe that's a wake-up call for Jim Crane. Maybe someone has to go to Jim Crane and say, hey, look at these numbers. This is ridiculous. We need to make a change. But regardless, the first move has to be an overhaul. I mean, I don't even know if it's the doctors or if it's the people sharing information. But somewhere in the process needs to be completely overhauled.
Yep. So what's the name on your list?
Joe Espada. Joe
Really?
Espada. Like I know people will, the popular thing is always fire the hitting coaches, fire the pitching coaches. But when I look at those, I mean, look how many no-name pitchers have come through this team. Obviously, throughout the golden era, but specifically this year, like none of us knew who Jason Alexander was before he first started coming up. We hadn't heard much about, Ryan Gusto or Colton Gordon, or in years past, JP France. Like all these reclamation projects, I mean, going all the way back to Charlie Morton, Wade Miley, obviously those are different pitching coaches. But like the pitching coaches will get blame. But I think Fromber's his own special head case. I don't put those on the pitching coaches, and they've had so many successes outside of that I don't think they're worthy of a change. People will point to the hitting coaches because the guys who aren't going well, but then how do you reconcile that with a career year from Jeremy Pena, a career year from Jake Myers, even though he's sliding recently? So I don't really look at those as places where I would make a change. But specifically with manager, I would fire Joe Espada because unlike football, unlike basketball, which to me I want my head coach to have a strong X's and O's tactical background. Like baseball to me is just, can I get my team fired up? Like there's not really, guys got to go out and hit, guys got to go out and pitch, but you're not having to draw up plays, like D'Amico Ryans does, trying to figure out how to disguise the defense and get after a quarterback. You're basically, can you motivate the players and then just not make dumb decisions when you make changes in the bullpen? And I don't feel like Joe Espada gets the team ready to run through a wall for them, so to speak. We heard comments last year where they didn't like his communication, they weren't really on board, then they started winning and things seemingly got better. But I don't know. Maybe I'm putting too much in the, like, he kind of speaks softly sort of basket.
No.
But I don't feel like he gets the team fired up and motivated to win.
No, I think that it's fair. My view is, honestly, I think Dana Brown, after the season, regardless, and this is why I don't think it matters if the Astros make the playoffs or not. I think the way that last season went with going home, in 2 games, being 10 games back in the division, yes, they came back and won. Yes, they've had all the injuries this year, but you're potentially not going to make the playoffs or potentially will have a very short run. I do think Dana Brown should at least be given the green light to make his own decision. You have a general manager of a team, that's typically how this works. A GM will bring in his own manager or coach in other sports. Like, typically they're in lockstep a little bit. I will include the hitting coaches in it. I think, it's taken way too long to see the Jeremy Pena, the Jake Myers improvements. We haven't seen the Yainer Diaz improvements. I think the stuff that Chandler Rome wrote about last week in The Athletic about Carlos Correa being the one that's really like trying to convince these guys about their approach being wrong.
It feels like just such a hero worship with Carlos Correa, which I'm here for. But it feels like anytime something good goes well with the organization, that people want to rush to give Carlos Correa credit for it.
They do. And that's where I think that, I would be open to, I agree with you, the pitching coaches, Miller and Murphy should stay. But I think anything past that, I'm open to the idea of changing it because, I think when you look back at the Joe Espada stuff, is any of this stuff that is going out there, like that we're seeing that's cringeworthy, what is the reception in the clubhouse? What is the reception to, we can see what the reception is when they're bringing in Cam Smith's parents, that he made the opening day roster and the players are awkwardly sitting there and it looks uncomfortable. Even the way he did the All-Star game stuff was kind of cheesy. I think it's okay to make a change at this point. And if Dana Brown wants to make one, I think he should be allowed to do so. And frankly, like managers, like we don't really know Joe Espada's contract status. They're not paid that much money. So if you wanted to move on, it wouldn't be an issue. We've also seen Jim Crane obviously eat contracts like Jose Abreu and Rafael Montero. So I don't think he would have an issue eating Joe Espada's contract and having to pay him out whatever it's worth. Yeah, I'm open to it. I don't think you have to. I don't think at the end of the day, like it is Joe Espada's the problem, but since he's taken over, it has been the most down part of this Astros era. And if you want to blame him for it, I do not blame people, and I would not blame the Astros organization for making a change. And we see, look, you can see like you got $40 million managers that are, their teams are, whimpering into the playoffs. Like you could pay a manager a lot of money, like doesn't matter. I don't know. I think it's different. But I'm pretty much open to.
Yeah, I'm open to pretty much everything. Like I wouldn't make a move on the pitching and hitting coaches, as I talked about a few minutes ago. But I'm open to it because that's how bad the season has been. Like I think you're right in that I wouldn't blame what's happened this season on Joe Espada. Like obviously injuries are not his fault. Jose Altuve going through long stretches of being abysmal are not his fault. But to me, because of what I talked about earlier, where it's like the least X's and O's dependent of any of the head coaching jobs in the major 3 sports, hell, the major 4 sports, really, that it feels like you're really talking about a guy who can motivate and has the right vibes. And because of what we've seen in the locker room or the clubhouses, you mentioned the Cam Smith thing, which is such a cringe moment. It felt like everybody hated it. It was just it felt very, like Little League almost. And that kind of feels like Joe Espada is. I don't think Joe Espada is necessarily a bad manager. I just think he's a bad fit for a veteran ball club that's trying to get to the ultimate level. I think he'd be good for a bunch of 24-year-olds coming up and playing together for the first time. I think that might be fine. I think he could fit that, but he comes in with some of the nonsense we've seen in the clubhouse for, veterans in their 30s. They're going to roll their eyes and not take him seriously.
Watching the way the season's played out the last 2 years, I know for a while I was like, oh, Joe Espada's just like waiting his turn. That's why he didn't take the Royals job. That's why he didn't get the Royals job. That's why he didn't get the Marlins job. That's why he didn't get the Cubs job. I'm starting to wonder.
Like how he interviewed?
Because
I wondered that too.
Is there a reason why he wasn't scooped up? Because it's really strange. You typically
like an Eric Bieniemy situation.
Yeah, a little bit. You have this coach that's been here since 2017. This manager's been here as an assistant bench coach since 2017 and hasn't gotten a look, really gotten close to anything. And now the way that this is playing out, it's like, well, like, is he like, would Joe Espada get a job if there's?
I don't think so. Like, if he got fired, let's say they miss the playoffs, he gets fired on Monday. I don't think he gets a job. Like, what do we talk about all the time in football with guys like Josh McDaniels and others? Like, some guys are just better coordinators, or like Steve Spagnuolo with the Chiefs. Like, failed head coaches, elite coordinators. Like, some guys are just better coordinators than they are head coaches. Now, obviously, that's not exactly the same in baseball. You're just not coordinators. But I think Joe Espada is an excellent, guy to have in your clubhouse, to be a part of the group, to be a part of the process. I just don't know if he's the guy that should be, at the wheel captaining the ship.
Yep, I very much agree. I see a couple things from the text line here from 7560. As an Astros season ticket holder, the whole coaching staff needs to go, even the medical crew. Even we can see our coaches suck at their jobs. See, Heather says, bottom line, there are extensive institutional issues within this organization: medical training, hitting, and keeping pitchers healthy. Yeah, and that's why if they...
I'd push back on the keeping pitchers healthy, because that, to me, that's... I know it's been rampant with the Astros, but, I mean, tell me if you disagree, but I feel like it's been rampant throughout Major League Baseball.
The return from Tommy John, to me...
Okay, that's fair. Lance and Christian Javier. Yeah. Luis Garcia, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, Luis Garcia was gone for 2 years, and he made 2 starts.
Yeah, because he started like that first month in 2023, missed the rest of 23, all of 24, and then he didn't make his debut this year until late July or early August. So yeah, he was over 2 years.
Yeah. So I wouldn't be. So I think they do, and that's such a hard thing to know. Maybe the Astros just have like a serious run of bad luck, but
they do prioritize spin. So if you're
everyone does, and that's the problem,
right? But if you're a person who believes that the pitching injuries are increasing because everyone's trying to increase spin to a degree they weren't doing before, and the Astros are at the front edge of that, then maybe you could say that's an Astros issue. But like you said, everyone's trying to chase spin and velo. I don't generally think that's an Astros problem. That's more of a Major League Baseball problem.
No, I definitely tend to agree. All right, if you got any more thoughts on this, you guys are welcome in 713-780-3776 on the text line. One position coach or base coach we did not mention yet is getting nominated here on the text line. We'll get to that when we get back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, LeBurge, ESPN Bet. I cannot wait to get back. We will be back for the first show in October, the weekend of October 25th and 26th. We'll be doing shows there on Saturday and Sunday. They've got an all-new chef, a new menu, and also now, for the first time, since at least we started going there, they've also changed the way the restaurant works. Everyone is welcome. All ages are welcome inside to ESPN Bet. They have a separate area for the betting kiosk, so that way you don't, that's where you have to be 21 plus to get into. But if you just want to if you're there with your family, you're hanging out for the weekend, now you can go enjoy it, which is a huge perk because it's different. Like, you couldn't go there if you had a kid with you or something like that. Now everyone is welcome inside. It's the sports book for me. It should be the sports book for you. Check all of the NFL and college football action out at ESPN Bet in LaBerge in Lake Charles. Must be 21 to bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700. This is ESPN 97.5.
Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
Thinking about going electric? Now's the time. Get up to a $7,500 federal tax credit when you buy an EV. But hurry, it ends September 30th. EV Blazers are in stock now at Monument Chevrolet off Beltway 8 and 225. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
MGK presents the Lost Americana Tour. Playing at the Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion, sponsored by Huntsman. Saturday, May 23rd, 2026. MGK with Wiz Khalifa and special guest Beauty School Dropout. Pre-sale for City Card members is available now through Wednesday at 10 p.m. at livenation.com. Presented by the Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion, sponsored by Huntsman.
Your home for Texas A&M athletics is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Kick 'em. You are listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Joe George and Brian McDonald here with you today. Jeremy will be back on Monday. Ryan's hanging out with us here as well, keeping us afloat. You can check us out on the YouTube channel at ESPN Houston, twitch.tv/ESPN975. You're welcome to the show at 713-780-3776. From the 4490, third base coach needs to go.
Parachika?
Yeah, he's made some critical errors this year that cost us games and runs. That's where, again, if you're going to go to... If Espada's going to go, I think everyone besides Murphy and Miller should go with it. I think you should have a full changing of the guard, except for which works perfectly, which is just your pitching staff. Everything else should go with it. I do think, like as we talked about, we'll talk about the Texans a little bit later on. I kind of made this point yesterday with Nick Caley, where it's like, why did he come in and you're just running the same staff back? Like, it makes no sense. It seems illogical to me. So I think that the same logic to me would apply for the Astros. If you were going to make a Joe Espada change, that you should make further changes. Your hitting approach and things like that. It doesn't start with, just Joe Espada. Especially because Joe Espada in the offseason was talking about their approach at the plate. That's why they brought in Isak Paredes to have more patience at the plate. Like, the messaging hasn't gone through. They've tried, but it has not gone through in a way that has been beneficial to this team. I think is the nicest way.
Yeah, like I think to that, like, there's only so much I think a hitting coach can control as far as, like, you're not going to turn Jose Altuve into a guy that always takes the first pitch, right? And I think once a veteran player, not just Altuve, but he's like obviously the biggest example. Like, once a player's kind of locked into how they play, I don't think you can pull that back. Mm-hmm. Maybe you can get him to slightly change, maybe spits on the slider. Like, you can get him to do that, even though I don't think Jose Altuve will ever spit on the slider. He's always going to swing at it. But yeah, I'd be fine. Basically, I think I would, like, if they fire Joe Espada, I would put it in, whoever they hire, their hands. Like, hey, look at the hitting coaches. Do you like them? Cool, we'll keep him. If you don't, we'll get rid of him. Let it be his decision moving forward. But I really wouldn't have a problem either way with the decisions they make there. It's interesting you mentioned, the third base coach, because you're right. Like, he's made some critical decisions. What's weird, though, is that I think the players also don't necessarily respect his calls, because how many times have we seen players run through his stop signs?
Yep.
Now, Pena's been successful when he's run through his stop signs. He's scored, I think, on all the times I could think of when he's run through the stop sign. Obviously, Jordan running through the stop sign, a week ago did not turn out as well. But there's something weird there. Like, I don't
he
even
scored. Yeah,
he did score. So, like, I almost even I think I more care that the players aren't listening to him than some of his decisions haven't worked out well. Like, if they don't trust your judgment, then it almost doesn't matter about anything else. Like, because, I mean, what's the point of having a third base coach if the players aren't going to listen to him? You got to put someone out there that they'll actually listen to and take the advice of.
I'd also, not to defend him too much, because I do think he's made some critical errors this year. I mean, there's a reason we don't sit here on radio shows or on social media and praise every time he makes the right call. Someone.
No, it's kind of like
like the third base coach specifically, like we pick on more and point out the flaws with more than anyone else. No, the other things he was brought in to do, like he was brought in to be part of like a defensive wizard a little bit. I mean, that's what he was kind of known for in Arizona with Christian Walker becoming a Gold Glove first baseman. So are we seeing that work out? Well, they've had one of the best defensive infields in baseball this year, so that's a positive. 713-703-3776. Let's go out to the HRMP listener. Let's go out to Michael. Michael, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'm a little surprised that both of you guys are giving Miller and Murphy such a walk. I get going for spin rate with velo, but when you put, I don't know, what is it, 80% of your pitching staff on IR practically every year? I mean, the only ones that have held up is Hunter Brown and mental midget Fromber. Other than that, everybody's taking a visit to the IR.
It's a valid point. My counter to that, Michael, is these issues start before they're an Astro. I mean, it's when they're.
It's a valid point.
It's just. You're seeing like that's an organizational issue to me. It's not just your pitching coaches issue, right? Like that starts in the minors. That starts before they get to the Astros.
High school.
I mean, like Hayden Wesneski, right? Like, is it the Astros' fault that he had Tommy John? Like he was here for spring training and what 1 start, 2 starts?
At most 2 starts, yeah.
Is it the Cubs' fault that he's hurt, or is it the Astros' fault because they changed what they want to do? Like you say, Kikuchi didn't get hurt when he came here, so that's why
Garrett Cole didn't get hurt.
The pitching injuries, I think it's hard to blame your pitching coaches on it, specifically also when they get so much out of so little. That all these guys have come in here that are, whether it's Ryan Presley or Ryan Stanek, and you've gotten the best ever out of Rafael Montero. You've gotten these guys who come up this year and have helped. Jason Alexander, you brought him up earlier, BMAC. Like, you have these guys coming up, Colton Gordon, like these nobodies who come to the Astros organization and they find success. So that to me shows where the Astros process with pitching, it works. It frankly works better than pretty much any team in baseball. And it also is a detriment in a way, but that detriment is happening across the league. Like, moving on from Murphy and Miller, I don't think would solve your Tommy John issues. There are teams that have, less Tommy John, right? Like they're not, the Astros issues are not this way for everybody. Everyone has Tommy John issues, but the Astros does feel extreme. But again, for me, it goes, okay, Luis Garcia is out for 28 months. His first minor league start back with the Sugar Land Space Cowboys. He's throwing in the mid-80s. Why? Why is he out there? Why is he throwing in the mid-80s? And it's taking him weeks to get back up to where his fastball is supposed to be, where his velocity is supposed to be at. Then he makes a start in an inning and 2/3, and he's probably out again for all of next year. His Astros career is probably over. You look at the guys who take too long to return to play. Like, look at Justin Verlander. I know there was a COVID thing going on, and COVID was weird, and he wasn't allowed to be with the team. He was rehabbing elsewhere, but he came back. You know who else came back that got Tommy John last year, who's pitching for the Detroit Tigers this year? Is Jose Urquidy. Jose Urquidy is already back with the Tigers this year. So that to me is where it's a medical issue. It's not a pitching staff issue.
Well, especially with you mentioned some of the veterans, like Justin Verlander has Tommy John. He got to the Astros, when he was 34?
Mm-hmm.
So are we putting the fact that he had to have Tommy John on the previous, 4 years or 3 years with the Astros, or his entire 13, 14-year Major League career?
Mm-hmm.
I get the hypersensitivity to seeing all your pitchers land on the injured list, and a large majority of them with a Tommy John. I get that. It's a natural reaction, but especially with veterans who've, in the Verlander case, pitched elsewhere for 13 seasons before they got to you. Why are we pinning Verlander's Tommy John in 2020 on the 2.5 seasons in 17, 18, and 19 he pitched with the Astros instead of the previous 12 he pitched elsewhere in Detroit? And the other part of that is, Like, and maybe you can't control this with some of the guys that come up through your system. Like, if a guy comes from somewhere else, you mentioned Hayden Wesneski. He pitched one or two games with the Astros. Why is that Tommy John on the Astros? He pitched elsewhere many years before that. I mean, obviously, you also go throw in high school and college before that where you had no control. But even if you can control the guys that come up through your system, like, the alternative is what? Less spin, less velo? Okay, you could do that. Maybe they last a little bit longer. But the results aren't going to be as good.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's just kind of the give and take you have to accept for this level of baseball. The guys with the higher spin rate and the higher velo are going to be successful, but they're more susceptible to Tommy John. Mm-hmm. And you can lower the spin rate and the velo, but you're going to get lesser results.
Yeah, you better all be a bunch of Greg Maddoxes out there.
I mean,
if you're going to be dropping.
And maybe that's the best long-term approach, but you're going to have to find some special guys who can live on the margins and dot the baseball in corners.
Those guys aren't even going to be drafted.
Yeah,
like it's gone. Like asking for those guys to like come back and be a resurgence in baseball is such an unrealistic possibility. They're not getting.
They're not groomed like the guys you get out of high school or have been groomed for spin and velo. The guys you get out of college have been groomed for spin and velo. Like, you're right. Like the Greg Maddoxes of the world, or pitching that style that is, they're not walking through that door.
All right, let's take a break here, Lamont. We'll get to you on the other side to talk about C.J. Gardner-Johnson. We heard from D'Amico Ryans a little bit from today, so we'll get to all of that next year on Joe and Jeremy on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hey, Houston, the Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Walmart has more than 500 million items online. You can find a huge selection of items online that you can't find in stores, especially for me. Like the Walmart that I go to is a neighborhood Walmart, so it's literally only groceries. So if I need anything else, online at Walmart is the place for us to go. Did you know Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour? Fees and terms apply. Use Express Delivery to get all eligible things you need from Walmart, from groceries to home goods to prescriptions. It is subject to availability, and you can learn more at walmart.com.
Loaded, ready to roll. You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
Sell your house in the most simplest way. Greenlightoffer.com.
Why sit on the bench when you can step up to the plate and start earning now? At Pipefitters Local 211, our free state-of-the-art apprenticeship program trains the next generation of pipe fitters, welders, and HVAC techs. And we're recruiting across the Texas coast from Houston to Beaumont. No experience? No problem. We'll coach you up, pay while you train, and set you up for a career that knocks it out of the park. Swing for success. Apply today at pipefitters211.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief.
Houston, have you tried Portillo's yet? Portillo's brings authentic Chicago-style flavor with their slow-roasted Italian beef, Chicago-style hot dogs, charred broiled burgers, and crinkle-cut fries with cheese sauce. Save room for their famous chocolate cake and cake shake. Eat in, drive-through, or order online. Now with 5 Houston locations. Find yours at Portillos.com. That's Portillos.com.
The future depends on teachers. Every day, teachers are shaping our tomorrows, starting their students on journeys that will change the course of history. Right now, in a classroom somewhere in the United States, there's a teacher inspiring a future scientist who will make preventing pandemics their life's work, sharpening the mind of an aspiring environmentalist who will help combat climate change, and generating possibilities for a student who will be the first in their family to graduate college. It all starts with teachers who meet challenges with creativity, who reinvent education for the future. who work towards a school system that lifts up every child, regardless of race, income, or zip code, and to enable the full potential of our students, our communities, and our country. Explore a career that leaves a legacy you can be proud of. Shape the future. Teach. Learn more and receive free support at teach.org.
Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Joe and Jeremy here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Jeremy will be back on Monday after he travels out west for the Cougs game this week. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Welcome in Lamont, talking CJ Gardner-Johnson. What's up, Lamont? How's it going, man?
Hey, man. How you fellas doing?
Good.
Just talking about the CJ Gardner thingy that's going on. How can I say this? I guess the best way to say this is I understand that Mark Vandermeer and John Harris got a job to do. They work for the Texans. But I don't understand the rest of the media who is like all bumping their gums now and talking about everything that they know. And they haven't said anything about this. And the enemy guy, he has like 3 specific plays in the last 3 games. And we got all of these experts like Lance Zierlein, John Harris, all these guys that watch tape. And I'm not talking down on these dudes, but I'm like, somebody is feeding you, and it almost seems like our media is working for the Texans right now. It's complete bogus. I don't have a problem with what the Texans did with this dude, but listen to all of these people just running their mouth now, and they always try to feed us this crap about they the conduit to the fans. You know, they give us the information, but no, you don't. You don't give us information. You just pretty much march to the drum of the Texans' footsteps because this is a very orchestrated thing that they're doing right now. They have all of the talking points out there right now. They're going at this dude. They're going at this dude like he was an albatross. And I'm like, man, you guys are just coming up with this right now? Everybody thought it was all peaches and cream. That's all I have, fellas.
Thanks, Lamont. Look, I think, okay, I don't disagree with a lot of what you said, Lamont, because I do think there is information that is out there that, you know, it's your job to protect your sources. That's where I'll defend these guys like who are out there and having this information about Jalen Petrie, or I guess it's not Jalen Petrie specifically, but like CJ Gardner-Johnson, you know, running off about someone's contract in the locker room. Like, I don't think that's information that just was randomly found yesterday, but that's typically also is how this works. Like, I would think back to, I think the Bill O'Brien era is a great example of this, where as soon as Bill O'Brien was gone, everyone and their mother had stories about how bad things were with Bill O'Brien. It's unfortunately, like, it's just the way it works now. Like, there isn't a lot of salacious reporting that comes out for the most part, unless things are going really bad and unless people leave. Like, as we were just talking about with the Astros, like if there's any beef with Joe Espada and Dana Brown, you know when we're going to find out? When one of them's gone. Like, it's same thing with like James Click. Like, we found out more about James Click and Jim Crane being unhappy about James Click not chasing down Starling Marte and guys like that after the departure happened. Like, for the most part, like, they do take it like as we don't want these negative stories out there, so they don't tell the media, or people sit on it. Like, I think it's fair. Like, we don't know which one it is. Like, is it the chicken or the egg? But like, I get your frustration of how this can be happening so clearly within the Texans locker room, and we can't find out until after he's released. I do think that's fair.
Yeah, I do think part of it's fair, and there certainly are reporters, and I'm not going to call out, the names, and I'll exclude Vandy and John Harris from this because they're literally employees of the Texans. Like, I'm not going to throw them in the pail of being Texans water carriers, but there certainly are media in this city that I suspect get information directly from the Texans and basically just report it without filter, because they value their access to the Texans, so they just report word for word what the Texans tell them to report. However, in this case, like with C.D. Gardner-Johnson, I don't know if that really applies here, because you kind of mentioned it there, but like with Bill O'Brien, it's not that. Maybe they are in some cases sitting on reports. Maybe that could be the case, but it's also the case that the people that would give them the juice and the details on what's coming out after the fact aren't comfortable doing it while that person's still in the building, especially with the head coach. Like, you don't want to be the unnamed source and then potentially get found out to be a rat while the guy's still in the building. But when that guy gets fired, or in the case of C.D. Gardner-Johnson, that guy gets cut, well, then I'm not really concerned about, keeping the peace in the locker room, starting a war with the guy over outing him for jumping the out route when he was supposed to have the route cutting towards the middle in the case of the Brian Thomas Jr. long play in the fourth quarter on Sunday. So I get how that would come across as, DJ or other reporters like sitting on stuff and kind of carrying the Texans' water, but I take it as more their sources aren't really willing to go on the record with you until the guy they're talking about is out.
Yep. D'Amico Ryans, when he met with the media today, he said that they wish CD the best. It's unfortunate they had to move on. He said every decision we make is always in the best interest of our team. He was then questioned about it more. D'Amico said, quote, "It's my decision to move on. I know what's best for my team." He's not going to divulge what's out there because also it's already out there. But yeah, it seemed very obvious right away that, this was the right decision to move on. Texter says,
I have no problem with it. Did you?
No. If he's calling out a player's money, he shouldn't be here.
Well, beyond that, like, look at what Lamont brought up DJ. Like, look at the stuff that DJ's found with the Texans have obviously lost all 3 games. All 3 games are one possession. Not only they're one possession, but their games decided super, super late. Obviously, you had the fumble by Dare late into the fourth quarter against the Rams. The Buccaneers, that is, not Baker. The Buccaneers scored the go-ahead winning touchdown with, 6 seconds left in the clock? And then, obviously, the Texans had the ball in the final minute with a chance to tie the Jaguars. Like, these are games going deep into the fourth quarter. One-possession games could go either way. Could easily flip with a play here or play there. Well, the play here or play there in these 3 games – in large part have been plays where C.D. Gardner-Johnson has messed up the coverage, as DJ has pointed out with his reporting, where you can't – it's not as simple as to say the Texans would have a winning record or be 3-0 or anything like that if C.D. hadn't messed up those plays.
Yeah, because the offense still sucks.
So it's not as simple as to say that, but you can say, like, he's been one of the larger contributing factors to why they're 0-3.
Yeah, and Jeremy and I disagreed yesterday about Jimmy Ward, but I also think – the timing, at least, it helps a little bit that he's been removed from the commissioner's exempt list. He is on the PUP list for the Houston Texans, but they, do have the opportunity to bring him back at some point, and that is someone that obviously, while I'm not a fan of on the football field, D'Amico Ryans is. So it wouldn't shock me if we see him come back, and he is more of a balance. Like these plays that have gone wrong, he is that balance probably at safety for Jalen Petrie. But it's just they move on. Texter brings up, says, can y'all remind me the last time the Texans signed a Super Bowl winning safety and they released them, how the rest of the season went?
Ed Reed.
So that was, 2013?
2013.
Yeah, the Texans went 2-14.
I can't remember who I saw point this out on Twitter. It was someone within the local media sphere. But they pointed out that every time the Texans have won back-to-back divisions, the following season has been a complete cluster.
Yeah, it's just kind of the way that the franchise
they win the division in 11 and 12, 13, they win 2 games.
Yeah, Texans did start that year 2-0, so it's a little different than
it is. And then obviously they win the division in 15 and 16, 17. Now Deshaun ACL, but they win 4 games.
Yeah, that's just
you win the division 18 and 19, and then they win 4 games in 20. It's completely anecdotal and happenstance and just a weird quirk, but it's something that does exist in the Texans ledger.
All right, how bad is the offense really? We'll go through that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
ESPN 97.5.
The 12th man lives here.
Feels nice. Winning in this conference feels nice. So you got to earn them.
This is who we are.
Giga, baby!
Touchdown, Aggies!
Battling that they're getting better, and they got another big game next week.
Join us Saturday. The Aggies host the Auburn Tigers. Our coverage begins at 1:30 on your home for Aggie football.
Texas A&M versus Auburn. Saturday at 1:30 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Lowe's knows that free makes everything better. That's why our rewards members get free standard shipping on the things they need and want, starting at Silver Key status every day. Savings for rewards members add up fast, so why wait? Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
John and Lance, weekday mornings from 7 to 10.
The 12th man lives here.
Feels nice. Winning in this conference feels nice. Though you got to earn them.
This is who we are.
Giggle, baby!
Touchdown, Aggies!
Battling, but they're getting better, and they got another big game next week.
Join us Saturday. The Aggies host the Auburn Tigers. Our coverage begins at 1:30 on your home for Aggie football.
Texas A&M versus Auburn, Saturday at 1:30 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
ESPN 97.5.
KFNC and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. Presented by Zadok Jewelers. This is Jeremy and Joe
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Joe George, Brian McDonald, and Ryan here with you today until 6. Brandon will be back on 6 on Monday on Twitter at Jeremy Branham. Do it for him.
You want to hit his TikTok as well?
At
Jeremy J. Branham.
Jeremy J. Branham.
Yeah.
That's confusing.
He's an influencer, you know.
He is an influencer.
He'll tell us that.
You can find me everywhere at Joe George Radio at Sack by BMac for Brian. Quick injury report update from the Houston Texans that came out today. Did not participate in practice today. Derek Stingley Jr. with his oblique injury. Jacob Johnson, the fullback, with a hamstring. Titus Howard did not participate. He has an illness. It's not too concerning. Limited participation for Jake Andrews and Nico Collins. Apparently, L'Jarius Sneed met with the media today in the Titans locker room, and when he was asked about Nico Collins, he said, "Who?" And then they followed up Nico Collins, and he said, "Who?"
Wow.
So,
no respect for Nico. Now,
well, I like it. You got to give me something spicy about this game to make us care.
God, yes. Please give this game some juice.
Yeah, give me a fight.
Some bulletin board material. I'll kill for it.
Like give me some helmet throws.
It's a little disrespectful from Sneed, but
he's pretty good, so he's just kind of.
But not only is he pretty good, but if he's just looking at the stats this year, who's kind of fair?
Yeah, the offense sucks.
Yeah, maybe it's not a Nico Collins who, it's a Texans offense who.
Yeah,
tell them boys to tighten up.
Thank you, Ryan.
I don't think I've heard that one before.
You never heard that one? Yeah, that one gets of the 3 drops I have for the other teams in the AFC South. That one definitely gets used the least because Duval and Go Colts is so much funnier.
Yes.
But it exists.
All right, so the Texans offense is abysmal.
Dumpster fire?
They are in the bottom of virtually every category. And we're going to play a little game here in a second. But I was thinking about, Jeremy and I were talking about this yesterday, and the one stat that really concerns me the most with this team is just the 4 red zone attempts. Through 3 games, you have you're 0 for 4, so like you're last in the NFL because you have 0%. But like in a weird way, I'd be more satisfied if they were like 0 for 12, because at least they'd have 12 attempts.
Ooh,
like,
that's an interesting question.
But like I just like to have such little opportunity to even be in position to score. And I think the Nico fumble and the Dare fumble both stopped them from being put into the red zone. So you could have had 6, but still, I mean, you have teams going to the red zone 4, 5, 6 times a game right now. Like if you watched the Lions and the Ravens game on Monday night, they had a ton of red zone opportunities.
Such a good game.
It was a great game. So there's just such little opportunity for the Texans. That to me is of everything. And it's all bad, and we're about to go through it, but the fact that you can't even get down the field and put yourself in a position for a Kaimi Fairbairn field goal, a short field goal.
And then he even misses one against the Jaguars.
It was a bad snap.
Yeah, okay.
Jeremy watched the all 22.
Oh, he's posturing and looking at film?
Yeah, he's saying that it's just not the same without Weeks there. There's a couple bad snaps.
That's the take I would expect from Jeremy. I think, I mean, obviously it's part of what we do, like pointing fingers, playing the blame game. That's part of what we do here in sports radio. But really, I think it's kind of with the Texans offense right now, it's so bad that there's no one person to blame. I mean, Dare's fumbled, Nico's fumbled, the running backs suck, the offensive line sucks. CJ's, running backwards instead of stepping up and evading in the pocket. He's been inaccurate. The offensive coordinator sucks. Some of D'Amico's game management decisions have sucked. Like, there's no one thing I can point to that has gone well for the Texans offense. There's not a single thing.
No, I mean,
so there seems to be like 2 camps right now. People have kind of moved on from the offensive line temporarily. It's either blame Nick Caley or blame CJ Stroud. I think what they're missing is blame everybody. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It took a lot to snowball in one direction to get to an offense this bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's collectively bad. It is the offensive line. It's Ariante Ursary getting crushed.
Oh, he's been so bad.
By Joshua Hines-Allen. I just want to call him a ketchup bottle every time I hear it.
It's kind of a dad joke there, Joe.
I know it is, but every time I hear his name, I'm like, oh, he's named after ketchup. It's just, he's not been good. I've been saying all week, like, I think they should start Cam Robinson at left tackle this week. Now, we'll see what Titus Howard.
Again, the guy that Ursary beat out for a job?
But Cam Robinson, but he was better. He
was better in week 1.
He had the job. He was better in week 1. And, like, I think it's more of a reflection that Ursary can't play right tackle. Of why Cam Robinson's not in, because I think their original plan in training camp was what they intended, which was have Cam Robinson at left tackle, have Titus Howard at left guard or right guard, Ingram at the other one, Andrews at center, and Ursary at right tackle. I think that was their plan, but then Ariante could not play right tackle. Cam Robinson got hurt. When he got hurt, he played better at left tackle, and they moved Titus back outside. So I don't think this is like what they intended with this group. And it doesn't help that Nick Caserio is arrogant, and so is D'Amico Ryans. And like, if you don't know what we're talking about, it's this, this offseason, there was a season ticket event at NRG. And, if you had season tickets, you could go to it. And Nick Caserio said that he's not worried about the offensive line. And
words that will live in infamy if this continues to go the way it does.
I don't know why you say it when it's like,
because this is a conversation we had in the bullpen this last Saturday, but I like 99% of what Nick Caserio does. But the moments he chooses to be smug and the hills he decides to die on are truly puzzling to me.
It is.
I mean, in the past, we've heard that he doesn't know what a window is. Mm-hmm. Like, why are you dying on you know what a window is? You're a sports fan. Even if you don't agree that we can only win inside a 2 or 3 year window, to come off to the media saying, I don't know what a window is, or then obviously the big one this last offseason was, I don't know what drafting for need is. You're just coming off as smug and arrogant and unnecessarily combative.
Yep. And
it's a weird hill to die on, and obviously he died on the hill of, well, if D'Amico and I aren't worried about the offensive line, neither should you.
All right, you got a little game for us here?
Ryan, let's play a game.
I want to play a game.
So to illustrate, which one? There's so many.
All of them?
Most of them. I didn't like the Chris Rock one as much.
Oh, I don't think I saw that one, actually.
Yeah, Spiral, I think it was called. Yeah, it was kind of an offshoot, but the last one I liked. Anyway, so I wanted to highlight how bad the 2025 Texans offense has performed by playing a little game and asking you who's worse, the 2025 Texans offense, and I'll go through different stats, or The 2002 Texans offense,
boy.
the first year ever in franchise history Texans with David Carr under center. So we'll start off with yards per play. Joe, who was worse in yards per play, the 2025 Texans offense or the 2002 Texans offense?
I'm going to go 2002 in this one.
2002 was worse. You're correct. They were 3.8 yards per play. Texans actually decently ahead. Still not good, but 5 yards per play.
Okay.
5 yards per play. Now, some of that is going to get lost in the translation of offenses becoming quicker and quicker and more plays and everything. But still, Texans offense this year pretty considerably better. Yards per rush.
This team.
This team is actually better. They're at 4.4, which was surprising me. I thought Nick Chubb would have dragged them down, but I think some of CJ's runs have boosted it up.
I mean, they both were at 4. I think both Marks and Chubb were at like 4.8 or 4.5 this weekend.
Yeah, and so the Texans rush in 2002 was so bad. They were 3.2 yards per carry.
Gosh, that's awful because
3.2 for a full season.
And think about the context of that. That's when running the ball was
important.
Was important.
Yeah, it was like I mean, they had nobody at running. They had a running back who decided to be a rapper like halfway through the season, and a rookie in Jonathan Wells. So they didn't have a lot, but still 3.2 was horrible. All right, so the time of possession per drive. I know that's the wording is a little different there, but basically per possession, how long are you holding the football?
I'm going to say this team is worse.
It's close. This team is better, but it's close, right? 2002, again, rookie David Carr, terrible offense, team in their first ever season. They averaged 2 minutes and 14 seconds per possession. This year's team, 2 minutes and 35 seconds. So it kind of feels like a marginal difference.
God, that's pathetic.
It's like one play, basically like one play better.
Yeah, I just assumed David Carr was getting sacked on 2 out of every 3
Well,
plays.
it's like 76. Yeah, 76. All right. First downs per game.
2022 is better.
2025?
Or 2002 is better.
2002 was better. Yeah, 2002. The Texans offense it was 14-13.
Jeez.
Yeah, first downs per game. So pretty interesting there. Now you're going to know this one right away, but red zone percentage.
Oh well, this seems worse because it's 0%.
Yeah, the Texans offense in 2002, 41.7 was their red zone percentage. The Texans this year, 0.
That feels. I mean, it wouldn't be hard because you get your next one, you're at what 20%. So if you score on your next red zone appearance.
All right, one final one. I'll go to the big one. Points per game.
Oh, they're better. 2002.
2002 was in fact better. 2002, they averaged 13.31 points per game. Again, David Carr, Jabbar Gaffney,
this team's at
Jonathan Wells. They averaged 13.3 points per game. This year's team is averaging 12.6. So, like, more than half a point worse per game so far through 3 games in the 2002 offense.
Yeah, it has been. It's brutal.
Like, I had that conversation with some buddies. Like, is this year's offense to me? Like, if you exclude years where they're tanking, 21 and 22. If you exclude the year Deshaun Watson tears his ACL after 6 games. Because those are obvious, fair, throw it out the window because they weren't in a position to do better. But if you throw out those 3 seasons, like this is the most boring, unwatchable offense I've seen since David Carr.
Yeah, we just got a text here. See if I can find it from 2460. I've been watching NFL Red Zone and haven't seen the Texans. Yeah,
well, they've only been there 4 times in 3 games.
Yeah, and the thing is the defense is also pretty good, so you're not really seeing the other side of it either. Let's see. From the 3955, it says, "Please look at this." Okay.
Are you clicking on a link?
I clicked on a photo.
Okay, I was worried that you might have clicked on a link and got it fired.
Well, this is just where things are. Look, there's a lot of things you can. Some is cherry picking, some is not. Anthony Richardson, first career 15 starts, 8-7 record, 21 total touchdowns, 13 interceptions. CJ Stroud his last 15 starts.
Oh no.
6-9, 15 total touchdowns, 12 interceptions.
Yeah, and he hasn't thrown for 300 yards since week 5 against Buffalo last season.
Yeah, it's very bad. Texter asks, typically we don't do this, but I'll answer this one. We're trying to not do this anymore. From the 8022, Joe, what's it like following / cheering for a bad team as a fan and covering a bad team for work? Look, last weekend
the Bears have looked better than the Texans have at any point this year. So.
Thank you for saying that. I didn't have to say it. Last weekend or 2 weeks ago, when Notre Dame lost to A&M and then the Texans lost and the Bears lost 52-21 to the Lions, and then I was at the Monday night game. Was like the worst weekend of football I've ever watched.
So that's all in a Saturday, Sunday, Monday, a 3-day span. You had to deal with that.
Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah, that not collapse against A&M, but it was a back and forth.
My response to that is it makes me question everything
about what you're doing as a sports fan.
My life.
Yeah, like should I get into sales?
Yeah, there's times where watching these teams that I watch on a regular basis, both here and from there, is exhausting, and it is just it is
especially since you have to
painful
as someone who does post-game shows for the Cubs and the Bears and the Irish. Like you have to consume so much more than if you were just covering Houston teams.
And that's where like the reason why like people like when they question like if I'm all in on the Houston teams at times, it's like no, they've brought me joy. They've brought me joy because the Astros have been good, the Texans have been good, the Rockets are getting good. I don't typically experience those things, so watching the Texans this year, I mean, it's an eyesore.
When's the last time you felt joy as a Bears fan?
Oh, that's a great question. Probably Sunday. Before that.
Okay. Besides that, I'm talking about like more of a big picture than individual games.
I don't know. Bill Lazor was probably the offense coordinator.
Did you feel joy during the Jay Cutler years?
No, probably.
They got to an NFC Championship game.
2018 until the double doink was like the last time I felt joy. But so it's been a minute. But this team, the Texans, I mean, they're a hard watch. Like that's the thing too is like if they were 0-3. And the defense was good, but giving up some points, and the offense was moving the ball and getting into the red zone. And like there was, like they're 0-3, but the games were like, okay, they've been good watches on television. These games have not been good, like in viewing experiences. They've been dreadful to watch. I mean, this Sunday, it has the potential to be one of the worst football games we've ever watched because the Titans are trash. And frankly, the Texans are not much better, specifically on offense right now.
The Texans could win this game 10-3. I think that's well within the realm of possibility.
I think if the Texans are going to cover, I said this yesterday, that they're going to have to score a defensive touchdown.
Is it still 7?
I think it's at 6.5 right now.
6.5?
Yeah, it is. It's a lot of really bad football this week.
It is. Like, I mean, you make that point about being watchable. Like the 6 games that Sean Watson played in 2017, like they went 3-3. It wasn't like they were winning all those games, but even the losses, at Seattle, at New England, those games were, the team was scoring in the 30s, and even though they lost, it felt like you didn't at least waste 3 hours of your life watching a team play. Like watching Texans Jaguars this last weekend, and I have no faith that Texans Titans will be any better on Sunday. Really did feel like I just wasted 3. Like I wanted to go into the other room and apologize to my wife for not spending the last 3 hours with her. It was that bad of a brand of football.
Yeah,
it was unwatchable.
Yeah, it was unwatchable, and maybe this weekend will be a little bit better. Speaking
that feels way more optimistic than I am, Joe.
Yeah, speaking of that, there's a lot of people who, if there's, they're looking at the Houston Texans and they're saying this team's going to make a playoff run, you're going to call that person a homer. You're going to call that person blind. In the next segment, we're going to hear from someone that gets paid to talk about it on television, that thinks the Houston Texans are going to make the playoffs this year. It's Joe and Jeremy, but Joe and Brian in for Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
ESPN 97.5.
Dream Rate Mortgage, the ultimate mortgage hookup. Visit 975loans.com.
NMLS number 248247, equal housing lender.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief.
MGK presents
presents the Lost Americana Tour. Playing at the Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion, sponsored by Huntsman. Saturday, May 23rd, 2026. MGK with Wiz Khalifa and special guest Beauty School Dropout. Pre-sale for City Card members is available now through Wednesday at 10 p.m. at livenation.com. Presented by the Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion, sponsored by Huntsman.
Has your roof started to experience leaks or been damaged from recent storms? When it comes to roofing in Houston and surrounding areas, Brinkman is the only name to trust with your roofing needs. Brinkman's team of professionals will work with you, and only if necessary, your insurance company, to get your roof repaired or replaced with as little inconvenience to you as possible. There's no substitute for Brinkman quality. Visit them at brinkmanquality.com. That's BRINKMANN quality.com.
Sunday on Compass Media Network's coverage of the NFL. It's a primetime showdown in the NFC as Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys welcome back Micah Parsons and the Green Bay Packers. Hi, this is Ted Emmerich. Join Super Bowl champion Steve Berline and me for all the action as the Cowboys try to regain their form against the NFC North leading Packers. If it's the NFL, it's right here.
Coverage begins Sunday at 6:45 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
When kids need medical care, they will often face stressful and life-changing experiences. From complex treatments to long hospital stays, these special patients miss out on the things that most kids take for granted and let kids be kids. That's where Starlight Children's Foundation comes in. Since 1982, Starlight Children's Foundation has transformed the in-hospital experience for more than 17 million seriously ill kids in 800 children's hospitals and facilities across the United States. Our state-of-the-art programs like Starlight Virtual Reality, Starlight Hospital Wear, and Starlight Gaming let kids just be kids, if even for a few moments. Whether donning an action figure gown instead of standard hospital issue, or settling into gamer mode, if it brings a smile, a laugh, or just a break from their reality, it's happiness delivered. Learn more at starlight.org. That's starlight.org.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Joe George and Brian McDonald with Ryan producing here with you today. Jeremy will return on Monday. All right, we're going to combo two things here a little bit, actually. We're going to talk about a take we heard, and then we're going to start to also go through the 3-0 teams, the 0-3 teams, and the 1-2 teams, because as a texter points out here, 0794, think of it like this. If the Texans win against the Titans, they'll have the same record as the loser of Ravens against Chiefs. That's true.
That feels like something a coach would say in a press conference. I just kept waiting, like if the Chiefs had lost that game, there would certainly been, well, the Chiefs are also 0-3.
Yeah.
D'Amico would 100% said that.
He would have, and he might say it this week when they are 1-3, and so are the Chiefs or the Ravens. All right. I was scrolling through Twitter this morning, and I don't really follow this show a lot, but Ryan Fitzpatrick and Andrew Whitworth do a podcast. And I saw the headline, and it shocked me. Here is a take from Ryan Fitzpatrick about the Houston Texans.
I think the 0-3 Houston Texans will still make the playoffs this year.
Oh, buddy.
Yeah. Their offense can't get any worse. There's nowhere to go but up. Their defense is still elite. Nico Collins is heating up. I can't imagine that C.J. Stroud is not going to get this thing headed in the right direction.
Okay.
Can I start off with saying something that I hate when people say? I hate when people say, well, it can't get any worse.
Well, the Texans are saying that. That's what Tim Settle is saying. That's what other guys in the locker room are saying, is you can only go up from here.
Then they've already lost. Like, that's kind of my mindset when I hear that. Like, one, it can get worse. I mean, you've had 4 red zone trips. I mean, just a matter of fact, you could have no red zone trips. Like, it can get worse. And even if it can't get worse, okay, you could say the same, and saying the same is the worst offense or, bottom 3 offense in the league.
Yeah, and you can also expect your defense to not hold up in the way that they have so far.
Yeah, they're giving up 17 points a game. What if they start giving up, maybe you improve a little bit, but now they're giving up 22 points per game.
Yeah.
It'd still be a good defense, but it doesn't matter when lost.
Yeah, are you going to score on average over 20 points a game with this offense? I don't think so. For the Texans, But let's entertain this for
all the time that it's worth.
For bleeps and giggles. Because I almost said the real thing.
I love Ryan Fitzpatrick, but this is a wild take.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew Whitworth with the oh boy is very fair. We might need to pull the oh boy.
Yeah, that is a good drop, yeah.
So if you want to be on the side of Ryan Fitzpatrick, how do the Houston Texans make the playoffs this year? You want to be the ultimate, it's not even glass half full. Your glass is still totally full if you believe that this is the case, which for Ryan Fitzpatrick it is. I think it's a crazy take. I think the season is over. If the Houston Texans are going to make the playoffs this year, I think it starts with what we're seeing in the NFL has to play out and really continue, which is that the AFC East will have one playoff representative. They will not have a wild card representative. In the AFC North, Baltimore will eventually go way past Cincinnati and Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh will float around right around 500. That'll be important here. But without Joe Burrow, the Bengals will fall apart. The Indianapolis Colts will run away with the division. So you have 3 clear division winners and then a potential wild card team in the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then in the West, you need the Chargers to run away with the West. And I think you need the Broncos and the Chiefs, who are both 1 and 2 in the moment, to continue to struggle in the way that they have. Neither team has looked good. They both have a plus 4 point score differential this season, so they're not exactly crushing it offensively or defensively. The Broncos are, or the Chiefs. So if the Texans were going to make the playoffs, to me, the only path in is going to be a wild card spot. I'm going to assume that someone out of the West and the North is going to claim one of the wild card spots. Let's say it's the Pittsburgh Steelers. Let's say it's the Chiefs. That means there's one wild card spot left of teams like New England, the Jets, the Dolphins, the Bengals, the Browns, all of the South outside of the Colts, and then the Raiders and the Broncos. Like, can you pass those teams? All your records are pretty close outside of right now Jacksonville and Cincinnati. So is there a path? I think there is. But realistically, for the Texans to go, let's say 9-8 gets them in the playoffs, which means they can only lose 5 more games.
That's the point I was going to make.
They can only lose 5 more games.
They have to go 9-5 down the stretch.
Okay.
Not even the stretch, just the rest of the year.
Those division winners that we just crowned as like they're going to be a playoff team, right? Okay. The Chargers, that's your 4th loss of the season. We're going kind of in reverse here a little bit. The Bills, that's your 5th loss of the season. The Ravens, that's your 6th loss of the season. So if the rest of your schedule, outside of the Ravens, Bills, and Chargers, you have a 2-game window to only lose 2 games. Best case scenario, you split with the Colts. That puts you at 7 losses on the season already. If you just lose 1 game to the Colts, 1 game to the Chargers, 1 game to the Ravens and the Bills, that puts you at 7 losses on the season. That means you have to win every single football game, basically, outside of that. You have to beat the 49ers, who are undefeated right now. You have to beat, and they'll have Brock Purdy back.
You have to win in Seattle.
You have to win in Seattle. You have to beat that Denver Broncos team. That game is a must-win game if the Texans have a chance. You have to beat the Colts once. Even if it's the last week of the season and the Colts are sitting their guys. You have to beat the Kansas City Chiefs to get to 9-8 this year. Like, the Texans' path to making it feels virtually impossible because of their first place schedule. Because the teams that are on it this year, we said before the season, the schedule was tough. I don't think when you look at the Texans' schedule and the way it played out, it was unrealistic to say they're going to be 2-2 going into the Ravens game and potentially 2-3 going into the bye. I think that's what I think that's what we all would have expected. But instead, they're going to be 1-4 at best.
And I think they will be 1-4. I think they beat the Titans, and not as if not saying that's even a bold statement because the Titans are just trash. But you laid out the math. Like, it's not even really about, well, can they improve? Can they do this? Can they do that? It's just the math of it. They have to get to at least 9 wins, and let's be honest, 9 wins is not even a guarantee. In a lot of years, it takes 10 wins. So. Mm-hmm. But let's just play out the scenario where 9 wins is enough. And you look down the remainder of their schedule, like can they get to 9 wins, or can they avoid getting to more than 8 losses? They already have 3. They're going to play at the Ravens. To me, that's 4. You got Seattle, the 49ers, and Broncos. I think at best you go 2-1 there, and even that feels like a stretch. Then you still have the Bills. You have a game at the Colts, at the Chiefs. I don't really believe in the Cardinals, but they're 3-0. You have to go to the Chargers. Like, there's too many teams that you would pick to beat the Texans remaining on their schedule to add up to a win-loss record that would get them in the playoffs.
Yeah, in the last 3 years in the AFC and the NFC combined, there have been, outside of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers who won the South at 8-9, there have been 5 wild card teams in the last 3 years that made the playoffs in this expanded format below 500. That's it. Last year, there was not a single one. The worst team to make the playoffs.
What, 8-9 was below 500?
But they won the
Oh,
NFC
okay.
South.
So have there been wild card teams
Not
in the
in the last
expanded
3 years.
format that have made it at 8-9?
Not in the last 3 years.
Yeah, okay.
Did they go back? Did this go back to when did they make this change? Was that 2021?
Yeah, I think this is the 4th season of the expanded format.
Yeah, so it looks like.
So it'd be 3 years of history.
There has not been a below 500
So the lowest
team.
one is 9-8.
Yeah, in a wild card spot. Again,
yeah, in a wild card
of the
spot.
expanded,
Yes, that's what we're talking about here.
So I mean, in 2022, the Dolphins made the playoffs at 9-8. The Giants made it at 9-7-1. The Seahawks made it at 9-8. In 2023, you had no team in the AFC. In the NFC, it was just the Green Bay Packers at 9-8. And again, in 2024, there was not a single team that made the playoffs with less than 10 wins. So for the Texans to make the playoffs, you need to see what we've seen so far in the AFC, which frankly hasn't been a lot of good football. Like, there's been a lot of teams where, like, no one thinks the Patriots, Jets, or Dolphins are going to make a run. No one really believes in the Bengals without Joe Burrow or the Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, Shador Sanders-led Browns. Steelers are 2-1, like they're always around 500. I don't think anyone believes Jacksonville is going to be above 500 football team.
No, they were also
at the end
garbage
of the
on
season.
Sunday.
The Raiders, no. The Broncos and the Chiefs, who are both 1-2 right now,
They could both make the play. Obviously with the Chiefs, but I think the Broncos could still turn it around.
Yeah, I do not see it. Like, they have to go 4-2 in the division at this point now because you've already lost one game. And really, your best bet is to. I think honestly, I think the only way for the Texans to honestly make the playoffs is if Daniel Jones gets hurt this weekend.
Go Texans.
I mean, even then, they already have a 3-game lead.
I know, but Anthony Richardson's awful.
Can we agree that the Texans cannot get to 10 wins?
I don't think they can.
So, I mean, the Colts to get to 10 wins would have to go. What would that math be? 10-4, or 7-4 down the stretch.
Yeah.
It's not that. I mean, I guess if Indiana Jones gets hurt, then 7-4 would be a real stretch because Anthony Richardson is pretty garbage. But that's the problem. Like, the division's already over. Mm-hmm. I don't think the Colts. Maybe the shoe drops a little bit with Daniel Jones. He's not going to play as well as he's played so far through 3 games, but. All they have to do is go 7-4 to get to 10-7, and the division's a wrap.
From 4133, more likely to make the playoffs this season, the Astros or Texans?
Astros.
The Astros. They're a game back. They're 2 games back right now. I know there's 5 games left in the season, but I would bet way more money on the Astros making the playoffs than the Texans.
And I don't think either one will make it, if I'm being quite honest. Mm-hmm. But I would 100% bet more on the Astros to make the playoffs, just because we can go down the schedule, but. The point where they're at, they can only afford 5 more losses. And Ravens, Seahawks, Niners, Broncos, Bills, at Colts, Chiefs, Chargers. I counted out 8 probable losses, and they can afford 5. Mm-hmm. Now, maybe they just magically take a pill and start playing better, but the math doesn't math at this point for them to make the playoffs.
And they've shown nothing to do that. 7212 says absolutely wild take, but if they're going to make the playoffs, they need to win games. That would help. Agreed.
That is the simplified version of what Joe said. Yes.
6171. The real question is, do you think they can go 8-4 after losing to the Ravens and hopefully beating the Titans? No.
They're the bottom 3 offense. Why?
8649. This team has a better chance of going winless than making the playoffs. What on earth gives y'all the feeling? Well, we don't think that. It's Ryan Fitzpatrick thinks they still have a chance to make the playoffs.
Right. Yeah. No, Joe and I are on record as saying they will not make the playoffs. Yeah. Okay, answer that question. Better chance they go winless or better chance they make the playoffs?
Better chance they make the playoffs.
Yeah, I'll agree. They still they're going to get a win this Sunday.
Yeah.
I'm going to you know what? I'm going to mark it down as a guaranteed victory even if there is an injury at quarterback.
Yeah, it's like Ryan Fitzpatrick, I don't know what he's on, but to watch the Texans the first 3 games, even to say that Nico Collins is heating up, I think it's far-fetched, and it's not like he's been the problem really for the Houston Texans, but
it was a busted coverage.
For him to heat up, the quarterback has to get him the ball, and that's not really happening. So I don't agree with Ryan Fitzpatrick, and you don't either in any way, shape, or form that the Houston Texans have a shot to make the playoffs.
Let me move the bar a little bit because the Texans get a win this Sunday, and so they're not going to go winless. More likely, they make the playoffs, or just like Lovie Smith did in his one season as Texans head coach, win 4 games only.
4 games.
Yeah, I would agree.
I mean, it's honestly, and it might be, Jeremy and I have talked about this a little bit this week, and I think we'll have to have this discussion throughout the year, is maybe it's just better for the Houston Texans organization just to only be a 4-win team, to get a franchise, to try and get a franchise left tackle in the draft. They can attempt to do that. I don't know if I trust Nick Cassera even with a top 5 pick.
That's the thing. Like, as long as the same decision makers are in charge, like, you can give them all the toys and assets to use in an attempt to fix this. But if the same people who screwed it up are making the decisions in the attempt to rebuild, why would you think they would get it right the second time around, or the third or fourth time around?
All right, let's go through our game balls next. Who are we giving out game balls to from this weekend? We'll get to that next year on Jeremy and Joe with BMAC filling in and Ryan behind the glass on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. October 25th and October 26th will be the first time we return to ESPN Bet inside LaBerge in Lake Charles. They got an all-new chef, a new VIP fan cave section that's available for bookings, new menu items. It's also now available to all ages. So if you have someone with you, it's not 21. You used to have to be 21 to get into the sports book. Now you can go in just kind of like a normal restaurant. You can't bet, obviously, but you can go in there and watch all the NFL games, all the college football games. I mean, we were looking at the schedule before the show to see which games are going to be up there that weekend. The weekends were up there. It's going to be incredible. We're going up there for the conference championship weekend in college football. We're going to be up there for the first round of the college football playoffs. It's going to be an incredible environment. If you like the Red River, I highly recommend going in a couple weeks, even though Oklahoma looks a little bit different potentially for that game, but it's absolutely an awesome place to go and bet. I cannot recommend it enough. The food's incredible. The environment's good. All the TVs that are there for you. And honestly, I love going to LaBerge. It's not just for the sportsbook inside ESPN Bet. All the different things that you can, all the different restaurants you can go to, the casino, great. All of it is fantastic. Must be 21 plus to bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Houston's only FM sports stations, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-859-3220. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-859-3220 or biglou.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
Listen to ESPN 97.5 in HD, 97.9 HD2.
Try to be best, cause you're only a man, and a man's got to learn to take it. Try to believe, though the going gets rough, that you gotta hang tough to make it. History repeats itself, try and you succeed. Never doubt that you're the one, and you can have your dream.
listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
All right, Joe George, Brian McDonald here with you today. Jeremy Branham returns on Monday here on Jeremy and Joe and ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's get to our game balls from week 3 in the NFL. Want to start us off today, Biak?
Sure. Someone making their NFL debut, not just 2025 debut, but Quinshon Judkins for the Browns in would you say the most surprising win of the year so far?
Definitely.
I mean, it's got to be, right? Who in the world? I'm sure a lot of people lost their survivor team when the Packers lost to the Browns. Although I would say never pick a road team when you're picking survivor. I think that's a common mistake people make. Never pick a road team. But Quinshon Judkins against the Packers, who just completely shut down everybody so far this season, goes 18 for 94 and a touchdown in his NFL debut.
Yeah, he was very good for them in that game. I'm going to start with Isaiah Rodgers of the Minnesota Vikings. Pick 6, fumble recovery for a touchdown in the first half, 2 forced fumbles, and a forced incompletion. I mean, this kid was everywhere. Taking advantage of Browning a little bit, but he was all over the place for the Vikings. I think he ended up with a 99.9 Pro Football Focus rating.
I didn't know that was possible. I guess technically it's possible. I didn't know it was, though.
Yeah, that's the perfect. So he is the first player in NFL history with a pick 6 and a fumble return for a touchdown and 2 forced fumbles in a single game. And he did it in one half.
That's incredible. That feels like that should have been, if we were to rank our game balls, that feels like that should be the guy at the very top of the list.
Yeah, I'm sure you want NFC Defensive Player of the Week.
I mean, yeah, I don't usually pay attention to those sort of things, but he had to have. I'll give my next game ball to someone else on the Vikings, that being Jordan Mason. It doesn't matter if Aaron Jones is out, because he goes 16 for 116 and 2 touchdowns. Everyone who's been stashing Jordan Mason in fantasy is rejoicing, because with Aaron Jones out for the next, 3-4 weeks, they've got maybe even RB1 for that time period, and I think no worse than RB2 even after Aaron Jones comes back.
Got to go with Baker Mayfield again.
Yeah, he was on my list.
Third straight game, which his team is down and needs a score with less than a minute left to go, and he has the ball in his hands, and he takes him down there and wins it. And we were going over our Super Bowl contenders. I said yes. The counter to that was, they struggled to beat the Falcons, the Texans, and the Jets. But when your quarterback can get you game-winning touchdowns or game-winning field goals with 47 seconds, 6 seconds, and 0 seconds left on the clock, you have something special in him. And that's what Baker Mayfield's doing right now, just to put his team in that position. And, we'll see how it looks this week versus the Eagles without Mike Evans, without Chris Godwin. Emeka Egbuka is now going to be the number 1 target by far, but he has just been incredible through 3 games.
Yeah, I'll give my next game ball to someone else who was a quarterback picked near the top of the draft that has had to bounce around a lot over his NFL career, and that's Marcus Mariota. In the Commanders' convincing blowout win, goes 207-1 through the air, plus 40 yards and a score on the ground. Scored throwing, scored passing, was efficient with the ball, and the Commanders blew him out. That was an impressive game for Mariota. He even found Terry McLaurin, which Jaden Daniels was having trouble doing.
I'm going to go with Jordan Davis, the Eagles defensive lineman, blocking the field goal.
One of the many Georgia defenders they have.
That was maybe the craziest amount or the craziest red zone witching hour I've ever seen.
Yeah, was there three block kicks?
So you have the Jets one that they then scored on, and then Baker took him back down the field.
Right, to get the
you have the Eagles one that is it's got to be, if you were betting on this game and you had the Rams plus 3.5.
Oh, other side.
And you lost because Davis blocks the field goal and then takes it to the house, and you lost that wager.
Yeah.
That is one of the worst.
Do you ever gamble again?
Probably not.
In our are we still calling it 2 favorites?
No, we have to.
Brandon won't stop harping on that. Pick 3, then maybe that's what it is. But I had the Eagles covering in that game, so or maybe that was the bullpen picks. One of those two, I had the Eagles covering, and certainly did not think I was going to get that when they were down, felt like 10 most of the game, and then suddenly out of nowhere, I'm just glad he picked it up and ran it. It feels like a really crappy cover and a cover I didn't deserve, but I will take it.
Oh, what you got next?
I'll stick with the Eagles because this is a selfish one for me. This guy hasn't done anything for my most important fantasy team all year, but A.J. Brown finally had himself an A.J. Brown game. 6 for 109 and a touchdown. Finally got in the end zone and connected with Hurts. Devonta Smith also had a touchdown in that game, but it was really, I'm excited about the 6th part of that stat line because he was only getting one target in some of these early games before that. So to end up with 6 for 109 and a touchdown was promising for A.J. Brown.
I'll go Justin Herbert for mine. Only 300 yards on the game, 28 to 47, so a lot of pass attempts in this one. But he only threw one touchdown, but it was huge. I mean, the throw he had was incredible. What they've done to unlock Keenan Allen again, 7 catches for 65 yards. Quentin Johnston, 6 catches for 89. I mean, Ladd McConkey, who everyone thought was going to be like the wide receiver 1 there for the Chargers this year. They are
anything but.
They are spreading the ball around, and Justin Herbert has really, through 3 games, has shifted the narrative a bit again about him being back in that conversation of a top 5 quarterback in this league. He has been phenomenal.
Is he in the MVP conversation?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. I was curious where you would land on that. Yeah, I had Keenan on my list, but I'll move to someone else. And I'll save my Bears pick. I'll just leave because
I'm not doing it.
You're not going to do it?
Nope, I'm not doing it anymore.
You're not doing a Bear?
No, veto.
Veto? Okay. Can I mention a
Yeah,
Bear?
yeah, you can. Yeah.
I mean, Luther Burden, 3 for 103 in a score. He had several big plays. Not only the long touchdown, but another like 25-ish yarder play to get them in scoring position. Luther Burden. It remains to be seen if this was just a one-off or this is a sign of a more consistent break. I think
it's a sign of things to come.
I mean, okay, I'll defer to you on this, ultimate Bears fan. Obviously, you watch them more than I do, but it still feels like he's 3rd in the pecking order behind Rome and DJ. You think that's changing?
I think DJ Moore won't be on the Bears by the end of the season.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm glad I picked up Luther Burden in my money league.
Jonathan Taylor, 17 carries, 102 yards, 3 touchdowns. He has been a monster so far this year in the NFL. He's already rushed for 338 yards on the season on just 60 carries, but another game in which this is where, while I struggle to believe in the Daniel Jones hype, even though they're 3-0, what they're getting from everything around him, the weapons on the outside, Taylor, the defense, they're rolling right now. They're playing really good football. So Jonathan Taylor probably deserves to be in the MVP conversation himself. Honestly.
Yeah, I'll throw one more out there. JSN, Jackson Smith and Jigba has been so good. I mean, he's been so consistent for the Seahawks this year. But their latest game, which was just an absolute blowout at home over the Saints, goes 5 for 96 and a touchdown. Really, probably could have done more, but the game was over so quick that they didn't really need him to. But JSN has really emerged to a point where I'm sure Seahawks fans are really not even upset DK Metcalf is gone.
All right, when we get back here, let's go through the 3-0 teams, the 0-3 teams, where the Texans fit into that, the 1-2 teams, because there's some really interesting ones out there, where the panic meter should be on these teams. We'll get to that next year on Jeremy and Joe with Brian filling in alongside me, Joe George, on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
inside of the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
All right, Joe and Brian here today as Jeremy is out. He'll return on Monday here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, let's talk about some of these 3-0 teams, 0-3 teams, 1-2 teams. So, BMAC, you got some teams, some panic questions?
Yeah, I mean, let's. You want to start with that instead of the ranking our 3-0 teams?
Yeah, we can do that.
All right, so I mean, let's start because this is actually I was looking on the main page of the NFL page for on CBS Sports, and like right at the top was panic for the Chiefs. So let's start there. They get the win against the Giants on Monday Night Football, an ugly game that shouldn't have been on Monday Night Football. That was a travesty onto itself. I would call it an unimpressive win, although Troy Aikman, I don't know if you thought the same thing. Troy Aikman and Joe Buck were trying so hard to sell the idea of the Chiefs really figured it out in the second half, and this is classic Chiefs. It's like, no, they were still pretty average. I mean, they moved the ball a little bit better. At least they scored a touchdown on the first half, which was I think 9-6, only field goals scored in that game. But what is your panic level with the Chiefs?
For me, it's at like I'm at like a 6. I know Xavier Worthy is a full participant in practice again today, which is positive for them. I'm just not as bought in on Rice and Worthy as everyone else because they haven't really produced at a high level in the NFL. They're good names. They were good fantasy targets in theory. They were all those things, but I'm not all in on those guys coming back and like fixing their problems, frankly. So I'm at like a 6.
Yeah, because I mean, this is kind of the latest example of what's been a kind of a slow decline over the last couple of years, right? They've tried to fix it with Sky Moore was a second-round pick they made. I'm trying to remember some of the other wide receivers they tried to throw into it. But they've got kind of like what it feels like until Rashee Rice returns, which he still obviously will be out for 3 more games after they've already played, that it feels like they have a collection of number 3 wide receivers. And I mean, Patrick Mahomes is, the best quarterback of his generation, but like there's even limits to what a guy like that can elevate. And I just don't think running out a collection of wide receiver 3s, an aging tight end, and a bunch of nobodies at running back, because I don't believe in Pacheco or this version of Kareem Hunt. Like, there's a limit to what Patrick Mahomes can elevate, or and Andy Reid can elevate. So I'm about where you're at. Like, I still think I'd probably put myself as I'm going to go 4.5 because I still think they're going to make the playoffs. So if the panic is, will they miss the playoffs? No, I don't think they'll miss the playoffs. But I think there's a real danger this team could be like 10-7 and then 1 and done in the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't think in a way, I think they're in a very similar spot. I don't think it's going to fall apart necessarily in the way it has for the Astros, but I just think where those windows are shutting pretty quickly. I think they're in a very similar track. It does feel like
the window is shutting, yeah.
Yeah,
I agree.
At least for now. And the Chiefs can reopen that.
Yeah, they can reopen it by drafting well or making a big move in free agency. It just feels like they maybe got too comfortable that, we got Patrick Mahomes, he'll fix everything. Like, there's going to be a limit to that at some point. All right, next team. This team cannot stop anybody through the air. The Dallas Cowboys, 1-2 start.
10.
Yeah.
Their season's over.
The CD injury could change things. Maybe I'll agree with you. I don't want to say their season's over yet, because if CD does, do we know how long he's expected to be out?
No, but they're looking at injured reserve.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. Season's over for them. Because I was about to say, if he was going to be back quickly, they could maybe outscore their way to, a 9-8 record. But
can they?
I said they could.
I mean, like
they could. I don't think they would. No, I'm with you.
They scored 14 points this weekend against a defense that gave up 52 the week before.
Yeah, no, it's not good. No, I'm definitely taking a very optimistic side, which is crazy. I don't even like the Cowboys, but I just believed in the offensive side of what they have enough if CD was healthy. But obviously, if they're talking about him going to IR, then season's over. So I'll go slightly less than you, but I'll go 9. But yeah, the panic meter there is pretty high. All right, let's go over to the AFC. We talked about a couple of actually we did talk about the Chiefs at the front, but where's your panic meter right now? Let's talk about one of the teams that was a Super Bowl favorite. It's faced 3 really good teams, so you might excuse away their 2 losses as well. They faced the Lions and the Bills, but where are you at with the Ravens?
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. My defense is bad.
It's real bad, especially against the run.
Yeah, I would be. I'm gonna cut it down the middle just because the offense is so good. But I mean, they've given up 96 points this year already. I mean, that's on pace with the Titans, who have given up 94, the Dolphins, who have put up 97. I mean, the Bengals, who've given up 91. The Ravens defense has really underperformed, but the offense is so good. Like the next 2 weeks are going to be a really good test for that. Think about like a defense that's given up 41 points to the Bills, 38 points to the Lions, the Chiefs offense who is struggling, then the Texans offense who is struggling. Like if their defense struggles against those teams,
if they struggle against the Texans, look out.
Yeah, I'd be like that. It'd go to a 10.
Yeah, it would go to a 10 if I don't know what the point total would have to be for the Texans to say that the Ravens struggled, but like if the Texans, I don't know, let's just say
at this point, if
they score 24 against the Ravens, I would say panic the F out.
Yeah, it would be panic time.
Yeah, it would definitely be panic time. I'll put. Did you give an official number?
5.
5. Yeah, I'll go in a 5. Just because, kind of like the Chiefs, I think they'll make the playoffs. That's not really a part of the equation. Although the Chiefs game, they lose that and it's on the road. Now you're 1-3, and you do have to have that conversation. But I'll think they make the playoffs. But this might be on the defensive side, which has started off, I think, one of the worst in recent memory for the Ravens. John and Lance were pointing out some of those numbers this morning about how historically where they matched up with other bad Ravens defenses. But it is getting to the point where you have to think that even if they make the playoffs, that it's so limiting that it really affects their ability to win in the playoffs.
Absolutely.
All right, you want to get to our rankings here, or
we'll get them on the other side. We'll get to our rankings.
We do got to get out of here.
Yeah, we'll get to where we're looking at these 1 and 2 teams. We'll rank the 3-0 teams and the 0-3 teams. We'll talk about again. There will be a narrative this weekend amongst some Texans fans. I don't think it will be partaking on this show or this radio station, but there's a realistic chance that coming out this weekend, the Texans will have the same record as the Baltimore Ravens or the Kansas City Chiefs, because one of those teams has to lose because they play each other, and the Texans play the Tennessee Titans. So we'll get to how we're viewing on these 3-0 teams and the 0-3 teams next here on Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, but before we go to break, let me talk to you about Old Humble Distilling Company, Houston's finest micro distillery. So glad to be back so I could talk about Old Humble Distilling. I was out for the last couple days. Did I miss Joe? Did I miss Jeremy? Did I miss Ryan behind the glass? A little bit, but I mostly missed being able to tell you fine people about Old Humble Distilling Company. So there are hundreds of reasons to stop by their distillery in Humble, mainly because their fantastic whiskeys and cocktails are delicious. But let me add a few more to the list with the many new things going on with Old Humble Distilling Company. So first off, they have new hours, started a couple weeks ago. More time each day to try out their fantastic spirits. Great thing there. Right now they're open Tuesday through Saturday, 3 to 9 o'clock. So stop by after work and try the Boomtown Bourbon, which is my personal favorite. You must try that when you go by in Old Humble Distilling Company. Plus on Wednesday nights, so today, just in a few hours, happy hour all night with $8 cocktails until they close. And trivia joins their lineup on Thursdays starting at 6:30. So make sure you go out and have some fun with trivia at Old Humble Distilling Company. And many more new exciting things will be coming to the tasting room in the coming weeks as well, including us. We'll be going out to Old Humble Distilling Company for live remotes before the end of the year. Old Humble Distilling Company, the official whiskey of campfires, cookouts, good stories, and great friends. Go visit their distillery and tasting room at 19103 Continental Parkway, just off FM 1960, and check out their selection of premium whiskeys at oldhumbledistilling.com. Better yet, you can also grab a bottle at Specs, Total Wine, or finer retailers. Can't find it? Just ask for Old Humble Distilling Company by name. Try Old Humble Distilling Company, because life's too short for factory whiskey.
This is Jeremy and Joe
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
All right. Yeah, your mic was on for that.
Yeah, was my mic on for that entire yawn? No.
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
That's Brian yawning. He's so excited to be here. Be back to work.
Did I tell you I
after
was
2
up at
days.
3:30 a.m. today?
Yeah, that happens. You got kids. You're going to get up early.
No, it wasn't even the kids' fault this time.
You just got up?
No, my stomach just was like hurting like crazy. Not even like anything gross. I was just like hurting. It was weird.
Jeremy will be back on the show Monday. He's traveling with the Cougs for their game out west against Oregon State?
Oregon State, yeah.
This weekend?
The bum Beavers.
Yeah. I want to talk a little college football in the next segment because we had another coach firing. We've got 4 openings already in college football this year. I'd forgotten about Stanford.
How many can John Gruden fill?
We're going to do a segment tomorrow that we were talking about doing today because we got some wild suggestions yesterday.
Okay.
For Texans offensive coordinators.
Oh, really?
And then we
eager
got
to hear these names.
And then we got a text earlier about Martin Maldonado being the new Astros manager. So I think tomorrow we're just going to go off the deep end for who should replace Joe Espada if you're going to fire him and who should replace
bad answers.
Nick Caley, no bad answers, and John Gruden's going to be first on my list as a teaser. And honestly, I think I might just be serious. Like,
I don't know, man. That offense looked pretty outdated even with the Raiders, and that was, 4 or 5 years ago at this point?
Yeah. All right, before we get to some of the 3-0 teams and 0-3 teams, let's talk about the Texans 0-3 start with Rocky on the HRMP listener line. What's up, man? How you doing?
What's going on, guys? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things I want to hit on. First thing is, I read the article with D'Amico Ryans on the CJ Gardner-Johnson thing. He was talking about how he has a pulse of the locker room and, he knows what his team needs, and it was his decision. And my question is, why did we let Nick Caserio hire another rookie offensive coordinator to basically not benefit the quarterback and having a veteran OC that can come in and help him out? And then my second thing was Nick Caserio. You hired David Culley, then you hired Pep Hamilton, and those guys didn't work out. And then you hired D'Amico. Everybody's happy about that. But then you hire an offensive coordinator that's a rookie with your quarterback on his first year, not really doing him any justice as well. So I guess my thing is this is all on Nick Caserio, and D'Amico Ryans is not, he's not getting a pass on this as well. But there's no way we can go into next year, if we're only winning a few games, and him making decisions on who the next OC is or head coach for that matter. So that's just my opinion. I'll hang up and let y'all talk.
Thanks, Rocky. Appreciate the call. You guys are welcome in 713-780-3776 to the text line, to the HRMP listener line. So the first part about D'Amico knowing what's best for his team and letting Nick Caserio hire Nick Caley. Now, DJ Bieniemy, who, obviously covers the Texans for ESPN.com, he's been pretty adamant, on Twitter that D'Amico Ryans makes the final decision on coaching hires. Now, it's my opinion that because of, they probably never met before, that Nick Caley was clearly highly suggested by Nick Caserio. I view it as a Nick Caserio hire that D'Amico had to eventually sign off on. And that's why I think when you talk about hot seats and things like that, I put Nick Caserio on it for everything that you just mentioned with Nick Caley specifically. It's a bad hire. This guy he's running an archaic system. He doesn't know how to adjust. They're watching film from the mid-2000s. That was confirmed by the quarterback. They are not running it in any similar way, I also think. I don't think we're seeing, the things that made Brady so successful. Where's the Wes Welker in this offense? Where's the Julian Edelman in this offense?
Could be Jalen Noel, but they're not playing him.
Yeah, it could be Christian Kirk, and he was open sometimes, but, if you're banking on a guy who's been hurt his entire career, basically, except for his first year in Jacksonville, to fill that void, that's tough. So I don't know. I don't know why Nick Caley is the hire. I think at this point, like, too, I'm not sure Chip Kelly like solves these problems. If he would have been the hire, like, I think there might be more larger issues at hand with the Texans offense, and that goes from the receivers you've drafted or not using the offensive line you've been bringing in. I think we are seeing some regression from CJ Stroud, but it's totally fair. It's totally fair about the Nick Caley hiring and his role in it. As far as the other coaches, like, I don't know, man. Like, it's it's going to be the worst era of Texans football, and they hired a patsy, basically, in David Culley. They fired him after a year because he was a joke, a laughing stock in the NFL. Nick Caserio was on the headsets. He had to fire him. You replaced him with Lovie Smith. You fired him. Yeah, Pep Hamilton. I mean, Pep Hamilton at the time people thought was a good hire. Obviously, it hasn't worked out. I don't even think he's in the NFL. I think he's with NFL Network still. He was doing stuff locally on Fox last year, I think it was, on one of the TV stations. Like, I'm not going to hold that one against Caserio. I'm not going to hold Lovie Smith and David Culley. No one in their right mind would take this job. No good coach would have said, I want the Houston Texans job. You had nothing to prove that someone should take a flyer. The only coaches that would have come here are coaches who are old and begging for their last chance to be head coaches.
Or begging to get any chance. Like, David Culley had never been even an offensive coordinator anywhere.
Yeah.
Like, I think those two coaches were obviously, their records reflect their ability, I think, at this point. But those two coaches, like, to your point, were the only guys they could get. Like, maybe they could have technically got better than David Culley because everyone they could have possibly chosen would have been better than David Culley because he was the most unqualified head coaching hire I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
But Nick Caserio at that time knew the assignment. He knew the assignment was lose games, tank. It didn't matter what name you put out, next to head coach. They were losing for 2 seasons, and I think everyone around the league knew that. So they're, like, to your point, like, they weren't going to attract a top level head coach because everyone knew they were tanking for 2 seasons. So I assign no blame to Nick Caserio on that one. Now, I do assign a great amount of blame for this Nick Caley hire because I know, like you pointed out with DJ Bieniemy, that D'Amico technically has the final say on these coaching decisions, and I do believe that to be true, not only because it makes sense, but I do trust DJ's reporting. But that could be as simple as, well, he signed off on it, but it wasn't like his idea that this should be the guy. Like, it wasn't someone, like you pointed out, wasn't someone he'd worked with that he knew personally. The person in the organization who'd worked with Nick Caley and knew him personally was Nick Caserio. Like, there's no way you could convince me logically that Nick Caley wasn't a Nick Caserio hire. And regardless of who made the decision, we're now 2 times in a row that the Texans have passed over experienced play callers and made the conscious decision to put the fate of their rookie quarterback, the second overall pick in the draft, in the hands of guys who have never been tested at the NFL level as a play caller. That's just gross malpractice, in my opinion.
Yeah, look, you have four. You have your head coach, your defensive coordinator, your offensive coordinator, your special teams coach. Half of them attended the same university as Nick Caserio. Nick Caley is a John Carroll grad. Frank Ross is the only guy who stood through those 2 regimes into the D'Amico era. He's also a John Carroll grad. Like, those have Nick Caserio's fingerprints written all over them. So it's totally fair. We asked the question,
and a lot of them have experience with the Patriots as well. While he was there, Cole Popovich and Nick Caley both.
Jeremy asked on Twitter yesterday, like, should the Texans have hired Sean Payton instead of D'Amico Ryans? D'Amico won the poll, not by much. But, like, you can talk about Kevin O'Connell, being the hire instead of D'Amico if you want.
It should have been, I'd rather have Kevin O'Connell.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't think D'Amico is the wrong hire. I think D'Amico can still be the right coach for this team. But, like, we don't see coaches get 3 offensive coordinators. We don't see general managers typically get 3 head coaches. Now, they did that, obviously, which is, like, the 49ers did it. The Texans have done it. It doesn't typically happen. But you'll be on your 4th offensive coordinator under... Nope. You're like 6th offensive coordinator under Nick Caserio.
Yeah, I would
Bill
lop
O'Brien,
the first few off of because
Bill O'Brien, Tim Kelly, and then you have Pep Hamilton, and then Bobby Slowick, Nick Caley, and then whoever's hired next. Like, the hiring process has not been great under Nick Caserio. That's why I view the offensive line. Like, it hasn't really been fixed. It's been a problem since he got here to help Deshaun Watson. It hasn't really helped out A lot. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Let's talk to Eddie. Eddie, what's going on? Eddie. Do you have it potted up, Ryan?
It's on the right channel. Do you
Hey
have the right?
guys, how's
there
it
we go.
going?
What's up, man?
You know, I'm just curious what you got.
On the right channel.
Just curious what you guys think. You know, when I look at CJ, I wonder sometimes if he can just elevate the offense himself. And I know we have problems with Nick Caley. You guys went through that pretty thoroughly, but you know, I look at a guy like Joe Burrow, and he's never had a good offensive line, and happens to make some magic work. Is that something we could maybe expect of CJ? Is that too much to ask? I'm just curious what we can do right now and who we can count on.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's Eddie. I think it's a good point. It's a good question. If CJ Stroud can elevate the people around him, I mean, it's how many quarterbacks need to be better around them? I would say 95% of them.
I think we had that as a possible conversation. Like I came up with 7 quarterbacks that could make do with like subpar.
Really?
Yeah.
7?
That could function with subpar weapons around them.
Okay, Josh Allen.
Yeah, Josh Allen.
Lamar Jackson.
Yep.
Joe Burrow.
Yep.
Patrick Mahomes.
Yep. I have 3 more.
Who?
Hurts.
No.
You don't think so?
No. Absolutely not.
I think he could. Because of the running, I think he could.
I don't think so.
I mean, they won 2 games in the first 2 weeks where A.J. Brown had like 1 target each in those games. Like I know technically A.J. Brown was on the field, but he didn't throw to him.
Against the Cowboys, who have an awful defense, they scored 24 points, and the Chiefs, who've been awful this year. In the first half, they were down bad to the Rams until he finally started to throw to A.J. Brown. And I'm not trashing Jalen Hurts. I just don't think he's in that category of where like.
Okay, well, we're obviously going to disagree after that, but the other 2 I had on the list, I think you're really going to hate these, would be Justin Herbert and Jaden Daniels.
Herbert, I think, is fine to put on there. I think what we've seen from him, it was really bad with Staley as the head coach. He hasn't had much of a run game. I don't think he needs a ton of talent to elevate him. I think Quentin Johnston's a guy who has had a major drops problem.
I mean, he's
in his
throwing
career.
to Will Disley right now.
Yeah, I mean. Ladd McConkey's a good player, it seems like, but you've got an old Keenan Allen out there. I think Herbert's fine to put in that category. Who was the other one?
Jaden Daniels, because he had Terry, but like name a great offensive player that's around Jaden Daniels besides Terry, and Terry hasn't even done that much this year.
Yeah, I think it's a little too early for me to put him in that category.
That's fair. I think maybe I should couch it as it's trending that way.
Yeah,
but I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that. Like he's trending towards a guy that can do a little, can do a lot with a little. I mean, Terry McLaurin, like his stats weren't really that much better with and without Jaden Daniels,
except for touchdowns.
Yeah. Their running back room has been depleted pretty heavily. Even their new kid, Bill or Jacob, whatever he wants his name to be this week, is hurt.
Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt.
Like we'll see. I mean, because Terry McLaurin's probably not going to play a lot this season. Debo's been helpful, and obviously Jaden Daniels has missed time. Sounds like he could return this weekend. But they did look pretty good with Marcus Mariota.
They did.
So
yeah, Mariota scored twice. They crushed their opponent. So maybe we should carry this conversation over the other side, because I do have some thoughts about what the last caller said on CJ's ability to carry a team, but I don't want to force it in here.
Yeah, we'll take a break. We'll get to Donald. We'll get to that on the other side here. It is Jeremy and Joe here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coming up on October 4th and 5th, it's Oktoberfest at the Kemah Boardwalk. It is an event that is free to the public to attend and walk around. We go to the Kemah Boardwalk all the time. I love taking Joseph there with my wife. It's always a good time. There's so much to do, and this is going to be a fantastic event. Beer tickets, beer signs, and food tickets can be purchased at the event or online today. I'd buy them online. Why are you going to wait in lines? Get them today online at KemahBoardwalk.com. They'll also have a full set of events on Saturday the 4th and Sunday the 5th, starting on Saturday with the Cornhole Tournament from 1 to 8 p.m., the Oktoberfest DJ and polka dance performances going in the afternoon. They'll have Stein holding competitions, a costume contest, and a DJ and music on Saturday night. Plus, they'll have live music on Sunday from 5 to 9 as well. It's coming up quick. Oktoberfest, the 4th and the 5th of October at Kemah Boardwalk. See the full schedule of events and concert lineup at KemahBoardwalk.com.
You are listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
My favorite texter that loves me so much, 1429, says, Terry McLaurin won't play a lot this season, ? Joe, do you think what you say? Think about what you say before you say it? Yes. He's seeking a second opinion on his injury, so no, I don't expect to see a lot of Terry McLaurin.
I at least don't expect him back for a few weeks at minimum. Like, you may have gone a little too far. We won't play much this season, but yeah, like if you're going out seeking a second opinion for your injury, it's because the first opinion was bad for you and you don't like it. And we've seen that with Astros players quite a few times.
Yes.
Like, it means it's going to be a longer term injury.
Yes, if he's not going to play this week and then he's going to end up on the injured reserve for 4 weeks after that, I would consider that a lot of
Especially when it's, how many times have we seen it when it's a guy that sits out for most of training camp and then tries to ramp it up real quickly right before the season? These things seem to happen at a pretty high frequency, unfortunately.
It is the concern of when guys don't play. Cook has been a little bit of the exception of that. Not a little bit, a lot of
At least he returned before camp was over, though.
Yeah, so it's been like McLaurin, we'll kind of wait and see. But we got a question here on Christian Kirk on the HRP listener line from Donald. Donald, what's going on?
Not much. How are you guys?
Good. How are you?
Good. So I was in a dilemma real quick. Christian Kirk, he hasn't really done much at all for the last couple of years. And, it's kind of a fantasy question. I'd rather take Wan'Dale Robinson with New York Giants over Christian Kirk. Is that a smarter move?
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
I'd rather have Wan'Dale.
Yeah, I'd probably have. I mean, we'll see what it looks like with Jackson Dart. Thank you for the call, Donald. I mean, look, Christian Kirk, I think, 3 catches in 1 game, 8 targets. I think the 8 targets is the more important thing of this for the Texans offense. There's clearly an intention. We talked earlier about, where's the Wes Welker in this offense? Like having him have 8 targets in a game, I do think is a sign that we should expect to see more from Christian Kirk, for example, compared to what we've seen from Higgins and Knoll. I don't quite understand why those guys were drafted in the position they were and are not active parts of the game plan for this team. I don't really get it. But Kirk was in his first game back with the Texans. And I think when we talk about the Texans offense being better and what it's going to look like this year, I think a lot of it starts there. It's Woody Marks should be the RB1. He should be the guy that getting the primary amount of carries for the Houston Texans. And Christian Kirk has to be involved. He has to stay healthy to open things up for other guys. And we saw, there was the one pass where CJ was a little short, and it was a near interception where Higgins had his guy beat. I think he's got the goods from what we've seen so far, just limited sample size. I would like to see a lot more of him.
Do you think this is a case of a guy like D'Amico being a hard-nosed coach, just not trusting rookies?
Well, I guess it's Nick Caley question, right?
Yeah, but I think D'Amico would override him if he thought Higgins and Knoll were ready, because neither guy is playing that much.
No.
Higgins is playing more than Knoll. Knoll's mostly been a special teamer, but I've liked what I've seen at a limited sample size of Knoll, but he's barely seeing the field.
Yeah, yes, in a way. I mean, he's played young guys before. He's starting to left tackle.
Obviously, Woody Marks is his playing time shot up.
Yeah. But Nick Caley does come from the Patriots organization, in which this is apparently a very complex offense in which the wide receivers and the quarterbacks have to be on the same page for all their option routes and different things. So, do you expect a rookie wide receiver to grasp that right away? I'd probably say no. At this point, a couple other questions here on the text line. From the 3338, do we have any idea on Joe Mixon as of yet? We do not. I'm not going to say where. Joe Mixon was spotted in a photograph at a local restaurant yesterday. So he's at least back in Houston.
One that I would recognize?
Yes. So he's at least back in Houston. I don't know if that means anything.
I mean, the last thing D'Amico Ryan said was in past tense, and then we wish him well.
Yeah.
I mean, take from that what you will. I take from that they don't expect to see him this year.
Yeah, they used a lot of past tense when they were talking about.
Well, especially with but the past tense, but specifically the line we wish him well. I mean, what is he? Is he retiring?
I mean, we don't know. We don't even know how he got hurt.
Yeah, we didn't know. I don't think we ever will. I wouldn't expect anything from Joe Mixon this season.
No. To Lamont's point earlier, when he called in asking about the media and not having real information until the player is gone. I don't know if we're going to get full answers on Joe Mixon until he's no longer part of the picture here of what actually happened.
I don't know if we will, because I think a part of it is what's become a battle with D'Amico and certain members of the media.
And injuries, yeah.
Yeah, specifically Aaron Wilson. Like, I think because there was so much hostility back and forth on that, well, mostly coming from the Texans, the being mad at the media and then calling them out about not living up to journalistic practices or whatever nonsense D'Amico said, talking about how people didn't, double check their sources. Like, well, how can we get the information if you're not willing to give it to us? He forgets that part of it. But yeah, because of that, like, I don't expect we'll ever, unless Joe Mixon says it himself, I don't think we'll ever get the full details on that.
And if he plays this year, I think we will. Like, if we actually see him, he is on the short-term injured reserve, so I guess
isn't that more of a technicality?
It is because it doesn't knock him out for the season, but that does open the possibility of a post week 4. There will be questions after the 4th game after this weekend about Joe Mixon because of the timeline in which that allows him to return. So I don't.
Over under week 9.5.
Oh, I'm over. Okay. I don't think he's playing this season.
I thought you were with me there. I mean, I think he misses the season.
8807. Besides CJ and Nico, name another player on this offense that would start around the league. I mean, Christian Kirk for sure.
Christian Kirk would.
But I think the question is, I think more of an impact question. Titus.
Yeah, but
would start on a lot of
impact. There's other guys that
he would
that
start
would,
on. Yeah.
There's definitely other guys that would start, but CJ in a better system and Nico are the only guys I think that would be impact players elsewhere. And Mixon if he was healthy.
I love this. I love this text. 7308. Maybe Nick Caley is calling the bad plays now to lull the rest of the league to sleep, so they're not prepared when he starts calling the good plays later in the season.
The problem, like I get the joke. I mean, John Lance make that joke, and it's fun to have fun with it, but. Like, I don't think he has the good plays. That's the problem. Like, to kind of take the joke into the actual reality. Like, you talked a minute ago about, running the Patriots system. I think you mentioned in a previous segment they're watching, like CJ confirmed they're watching highlights from, like, 2005. Like, this guy is running such an outdated offense. It's such a non-quarterback friendly offense that I don't think the good plays are ever coming. And even if they are coming, and he suddenly figures it out, do they have the talent to make it work? Because the offensive line, even though it's, I think, 3rd on the pecking order of blame, it's still a problem for the team.
Yeah, someone just texted in Josh McDaniels. I mean, it's not exactly going great in New England right now.
Like that, I mean, do we want to replace an outdated New England offense with Josh McDaniels?
No, I would
that's not the answer to me.
No, I think Mike McDaniel is going to be the guy that catches the most interest.
Yes. A quarterback-friendly system. That's what you pointed out with, like, the receivers, that, like, as far as young guys getting on the field, like, it's hard for them to get on the field because the offense is complicated, because there's so many option routes that the quarterback and the wide receiver, and you got 2 wide receivers, or rookie wide receivers, that is, and a first-year player on the team trying to work into that. Like, you're trying to work in a first-year player on the team in Christian Kirk and 2 rookie wide receivers into a system because of how many option routes there are and how complicated it is that the quarterback and the wide receiver have to be on the exact same page with, okay, we're seeing this type of coverage, this is how we react. They both have to see it the exact same way at the exact same time. I'm not saying it's an impossible ask, but unless you have Tom Brady, it feels like an impossible ask. I don't know why they ever decided to go away from, look, I know Bobby Sloak wasn't a great coordinator, but that doesn't mean you throw out the baby with the bathwater, right? You can still go to somebody else from that tree who runs a quarterback-friendly system instead of reverting back to 2005.
0967. No one will ever make the old Patriot system work because nobody has Tom Brady.
Exactly.
Absolutely. It doesn't work anywhere. It doesn't work. It's not a good system. It's why all these coaches have gone elsewhere and gotten fired. And whether it's head coaches or offensive coordinators or college football coaches, like, it does not work. What's up, Ryan?
So if in the offseason we end up having to let go of, say, Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, do you think that there's any chance of pulling a high-profile college coach like, say, Ryan Day?
I don't have interest in that because it doesn't work.
I don't either.
Ryan Day's the one that I would be the most open to be honest with you, of like a guy that can, if you're going to go the college route.
Texas couldn't beat Michigan then, though.
Yeah, they couldn't, but they could win the Super Bowl. So Ryan Day is the only name in the college football ranks that if the Texans were to fire DeMeco Ryans, and I don't think they're going to. I think they're going to give him another offensive coordinator, another chance to try to figure this out.
Absolutely.
I think Nick Caserio could get terminated. I don't think his job should be safe ultimately. I'm not as impressed with him as everyone else. Like, is it hard to draft Derek Stingley Jr. over Sauce Gardner?
I mean, that was a pretty big debate.
But let's say he didn't do it. Anyone really upset that Sauce Gardner's here?
No, like it's not a big drop off.
Okay, is anyone the cojones to trade up for Will Anderson? Like if they just took Will Anderson and CJ
Now you're
Stroud?
overlooking some pretty big hits though in the middle rounds. Like you're overlooking Nico Collins in the third round.
Yeah, Nico's good.
You're overlooking
Lassiter's good.
Yeah, Kamari Lassiter in the second round. I mean, obviously Jalen Petre's fallen off, but Jalen Petre was a good pick in the third round.
He was good until you paid him.
Tank Dill, if you didn't use him as an inline blocker, was a great pick in the third round.
I agree.
And Dameon Pierce only happened for 1 year for whatever reason, but Dameon Pierce was a good rookie out of the fourth round. So, I mean, I guess I like Caserio more than you, but I'm willing to make that move as well. Less so because his track record doesn't impress me, and more so because I don't trust his decision making in this aspect.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's great at finding wide receivers. He's great at finding defensive backs. I'll go as far to say he's elite in both those places. Where he's not great, where he's maybe one of the worst GMs in the league, is picking an offensive lineman and picking offensive play callers.
Mm-hmm.
And again, like not to beat a dead horse, but to go back to something we were talking about earlier, like if you're using the same decision makers to fix what they broke, why do you think they're going to get it better the next time?
Yeah, look, and we'll see how the Texans handle it. I mean, again, he just got apparently a contract extension as well. Again, the Texans
apparently
organization,
4 years left.
Yeah, the Texans organization though is not afraid to move on from those guys. Jeremy and I pointed out they were paying 4 head coaches at one time.
Yeah,
the first year that DeMeco was here, they were paying Bill O'Brien, Culley, and Lovey. Honestly, they still might be paying one of those guys. Even I think it's over now.
They've got to be. Well, Bill O'Brien's over.
Yeah.
I think they would be still paying Lovey because that's a 4-year deal.
Yeah.
22, 23, 24, 25.
I think
they are paying Lovey.
Yeah. We're gonna combine these breaks here. We're gonna keep it rolling here, Ryan. Let's go out to the HRMP listener. Let's go out to Alan. Alan, what's going on?
Hey, do you guys remember if CJ hurt his shoulder over the off season, and did he get surgery? And maybe he just ain't healed yet. I mean, I just don't remember them throwing downfield, and of course. You probably don't have time to throw downfield, but anyways, any weight to that his shoulder could still be hurt?
It's hard to say. Like I don't view it like with what we're seeing from CJ as a guy that's like not whipping the ball around the field, and it doesn't obviously like he doesn't have a cannon for an arm. He's more of a placement guy. I don't see like a concern for that. Frankly, like I don't think it would be an excuse, even if it was bothering him a little bit at this point. It's, if it was that bad, then he wouldn't be playing. So I don't think it's much of a concern for me. It goes back to the injury stuff. Like, how did his shoulder get injured? Like, I don't think the reason why he's missing throws, like the interception on the attempt to Christian Kirk, that was just a bad ball. I don't think that's a shoulder injury. I think that's a poor pass. I don't know.
He also got tipped.
No, the first interception.
Oh, the first one. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think the mistakes we're seeing from CJ Stroud this year are because of an injury. I think it's bad play.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like there was the whole thing I think it was during OTAs in June where he wasn't throwing and people lost their mind to the point where we made made a shrouded in mystery drop to talk about the latest ongoings with CJ throwing or not throwing. But yeah, like when I've watched CJ play, like I don't notice any less zip on the ball. I don't notice that the ball's not getting to where to the same places that it used to. To me, it's what we talked about. Sometimes it's that he doesn't have enough time. Sometimes I think he sees the pressure and drops his. Lance has talked about this, but he'll see the pressure, drop his head, stop looking back downfield, and basically kind of turtle and run and start running backwards. Like he's gotten to a point. In part because the the play of the offensive line has beaten it into him. But he's gotten to a point where I think, becomes shell shocked, and he doesn't react to pressure the way he did as a player at Ohio State or in his rookie year here with the Texans, where he starts to retreat instead of take a little sidestep or step up in the pocket. So there's that. And there's also, I mean, let's throw Nick Caley into this. Like when I've seen some of the wide shots on the All-22 film for the Texans, like you see some of these route combinations they're throwing out there, and you'll see 2 or 3 guys all running to basically the same spot in the field. Like, so it's kind of all of the above. The receivers aren't separating. The route combinations are terrible. CJ's not reacting to the blitz well or the pressure well, and the offensive line is not playing well at times. But I don't think CJ has any signs of a shoulder injury based upon how he's throwing the football.
6691, how complicated is to run an offense that consistently goes 3 and out? Good question. 8807, I thought Caley was supposed to run McVay's offense. Look,
we thought so. We hoped.
Yeah, I mean, I hoped. I thought maybe we'd see a Patriots blend of McVay.
Nope.
But it's just Patriots.
It's just Patriots. It's not even the good one. It's like the one that Matt Patricia was running. It's like really like that Patriots. Like it's. I mean, I think it was. Didn't Todd Bowles say after the game? I can't remember the exact comment, but he basically pointed out, "I was like, yeah, we thought we may see some Ram stuff, but it was just Patriots."
Yep, that's
it's
exactly
just Patriots.
6207 asks, any chance Mike McDaniel gets fired by the end of the season and the Texans bring him in as OC? You're not going to see him come in as OC this year. I think there's a path to where you could bring him in as a consultant if you wanted to.
Mm-hmm. First part of it, absolutely. I think he does get fired before the year's over, but he would be made, like you said, he would be made Texans OC this year. That would maybe, like you said, consultant, and then if they fire Caley, he could be the guy to replace him.
Yeah, it could be a next season thing, and even like as a consultant, like you're not running that offense. So we saw Robert Saleh go back to the 49ers last year midseason to consult with them, and then it being named the defensive coordinator there in San Francisco. So it would probably tip the hand of what the Texans are doing. I don't, they're not going to come in and change everything, and who knows when that actually is going to take place. I with Mike McDaniel, like I don't know, but
it'd be interesting to see what Mike McDaniel does with Nico Collins, because like his choices at wide receiver are all 5'9", 170-pound guys. I mean, really, same thing at running back. Like he prefers speed over size. It'd be interesting to see what he does with Nico Collins.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see him with just a better quarterback.
Yeah,
like we've seen him have success with Tua, with quarterbacks that have replaced Tua. Like he's had good games as the play caller there in Miami. And the thing is, like the issues that they have about not, players reportedly not being on time to meetings, not, having good attitudes, like that goes away because it's D'Amico's team, not Mike's team. So like I think that could work. That to me is going to be the fan favorite option if there is an offensive coordinator change. And I say if because I don't think it's a guarantee that they do.
Man, yeah, the only way you're right, and this is not to call you out on that take at all, but the only way you're right in that there might not be an offensive coordinator change is if it improves. There's no way you can tell me, like, if it is copy paste for the next 14 weeks or 14 games, the offense looks like this. I don't think Nick Caley even makes it through the end of the season, much less into next year.
I hope you're right. Because if they didn't make a change in this offseason, then D'Amico would be betting his job, because then there would be no answer for why he should be the head coach of the Texans if he kept Nick Caley into next season and these issues continued. 5754, who's going to have a better record this year, the Texans or the Cowboys? Probably bet on the Cowboys.
Yeah, I think I would, because I'm kind of thinking the Texans win 5 games right now, and I think the Cowboys can get to 6 or 7. So yeah. I'll go Cowboys.
Yeah, and I think they might make a defensive coordinator change before the season's over.
I mean, hey, Matt Eberflus finally made Caleb look good, though.
He did. It took him a year, but I think right now I'd bet on the Cowboys. They have a better record, mainly because they have a 1-game advantage. So I don't.
It kind of feels like a race to the bottom. A contest to see who can outsuck the other. But yeah, I would lean Cowboys.
Let's see. 3358. As a successful high school coach of 32 years, what credentials do you two have to critique football?
Oh boy, is this a Ryan Clark argument?
I get paid to do it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to answer
All
that
right,
question.
thank you for the text, Ryan Clark.
I don't know how else to answer that question.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan Clark.
That's what we get paid to do, I guess, is to critique football. All right,
I'm very successful in college football. 26. Thank you.
Same. All right, we'll take our break. When we get back, we will do our car wreck of the day. We'll talk about the Astros game tonight. Hunter Brown on the mound as the Astros try to get back on track and really get this thing rolling again so they can hopefully make the playoffs. Because I had to send the schedule out today for next week, and I put TBD Astros playoff games airing on the station thanks to our friends at ESPN. All right. St. Arnold, a beer for everyone. Their beer garden is a place for everyone and for private events. They've got a space for everyone. Weddings, family reunions, big birthday bashes, holiday parties, especially for your companies. Like it's October, basically. So if you're looking for a Christmas party, Thanksgiving, something like that, I mean, I know we mostly do Christmas parties only. St. Arnold is the place to do it at. They got spaces for groups of 20 people to 300 people. We had about 250 people there for the ESPN Listener Appreciation Party. Didn't feel cluttered at all. A wide open space. Joseph there in the process of setting up was great to work with. He made it so simple and easy for us. And right now, since you're a listener to this fine station, mention ESPN or my name, Joe, and you can receive their brewery game package free for your event. That game package gets you a combo of dartboards, Jenga, cornhole, the pool table, and as a bonus, the photo booth. Get started right now at starnold.com. Click on private events. That's starnold.com. Click on private events.
This is Jeremy and Joe
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
All right, Hunter Brown on the mound tonight for the Houston Astros. No lineup yet because
Can he catch a pop fly?
I think
that's
he
the
can.
first question we have to answer.
I think he can.
Okay, all right. Signs pointed up then, Joe.
Yep. The Astros said they know that we've got to wake up.
Well, thank you, Astros. Was that official press release? Who's that coming from?
I think Correa said.
Oh, okay.
I could be wrong.
Well, if it's Correa, then it's great leadership. If it's anybody else, who cares?
All right, so we'll see. I mean, we'll see how it goes tonight. We're gonna take a call here.
I mean, I expect him to win. Do you expect him to win?
Yeah.
I don't expect it to matter in the long run, but I expect him to win tonight.
I'm opposite of you. I still think they're gonna make the playoffs because I just don't believe in the Tigers. I think they're going to continue to fall apart.
That's fair.
I think the Astros are going to squeak in. So the only other real Astros note today is they did announce who the newest addition to the Houston Baseball Media Wall of Honor is going to be. It's going to be Bill Worrell.
Oh, well deserved.
Yeah,
well
who's
deserved.
going to be doing that for.
Congratulations, Bill.
Yes. All right. Before we get to car, let's go out to the HRMP listener line one more time. Let's bring in Peter. Peter, what's going on?
Hey guys, I know you're up against it, but I'll be quick. I just wanted to see your all's thoughts on the OC and all. I mean, do they not sit down and talk to them and interview them and show plays and schemes and who if so, how is Caserio happy with what he saw?
Honestly, Peter,
Great question.
It's a great question. One that we can dive into a little bit more tomorrow. But we got a couple minutes here to talk about.
Yeah,
I don't know. Yes, they interviewed him. They knew this is the scheme that it's going to work.
You think it was a full interview, or it was well, you're my guy, but here we go through the interview. Because that's the kind of, we've all been through those jobs, right? I've been through jobs in radio, not here, but other places where I was told it's your job.
Yeah.
But you still have to go through the interview process to make good for legality reasons. I kind of think that's what that was in Nick Haley.
I think regardless, you would ask him what scheme he intends on running, and so they knew he was going to run the Patriots scheme, and that's where for both Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, I would question why they thought that C.J. Stroud and this offense.
I think Caserio believes in that.
Would be a good fit for C.J. though, because that to me is a bigger picture of do they understand their quarterback.
I think Caserio just believes in it. I mean, it's where he comes from, and I mean all that. I mean, from the people he's hired that he trusts, that came from that system, it seems like he believes that system works.
Yeah.
Outside of Tom Brady, I think everyone else in the world believes it does not. But I mean, to the other part, did he have to draw plays? That's part of the problem. I mean, we laugh about it in the interview process. Well, do you think he got up on the chalkboard and drew up some X's and O's? But that's part of the problem of hiring a first-year guy. I mean, Sean's made the joke that was Nick Haley just Sean McVay's coffee bringer. Maybe so. I mean, clearly he's not running Sean McVay's offense. He didn't take his good plays. He's running the Patriots' crappy stuff from 2005. But if you hire a first-year play caller, I mean, you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the danger of hiring a first-year play caller.
All right, let's get to our car wrecks of the day. You got one,
Ryan? You want to throw me in real quick?
No, it's okay. So this is one of the most obvious car wrecks of the day of all time.
Sure.
But it's because I watched the documentary last night before the Astros game. But if you want to watch a car wreck, watch the Charlie Sheen documentary on Netflix. Because my
good.
God.
Is it good?
It's a fine documentary, but this dude is something. I mean, he's very open and honest.
We knew he did a lot of drugs, but were you even going in? You knew he did a lot of drugs, but finding out the details, were you then taken aback by how much he was actually doing?
Yeah, I mean, the clip that's gone viral on social media that doesn't spoil anything, that literally his therapist and them were literally telling his crack dealer to
cut it,
just start to take out to put less crack in it, and then eventually he stopped doing crack because he got so frustrated because he wasn't getting high anymore, and that's how he got sober. That's a
wild story.
It's something. This whole documentary.
That's a wild story.
It is a wild documentary. I mean, and they got a good amount of people in it. You don't see his brother or his father are not in it.
I'm not surprised by that.
No, and his father's very critical of him after because He's like, it feels like it's Charlie's just making light of his issues in real life through this documentary because he's kind of chuckling at times as he's telling these stories. But man, it is the car wreck.
Is the story told through his eyes?
Yeah, he's in it. It's him the whole time, basically.
Oh, interesting.
Like Denise Richards is in it. His next wife was in it. His co-star in 2.5 Men is in it. His drug dealer's in it.
Is the kid in it from 2.5 Men?
No.
Okay.
No.
Well,
But,
yeah, that gotta be a grown man now.
but man, it's something. It's a car wreck the whole time.
Yeah, for sure.
B-Mac?
I've got a few things on my list. One, I'll nominate infield defense for not catching a pop fly in the first inning of last night's Astros-A's game. I don't know who you want to assign the most of blame there to, but they all need to get it. Next one goes to Gary Cohen, who for some reason, look, put politics aside, put the decision aside for Matt Shaw to miss a game to attend his friend's funeral. Put all of that aside. Why in the world the announcer for the Mets would decide to talk about the personal decision of a player on another team to miss a game for personal reasons is beyond me. Like that's where I'm most like taken aback. It's not even Matt Shaw, his decision, who he was.
Yeah, I guess for some context, Matt Shaw was lived in the same apartment complex as Charlie Kirk,
right?
And they became very good friends.
Yes.
He's the Cubs' third baseman. And he missed the game on the day that Charlie Kirk was killed. He didn't play that day, and then he missed the game this week
for the funeral.
For the funeral as well. And
like, why would the Mets announcer decide he needed to talk about that?
Because everyone feels like they need a way on this stuff. It's one of those where like
that's just.
It's one of those things where I don't think everyone needs to have an opinion on everything, and you don't need to share it with the entire world. But yeah, I saw that clip. It was just awkward to listen to. Like I think as like a fan, if I was a fan of the Mets, I'd just be like, like this isn't why I'm here.
Yeah, if I'm a Mets fan tuning in to watch my team trying to make the playoffs and being in a fight with the Reds and the Diamondbacks for that last playoff spot, why do I want to hear my announcer talk about a Cubs player going to a funeral?
Yeah, I
think
it's
so bizarre.
Yeah, it's strange. I'm not surprised, especially with that broadcast booth.
Yeah,
because they're a little all over the place. Yeah, we'll see. What do you want? What's winning?
Can I throw one more in?
Yeah, go ahead.
My power grid. Oh,
that's right. You lost power.
Yeah. Like I was trying to play a game in our college football dynasty, which you and I have a game in tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So as soon as the show ends, we are bitter enemies once again. But I swear to you, if anyone else lives out there in Kingwood,
brutal.
I mean, Joe, I don't know if you experienced this when you lived there.
Yeah.
But I cannot. This is no exaggeration. Damn near 100% of the time it rains in Kingwood, the power goes out. Mm-hmm. And the weirdest part is never even at the hardest part of the rainstorm. It's always like at the very beginning. Like as soon as it starts sprinkling, you got about 5 to 10 minutes before the power is going to blink. And it cost me, playing one of our games in our dynasty. And then when it actually started becoming a heavy downpour, the power was on and was fine. But for some reason, at the start of every rainstorm, our power goes out in Kingwood.
Yeah, I was. It's one of the reasons why we left. Todd, the show says, I really need Detroit to be a complete car wreck and just lose out. I agree, Todd. All right, that will do it for us. Winner is...
Me yawning on air? I know I didn't nominate it.
I'll be honest with you, I think that means Ryan's the car wreck of the day.
Ryan's the car wreck of the day. Turning on the microphone too early.
And you're just singing part of the song, too, on the air. So I think congratulations, Ryan, on getting your first one. I'm sure it won't be your last. You all get a couple of them. All right, that will do it for us. Tomorrow will be myself and Sean in here. Brian is with us as well. Thank you to Ryan for producing for us. Jeremy will be back on Monday. We will talk to you guys tomorrow. Soccer Matter. Nope. Destination 2026 up next with Glenn Davis.
All right, but before we go to break, let me talk to you one more time about Old Humble Distilling Company, Houston's finest micro distillery. If you didn't hear the last time, Old Humble Distilling Company has new hours, more time each day to try out their fantastic spirits. They're now open Tuesday through Saturday, 3 to 9, so stop by after work, stop by on the weekends, stop by anytime, and try my personal favorite, the Boomtown Bourbon. Plus, on Wednesdays, their happy hour, that's tonight, by the way, their happy hour goes all night long with $8 cocktails cocktails until they close, and they've added trivia on Thursdays starting at 6:30. But those aren't the only ways to enjoy one of their premium handcrafted spirits because, as I've been telling you about for weeks, they've got a scavenger hunt going on. So if you live in the Humble, Kingwood, Porter, or Toscasita area, or anywhere on the north side, go out and take part in the Boomtown Bourbon Hunt for your chance to win free drinks for 3 months. Yes, I'll say it again. Free drinks for 3 months. So how do you win? There are 8 hidden Boomtown bourbon stops at local bars across the Humble area. The clues can be found at oldhumbledistilling.com or at their distillery and tasting room at 19103 Continental Parkway, just off FM 1960. So go out, solve the clues, sip the cocktails, then return to Old Humble Distilling Company to claim your legendary challenge coin, which unlocks a 3-month Roughneck Social Club membership and a free cocktail every week. It's free to play. All are welcome, but please drink responsibly. Try Old Humble Distilling Company because life's too short for factory whiskey.